Welcome to the global maritime survival game. Next you will spend the rest of your lives at sea. Don't worry about any diseases or disabilities. This system will cure all of you and provide a relatively fair starting point. You can sail freely on the sea, do whatever you want. Whether to become a nobody or a famous figure depends on yourself. The sea offers infinite possibilities, but there is only one thing you need to be careful about. Keep moving forward and don't let the black fog behind you catch up. The speed of the black fog is currently 10 knots. A strange voice resounded in the mind. Yang Yi woke up finding himself lying on an old worn bed. He tried to get up but was choked by the dust. Looking around, he found himself in a narrow, dim, dilapidated room. Not far away there was a table on which lay a withered skeleton, its left hand still gripping a rusted flintlock pistol. Most of the skull was missing, suggesting suicide. This is... Yang Yi did not show fear. Instead he looked at his thin hands. He could actually stand up. It was a miracle. Minutes ago Yang Yi was a bedridden, paralyzed patient, but now he had miraculously recovered. At age 12, he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and by 20 he was completely paralyzed. Yet he never gave up on life. He used his mouth to play games and stream, supporting himself until age 25. He often played horror games, so an unmoving skeleton didn't faze him much. That voice. It's true. Yang Yi muttered to himself, looking out the window. It was an endless ocean with waves rolling from time to time. At the same time, the strange voice sounded again, indistinguishable between male and female. Everyone should know where they are. That's right. You are all on the sea, separated by more than 500 nautical miles, so you won't meet in a short time. Near you there should be a small booklet called the navigation log. It has many useful functions that allow seamless communication. Try it and see. As for other content, it will be announced later. Stay tuned. The voice faded. Yang Yi lowered his head and saw the small booklet on the bed with the words navigation log written on its black cover about the size of a palm. It was faintly glowing, as if calling him to open it. Yang Yi picked it up and opened it. The first page listed rules. 1. Without permission, no one can board your ship. 2. Items on your ship cannot be stolen by other players unless you are dead. 3. Every ship is equipped with a grappling hook, infinite durability, boldly grab drifting items. 4. You need to upgrade and strengthen your ship, making it look safe enough. 5. Be careful at night, watch out for fog. Once caught in the rear black fog, you will die. 6. This manual is soulbound, can be read in the mind. 7. On the sea you will never The booklet felt like skin. Yang Yi turned to the next page. The second page showed the day's weather, which he skipped for now. The third page had status information. Yang Yi status healthy, a human-shaped diagram in green. Average adult attribute value is 5. Can be improved to 10 through training. Attribute 10 is the limit of mortals. Strength 3050, Spirit 71, 08000. Higher spirit increases sanity resistance and recovery speed. Agility 4, 100, Constitution 3050, Perception 5, 200, Sanity 1, 100. Sanity below 50 leads to madness, below 30 induces suicidal thoughts, below 10. Energy 100. Energy below 50 causes drowsiness, below May 30th cause fainting. Health 100. Talent Steel, will you never give up. Spirit limit 1. Your sanity never drops below 1. And you won't commit suicide. When sanity drops significantly, 50, you enter a berserk state. After reviewing the stats, Yang Yi felt slightly relieved. Low attributes required little experience, so catching up wouldn't be too hard. He continued flipping and found the chat channel. It was divided into world chat, regional chat, and private chat. The world channel was the most lively, with people starting to speak. Anyone there? What's going on? I was just pooping, hadn't even wiped, and suddenly I'm on a ship. It's just me here. Anyone have a phone? Call the police. Who kidnapped me? Do you know who my dad is? Maybe your dad came too. Son, is that you? Don't claim that. My broken hand is healed. I can feel pain. This is not a dream. The online count was in the billions. Presumably everyone was brought in. Yang Yi didn't rush to speak but read the chat to gather potential intel. Each person could only send 10 world messages per day. More required conch coins, 100 per message. What conch coins were Yang Yi didn't know, and he had none. After a dozen minutes, chaotic messages decreased and the chat became more substantial. Are your handbook rules also 7 items? Looking to group up. Anyone forming a team? Too far apart, no coordinates, can't group now. We should share intel and help each other. Have you checked your ships? I found an item. Below was the item's info. Name: bloodstained harpoon, type relic, quality good, item grades common, good, fine, rare, epic, heroic, master. Description: very sharp, can deal minor damage to demons but also enrages them. Note: using relics risks reducing sanity. Then the world channel exploded. What are demons? Monsters in this world. I have nothing. I only found some water bread and vegetables in the cabin. You have vegetables? I only have sausages. At sea, vegetables were much rarer than meat. What about ships? Is yours big? Mine is over 100 meters too big. What? My ship is only 10 meters. That person quickly shared ship info. Iron will ship name. A level 1 durability 50005000. Capacity 8,000 units, speed 5 knots, hull skill full firepower, cannon fire rate increased by 200 for 15 minutes. Triple shot whale harpoon can pierce and hook onto objects. Description: its speed may be slow, but your speed better be fast. Damn, this game is unfair. His ship has cannons at level 1. Special ships have skills. Mine is completely blank. I want to re-roll. Is there a cash shop? I have money. Are you all fools? His speed is only 5 knots slower than the Black Fog. Oh right, the Black Fog is 10 knots. He's doomed. Ahahaha. At that moment an announcement popped up. Navigation announcement: everyone's starting conditions are different. Ship's items, personal talents, and starting positions are all set according to your personality and experience. No objections. Who believes that? There must be behind-the-scenes manipulation. Some have weapons at start. I only have food. They stock food, I stock guns. They become my food warehouse. Is it possible that those with cannons spawn monsters nearby while you don't? Yang Yi closed the log and began searching the room. He found the flintlock in the skeleton's hand was a piece. Name: waterlogged rusted flintlock, type relic, quality fine. Description: this was once a masterpiece, but soaked too long and severely rusted. Only 50 chance to fire, deals moderate damage to demons. This gun requires no bullets, auto reload time 1 minute, capacity 1. Fine equipment. Yang Yi's expression turned serious. As the announcement said, starting conditions were all fair. Then getting this gun meant a hellish start. He pushed the skeleton aside and found a rotting paper underneath, only a few words barely legible. No supplies on the ship, I have to try fishing. Lucky today, caught a tiger grouper enough for I fished up an antique pistol. The sound is weird, but it looks valuable. The rest was large bloodstains, only the last line visible. How could there be something like that in the sea? Yang Yi frowned slightly, then got up and walked out of the captain's cabin. Outside was the deck corridor. He looked up to examine his ship. Nightmare level 1, durability 300300, capacity 400 units, speed 40 knots. Hull skill: Nightmare, sleeping on board causes nightmares, energy recovery efficiency 75. The curse of the angler: this ship is cursed. It cannot catch normal fish. Description: this ship has drifted on the sea for centuries, finally welcoming its new owner. Yang Yi finished reading the ship's information, his face turning grim. This ship was a ghost ship. The hull was covered in barnacles and seaweed, uncleaned for who knows how many years. The deck was also wet, producing creaking sounds with every step. He had played many horror games. Scenes like this usually harbored monsters. Fortunately, he searched thoroughly and found no other moving thing. Yang Yi let out a long breath. He didn't want to have a fierce battle with some strange creature right at the start. He also got a clear understanding of the ship's condition. The ship was about 12 meters long, consisting of a helm, captain's cabin deck, and cargo hold. The helm was on a raised platform at the bow, offering a good view. Behind it was the captain's cabin with a bed and simple furniture. Further back was the central courtyard with a tall mast rising. At the stern was the cargo hold leading into the ship's interior, used for storing goods. Yang Yi went into the hold and saw it was completely empty, not even a bug, only a damp, nauseating smell of mold. His starting supplies were 0. After all, the ghost ship had drifted at sea for who knows how long. It would be strange if there were food and drink. Yang Yi opened the log and continued checking the world channel to see what others had discovered. Most people in the chat were showing off their ships. Most were ordinary vessels, but there were also special ships, a few of which stood out. Gale level 1, durability 800800, capacity 500 units, speed 70 knots. Hull skill: ride the wind and waves. Ship speed increases by 100, duration 5 minutes. Description: you can't even catch its exhaust, trust me. This was probably the fastest ship so far. Other basic ships, depending on size, had speeds around 30 to 40 knots. Larger ones generally had higher durability but slower speed. Yang Yi's Nightmare was slightly above average in speed. Sakura level 1, durability 10001000, capacity 1000 units, speed 35 knots. Fortune's Radiance: the cherry blossom tree on board emits evolutionary light, randomly altering crew attributes, may trigger evolution. Description: hope the crew stays human. This information caused the world channel to pause for a few seconds. Haha, my ship is amazing, I feel like I'm evolving. WRWO. Are you sure it's not mutation? Sakura, is it? I suggest you go faster and don't run into me, or I'll shove my cannon barrel up your... The speaker was the Iron Will, which had already chosen to show its ship name. Attached was a photo taken by the log's screenshot function. It was a steel warship armed to the teeth with at least 20 cannons on both sides boasting full firepower and a but when they remembered its speed was only 5 knots, everyone burst into laughter. Baga, you'd better survive till tomorrow. Mother, just wait for me. Then came a flurry of meaningless insults, many words censored. Seems different languages are all translated into one's mother tongue by the system. Yang Yi silently typed, "Count me in." Then he scrolled upward, finally finding something interesting. "Have any of you tried fishing? Don't disturb him fishing. I found I can fish and suddenly I don't want to go back. I fish once a week and each time lasts a week. I just set up my chum. Your ship is moving, how can you chum, are you stupid? Damn, you should have said earlier I've already chummed out of habit. My dark bread. Guess what I caught? A bottle of peasant 3 fists. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. If he could catch fresh water things would be fine. His ship also had a fishing rod lying on the deck. Name barnacle-covered moldy fishing rod. Type tool relic. Quality fine. Description reduces the chance of catching normal fish, slightly increases the chance of catching something unknown. Trust me, you won't like what it brings up. This something unknown must include fresh water. Yang Yi concluded, but before casting the line, he needed to adjust the ship's course and speed. He had no target yet, so he decided to keep going in the default direction at full speed. Far behind at the edge of sight there was a patch of black. Likely the boundary of the black fog. So going forward was definitely right. Operating the ship was simple, requiring no skill, all magic. He just needed to touch the helm and easily change the ship's course and control it. That included adjusting speed and using onboard equipment like the grappling hook. Overall it felt like a sailing game he had played, easier than driving, skipping the learning curve and achieving a direct mindship connection. The helm was also at the bow, allowing the player to steer, while keeping an eye on the sea ahead. Without this, one person could not possibly sail this ship. As for power, Yang Yi looked at the mast where only a few tattered cloth strips hung symbolically. He decided not to think about that and focused on catching floating debris. Rotting wood 1. Rotting wood 1. Rotten cloth 1. Rotting wood 1. The sailing log kept popping up new messages. This gameplay was very similar to Gold Miner, only the targets were moving. Items caught would be converted into resources stored in the hold and viewable in the log. Each piece of rotting wood had a chance to be converted into 1 unit of wood and the cloth into 1 unit of fabric. Yang Yi roughly calculated the probability was less than 10. That meant catching 10 pieces of rotting wood might yield 1 unit of wood. If he deliberately grabbed better-looking flotsam, the probability increased somewhat. Yang Yi caught over 100 flotsam and finally obtained 5 units of wood and 3 units of fabric, taking 3 hours. Low efficiency. But it was a skillful task, or with higher proficiency efficiency would improve. These wood and cloth could be used to upgrade the ship's hull. To upgrade the Nightmare to level 2 he needed wood 200, cloth 100, captain's remains. He already knew what the remains were. Definitely the skeleton in the captain's cabin. So he couldn't dispose of the skeleton. Collecting that much wood and cloth would conservatively take over a week. And this was just level 1. Higher levels would likely be even harder to upgrade. But requiring remains for a ship upgrade. Yang Yi suddenly realized special ships might have different upgrade materials. He immediately opened the chat channel to check, and indeed it was so. Basic ships required fewer materials. They only needed wood 100 and cloth 50, no bones at all. As for the Iron Will, its upgrade actually required steel. Damn, where the hell do I get steel in this ocean? I can't upgrade anything. As everyone knows, iron is heavier than water. It only sinks to the bottom. A fisherman can catch anything. I just caught a unit of steel. Ha! Buying steel at a high price. Whoever gives me steel, I'll take them as my subordinate. Baga, still buying steel, you'd better survive till tomorrow. The black fog is catching up to you. Sakura, is it? Don't hide your name. Wait for me, I'll catch you. Yang Yi closed the log. It seemed special ships weren't all advantages. They were hard to upgrade and might fall behind in levels. He picked up the fishing rod and prepared to fish. The sky was clear and cloudless, making it a perfect day for fishing. Location: Origin Sea. Sunlight remaining 5 hours. Temperature 12-20 C. Wind level 1. Yang Yi took a deep breath and checked his status. Sanity 100,100. Energy 90,100. He used the log's simple crafting function to fashion a crude spear from 5 units of wood, preparing for any unforeseen needs. He also tucked a flintlock pistol at his waist. If he hooked a massive creature, he might need physical means to subdue it. As for bait, Yang Yi had already confirmed in the log that no bait was required here. It seemed to be the system's power at work. However, using bait could increase fishing efficiency. Preparations were complete. Now, time to cast the line. Yang Yi swung the rod and the hook arced through the air before splashing into the sea. He wasn't particularly skilled at fishing, but now, he had all the time in the world to learn. 15 minutes passed and the float remained utterly still. Yang Yi opened the world channel to see what other anglers had caught, bracing himself mentally. How did you know I caught a fish? 100 cm. A photo of a large bass accompanied the message. Damn it, who asked you? I caught a monster too. How big? Huge, couldn't reel it in. Then why bother saying anything? Yang Yi scrolled up and finally spotted an interesting comment. When you fish, watch out. If you see something off, cut the line immediately. No penalty. As long as you keep the rod, the line regenerates infinitely. What did you catch? Looked like a human figure. I cut it right away. A mermaid, maybe. You just released your wife. That thing was definitely wrong. Just look at my fishing rod. Name: refined carbon fiber fishing rod, type tool grade, fine description, an excellent rod you can pass down to your grandson. Increases fishing success rate, reduces energy consumption, and slightly raises the chance of catching unknown objects. Nice. My rod is just a plain white one. Be grateful. I'm a veteran angler without even a rod. I'm still using a grappling hook. A simple rod requires 10 units of wood to craft. You're envious too soon. Look at my boat. Fisherman's vessel, level 1, durability 345400, capacity 500 units, speed 25 knots, hull skill none, description: it's not sturdy and has no skills, but it makes you look more like a fisherman. Seeing the 25 knots speed, half the envious crowd lost interest. Why is your boat's durability down? I just hauled up a 3-meter great white shark. It nearly swallowed me. Now I cut anything big. If I bring it aboard, who knows who's eating whom? Yang Yi kept scrolling and discovered that fishing could yield not just fish, but also other items, even treasure chests and fresh water. I caught a treasure chest. A chest. What's inside? Secret. You all catch fish, but I haven't even seen a fish shadow. I've only caught socks, peasant punches, and even a balloon. Peasant punches. Is that balloon used? From the chat records, it was clear that fishing here could pull up all sorts of incredible things. Even monsters. Yang Yi was mentally prepared if something off surfaced. Head. Cut the line immediately. A few minutes later, the float finally began to twitch as if something was nibbling. Yang Yi held his breath. He had a spear and a pistol. As long as it was a fish, it should be manageable. The float submerged. Now, reel in. Yang Yi pulled hard, staring intently at the azure sea. He saw no massive shadow. With a casual tug, he yanked the thing out of the water with almost no resistance. What came up was a tiny fish, no thicker than a thumb, but not quite a fish. It was about 3 centimeters long with a streamlined body like a sardine. Yet this fish had 4-5 centimeter long legs on each side, standing on all fours on the deck. Yang Yi stared, locking eyes with the creature. Is this a fish? Yang Yi was stunned. You have discovered a strange fish. Sanity decreased by 2. The next second, the fish nimbly used its long legs to flee toward the sea, but Yang Yi smacked it dead with his spear. Name: long-legged sardine, type food description, an abyssal fish species. It said that eating it regularly can give you long legs. Edible, non-toxic, delicious, but eating it requires courage and may reduce sanity. Yang Yi picked up the fish. It weighed less than 100 grams. Its 4 pale long legs were broken, their structure identical to human legs with a bouncy, springy texture. Can this be eaten? Yang Yi recalled the boat skill. Angler's curse prevents catching normal fish. He used the log to take a photo of the fish and shared it to the world channel. Has anyone else caught a fish like this? A stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Holy crap, what is that thing? Mental pollution. Sanity 8. You call that a fish? Why are you hurting my eyes? Sanity 10. Blocked. Never see you again. Yang Yi was instantly blocked by over 1 billion people, all suffering varying sanity drops. But one person suddenly sent a private message. Is the sea in your area black? You'd better leave quickly, or you might be attacked by some unidentified monster. Yang Yi glanced at the crystal clear blue sea beneath his boat and felt a bit speechless. No, my boat is a ghost ship. Wow, impressive. Add me as a friend. Captain Suda of the Swift vessel submitted a friend request. Yang Yi accepted. Adding a friend cost nothing. You'd better not post such photos anymore. My sanity is only 54, any more drops and I'll go mad. Got it. Yang Yi realized the severity, but for food and fresh water he had to keep fishing. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine missing. Shit. Your sanity decreased by 1. Yang Yi felt the system was deliberately giving him an abnormal boat. An ordinary person would go mad fishing here within a day. After 3 hours he had caught 8 long-legged sardines, some missing a leg. But fresh water. He hadn't seen a trace. Where were the promised peasant punches? Without food a person could survive over a week. But without water death came in 3 to 5 days unless he drank his own urine. Unless absolutely necessary. Yang Yi didn't want to go that far. He steeled himself, grabbed a long-legged sardine as bait and cast his line again. After fishing for over an hour, the sky began to darken. The first night was approaching. Yang Yi, now ravenous, found the long-legged sardines scattered nearby beginning to look appetizing. But consuming such fish would most likely cost him his sanity. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to eat them. Furthermore, there was no stove on the ship, so he would have to eat them raw. The float twitched and Yang Yi instantly perked up. He gave a sharp pull, hauling a black fish onto the deck. This fish lacked long legs but was covered in spines, its body slimy like edematous mucous membrane. The moment it landed on the deck, the membranes burst, oozing a black foul-smelling pus. This fish is repulsive. Your sanity decreases by 2. Before Yang Yi could even spear it, the fish expired on its own. Name: cystic pufferfish. Type: food. Description: an abyssal fish whose bodily fluids are highly toxic. No sane person would eat it unless they had a death wish. Poisonous. Yang Yi dared not touch it. He pierced it with his spear and tossed it into the cabin. He also deliberately stabbed it several more times until the spear tip was stained black, turning it into a venomous wooden spear. The sky was dimming with less than an hour until nightfall. The system had emphasized that danger lurked at night, so Yang Yi had no intention of fishing after dark. Just as he was reeling in his rod and preparing to return to the captain's quarters, a peculiar object drifted past on the sea surface. It was a chest, or more precisely a treasure chest the size of a briefcase, floating past the side of the Nightmare. Yang Yi's heart tightened. He immediately rushed to the helm, turned the ship around, and pursued the chest. He absolutely could not miss this opportunity. He manipulated the grappling hook at the ship's bow, reaching for the chest. But the chest seemed alive, slippery, and evasive. After considerable effort, he finally snagged it and hurried into the cabin to inspect it. Name: waterlogged rotten wood chest. Type: chest. Description: this may not be the kind of treasure chest you were hoping for. Yang Yi remained cautious. Holding a flintlock pistol aimed at the chest, he used his spear to pry it open. Inside was a severed human head. It was bald with grayish-white skin that seemed coated in a lead. The moment it was open, the head came to life. Its murky eyes opened and it began to speak. Sir, could you spare a few minutes to let me introduce you to the omnipotent Lord? You cannot comprehend its words. Your sanity decreases by 5 points. Yang Yi's scalp crawled and his body trembled slightly. Sir, could you? In the next instant, the head leaped out. Only then did Yang Yi see its true form. It was an octopus, but with a human head in place of its own and a mass of writhing tentacles below. It hopped toward Yang Yi, extending its tentacles to reveal sharp beak-like teeth at the base, seemingly intent on biting him. But what awaited it was... Bang! Sparks flew from the muzzle. It did not misfire. A dull gunshot echoed like the growl of a monster. The octopus burst apart into a heap of shredded flesh. Hearing the strange gunshot, your sanity decreases by 3. Yang Yi felt a surge of stifling heat in his chest, a nauseating sensation. He immediately checked his status. Sanity 88,100. Energy 62,100. Health 100,100. It seemed that a drop in sanity could disturb one's mind. Fortunately, Yang Yi's spiritual attribute was very high, his will as tough as steel. He quickly regained his composure and examined the monster's remains. Name: human head octopus. Type: food material. Description: an abyssal species. Do not try to understand its words. They are merely a tactic to ambush you and distract your attention. But if you can understand its words, then good luck to you. Edible, can be used as material. Slightly toxic. Consuming it temporarily increases strength by 1, a constitution by 1, a decreases spirit by 1, and sanity by 20. Note: cannot exceed the mortal limit of attributes. The mortal limit for attributes is 10. This thing still had some value. Yang Yi gathered the scattered flesh and arranged it, then continued examining the inside of the chest. Inside were some corroded coins. He picked one up. Oh, it bore a pattern of a conch on one side and a cartoonish octopus head on the other. You have obtained 100 conch coins. Aside from these, the chest was empty. Where was the promised fresh water? And the conch coins were useless. Night was falling. Yang Yi tossed the captain's skeleton into the hold and returned to the captain's quarters. He had no plans to fish or retrieve things at night. The system had warned that danger awaited at night, and he was not inclined to take risks so early. As for fresh water, he could try again tomorrow. For food, he could always resort to eating the long-legged sardines. To survive, Yang Yi was willing to consume strange things as long as they provided protein and energy. He never gave up easily. It had been so in the past, and it was so now. He lay down on the old musty bed, tossing and turning. The bedding was damp and smelled of mold, extremely uncomfortable. But he had no choice. The sky was completely dark. Only faint moonlight shone down. Aside from the sound of waves and wind, there was no other movement. Yang Yi had no desire to sleep, so he opened the world channel to browse. The grappling hook can catch treasure chests. He posted a piece of information. This information was essentially useless, as anyone who saw a chest would naturally try to catch it. However, posting it could earn goodwill from others and in turn further information. It's true. I also caught a wooden resource chest and got 1 unit of steel, 20 units of wood, and 20 units. Then you'll be able to upgrade your ship soon. I'm so jealous. Hee hee. I caught a bronze equipment chest and got a treasure, a blood-stained pearl necklace. Type relic. Quality fine. Description: it was once a bride whose owner is still searching for it. When worn, agility 1, spirit 1, sanity upper limit 5. I don't think that thing looks like a treasure. You're just jealous. It's so dark. My ship has no lights. I guess I'll need to upgrade to get them. I don't even have a blanket. I'm freezing my ass off. I can't sleep. Have you guys noticed the waves seem to be getting bigger? The bigger the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. Brothers, let's go fishing. Night fishing 1, 2, 10086. Do you guys hear singing? It sounds kind of nice. No, don't scare me. Where would singing come from in the middle of the ocean? I see her. It's a beautiful woman singing, so sexy. She's waving at me. Dude, watch your sanity value. That's a siren, holy shit. She's so beautiful, she's swimming towards me. Dude, hide in the captain's quarters and lock the door. It's over, he's already been charmed. Buddy, you still there? Don't scare us like that in the middle. Hello? There was no more chatter from that person. Yang Yi frowned. The system's warning was definitely not unfounded. He listened carefully but heard no singing. He then got up and pushed open the door to the captain's quarters. The door of this ghost ship was old and decayed, its lock long broken, serving only as decoration. He opened it a crack, carefully observing the outside, scanning his surroundings by moonlight. After watching for a few minutes and confirming there was no movement, he rushed out. He went to the bow, operated the helm, and reduced the ship's speed to 10 knots. Reducing speed could lower the chance of encountering monsters. If he encountered one while sleeping, he would die without even knowing how. But staying stationary was not a good choice either. Yang Yi felt that 10 knots was just right, keeping a safe distance from the black mist behind. After handling everything, he returned to the captain's quarters, placed the flintlock pistol on the headboard, and leaned the spear against the wall. He continued watching the chat channel for a while longer until late into the night, when he finally drifted off to sleep. Faint, indistinct murmurs sounded in his ears. His brow was furrowed and sweat beaded on his forehead, as if he were having a nightmare. The first night at sea was destined to be sleepless. Yang Yi lay in bed, tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity before finally drifting off, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was trapped in a nightmare. Meanwhile, in the cabin of the nightmare, the captain's skeletal remains suddenly stirred, bones trembling as a soul flame flickered to life within the shattered skull. Creak, creak. The bones clattered and ground against each other as the skeleton rose to its feet. It strode out of the cabin and walked slowly to the captain's quarters at the bow, gently pushing open the door. Inside, Yang Yi remained asleep, occasionally shifting his position. The undead skeleton gazed at him for a long while, then its attention was drawn to a fishing rod encrusted with barnacles lying nearby. It walked over, picked up the rod, and without a moment's pause left the room and headed to the relatively spacious central deck to begin fishing. A dozen minutes later, something took the bait. A pale, bloated hand emerged from the sea, grasping the fishing line. Yang Yi was still dreaming a nightmare. Ah! He jolted awake, his hand instinctively flying to his abdomen. Only when he found it intact did he let out a long, relieved breath. Moments ago, he had dreamed of a bloated, drowned corpse silently pushing open the door and entering. The dream was so vivid it felt as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. He remembered the sound of the drowned corpse's footsteps. Splat, splat, like a wet mop slapping against the floor. When Yang Yi woke, the corpse was already right before him. Without a word, he grabbed the flintlock pistol from his bedside and fired at the drowned corpse. Click! The gun misfired. The next instant, the corpse pinned him to the bed, turning him into a fish on a chopping block. It disemboweled him, spilling his steaming crimson organs across the floor. You have experienced death, been slaughtered and devoured. Sanity decreased by 15. Phew! Thank goodness it was just a dream. Yang Yi exhaled deeply. But suddenly he noticed the door to the captain's quarters was open. He immediately grabbed the flintlock pistol. Was it the wind? Impossible. There's barely any wind at sea today. Splat, splat. The familiar sound of footsteps approached. A bloated, drowned corpse appeared at the door. It looked as if it had been submerged in the sea for an eternity, its body swollen and reeking of decay. Tattered remnants of a sailor's uniform clung to its frame, draped in seaweed. Now it fixed its pale, lifeless eyes upon Yang Yi. Fuck! You have spotted an unknown creature. Sanity decreased by 5. Yang Yi cursed and immediately pulled the trigger. Click! The gun jammed. The drowned corpse, as if retaining a shred of awareness, saw the pistol misfire and grinned widely. Its mouth was nearly toothless and a crab crawled out from within. This scene was eerily similar to his nightmare, so Yang Yi was prepared. The moment the gun failed, he hurled the flintlock like a stone, striking the drowned corpse square in the head. Seizing the opening, Yang Yi grabbed a nearby spear and charged at the corpse, thrusting the spear into its rotting neck before colliding with its body. But his goal wasn't to inflict damage. It was to escape the captain's quarters. Only by fleeing this cramped space and reaching the deck would he have a chance to fight the drowned corpse. With the momentum of his charge and his body weight, Yang Yi barely managed to squeeze past the corpse. The stench of decay was so nauseating it nearly made him vomit. The foul odor disgusts you. Sanity decreased by 5. Yang Yi lacked the strength to knock the corpse over and pin it down. Without pause, he sprinted to the foredeck. Here he had enough room to maneuver against the drowned corpse. He glanced back. As expected, the bloated body was sluggish. In terms of speed, Yang Yi had the upper hand. I can win. Yang Yi's excitement surged, adrenaline pumping wildly, his breathing quickening. On the foredeck stood a raised platform with the ship's wheel. He only needed to emulate the ancient sages, using the tall wheel as a shield and circling around it to shake off the drowned corpse's pursuit. At the same time, he began a mental countdown. 48. 47. The wooden spear had pierced the corpse's neck, but it continued its pursuit as if nothing had happened. 3. 2. Yang Yi stopped circling, broke away from the corpse, and dashed back to the captain's quarters. At the doorway, he picked up the flintlock pistol, aimed at the corpse, held his breath, and took careful aim. At a distance of a few meters, with such a bulky target, Yang Yi couldn't miss. As long as it didn't misfire. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, a piercing shriek that churned the stomach. The strange gunshot unnerves you. Sanity decreased by 2. The shot was slightly off but still hit its mark. Most of the drowned corpse's head, shattered black pus splattering the floor. It wobbled and then pitched forward heavily. I won. Yang Yi's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He approached the corpse, intending to retrieve the spear from the floor. But just then, the supposedly dead drowned corpse stirred again. His head was mostly blown apart, yet it could still move. A pale, massive hand clamped onto Yang Yi's ankle with tremendous force, digging into his flesh and leaving deep scratches. Damn! It's still alive. Yang Yi reacted instantly, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. He grabbed the spear and thrust it again into the corpse. This time the spear plunged directly through the broken opening in its skull. After the strike, the grip on his ankle loosened, indicating it was effective. Yet inexplicably, as the corpse lay dying, it turned its head to look at Yang Yi, its eyes brimming with pure malice. Then its abdomen began to swell rapidly. Self-destruct? Yang Yi realized it in an instant and threw himself backward. A dull thud echoed as putrid flesh and shattered bones sprayed in all directions like a rain of blood. The drowned corpse had self-destructed, the blast not insignificant. Fortunately, it had been lying face down, so the brunt of the explosion was absorbed by the deck. Yang Yi's timely fall saved him from the flying bone shards and decaying meat. Still, his foot was unluckily injured. A sharp pain shot through his left foot as 2 teeth pierced his shoe and stabbed into his sole. His right arm was grazed by an unidentified bone fragment, though the wound was shallow. The falling flesh and blood had lost their lethality, but they rained down on Yang Yi, leaving him only nauseated. The disgusting remains of the corpse sicken you. Sanity decreased by 2. Yang Yi struggled to his feet, pried the severed hand from his right ankle, and checked his condition. Status injured. A humanoid figure showed, both the left and right feet highlighted in yellow. Sanity 55100, energy 40100, health 91100. He removed his left shoe, and gritting his teeth against the pain, pulled out the teeth embedded in his sole. Fortunately, the force was less than that of a bullet. After piercing the shoe, it barely broke the skin. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Yang Yi stood up, enduring the pain, and looked at the drowned corpse, drawing a sharp breath. On the deck lay only a fragmentary skeleton. The entire spine was missing, likely blown into the sea. The ribs, like arrows, were embedded deep into the deck's wooden planks. The explosion was not weak. He had just been in the least dangerous direction. If he had been struck by those arrow-like ribs, the consequences would have been dire. At the same time, information about the drowned corpse appeared in the log. Name: the drowned, description: an unfortunate soul who perished at sea, risen again with a grudge against the living. Can be used in the monster gotcha machine. Monster gotcha machine? What's that? Yang Yi was utterly confused. But as he calmed down, he noticed a blind spot. The drowned had approached the captain's quarters, just as Yang Yi noticed it. But what had opened the door to the captain's quarters? The door had already been ajar before the drowned appeared. At this thought, every hair on his body stood on end. He heard footsteps approaching from behind, and then a sharp pain shot through his left shoulder. Something had pierced him. There's still something on the boat. Yang Yi realized, but it was too late. A fishing rod thrust forward, piercing his left shoulder, sinking deep into the flesh. He immediately dashed forward, turning back to clutch his left shoulder wound with his right hand. Before him stood a skeleton, half its skull missing, with a ghastly green soul fire burning within. It was the captain's remains now alive holding a fishing rod whose tip was stained red by Yang Yi's blood. It stared at Yang Yi, its jaw clattering incessantly as if mocking him. "You sneaky bastard." Yang Yi cursed, his eyes blazing with fury. "Ambushed by the undead, your sanity decreases by 10. Sanity below 50, you enter a berserk state immune to most negative mental effects. Strength 2. Agility 1. Constitution 1. Spirit 2. Ignoring pain, feeling no fatigue, fearless until sanity recovers. Negative mental states such as charm, mind control, fear, despair, etc. Note, when energy reaches 0, it will consume vitality instead. The berserk state's maximum attribute is 10, unable to break mortal limits. Yang Yi raised his gun and fired at the skeleton. Click. The gun misfired. The skeleton wielded the fishing rod like a spear and charged. Though Yang Yi felt no pain, his injured foot still affected his movements to some extent. Circling the skeleton while injured was too risky. One misstep and he could be pierced by that over 2-meter-long rod. After brief deliberation, Yang Yi changed his tactic, advancing instead of retreating, charging straight at it. He hurled his spear, striking the skeleton and lodging it in its bones, causing a brief stun. Seizing the opportunity, he closed in for close-quarters combat. He still had another weapon, and it was a blunt one. By gripping the flintlock's barrel, the gun became a short hammer, highly effective against skeletons. He raised the flintlock high, smashing it toward the crack in the skeleton's skull, aiming for its soulfire. But the skeleton reacted swiftly, immediately raising its hands to block. It seemed terrified of the gun, abandoning even the fishing rod to reach out and grab it. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't let it. They began a struggle over the gun, locked in a contest of strength. The skeleton's strength was slightly lower than Yang Yi's, in his berserk state likely a 4. But amid the tussle, Yang Yi found it hard to land an effective blow. If the gun accidentally discharged and hit him, it would be disastrous. He needed a plan. Even in his berserk state, Yang Yi remained lucid and quickly devised a solution. Since it wanted the flintlock so badly, he would give it to it. Timing it carefully, after wrestling for a while longer, he aimed and pulled the flintlock's trigger. Click. The gun misfired. Then he decisively let go of the weapon. As expected, the skeleton's attention was fixated on the flintlock. Yang Yi broke free and ran toward the cabin. When the skeleton arrived, it only saw a dim silhouette in the darkness. It was Yang Yi, crouched in the shadows, frantically devouring a mass of unknown flesh with both hands. The skeleton pulled the trigger, but the gun remained unresponsive, still in its cooldown. From bow to stern, it was barely a dozen meters, and both had run, so the flintlock was still cooling. A gun that couldn't fire was no different from a hammer. Yang Yi charged forward, his mouth smeared with black slime, his eyes bloodshot. "You have devoured the human-headed octopus." Strength 1. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Sanity 20, lasting 1 minute. Thus Yang Yi's strength had risen from 3 to 6, a full doubling. Berserk 2. Yang Yi also realized that the strength in these stats wasn't linear but exponential. This meant a difference of 2 points in strength allowed for effortless dominance. Yang Yi pressed forward. The skeleton hadn't yet reacted, still seemingly puzzled as to why the gun wouldn't fire. The next second, he tackled it to the ground, brutally tearing off its arm bones and tossing them aside. Yang Yi pressed his advantage, thrusting his right hand through the skull's breach to seize the soulfire within. Only then did the skeleton show a hint of fear, its jaw clattering as if begging for mercy. But it was too late. It had no means to resist. Yang Yi grasped the flame. It wasn't hot but rather warm. The skeleton reacted violently, trembling all over before collapsing into a pile of ordinary bones, its soulfire extinguished completely. But was the skeleton truly dead? Not necessarily. Having been tricked by the drowned one before, he was much more cautious. Yang Yi grabbed the skull, picked up the flintlock, and placed the skull on the ship's railing. He strongly suspected the skeleton wasn't dead, even though he could now view its information. Name: captain's remains. Description: he was once a captain who loved fishing until he hooked. Can be placed into the monster gotcha machine. After 2 minutes, as expected, a ghastly green light reignited within the skull. Without a word, Yang Yi fired decisively. Bang! Sparks burst forth, the gunshot sharp and piercing. The skull was blasted into fragments by the flintlock. The gunshot was strange. Your sanity decreases by 1. It seems that subduing or killing monsters allows you to obtain their information. Yang Yi concluded. But what exactly was this monster gotcha machine? He had never seen it, and it was to be safe. He decided to keep the monster's remains. He tossed them into the cabin and took the skeleton's arm and thigh bones. After all, a headless skeleton soldier might exist too. Yang Yi had seen it in games. Just in case, it was better to take part of its body. Having suffered a loss, Yang Yi seemed to have grown 100 more cautious. After roughly treating his wounds with cloth, he returned to the captain's quarters. At the same time, he checked his status. Yang Yi. Status: injured. A humanoid icon showed his left foot, right foot, and left shoulder in yellow. Sanity 24,100. Energy 21,100. Vitality 82,100. No wonder he was so exhausted. Yang Yi opened the world chat channel and typed a line at random. Make sure to lock your doors when you sleep tonight. Soon someone replied, Boss, what did you encounter? A sea monster. Damn, did you take it down? Was it hard to fight? Does it drop equipment? Yang Yi replied gruffly, no, just pure torment. Ignoring further replies, he closed the world channel, lay down on the bed, and placed the skeleton's thigh bone under the mattress as a pillow. At the same time, he kept the gun close within easy reach. Tonight had been too perilous. Any mistake could have led to his utter ruin. Tomorrow he planned to set up some sound traps for early warning. If he could detect danger in advance, many perils could be avoided. He pondered as he tried to fall asleep, but even as dawn approached, he hadn't managed to sleep at all. Yang Yi barely slept during the latter half of the night. As dawn broke, he decided to rise, directly tossing a few rotten bones from beneath his bedding into the depths of the bed. After all this time, the captain's skeleton should be thoroughly dead. After a single night, Yang Yi seemed transformed. His face was pallid with deep dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot orbs. The moment he stepped out of the captain's cabin, he noticed a new presence on the foredeck, a statue. It was a cartoonish octopus humanoid bearing wings on its back, crouched upon a stone. What is this? Simultaneously, a system announcement flashed. Last night, a total of 13,000 individuals successfully slew aberrant fiends, with one among them achieving an astonishing double kill. The system shall bestow upon you a special talent based on your achievements. Furthermore, the monster gacha machine is now open. You may offer monster carcass tissues into the machine to receive gacha rewards. The corpses will be forcibly reclaimed. But beware, do not discard rubbish into the machine, and above all, do not insert living creatures. This will incur the machine's wrath. The world channel instantly erupted into a frenzy. There are monsters in this world. What do they look like? Has anyone seen one? Let me go back. I'll give you anything. A talent reward. What a loss. I had a skeleton bang on my door last night, but I didn't open it. If I'd known, I'd have risked it. If you'd opened it, you might be dead by now. Monster gacha machine. Has anyone found this thing? I found one on the foredeck. It's a big-faced cat, oddly adorable. Mine's in the cabin. A cartoon robot. Damn, mine's a clown. Utterly terrifying, and it's placed right in the captain's quarters. Is everyone's different? Yang Yi turned to look at his own gacha machine. A cartoonish octopus monster mouth agape, eagerly awaiting its maw covered in tentacles. Reward distributed. You have received talent AA. Unlock condition A. Count 03. What is this? Needing to be unlocked. This is too unfair. Yang Yi opened the chat channel. Others were also asking why the gifted talent required unlocking. Everyone's unlock conditions varied. Some needed tens of thousands, or even millions, while others required only dozens of attempts. He needed only 3 times. An exceptionally low number. Soon some discovered their talent unlock conditions, which were all simple tasks. My unlock condition is walking 1,000,000 steps. This is ridiculous. Yours is fine. Mine is breathing 3 million times. I'll just let fate decide. At least you have a goal. Mine is 0-100, and I have no clue at all. Maybe it's surviving 100 days. This system. If you don't want to give talents, just don't. Yang Yi glanced at his own 03, shook his head, and decided to let it be for now. He entered the cabin, intending to exchange the monster carcasses for gacha pulls. The captain's skeleton couldn't be used. He only had one. So he took only the drowned one's severed hand and fed it into the octopus gacha machine. The moment it was inserted, the machine's eyes lit up with a crimson glow, and the tentacles on its chin shifted colors like a ribbon in a cycle. Yang Yi turned the dial on its chest, and a clatter of gacha balls echoed from within. The atmosphere was palpable. What a twisted sense of humor, Yang Yi remarked. Soon a glowing orb rolled out. Yang Yi picked it up, and it transformed into a bottle of deep blue liquid. Name grudge of the drowned type, consumable quality, fine description. Upon ingestion, sanity 20. For 1 minute you will be perceived as a drowned one, and will not be actively attacked by low-tier aberrant fiends. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. This was a decent survival item. In a survival game, such an item held considerable value. The world channel buzzed with activity as many showcased their prizes. I got a token. Name bone, token type, relic quality, exquisite description, summons a skeleton controllable to fight for you for 15 minutes. After the duration, it loses control and turns on the summoner. Upon death, the corpse vanishes. Cooldown 24 hours. Ensure you can defeat the skeleton before using it. So powerful. Sell it to me. I'll pay 1 billion. 1 billion is useless here. We need conch coins, and there's no trading system unless you meet in person. How about this dagger? Name serrated dagger, type treasure, quality, exquisite description. A sharp dagger with a comfortable grip, dealing. Its only flaw is its shortness. Alright, we all know you're short. I wouldn't take this weapon even if you gave it to me. Too embarrassing. Many flaunted their gacha loot, but exquisite items were rare. Only these two were seen, the rest being fine quality. Overall, relics outperformed treasures, but carried the risk of sanity reduction and potential side effects. Yang Yi's rusted flintlock dealt moderate damage, while most other exquisite weapons only inflicted minor harm. It was significantly more powerful. But it had limitations: 1 shot per minute misfires and sanity loss. A form of balance. Yang Yi averted his gaze and swallowed half a long-legged sardine whole. He was ravenous, and after last night's ordeal many of his qualms had faded. To survive, these things were no issue. Eating raw long-legged sardine, sanity too. The fish was slightly off but not rotten. It provided energy and a little moisture. Yang Yi finished the sardine, finally feeling a hint of fullness, and checked his status. After last night's rest, his energy and sanity had recovered somewhat, but due to nightmares and insomnia the recovery was poor. His wounds hadn't healed well either. He wondered if they'd become infected. Yang Yi. Status injured, a human-shaped diagram with yellow at the wound sites. Sanity 74,100. Energy 52,100. Vitality 83,100. He entered the cabin. His priority today was to craft sound traps. These aberrant fiends had low intelligence, so the traps didn't need to be overly concealed. He could use the simple synthesis function to make long ropes, then drill holes in thin wooden planks and string them together. Wooden planks were easy to obtain. He could just take them. In this game, wood could be shaped into any cubic form, with 1 unit roughly equaling a cubic decimeter of wood. After stringing the planks, he tied knots to separate them and hung them in the corridor before the captain's cabin and on the door. Yang Yi tested them. The sound difference between wind and a person bumping into them was quite distinct, serving as a decent early warning. By the time he finished, the morning was gone and the wood and cloth head gathered earlier were completely used up. Yang Yi wasn't in a rush for resources. His immediate concern was fresh water. He had to fish more and keep an eye out for drifting supplies, hoping for treasure chests. As he pondered, Yang Yi suddenly felt something amiss in his body. A strange heat, a flushed face, and a dull ache in his stomach. He grew alert and checked his status again. Yang Yi. Status injured, corpse poison infection, mild food poisoning, mild diarrhea. His entire body was yellow with deeper shades at the wound sites. Damn! The situation Yang Yi dreaded most had come to pass. The drowned one carried corpse poison. He was infected, but he was at sea with no medicine at hand. Today's weather sunny, perfect for fishing and casting nets. Location origin sea. Daylight hours remaining 8. Temperature 15-25 C. Wind force level 1. Yang Yi was fishing with all his might. Not only did he need fresh water, but he was also in urgent need of medical supplies. All of these could be obtained through fishing. Yang Yi searched the world channel and found that someone had once fished up an ordinary quality medical bandage, which had effects of accelerating healing and reducing inflammation. Although the bandage wouldn't do much for Yang Yi's current injuries, other medical items surely existed. He needed to seize the time to fish now. You fished up a rotten log. You fished up a long-legged sardine. You fished up a long-legged sardine. You fished up a piece of tattered cloth. FK. Yang Yi cursed, pinched a long-legged sardine, bit off its head in one go, and then swallowed it raw along with the innards and long legs. He remembered a survival expert once said, remove the head and it's all edible. Yang Yi was very hungry, so he ate one as soon as he caught one. As for the decrease in sanity from eating raw long-legged sardines, that wasn't a problem he needed to consider now. When a man is starving to death, who cares about sanity points? When hunger strikes, you eat anything. After eating a lot, Yang Yi made a new discovery. The decrease in sanity would diminish with repeated occurrences of the same event. For example, eating long-legged sardines now only reduced his sanity by 1 point, occasionally 2. If this continued after eating more, he would probably get used to this kind of fish and lose no sanity at all. Moreover, his spirit experience points were growing rapidly. The increase in spirit should be related to the stimulation of sanity. He fished for another 2 hours. Yang Yi felt his body worsening. His wounds became unbearably itchy. He endured the itch with great effort, refusing to scratch to avoid aggravating the infection. At the same time, due to diarrhea, he had lost a large amount of water and salt. Coupled with the fever, his vision gradually blurred and his head felt heavy. Status injured, corpse poison infection, moderate fever, food poisoning, mild diarrhea. Just hold on a little longer, I'm sure to catch life-saving medicine. Yang Yi forced himself to stay alert and continued fishing, finally catching something he hadn't seen before. You fished up an eyeball fruit. It was an eyeball that blinked the size of a fist. Name: eyeball fruit. Description: though its appearance is eerie, it is a fruit from the abyss, slightly sweet, and can replenish vitamins, salt, and water. Without a second word, Yang Yi took a big bite, splattering black juice, the eyeball fruit in his hand, trembling slightly. Your sanity decreases by 2. Although this fruit was terrifying, it tasted far better than the sardines. The flesh inside was grainy and slightly sweet, and Yang Yi devoured it all. After eating the eyeball fruit, Yang Yi felt much better. The diarrhea had mostly stopped, but the corpse poison infection remained. Could it be that fishing wouldn't yield medicine for corpse poison? Impossible. Fishermen can catch anything, but until nightfall he hadn't caught any medical items. He did catch a bottle of fresh water. The harvest was as follows: eyeball fruit X2, long-legged sardine X8, timber X10, cloth X9, cystic pufferfish X1, freshwater 1L. Everything else had been eaten by Yang Yi. This 1L of freshwater was 1 unit storable in the ship's hold. But when taken out, a container was needed. This hold was not a physical hold. Inside the storage of resources like timber, cloth, freshwater, and steel was all invisible data retrievable when Yang Yi was thirsty and had already downed a third of this 1.5L bottle of Nongfu 3 Fists. He had to drink sparingly. The drop rate for freshwater wasn't high. When night fell, Yang Yi dared not linger on the deck. He stopped fishing and returned to the captain's cabin. As usual, he placed the flintlock pistol beside him and lay down to sleep. But the fever and wound infection tormented Yang Yi relentlessly. It was destined to be a sleepless night, and there was also the nightmare curse. Yang Yi couldn't sleep, so he opened the chat channel and looked through it. It was still lively, but the observant would notice that the channel no longer displayed the number of online users. The dead made no sound, vanishing silently. I just made 2 spears. If any skeletons dare come tonight, it'll make them drop gold coins. Bro, haven't you played games before? Don't you know skeletons have no flesh and have innate pierce resistance? Using a spear is worse than just using your fists. Pre-order Steel, still need 982 units. DM me for details. Steel Ambition, you're still not dead. Damn it. Even if all of you die, your grandpa here won't. How did your 5-knot ship outrun the black fog? Give me steel and he'll tell you. Keep it to yourself. I don't want to know. At the very rear of all the ships, a steel warship was racing for its life. Not far behind it was the black fog, approaching at a speed of 10 knots. The seabed was full of fish schools, also terrified of the black fog, fleeing in a frenzy. A portly middle-aged man stood on the bridge unshaven, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his hand on the ship's wheel. Despite his arrogant and carefree chat, he was actually nervous to death. Any slight lapse in concentration would cost him his life. Chatting was one of his few ways to relieve stress. His ship had ample supplies, unlimited ammunition, and astonishing durability, but its only flaw was that it was too slow and would be caught by the black fog. Moreover, his starting position was very close to the black fog. Fortunately, heaven never seals off all exits. His ship had a giant whaling harpoon, a type of harpoon that was hard to pull out once lodged in a giant marine creature. He was now searching for the next target, hoping to have the sea behemoth tow him along to increase his ship's speed. Damn it, can't this stupid fish hold out a little longer? Its stamina is so poor. He retracted the harpoon, aimed at the next target, trying to pick the ones that swam fast and were large. Thanks to this, he had only slept for 3 hours so far. The rest of the time was spent hunting for targets. After all, these giant fish also bleed, get tired, and die. As for any fish bold enough to attack him, he would teach them what firepower suppression and civilized cannons meant. The next day, Yang Yi woke up with difficulty, his head splitting with pain. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep, only that he had dreamt of something ominous and felt nauseous. This ship was worse than he thought. Without other means to restore energy, his gaming efficiency would plummet. After resting a whole night, his energy had only recovered by 30. Moreover, the corpse poison infection had worsened. His wounds were no longer itchy, only slightly stinging, which was not a good sign. And the wounds had a disgusting putrid fishy smell, like a fish that had been dead for a long time, exactly the same as the scent of the drowned man. Human immunity was no match for corpse poison. His attributes, including strength, agility, and constitution, had all decreased by 2, putting him in a weakened state. But Yang Yi did not despair. He had experienced worse situations. Being bedridden for 5 years. He walked out of the captain's cabin, went to the hold, ate 2 eyeball fruits, and a few long-legged sardines as breakfast, and then continued fishing. Today luck was on his side. He caught an eyeball fruit right away. You fished up an eyeball fruit. You fished up a long-legged sardine. You fished up a rotten log. Yang Yi's vision went black and he collapsed on the deck passageway, falling into a coma. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for surviving the 5th day. The trading system is now officially open. Please check the log for details. A strange voice echoed in Yang Yi's mind as he slowly regained consciousness. The 5th day. Have I been unconscious for over 2 days? Yang Yi felt as if his limbs were filled with lead, his body icy cold, lips cracked and throat parched. He immediately checked his status. Status: severe injury, corpse poison infection critical. His entire body was tinted red. Sanity 100,100. Energy 23,100. Health 14100. Below 100 indicates injury, below 50 moderate injury, below 30 severe injury, below 10 near death. Under near death state, attacks may cause instant death. Yang Yi's condition was perilously close to death. He struggled to rise, his throat unbearably dry. He decided to find something to eat to replenish fluids, then check the trading channel to see if he could purchase life-saving medicine. But just as he stood, he suddenly noticed a ship moored beside him. It was a pirate ship flying a skull flag over 20 meters long with 2 grappling hooks latched onto the Nightmare. Between the 2 ships, a plank had been laid, forming a narrow bridge. Not good. Yang Yi's instincts flared, but it was too late. An arrow flew toward him, striking his left arm with immense force, piercing straight through. This single arrow drained Yang Yi's health to 9 points, plunging him into a near-death state. He immediately dropped low, hiding behind the ship's railing. Soon sounds came from the plank between the ships. Someone was crossing. They were likely coming to confirm Yang Yi's death. The arrow wasn't fatal, it missed any vital spots. But Yang Yi fell so swiftly that the opponent might not have seen clearly and needed to check. Due to the rules, he couldn't board the Nightmare directly. So he had been following, waiting for the ship's owner Yang Yi to appear. Killing him would grant access to the ship. Yang Yi instantly pieced together the situation, a fierce gleam flashing in his eyes. If you want to kill me, then you must be ready to be killed. He mused silently, his murderous intent solidified. Though his left arm was wounded, it didn't hurt, and his right arm was unharmed, allowing him to aim and pull the trigger. He gripped the flintlock pistol, secretly lifting the boarding restrictions. He was certain the opponent lacked powerful firearms. Otherwise, they would have already blasted their way aboard. When the man stepped onto the ship, his eyes first fell on a figure lying on the deck. His face was deathly pale, eyes bloodshot like a zombie, and his body exuded a nauseating stench of decay, caused by the corpse poison. What was more terrifying was that this zombie held a large-caliber flintlock pistol, its dark muzzle aimed directly at him. Don't move. If you dare draw your bow, or make any aggressive move, I'll blow your head off. Yang Yi threatened, slowly sitting up from the ground. The opponent, frozen by the gun, dared not act rashly. But in truth, Yang Yi was also reluctant to fire. After all, the gun was most threatening when it hadn't been discharged. If he fired, 2 outcomes were possible: a misfire or a shot. If it misfired, Yang Yi was as good as dead. If it fired, the opponent would likely be obliterated by the powerful flintlock. Drop your weapon on the ground. No unnecessary movements. Yang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, exuding authority. The opponent hesitated, frozen in place, uncertain whether to comply. Yang Yi stood up nonchalantly, a thick, nauseating stench of sea rot wafting from him. An arrow still hung from his left arm, yet he acted as if nothing was amiss, unblinkingly using his left hand to pull a massive eyeball from his clothes and take a bite. The eyeball fruit quivered as if begging for mercy. But Yang Yi was too parched to resist. He devoured it in 3 bites. Dark, viscous juice stained the corners of his mouth. The opponent was utterly petrified. Stimulated, your sanity drops by 10. He looked down and saw several rotting long-legged sardines, a foul cystic pufferfish, and a pile of bitten-off sardine heads on the deck. You see some unknown creatures with signs of gnawing. Sanity drops by 7, your sanity is below 30. The activity log continuously flashed warnings. But the man remained oblivious, a wave of intense terror surging within him. This fear clouded his perception, making him paranoid, prone to attacking the weak or turning tail and fleeing in the face of danger. The man let out a shriek, startling Yang Yi and nearly causing him to fire. Then he threw his weapon to the ground and fled in panic. Yang Yi was baffled, unsure what madness had seized the man. But he didn't miss the opportunity. He raised the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger after the man had run some distance. Click. The gun misfired, the sound faint and unnoticed by the fleeing man. Yang Yi immediately grabbed the man's bow. Name: pirate longbow. Type: treasure. Grade: fine. Description: slightly improves archery accuracy and reduces the strength needed to draw the string. A pirate's trusty companion. Without hesitation, Yang Yi used the arrowhead to prick the cystic pufferfish, then drew the bow and aimed. Swish. The arrow flew. Yang Yi was too weak to draw the bow fully, and his aim was poor. But the distance between the 2 ships was only 3 or 4 meters. He still hit, striking the opponent's thigh with a shallow wound. In truth, Yang Yi had aimed for his chest. But hitting was enough. The opponent yanked out the arrow and without pausing ran straight toward the bow of the ship as if trying to escape. Yang Yi didn't pursue. Instead, he lay back down. His condition was abysmal. If the opponent retaliated, the outcome was uncertain. Fortunately, the man was terrified out of his wits and sailed away. Only when the sounds faded did Yang Yi force himself to rise. He looked like a zombie now, and indeed he was at risk of becoming one. He felt no pain, his wounds didn't bleed, but he was dizzy and slightly sluggish. He went into the cabin, drank some water, and ate all the eyeball fruits. After recovering a bit, he looked out at the sea. The opponent had sailed quite far, the ship now a dark speck. Yang Yi steered the Nightmare, following at a distance. He was waiting for the poison to take effect. After all, the cystic pufferfish, as its name suggested, was highly toxic. Likely a pufferfish corrupted by the abyss. and pufferfish venom was infamous for its deadly potency. He caught up after about a quarter of an hour. Then, mimicking the earlier tactic, he used grappling hooks to latch onto the other ship and laid a plank to bridge the gap. Admittedly, Yang Yi was in such poor shape that moving the plank alone required 3 or 4 rests. Once aboard the enemy ship, he gripped the flintlock alert and slowly approached the bow deck. The opponent appeared dead, lying motionless on the ground. But it could be a ruse to lower Yang Yi's guard. He might have an antidote. Yang Yi remained cautious, maintaining a safe distance of 4 or 5 meters, and fired a shot at the man's head. Click! The gun misfired again. This thing was truly exasperating. But Yang Yi was patient. A minute later, bang! The opponent's head exploded into a pulpy mess. Only then did Yang Yi approach with complete confidence. Once bitten, twice shy. After being tricked by the drowned man, Yang Yi had grown 100 times more cautious. He examined the corpse and found a glowing orb. You received conch coins 400. This was likely the man's money. His pirate outfit was also blood-stained splendid pirate outfit. Type relic. Grade fine. Description: this garment belonged to a pompous fool. Agility 1. Wearing it will continuously decrease sanity. Those with spirit 8 or above can resist the continuous sanity drain effect. The man wearing this outfit probably had low sanity to begin with. Perhaps he had already gone mad. Yang Yi took the outfit and prepared to loot the pirate ship. But he suddenly noticed that the unlock condition for his mysterious skill had changed from 03 to 13. Could the unlock condition be killing? Yang Yi wasn't sure, as he didn't know exactly when it had increased. For his first kill, Yang Yi bore no psychological burden. Perhaps it was due to his high mental fortitude and strong tolerance. He changed into the pirate attire and made his way toward the cabin of the pirate ship. The clothes felt chilly against his skin, causing a slight drop in his rationality. However, thanks to his elevated mental state, Yang Yi could simply ignore this persistent debuff that drained his sanity. Stepping into the cabin, Yang Yi immediately received information about the vessel. It was a special ship. The pirate ship, level 1, durability 10001000, capacity 800 units, speed 45 knots. Ship skills: extra grappling hooks. This ship has 2 grappling hooks on each side, capable of grasping objects or latching onto other vessels. Pirate assault. Increases speed by 25 for 15 minutes. Description: the skull flag is the soul of this ship. Strive to become the pirate king. Taking this opportunity, Yang Yi attempted to switch ships, but after searching through the logs extensively, he found no relevant function. It seemed changing vessels was not possible. Moreover, Yang Yi had no intention of switching. Though this ship was decent, boasting 4 extra grappling hooks compared to ordinary vessels, skillful use could greatly enhance resource collection efficiency. Yet it could not compare to the nightmare ship. A nightmare with precognitive effects was far rarer than mere grappling hooks. After searching every room in the cabin, Yang Yi unexpectedly discovered a female corpse. She was completely naked, having suffered considerable abuse before death. One plump thigh was missing and distinct ligature marks marred her neck. The bloodstains were fresh, indicating she had died not long ago. Thus Yang Yi was likely the second victim. As for the first, she had already perished. Yang Yi furrowed his brow as he pondered the fate of that missing thigh. The ship owner's rationality was likely lower than he had anticipated with a precarious mental state. He began inspecting the supplies he had found. These included 2 strips of hard dry black bread sufficient for 2 days' sustenance, 5 liters of fresh water, 125 units of timber, and 98 units of cloth. System prompt: you have successfully captured an unowned vessel, the pirate ship. You may choose to dismantle it, and the basic materials within will be transferred to your ship's hold. Before dismantling, ensure your ship has sufficient capacity, otherwise excess materials may cause damage. This dismantling will yield 100 units of timber, 50 units of cloth, and 1 blueprint for the pirate ship. Only by dismantling a special ship can you obtain its corresponding blueprint. Each ship can be modified using a blueprint only once. Please make your decision carefully. This prompt appears only upon the first dismantling of a special ship. No wonder this ship had so much timber. The previous owner had likely dismantled an ordinary vessel. He checked the nightmare ship, which had a small capacity of only 400 units. Current capacity 25,400. It held 14 units of timber, 10 units of cloth, and 1 liter of fresh water. Only materials occupied ship capacity. Other items like equipment and weapons could be placed freely even on the deck. Whether an excess of items would overload the ship was something to test later. Yang Yi did a quick calculation. After dismantling this ship, his vessel would have just enough room for all the materials, and the resources would suffice to upgrade his ship to level 2. A significant stroke of luck. After another thorough search confirming nothing else of value remained, he returned to the nightmare ship, now carrying over a dozen simple arrows. Subsequently, Yang Yi operated the log to confirm the dismantling of the pirate ship. Before his eyes, the vessel disintegrated into scattered fragments, which then surged into the hold of the nightmare ship. He now had ample resources to upgrade to a level 2 ship. However, before that he had a more pressing matter to attend to: purchasing medical supplies through the trading system to save his life. If upgrading the ship left him without enough resources to trade for medicine, he would be finished. Yang Yi had been closely monitoring his condition. His health had dropped by only 1 point and the decline was slow. The wound had stopped bleeding, entirely likely due to corpse poison. In its place, his rationality was steadily decreasing, now below 80. This was not caused by the pirate attire. It seemed the corpse poison was eroding his sanity. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel to browse. Selling emergency bandages, 10 conch coins, each 5 left. Name: emergency bandage. Type: consumable. Quality: common. Description: clean bandages that effectively stop bleeding and prevent wound infection. Rum also good for disinfection, 30 conch coins per bottle, only 1 left. Selling balloons, those who know. Yang Yi quickly scrolled through. At this early stage of trading, everyone had limited conch coins and prices had no benchmark. Everyone was quoting based on instinct. Many were bartering and some even refused conch coins, considering it safer. Few were selling resources. Currently timber and cloth were the hard currency in trades more popular than conch coins. Selling salt, 100 conch coins a pack. Name: sacred salt. Type: consumable. Quality: fine. Description: can dispel minor curses, scatter it to ward off evil, and of course you can also eat it. This wouldn't work either. He continued scrolling and finally found his target. An item of premium quality. Limited long-term sale of holy water. Message me privately. Name: holy water. Type: consumable. Quality: premium. Description: blessed water, can be taken internally or applied externally, also usable as a thrown item. When facing demonic entities, one can never have too much holy water. It can cure various toxins and curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore energy. This was it. Yang Yi checked the assets he had available for trade. These included the grudge of the drowned, the pirate longbow, the rusted flintlock, the bloodstained pirate attire, the barnacle-encrusted fishing rod, the pirate ship blueprint, various resources, and 500 conch coins. If possible, he wanted to keep the weapons, the attire, the fishing rod, and enough resources to upgrade his ship to level 2. The pirate ship blueprint could be traded, but its value was undoubtedly very high, not suitable for immediate sale. After a brief deliberation, Yang Yi privately messaged the seller. Before adding friends, everyone remained anonymous by default and players could choose to display their real names or ship names. Yang Yi: how much? Several minutes later, the other party replied, apparently receiving inquiries from many. Anonymous: I need a large amount of cloth, as well as life-saving items, equipment, fresh water, and food. Anything like that. Yang Yi frowned. In truth, having the power to set the price put him at a disadvantage. Offering too little would be seen as disruptive. Offering too much would result in a significant loss. But with his life hanging by a thread, Yang Yi had no patience for haggling. He immediately offered the highest price he could accept. If the deal could be made, fine. If not, he would move on to someone else. So he sent a private message. The grudge of the drowned. Check its stats yourself. It's a fine quality life-saving item. Plus 400 conch coins, 30 timber, 58 cloth, 1 black bread, and 4 liters of fresh water. Attached were the stats of the grudge of the drowned. After sending, he didn't wait for a reply and continued browsing other items. But this time the response came quickly. Within just over 10 seconds. Your offer is far more sincere than others. At the same time, a friend request arrived. Captain Zhou Dai of the Radiant Goddess ship requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi accepted, without hesitation, followed by several messages. Compared to you, everyone else is just messing around. I have 4 bottles of holy water on hand, but judging by your condition, you're probably severely injured, so 1 bottle might not be enough. So this time I'll give you 2 bottles as a welcome gift. My name is Zhou Dai and my ship can produce holy water. We can have a long-term partnership. May the Radiant Goddess bless you. Yang Yi couldn't quite believe it, even after receiving the trade request. It was almost too smooth. Apparently she was also in great need of a life-saving item like the grudge of the drowned. Moreover, she seemed quite kind, at least based on this transaction. The Radiant Goddess ship? It seems the player's ship is connected to their personality. On the other side, aboard the Radiant Goddess ship, it was a pure white 3-masted sailing vessel crafted from sturdy white oak, radiating an aura of sanctity. Captain Zhou Dai had golden hair and blue eyes with a tall and curvaceous figure, yet possessed the delicate features of an Asian, likely a mixed-race individual. She was inside a special structure on the ship called the Prayer Room, which housed a statue of the Radiant Goddess. Currently the ship was only level 1, and the Prayer Room could produce holy water but at a very low rate. Moreover, Zhou Dai faced a significant problem. Sea spirits frequently visited the Radiant Goddess ship, especially at night. Thus, every night she could only hide inside the Prayer Room. A life-saving item like the grudge of the drowned was exactly what she needed. As long as she had a means of survival, she would have enough time to retreat into the Prayer Room. The transaction was quickly completed. All that was needed was to confirm the transaction details in the log and lock it in. Next, the items for trade were thrown into the monster gacha machine, which would then transfer them to the other party's ship. There was no need to worry about the other party defaulting. The gacha machine would ensure the transaction was fulfilled. Generally, things like gacha machines which had such a different art style were considered outlier bosses, so it was best not to test their power. Yang Yi tossed the agreed-upon trade items in. For the resources, the system would directly deduct them from the cabin. After a short while, 2 bottles of holy water were spat out by the monster gacha machine. This was a colorless and pure liquid, contained in a reagent bottle. Yang Yi opened one bottle, sniffed it, and detected no scent, then drank it all in one go. Immediately he felt as if his body was on fire with a burning pain all over, even emitting a charred smell. However, his mental state improved significantly, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Effective! Yang Yi exclaimed, joyfully checking his status. The corpse poison infection had turned into a moderate state and his vitality was starting to slowly rise. He drank another bottle to consolidate the effect. Then he spent 50 conch coins to buy 5 emergency bandages. This item was likely made from fabric, but Yang Yi didn't have the recipe, so he could only purchase it. He pulled the arrow out of his left arm, the sharp pain making him grimace. But pain was a good sign, indicating that the corpse poison was lessening. After cleaning the wound with a small amount of fresh water, Yang Yi bandaged himself and checked his status panel again. Yang Yi. Status: injured, corpse poison infection mild, improving a human figure light yellow in color with darker patches where wounds are present. Rationality 93,100. Energy 35,100. Vitality 19100, slowly recovering. He let out a long sigh. He had finally survived. The remaining resources could be used to upgrade the nightmare ship, and he decisively chose to upgrade. Resources are sufficient. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Yang Yi clicked confirm. The nightmare ship emitted a grim green light like ghostly figures swirling around the ship as the hull began to expand outward. Upgrade complete. The nightmare ship has been upgraded to a level 2 vessel. You can check the specific changes in the ship interface. Nautical announcement: the number of players with level 2 ships has exceeded 10,000, and the Origin Sea will experience new changes. 3 days later, an unprecedented storm will descend upon this sea area. All players are advised to prepare. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel exploded. 10,000 level 2 ships. Damn it. I still need 8 more pieces of wood. Is anyone selling wood? Everyone who understands. I've made it to the game world, yet it's still this competitive. Offering high prices for wood and fabric. Message me privately. A wave of upgrades surged through the channel, causing the prices of wood and fabric to skyrocket. But the ones suffering the most were the special ships that required additional materials for upgrades. The Steel Heart ship, trading fish for steel. Message me privately for long-term bulk supplies of fresh fish. Everyone don't buy it. His fish has a gunpowder taste and is incredibly unpalatable. Just say whether it's fresh or not. I guarantee it's freshly caught and sold. Does anyone have low-tier wind essence? The price is negotiable. The speaker was the Gale ship, and Yang Yi had him as a friend, so the channel wasn't anonymous anymore. Selling organic cucumbers, organic cabbages, organic apples, organic bananas rich in vitamins and moisture. Those who understand understand. Also buying seeds at a high price. Where did you get those vegetables and fruits? Can your ship farm? You smart cookie guessed right. He attached the ship's information afterward. Farmer ship level 1, durability 600600, capacity 1,000 units, sailing speed 25 knots, ship skill efficient planting. The ship has land, and the time to harvest varies according to the type of seed. Description: farmer. No, you are now called daddy. Yang Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be a ship capable of farming. This was truly an immense fortune. Each special ship has its unique advantages. Yang Yi glanced at the blueprint in his hand. This item was definitely a treasure. Name: pirate ship. Blueprint type: blueprint. Quality: special. Description: can convert your ship into a pirate ship, granting it faster speed, more grappling hooks, and even cannons. Yang Yi did not see any cannons on the pirate ship. They were likely items that would be available after upgrading. Moreover, just as he expected, using the blueprint did not consume any materials. This meant that using the blueprint on a high-tier whiteboard ship would yield tremendous benefits. For instance, a level 3 whiteboard ship using the blueprint would transform into a level 3 special ship, saving a significant amount of resources needed for upgrading. The higher the level, the more resources could be saved. Therefore, the price of this blueprint wouldn't crash in the later stages. He looked at his ship interface again. Nightmare ship level 2, durability 600600, capacity 1,000 units, sailing speed 50 knots, ship skill nightmare. The quality of sleep on the ship is extremely poor, leading to nightmares, and energy recovery efficiency is reduced by 75. Curse of the Angler. Normal fish are not compatible with this ship, and the probability of encountering abnormal things increases. Description: this ship has grown larger, but it cannot change the fact that it is still old and worn out. The ship's durability doubled, but it was still quite low and couldn't withstand much wear and tear. The ship's length became 20 meters with a rusted iron chain binding a skeleton at the bow, the remains of the former captain. Inside the cabin, an additional room that could be expanded appeared with 3 branching routes available to choose from. 1. Extra cargo hold capacity increased by 100, requires 300 units of wood. 2. Ancient battle room provides 2 water-soaked cannons for attacking, requires 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur. 3. Great statue can intimidate passing ships and cause panic, requires 300 units of wood, 300 units of fabric, and a carcass of an otherworldly creature. After some thought, Yang Yi set his sights on the ancient battle room. Nothing could provide a greater sense of security than cannons. In naval combat, cannons were essential. The resources he had were as follows. Capacity 111,000. Wood 9, fabric 0, freshwater 2L rounded to 2 liters if less than 2 liters. Steel and sulfur should be high-level resources which he had yet to see. The upgrade interface for level 3 ships was still not open. It seemed he needed to complete the expansion to unlock it. After handling everything, Yang Yi began fishing. He needed to prepare more food. Behind the nightmare ship, separated by dozens of nautical miles, there was a special ship about 10 meters long, with an enormous crystal ball over 3 meters in diameter on top. Astrology ship level 1, durability 500500, capacity 800 units, sailing speed 50 knots, ship skill astrology, displays the nautical chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles, and shows the ship's name. Peeping can display the image of a certain ship on the nautical chart. Cannot view islands, limited to 1 target per day. Description: just opening the map, not considered cheating. The captain was a beautiful woman with black hair and brown skin, her eyes a rare red. She had noticed the nightmare ship earlier, as it was quite rare for 2 ships to sail side by side. Until later, when something changed, the icon of the pirate ship suddenly disappeared from the nautical chart. Was it taken down? The woman looked at the small crystal ball in front of her, which displayed the nautical chart of the nearby waters. She reached out to manipulate it using the peeping skill to view the image of the nightmare ship. She saw Yang Yi on board fishing. A long-legged sardine was caught by him, and before it hit the ground it was in Yang Yi's mouth. The woman widened her round red eyes in shock, unable to believe what she saw. Before long, another eyeball was caught and then consumed again. Finally, a cystic pufferfish was disdainfully tossed aside by the man. But this woman was captivated by the sight of the toxic fish, her eyes shining. How did he catch these treasures? The woman said enviously. She didn't lose her rationality. Instead, she became more curious, because she possessed a special talent. Talent witch's blood. You have an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Your red eyes are proof of it, as well as your innate curse, increasing your mental limit by 2. You have a high resistance to bizarre creatures and phenomena. But remember, if you touch a forbidden person, you will be expelled by the holy light and burned by the sacred fire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out one after another, each with a slightly different timbre. Yang Yi was practicing his marksmanship. This flintlock was unreliable, so he had to improve his accuracy to compensate for this flaw. A piece of wood was suspended from the stern while Yang Yi stood at the bow shooting. There was a 1-minute interval between each shot. Misfires didn't matter, as it was only practice. A fishing rod lay beside him, and he occasionally glanced at the sea to see if anything had taken the bait. Half a day passed, and he had only hit the target a dozen or so times. Still a far cry from being a sharpshooter. Yang Yi ate a long-legged sardine. He had grown accustomed to the taste by now, finding the long-legged sardine to have an excellent texture, especially its 4 long legs. Crispy and with a flavor reminiscent of chicken. One more day until the storm the system had warned about. Yang Yi had stockpiled 10 eyeball fruits, a loaf of black bread, 6 liters of fresh water, and over a dozen long-legged sardines. During this time, he also caught a big one. A full half-meter long. Name: red lip, eel-type. Food description: a fine pair of fiery red lips, but unfortunately attached to a fish's mouth. Do you want to engage in a passionate tongue kiss with it? An abyssal fish species, edible, non-toxic, with tender lips. The appearance of this fish had genuinely startled him. Eating this fish raw meant he couldn't avoid those fiery red lips. Even Yang Yi found it hard to bring himself to take a bite, unless he was truly starving. Staring at those fiery red lips, Yang Yi was reminded of last night's nightmare. The dream was still vivid in his memory. In it, a woman with crimson eyes pointed a gun at his head. Her strikingly vivid red pupils sent a chill down his spine. Your heart trembles with fear. Sanity decreased by 8. The gun in that woman's hand was also familiar to Yang Yi. It was his own flintlock, though he had no idea how it had ended up in her possession. Just thinking about it sent a wave of lingering dread through him. Because of this, Yang Yi had another restless night with dark circles heavy under his eyes. Fortunately, the corpse poison in his body had been neutralized, and his wounds were about 70 to 80% healed. His health was at 76, but his stamina recovery was painfully slow. Even after a full night's sleep, his stamina only recovered by about 30 points, severely limiting his daytime activities. This was absolutely unsustainable in the long run. He needed to find a way to quickly restore stamina to counteract this drawback. Holy water, for instance, had the effect of restoring stamina, but it was too expensive and its restorative effect was weak. As he was pondering this, he suddenly received an anonymous message. "Look up to the right. There's an island over there. Who are you?" Yang Yi replied, but the other person didn't respond. In this world, to proactively send a private message to someone, you needed at least to know their ship's name. If it wasn't a special vessel, you also needed to know their personal name. But Yang Yi had never voluntarily revealed any information about himself. How did this person find out? Did they have some kind of cheat? After thinking it over, he arrived at two conclusions. One, the other party might have a special skill that allowed them to see him and learn his ship's name, and this person wasn't far away. Two, this was a special mission given by the system. He sailed around his ship, but saw no suspicious vessels. However, there was indeed an island to the upper right. It wasn't large, with a hint of green, suggesting there were trees on it. Those trees could probably be cut down for lumber. Moreover, the island might hold other rewards. If he had discovered it on his own, he would likely have gone ashore to investigate. But now that someone had tipped him off, he was hesitant. In the end, Yang Yi decided to circle the island first to observe. If there were no signs of other ships or player activity, he would choose a suitable spot and go ashore. The gun in his hand gave him confidence. At this stage, almost no other players had firearms. At least he had never seen any mention of them in the chat channel. As his ship drew closer, Yang Yi could see the island in its entirety. It was a tropical island about 3 kilometers in diameter, not very large. The edge was lined with golden sand where some shellfish and crabs were scuttling about. To Yang Yi's eyes, all of this was pure protein. But what attracted Yang Yi the most were the coconut trees on the island. The tallest one even had a bronze treasure chest hanging from it, and there were no signs that any player had set foot on the island. These coconuts hadn't been touched. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi decided to go ashore anyway. He chose a suitable spot to drop anchor, then brought the ship to shore and disembarked. The moment he set foot on solid ground, Yang Yi felt a surreal sense of separation from the world. It had only been a few days since he was at sea. He gathered some food on the beach, such as green crabs, clams, and scallops. Name: green crab. Type: food description: a common crab, all natural and pollution-free with tender, flavorful meat. Name: clam. Type: ingredient description: a common shellfish, edible, can be made into a delicious clam chowder. Name: scallop. Type: food description: if you have minced garlic and vermicelli, grilling a few will leave you craving more. Yang Yi collected a pile of them and tossed them into the cabin to eat later. Next came the main event, a cluster of lush, verdant coconut trees. These trees were generally 7 or 8 meters tall, with the tallest reaching over 10 meters, all bearing heavy, ripe coconuts. This was a crucial source of fresh water, and they were long-lasting. The coconut meat also provided dietary fiber. And they tasted good too. They were a treasure that once encountered absolutely could not be passed up. However, climbing trees was not Yang Yi's forte. If he slipped and fell, he could break a leg or even his spine. With no means to heal himself, he couldn't take that risk. Shooting them down with his gun would be convenient, but it would make too much noise. If there were monsters on the island, that would be bad. As he walked around the trees, some stones of various sizes caught his attention. Name: stone. Type: resource description: can be collected as stone material for crafting. For large rocks, you'd best prepare a pickaxe. Yang Yi directly picked up a pile of medium-sized stones and placed them on the shore. Then he swam back to the Nightmare, adjusted its position, and used a grappling hook to haul the stones aboard. After 2 trips, he had collected 25 units of stone material. Crafting a simple stone axe required 5 units of stone and 5 units of wood. This was a built-in crafting function of the logbook, allowing the creation of basic tools including fishing rods, spears, bows, arrows, and the like. The quality was certainly poor, as it didn't even display any attributes and was inferior even to ordinary equipment. Carrying a stone axe, he disembarked and walked toward the tallest coconut tree. It bore more than a dozen large coconuts and a bronze treasure chest. This was the first tree he planned to chop. The navigation log provided many convenient functions. Yet without it, this world was virtually indistinguishable from reality. Chopping down a tree, for instance, was not only a laborious task, but also a technical one, especially since the stone axe was rather blunt and jarred the hands. After felling the largest coconut tree, Yang Yi's stamina directly dropped by 13 points, leaving only 30. At full capacity, he could at most cut down 5 or 6 trees. Any more than that was impossible. At below 30 stamina, there was a risk of fainting. Once the tree fell, Yang Yi immediately went to gather the coconuts. As soon as he picked one up, a look of joy spread across his face. Name: Vitality Coconut. Type: food. Description: a rare special coconut rich in vitamins and minerals. The milk inside can enhance the rate of stamina recovery. Without a second thought, Yang Yi split open a coconut and drank heartily, gaining a buff that accelerated stamina recovery. This was exactly what he urgently needed, as this trip had been incredibly fruitful. He opened the bronze treasure chest and several orbs of light dropped out. Touching them, they transformed into 3 items. Name Vitality Coconut Juice Recipe. Type Recipe. Quality Fine. Description: Use to obtain the recipe for Vitality Coconut Juice. Requires reagent bottle salt and Vitality coconuts. Name Edible Sea Salt 500 g. Type Food. Description: A seasoning that enhances flavor and replenishes salt. Name Reagent Rack. Type Tool. Quality Fine. Description: An indispensable tool for crafting various reagents. Can be synthesized using crystals. It can provide reagent bottles. Once the reagent is consumed, the bottle will disappear. From a single chest, he not only got the recipe but also the other 2 materials required for it. Overjoyed, Yang Yi immediately used the recipe and began to concoct the Vitality Coconut Juice. Required materials: Vitality Coconut X1, Salt 10 g. Essential Tool: Reagent Rack. Yang Yi produced 1 bottle. Name Vitality Coconut Juice. Type Consumable. Quality Fine. Description: A beverage that fills one with vitality. Restores 10 stamina, increases stamina recovery rate by 50 for 8 hours. Effect: has a 24-hour cooldown. Yang Yi smiled. Turning his gaze to the coastline littered with coconuts, he twirled his axe with flair. Since his stamina was nearly at 30, he lay down on the beach to rest, planning to continue chopping trees once he recovered. By evening, he had cut down 4 trees in total, obtaining 38 Vitality coconuts and 43 units of timber, all of which he transported back to the Nightmare. He decided not to leave immediately, intending to spend the night on the ship and continue chopping the next day. But before heading back, he made a new discovery. On the beach, there was a trail of glittering traces just over 100 meters from Yang Yi. As the sky darkened, these traces emitted a faint glow which caught his attention. The trail led straight into the island's interior. The glowing substance was a slimy secretion from some creature's body, reeking with a foul stench. He followed the trail a couple of steps inland. Here, without the pounding of the waves, the traces were even clearer. From the shape, it looked like the trail left by a snake-like animal crawling across the ground. Yang Yi measured it with his hand. The snake was at least half a meter thick, a sizable creature. It was indeed the right call not to use the gun. Yang Yi changed his mind, deciding not to spend the night on the shore, but to move farther away because there was a large creature on the island. He gripped his flintlock pistol tightly, alert to his surroundings, and backed away. Only after returning to the Nightmare did he let out a long sigh of relief. Sitting in the captain's quarters, Yang Yi pondered for a while. He ultimately decided to gather more Vitality coconuts despite the risks. Such things were rare and could offset the Nightmare's drawbacks. He couldn't let them go easily. Islands ahead might not have these coconuts. He sailed the Nightmare away from the island, anchoring about 20 nautical miles out. At this distance, the island was no longer visible. Even if the unknown creature on the island could swim, it wouldn't bother swimming this far just to eat a few morsels of his flesh. Wasn't eating the fish in the sea more appealing? He drank a bottle of Vitality coconut juice, ate a few scallops, an eyeball fruit, and half a red-lipped eel. Before falling asleep, he held his flintlock pistol in his right hand, letting it hang by the bed, his finger off the trigger. This was Yang Yi's latest tactic, to raise the gun and shoot any monster at the door as quickly as possible. He soon fell asleep and began to have nightmares. Late at night, a woman's enchanting song came from outside the ship, ethereal and melodious like a heavenly sound. But this was the sea. Where could a woman be singing? Yang Yi sat up groggily, a look of confusion in his eyes. Drawn by the captivating song, he lost control. A look of infatuation spread across his face as he stared at the captain's door. Standing there was a humanoid creature, half-human, half-fish, resembling the legendary mermaid, with golden hair and a seductive, alluring figure. She was drenched, as if just finished bathing, her chest covered by 2 large shells. Her waist was slender, and below her navel fine scales began to appear, her lower half a fish's tail. Creatures like this were commonly called mermaids. But at sea they had another name: sirens, the nightmare of every sailor who passed. The siren sang, smiling at Yang Yi and flaunting her charms. The sound trap at the door was triggered, producing a clattering noise. But Yang Yi had lost control, rendering the trap useless. With a face full of infatuation, he walked toward the siren, still gripping the flintlock pistol. Bewitched by the enchanting song, you lose control of your body. Sanity decreases by 10. You see an extremely beautiful woman, your body and mind succumb. Sanity decreases by 7. About 50 nautical miles from the Nightmare, another ship drifted, the astrologer following behind. Captain Suna sat in her quarters, writing in a small booklet. He can eat those bizarre foods without any expression, and he even kissed an eel without hesitation. More importantly, he shows not a single sign of going mad. This is utterly incredible. The booklet was titled Observation Diary of X, as she didn't know Yang Yi's real name yet. It recorded Yang Yi's private information, including how long he slept, when he woke up, what he fished, what he ate. This behavior was no different from a stalker. In a normal society, she would certainly be classified as a dangerous person, locked up and re-educated. Isn't he afraid? Suna bit the cap of her pen, pondering. The information about this island was also provided by her just to see how this person would react. But just then on the sea chart, the nightmare suddenly moved heading at full speed toward the island. An anomaly was a sure sign of trouble. Suna had been secretly watching Yang Yi for days using the astrologer's scrying skill. She knew he was a cautious man who wouldn't take risks at night, let alone go ashore after dark. She immediately used her scrying skill to track the nightmare. Is that a siren? Suna exclaimed, her eyes filled with a mix of fervor and surprise. Yang Yi had a nightmare. In it, he saw 3 women of stunning beauty encircling him in silence, their gazes fixed upon him. Suddenly the scene shifted grotesquely. One of the women produced an object and began to gnaw on it, chewing slowly with blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. At first Yang Yi was dazed, but upon closer inspection, he realized it appeared to be his own right arm. He also discerned their features clearly. Though human from the waist up, below that their bodies were covered in scales, and further down their forms tapered into fishtails. His own arm was severed and a searing pain shot through his skull. Damn it! Yang Yi was jolted awake by the agony, finding himself naked lying on a slick floor. The light here was dim, suggesting some kind of cavern. The walls and ground were coated in a fluorescent slime, like the residue left behind by a crawling mollusk. A thick layer of it covered his own body, its scent so pungent it was both invigorating and nauseating. He immediately looked to his right. Thankfully his right arm was intact. The source of the pain was a woman. She had sunk her gleaming teeth deep into his arm, biting to the bone, causing Yang Yi to wince in agony. Let go! Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Yang Yi cursed. Hearing his voice, she finally released her grip, leaving 2 deep rows of teeth marks on his shoulder. Awake! I thought you were still out. The woman said discontentedly, her crimson eyes strikingly vivid. I'm sitting up. Do you think I'm awake or not? Yang Yi replied, irritably rubbing his right arm where it hurt. He studied the woman. She had a typical Asian face, quite pretty, with a slender frame that seemed slightly malnourished, and her skin was an alluring wheat color. She was bound by some unknown waterweed, and the floor bore traces of her crawling, suggesting she had expended considerable effort. Who are you? Yang Yi asked, his head throbbing. You were enchanted by a sea demoness. I saved your life. The woman reminded. Yang Yi immediately checked his activity log. It showed a series of charm warnings. His sanity was also hovering at a precarious number. Sanity 51,100. It's a miracle these sea demonesses didn't eat you in 3 days, keeping you plump and well-fed. The woman continued, watching Yang Yi. He began to understand. I was captured by sea demonesses and 3 days have passed. Exactly. More than one. Yes, 3 of them. They seem to be a social species, adept at luring men with their songs for mating. And food. Yang Yi looked at his own naked body and felt a chill of revulsion. Nearby lay scattered pirate clothes and a rusted flintlock pistol. They're legendary mythical creatures, but they exist in this world with habits similar to the tales. The woman continued, showing a keen interest in the sea demonesses. Yang Yi, however, felt only a lingering dread. He quickly dressed in the pirate clothes and grabbed the flintlock pistol from the ground. Wearing the blood-stained pirate clothes inexplicably sends a chill down your spine. Sanity decreased by 1. At that moment his sanity hovered at exactly 50. 1 point lower would plunge him into madness. This slime is disgusting. Why do sea demonesses secrete slime? In the sea, many soft-bodied or scaleless creatures secrete slime to protect themselves, so it's normal for sea demonesses too. And this slime glows in the dark, illuminating the area to attract prey, much like an anglerfish's lure, helping to showcase their alluring figures and complete the hunt. Seeing Yang Yi's confusion, the woman began to explain the logic behind it, interspersed with her own opinions on sea demonesses. Are you a player? Why are you here? Yang Yi suddenly asked. This woman was of unknown origin, radiating an unsettling strangeness. Especially her bright crimson eyes, which were identical to those he had seen in his nightmare. This heightened Yang Yi's wariness, despite her seemingly benevolent intent to rescue him. My name is Suna. I'm a passing player who was unfortunately captured by sea demonesses as emergency rations. Didn't you say sea demonesses only target men? Why would they capture you? Yang Yi asked. Suna had already prepared an answer. She had no intention of telling the truth. Instead, she gestured toward a corner. I wasn't alone. My companion was already eaten by the sea demonesses. But for some reason they didn't eat you, Suna explained. Yang Yi followed her gaze. There lay the half-eaten corpse of a man already decomposing. His abdomen was open, his organs hollowed out, his face twisted in agony, limbs incomplete. He must have suffered inhuman torture before death. Nearby, scattered human bones, picked clean, testified to the ferocity of the sea demonesses. But did Suna really know that man? Not at all. She simply used the corpse to fabricate a lie, making her own capture seem more plausible. In reality, Suna had come alone, trailing Yang Yi and the sea demonesses. She was so engrossed in observing them that she was trapped by two sea demonesses that appeared behind her. She had originally thought there was only one. As for the corpse, it had been there before Yang Yi arrived. But once Yang Yi appeared, the man seemed to lose his value and was devoured by the sea demonesses. So Suna had no idea who the poor man was or where he came from. After hearing Suna's words, Yang Yi was partially convinced but remained vigilant. You said 3 days have passed, but how come I don't feel hungry at all? Yang Yi asked, checking his status and finding that aside from low sanity, his other stats were nearly full. Suna gestured toward another corner. There lay a large sailfish, a fierce sea creature with a sharp spear-like upper jaw. But the sailfish was dead with bite marks on its body. It seemed he had survived on the sailfish during that time. But what about water? Didn't I need to drink? Yang Yi had no memory of those 3 days, feeling dazed and unreal. On the other side, Suna grew anxious. Can you untie me first? The sea demonesses will be back in half an hour. I don't want to miss this chance. Suna urged. She was still bound, able only to wiggle like a cat. After observing the sea demonesses for 3 days and understanding their habits, she had risked crawling over to awaken Yang Yi. But his gaze toward her was complicated. This woman was clever and seemed harmless. Yet the more so, the more wary Yang Yi became, sensing she was not simple. She was too calm. Who else, bound and on the verge of death, could speak so fluidly? And she had appeared in his nightmare. The nightmare foretold that this woman would aim a gun at his head, seeking to kill him. Thus Yang Yi was deeply conflicted, unsure whether to save her. But to kill a woman who bore him no malice, even showed some kindness, was beyond him. After a moment of thought, Yang Yi reached a decision. He felt certain she was hiding something, so he decided to probe her first, casting a wide net just in case. His gaze turned cold. He aimed the dark muzzle at Suna and threatened. Woman, give me 3 reasons not to kill you. Suna's pupils contracted sharply, as if she couldn't comprehend his logic. What are you talking about? Did the sea demonesses eat your brain? I have a gun here. Yang Yi replied with a grin, brandishing the weapon like a lawless bandit. He raised a finger in warning. That's 1 sentence. You have 2 left. Don't waste them. The black muzzle was silent and the atmosphere grew tense. After a dozen seconds, a hint of panic flickered across Suna's face. Part regret, part annoyance. She spoke rapidly. I can give you all my resources and equipment, including the food on my ship. Yang Yi shook his head. Not enough. If I kill you, those are naturally mine. Suna's breathing quickened, her gaze darting. After another dozen seconds, she revealed her secret. I can provide you with a nautical chart. That would make your sailing much safer. A nautical chart. My ship is called the Astrolabe. It can view the sea charts of nearby waters. So that's how it is. Yang Yi's smile was chilling. You lured me here, didn't you? He calmly reached into the inner pocket of his pirate coat and pulled out a blueprint. Have you seen this before? This is a ship blueprint. You get it by killing the ship's owner and dismantling their special vessel. So why shouldn't I kill you and take your ship's skill for myself? Suna's face paled. It was her first time hearing of ship blueprints. And she knew Yang Yi wasn't lying. The pirate ship? He had destroyed it. Finally she wore a look of indignant fury, all calmness gone, and snarled at Yang. You're nothing but a greedy, despicable scoundrel. Go ahead and shoot. He'll curse you from the depths of hell. With that, she closed her eyes, waiting for the gunshot. Tough words. He'll grant your wish, Yang Yi. Suna trembled slightly, but after a long wait, there was no pain, no gunshot. She opened her eyes to see Yang Yi picking up a sharp shard of bone from the pile of remains and walking toward her. Hand over half the supplies on your ship and provide a month's worth of sea charts, and he'll save you, Yang Yi said seriously. Suna's face first showed surprise, then anger. She realized Yang Yi had been bluffing all along. Flushed with humiliation, she cursed. And if I refuse? I have a gun. You have no choice. Yang Yi waved the gun again, striking a victorious pose. Suna was left with no recourse. Suddenly the scene shifted grotesquely. One of the women produced an object and began to gnaw on it, chewing slowly with blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. At first Yang Yi was dazed, but upon closer inspection, he realized it appeared to be his own right arm. With no other choice, Suna was forced to accept Yang Yi's terms. Yet she felt not a shred of regret. The supplies on her ship amounted to merely 8 units of timber, 5 units of cloth, and 4 liters of fresh water. Splitting half with Yang Yi was of no consequence to her. Her vessel, the Stargazer, was unique. Its upgrades required not timber or cloth, but 100 crystals and 50 units of steel. Thus timber and cloth held little value for her, and she had already traded them away for food and water. Naturally, she would not volunteer the information that she was destitute. Instead, she looked forward with anticipation, eager to see the expression that would grace Yang Yi's face when he discovered the truth. Yang Yi remained blissfully unaware, believing he had successfully extorted a significant bounty from her. The asymmetry of information prevented him from knowing just how impoverished Suna truly was. Using the broken bone, he sliced through the seaweed that bound Suna, granting her freedom. Yet she had been restrained for far too long, and having not eaten for days was extremely weak. For a time, she could not even stand. But the actions of her hands left Yang Yi utterly astounded. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice thick with confusion. Suna was gathering the viscous slime from the ground with her hands, forming it into a small mound, and then opening her mouth, she inhaled it. This slime was, as one might expect, foul and reeking. "I'm thirsty. The mucus secreted by the sea demon provides me with water salt and some nutrients," Suna said flatly, her brow furrowed in distaste. Clearly the slime was far from palatable, yet she suppressed her nausea and forced herself not to vomit. "Aren't you afraid this slime might be poisonous?" "No," Yang Yi asked. "I'm not. You've been eating it for 3 days and haven't been poisoned." Yang Yi was left speechless, finding the woman before him to be, in some ways, profoundly abnormal. Having replenished her fluids, Suna's complexion improved considerably. She drew a small knife from within her clothing, crouched low, and approached the corpse of the large sailfish. Slicing through the skin, she cut several pieces of fresh flesh, chewed, and swallowed them. This small knife was also a piece of equipment. Name: witch's dagger. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a dagger favored by witches, possessing many functions including slicing open your belly. It can inflict minor damage on aberrant demons. As Suna gradually recovered, Yang Yi began to survey the cave. The space was not large, with only a single passage leading to the outside world, from which came the pattering sound of rain and the mournful wail of the wind. Within the cave was also a pool of water, its depths unfathomable, likely connected to the sea. He examined the male corpse, estimating it had been dead for some time. He patted down the body but found nothing of value. The pool, the cave mouth. "Where do the sea demons usually return from?" Yang Yi asked Suna. "Either is possible," she replied. "Do they move together?" "No." Suna had observed this group of sea demons for 3 days and had discerned certain patterns. They usually operate in 2 groups. The larger one acts alone while the other 2 smaller ones, about 1.40 meters in length, typically move together. "I see. Does the big one usually return first or the small ones?" "Either is possible, there's no pattern. But the interval between their returns isn't long, about 15 minutes. Yang Yi nodded, having grasped the general situation. If the 3 sea demons were accustomed to moving together, the best course of action would be to flee. After all, engaging 3 sea demons in direct combat was far too risky. But if there were only 2, victory was within reach. "Can you hold one off?" Yang Yi asked. "If it's a small one, I should be able to. I fought them before." Suna's voice came. Having replenished her salt water and eaten some fish, she was gradually recovering. It was evident that her physical constitution was not poor, or in fact it might even be superior to Yang Yi's. The sea demon's primary weapon is its song, but its song is ineffective against women. Furthermore, their upper body strength is not formidable, comparable to that of an average woman. Their strength should be around 4, similar to mine. In land combat, one only needs to avoid their claws and teeth. Suna explained. Several lacerations marked her body, though none were deep, likely inflicted by the sea demon's claws. "I didn't know there were 3 sea demons back then, or I wouldn't have been captured." "You have a gun. Dealing with them should be more than enough. Just cover your ears and fire as quickly as possible." Suna, unaware that Yang Yi's gun could misfire, saw no difficulty in the plan. Yang Yi chose not to explain. Voluntarily exposing his own weakness was not in his nature. He began to inspect his attribute panel. Yang Yi status: healthy, a large human-shaped pattern, all green, strength 3, 4,950, spirit 71, 892. 8000, talent bonus agility 41, 69,100, pirate attire bonus physique 4, 4,100, perception 5, 32,200, sanity 50100, energy 9, 2100, health 9, 9, 100. Bitten by Suna, lost 1 HP. He had already figured out the conditions for increasing each attribute. Exercising and moving the body could increase experience in strength, physique, and agility. Being injured and subsequently recovering could provide additional physique experience. Fluctuations in sanity, especially drastic changes followed by recovery, could significantly increase spirit experience. Actions such as fishing, shooting, and using the grappling hook could enhance perception experience. The method of improvement was, one could say, very realistic. Combining this with Suna's intelligence, that sea demons were of average combat capability on land with strength around 4 and did not move in groups of 3. He only needed to seize the time to raise his strength to 4. Coupled with the mad strength bonus 2, he could achieve dominance over the sea demon. After all, they were creatures of the sea. On land, their agility would certainly not be high. The only thing to watch out for was their powerful fishtail. He had to be careful not to be struck in a vital area. Having thought it through, Yang Yi acted immediately. A little bit of experience should be easy to gain. He looked around the cave, searching for a heavy object suitable for exercise. Initially he saw nothing. The cave was bare, consisting only of stone walls and light, airy bones. But his mind was agile, unbounded by convention, and he quickly turned his attention to other objects. For instance, Suna, he could lift her to train his strength. Or the dead sailfish on the ground, which seemed to be of an appropriate weight. Or the male corpse on the floor. After comprehensive consideration, Yang Yi deemed the male corpse the most suitable. Choosing the sailfish would offer no good grip points. Choosing Suna would likely result in resistance and he might get bitten. So the male corpse was the best choice. It wouldn't resist or bite. Though its arms were only half remaining, its weight was just right and its head and neck were intact, making it easy to grasp. Thus Yang Yi gripped the male corpse by the neck with both hands, lifted it, and began weightlifting exercises. Are you out of your mind? Have you gone crazy? Suna stared at Yang Yi, deeply shocked by his bizarre behavior. Tell me, how much sanity do you have left? Don't worry, my sanity is as high as 50. 50. Suna looked at Yang Yi, her eyes filled with disbelief. A decrease in sanity would affect one's mental state even if it hadn't fallen below 50. But Yang Yi seemed indifferent to his sanity value, or perhaps he was perpetually in a state of subtle madness. Suna's gaze towards Yang Yi gradually grew intense, as if she were looking at some rare creature. Yang Yi remained oblivious to this and continued his lifts. Unfortunately, just as he completed his 9th repetition, a slithering sound came from the passage outside the cave. From the noise, it seemed to be just one. She's back. Hurry, stuff these into your ears. Suna handed Yang Yi 2 suitably sized pieces of fish flesh freshly cut from the tuna, but Yang Yi shook his head in refusal. No need. I have my own way. He turned his head, his gaze fixed on the sea demon. This was a sea demon about 2 meters in length, dragging the bulk of its fishtail along the ground to support its body. The sea demon returned, and upon seeing the two before it froze in place, especially as Yang Yi's hands were still gripping a corpse by the neck. Yet she reacted swiftly, immediately singing a mesmerizing melody. You hear the beautiful, enchanting tune, becoming captivated, falling into a state of fascination, your rationality decreasing by 5. Yang Yi abruptly stopped his actions, dropping the corpse and letting his hands hang limp at his sides. It's over, this fool is enchanted again. Suna tightened her grip on her dagger, ready to fight to the death. This time the sea demon likely wouldn't spare her, perhaps keeping her as emergency rations. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Suna's forehead. In contrast, Yang Yi seemed deeply entranced by the sea demon, his steps unsteady as he staggered towards her. The sea demon was exceptionally beautiful, a classic beauty with golden wavy hair and delicate, exquisite features. She possessed a heavenly voiced skin that glowed like white porcelain and a voluptuous, tall, and seductive figure. But at the same time, she also had teeth sharp enough to bite through a skull, claws keen enough to rip open a belly, and a fishtail powerful enough to snap a human's bones. Yang Yi was utterly bewitched by her, nestling into her embrace as if seeking an embrace. The latter also seemed to favor Yang Yi as her prey, momentarily abandoning her attack. Her gaze softened and she opened her mouth several times, yet couldn't bring herself to bite Yang Yi. Sorry, but after all, we're not the same species. Yang Yi whispered softly in the sea demon's arms. Rationality below 50, you enter a state of frenzy. Strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit 2, immune to most abnormal mental states. At some point Yang Yi had already drawn his flintlock pistol, pressing it against the sea demon, aiming at her head. By the time the sea demon sensed something amiss, it was too late. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, carrying a lingering, resonant echo. This time the flintlock lived up to expectations, firing on the first shot, the sound reverberating throughout the entire cavern. The half-sharpened broken bone tucked into the waistband of his trousers seemed unlikely to be needed now. You can resist the charm. Then what was all that before? Did you follow her willingly? Suna's scarlet eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Your gunshot sounds weird. Why did it deduct a point of my rationality? Only 1 point lost. Yang Yi immediately seized on the crucial detail. This woman was indeed abnormal. Even Yang Yi, with his spirit stat of 8, had lost 3 points of rationality the first time he heard that gunshot. Yang Yi chose not to explain, stepping back and watching the headless body of the sea demon slowly crumple and convulse. Thick dark red fluids and bits of flesh splattered across Yang Yi. Suna immediately rushed over, looking at the sea demon's corpse with a hint of regret in her eyes. Your gun is too powerful. Could you not shoot it in the head? Leave me an intact sea demon skull. She produced a bottle from somewhere and began collecting the sea demon's blood, brain tissue, and surface mucus. What are you doing? I killed this sea demon and the spoils are mine. Yang Yi frowned, immediately picking up a piece of flesh and pocketing it as a reminder to Suna. After all, the gacha only required a small tissue sample. The monster's corpse would then be reclaimed by the system, preventing the same body from being used for 2 gacha attempts. Upon hearing this, Suna paused and looked up at Yang Yi, pondering. How about this? Leave me 1 intact corpse, and it'll give you all the resources on my ship, plus an additional month of navigational chart guidance. Deal. Yang Yi considered it briefly before agreeing. This sea demon's combat prowess was inferior to the drowned. Without its song, most adult males armed with a spear could single-handedly kill it on land. So its loot was probably not that great less useful than the sea charts. You mentioned earlier that the interval between two groups of sea demons returning to their nest is about 15 minutes, right? Yang Yi asked. Yes, the three intervals were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes. Suna replied, indicating she remembered clearly. Then you'll need to add a new data point less than 2 minutes. Yang Yi grabbed Suna and pulled her in front of him. The next second, two sea demons burst from the pool behind Suna, lunging at the spot where she had been standing, but they found only empty air. Just moments ago, Yang Yi had noticed ripples on the pool surface and become alert. After seeing a head emerge from the pool, he immediately pulled Suna aside, helping her dodge the attack. Two smaller sea demons leaped out of the pool, and upon seeing the corpse of the other sea demon on the ground, they flew into a rage, emitting threatening heh sounds. Their fair skin began to flush red, and they opened their mouths to reveal rows of sharp teeth. A beautiful melody began again, this time a duet, the sound somewhat shrill, echoing through the cavern. Even Suna was left dizzy and disoriented by the sound. The song is both piercing and beautiful. Your rationality decreases by 5. Although Yang Yi was immune to charm, the sound still caused a tightness in his chest, stabbing pain in his eardrums, and even began to drain his health. He immediately raised his gun and aimed. Click. The gun misfired. Quick. Head outside of the space is too small here. Their song echoes in the cave, putting us at a disadvantage. Yang Yi said decisively. Suna was also in bad shape, blood trickling from one ear, looking dazed. Yang Yi directly grabbed her and ran towards the cave entrance. Fortunately, the sea demons were slow, lacking legs, their fishtails ill-suited for land movement, making them sluggish. The two managed to dash out of the cave, by which time Suna had recovered enough to no longer need Yang Yi's support. Your pistol doesn't need reloading, but it misfires occasionally, right? She asked. Yang Yi frowned, somewhat displeased. This woman had a habit of focusing on things she shouldn't, things that were of no benefit to her whatsoever. The two continued running forward. Yang Yi wanted to stall until the flintlock's cooldown ended, making victory easier. But they didn't run far before stopping. Before them lay a turbid sea. The island was mostly submerged by the sea. There was no path ahead. There was no sunlight overhead either. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and a torrential downpour was falling. Only occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the entire world, brightly followed by deafening claps of thunder. A sea storm. Yang Yi immediately recalled the system announcement warning of a great storm. I haven't told you yet, but the storm started 2 days ago. All players are now desperately trying to escape this sea area. Suna explained. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have made a difference? We still had to deal with the sea demons, Suna replied calmly. Her words were true. If they hadn't dealt with the sea demons, the two would inevitably have been hunted by them in the storm, which would have been far from ideal. Calculating the time, Yang Yi looked back. The two sea demons were still nearly 20 meters away. By the time they closed to 5 meters, the flintlock's cooldown should be nearly over. And 5 meters was currently Yang Yi's confident range with a high probability of hitting. He raised his gun and began to aim, holding his breath and concentrating. When the sea demon entered the 5-meter range, he immediately fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out and a severed arm flew into the air. But the sea demon's head was still intact. Yang Yi had missed. Your aim is terrible, Suna taunted. As if yours is any better. Yang Yi retorted dismissively. You engage the one-armed sea demon, I'll handle the other, then come back to help you. Fine. The two ran towards their respective targets. Yang Yi charged toward the intact siren on the left. He had no weapon in hand, his broken bones long lost somewhere. But this was land, and while other things might be scarce, stones were plentiful. He casually picked up a rock and dashed forward. Midway, his power upgraded with a base strength of 4 points boosted to 6 points. Ha! The siren threatened, her scales bristling. She was clever, seemingly aware that this man was immune to her allure, so she wasted no more energy on singing, instead preparing to tear him apart with sharp claws and fangs. But what she didn't know was that, setting aside magic, humans were the unrivaled absolute rulers of the land. Even without firearms, their dominance remained unshaken, because humans could fight with all kinds of weapons, never giving you a chance for close combat. Yang Yi was no exception. He completely disregarded martial honor. Seeing the distance so close, he hurled the stone directly at the siren's face. With his strength at 6 points exceeding the average of 5, the blow struck hard, sending her staggering, blood streaming from her head. He seized the moment, mounting her, and grabbed a large smooth cobblestone to pound her face, showing not a shred of tenderness. This was a man-eating beast disguised in a beautiful skin. No sane person would show mercy, let alone Yang Yi in his deranged state. Once, twice, thrice. Until Yang Yi felt something crack beneath him, and the siren ceased to resist. He stopped. He wasn't unscathed. His back bore dark, bruised welts from her tail, and his body was lacerated with claw-marked skin torn open. The tail's power was truly terrifying, but fortunately, as Suna had said, her upper body strength was comparable to a human's. As long as the fight was on land, humans had the advantage. In the sea, it would be reversed. Having dealt with the siren, Yang Yi picked up a piece of tissue and stuffed it into his pocket, then ran toward the last siren. The battle there was at a stalemate. Suna and the siren were locked together, rolling like gourds on the ground, their faces and bodies smeared with muddy filth. The siren was injured, missing an arm, while Suna was physically weak. The two grappled, neither able to overpower the other, until Yang Yi intervened, breaking the deadlock. 2 against 1. Yang Yi pinned the siren with his foot, drew his flintlock pistol, and aimed to shoot her in the head. Don't shoot. I need it intact, especially the head. Yang Yi recalled Suna's earlier request, so he stopped and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "I've observed her chest rises and falls. She likely breathes with lungs. Try strangling her." Suna pressed her full weight on the siren, signaling Yang Yi to act. He nodded without hesitation, gripping the siren's throat with both hands. Soon the siren's struggles weakened. After a few minutes, she was completely still, her eyes rolling back. To prevent her from feigning death and reviving, Yang Yi maintained the grip for 5 minutes, only releasing when Suna tapped him. Thus the 3 sirens were dead. "I didn't expect sirens to breathe through their mouths too. I thought they had gills," Yang Yi joked, examining the siren. At first glance, it was as if a human and a fish had been forcibly fused. Suna felt behind the siren's ear. "She has gills here. How they function requires dissection to understand." Suna touched the siren's body like a child with a beloved toy, constantly fiddling. Yang Yi, however, had little interest. He only needed to know the siren's weaknesses and how to kill them. He didn't require such detailed knowledge of their structure. He opened the log to check the siren's specific information. Name: low-level siren. Description: sirens are demons that lure men at sea with song and beauty. Half-human, half-fish, usually living in groups. They enjoy fully toying with their prey before devouring it bit by bit. This is a low-level individual with limited intelligence and weak power. There are high-level sirens too. Yang Yi's heart grew wary. If it were a high-level siren, he might have died in a warm embrace before triggering his deranged state. Even if he did go berserk, he likely couldn't win. What terrifying creatures! He hoped next time he'd be resistant to their allure. On the other side, Suna had begun dissecting the siren's corpse, a bloody scene. Yang Yi looked away and checked the weather forecast. He had to gather intelligence quickly to understand what had happened in these 3 days. Today's weather: a storm is coming. Flee the dark clouds above as fast as you can. Location: sea of origin, storm, sea, sunshine, duration, unknown, temperature 1220 C, wind force level 8. Yang Yi began reviewing previous day's announcements. An unprecedented great storm is sweeping the sea of origin. You must hurry to escape this raging storm. Friendly reminder: the black fog speed will increase to 15 knots. If you're slow, you might die. After reading, Yang Yi frowned deeply. Wasted 2 days? I must set out immediately. He began searching for the nightmare's trace. By now, the island was mostly submerged, with land diameter shrinking to less than a kilometer. Only some treetops remained above the sea. At the island's edge, the water depth estimated at about 10 meters. He spotted the nightmare's silhouette on the left. Fortunately, it hadn't been blown away, perhaps because its sails were tattered rags. As for distance, it was a few hundred meters from the nearest land, likely under a kilometer. At sea, this was a long stretch, especially for a land creature. Yang Yi wasn't a strong swimmer. He had only learned as a child capable of swimming a few dozen meters, but asking him to swim hundreds was too much. Moreover, the sea was turbulent with possible undercurrents. At a loss, he saw Suna stuffing a piece of siren corpse into her belly. Ha! Yang Yi stared closely. He noticed a black pouch attached to Suna's belly under her clothes. Is this a space pouch? Yang Yi hadn't expected her to possess such a rare item. Name: witch's intimate treasure pouch. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: it can be attached to any part of your body, cannot be stolen, and provides 1 cubic meter of storage space but cannot hold living things. A qualified witch must first have her own treasure pouch. Yang Yi immediately had an idea and walked. How can one fold a low-level sea monster to occupy the least space in a cubic meter? Suna could not be bothered to ponder this question, and chose a more convenient method, splitting it into several pieces. 1 piece for the fishtail, 1 for the body, and the hands and head can also be detached. Arranging them neatly would take up minimal space. This is precisely what Suna was currently doing. Yang Yi approached and asked, "Do you have any simple ropes?" "I have 15 units, Suna replied. 1 unit equals 1 meter. Great. Yang Yi was overjoyed. "You give me all the ropes and I'll make a raft. This way we can cross the sea area on the raft. If we swim over, it's too far and too dangerous." Suna paused her actions upon hearing this and looked at the sea. Her astrology vessel was anchored beside the nightmarish ship about a kilometer from the land, making swimming impractical. "All right, After some consideration, Suna agreed to Yang Yi's proposal and handed him all the ropes. At this point, cooperation was the best choice. Moreover, the recent battle had established a basic level of trust between the two. Yang Yi took the ropes back to the cave, first transforming the clothing from the male corpse into fabric. He rummaged through the pile of bones and obtained a total of 5 pieces of fabric, which he combined to create 5 units of simple ropes. Now they had 20 units of rope. Next came the logs. Yang Yi had a flintlock rifle, which was powerful enough to break a not-so-thick tree with a single shot. After spending some time firing a few shots, they had enough logs. Then, using the witch's dagger, they refined the logs and bound them tightly with the ropes. A small raft 1 meter wide was completed. They had used a total of 13 units of rope and 8 logs. The extra rope could be tied around the waists of both Suna and Yang Yi. If one of them were to fall into the water, the other could save them in time. With preparations complete, it was now up to their execution. After all, they had only known each other for a short time, and there were many variables. "All right, come aboard, the raft is ready," Yang Yi called to Suna. He inspected the raft, ensuring its buoyancy was sufficient for 2 people. The latter had also completed the disassembly of the sea monster and approached, climbing onto the raft. The 2 each held simple paddles made from sharpened daggers and pushed the raft towards the ship. Due to the trees and the island, this stretch of water was much calmer than the outside. The process went smoothly as they quickly neared the ship. Yang Yi even started thinking about the coconut trees. Although submerged, these trees still bore coconuts that could be hooked down. While he was contemplating, a great force surged from the bottom of the raft, nearly tossing both of them into the sea. "There's something in the water, and it's not small." Yang Yi immediately became alert, pointing his flintlock at the water's surface. Suna, who had nearly fallen, was now lying on the raft, and out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of a dark shadow swimming by. "There's a giant snake in the sea over there." She pointed in a direction to warn him. Yang Yi was about to look when the raft was lifted again, and a rope snapped, causing the raft to become loose. If this kept happening, the raft was sure to fall apart. At that point, both of them would fall into the water and be directly attacked by the sea serpent. The consequences were unthinkable. They were still about 200 meters from the ship, and swimming over in a short time was impossible. Thinking this, Yang Yi's eyes flashed with fierce light. In a state of frenzy, he was courageous and fearless, incredibly combative. This sea serpent wanted to eat him, and it would have no complaints about being eaten in return. He grinned and tried to submerge the flintlock in the water to shoot. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. As expected, this flintlock was not afraid of water. Being wet or even submerged did not affect its firing. Suna heard the commotion and turned her head, asking, "What are you doing?" "Testing the gun." Suna frowned, not understanding Yang Yi's words, and proposed her own idea. "We could try using the sea monster's flesh and blood to lure it away. I can throw it further." "No need, that's useless." Yang Yi shook his head, staring at the dark shape in the water. "I can feel it. It's fixated on me, inviting me down to duel." "Feel? Are you out of your mind? How much sanity do you have left?" Yang Yi did not respond to her, jumping directly into the water like a madman, leaving only this sentence in the air. "When there's a commotion underwater, just pull me up." You plan to fight it in the water. That's suicide." But in reality, Yang Yi had a chance of winning, and it was quite high. He remained calm, constantly calculating the time. In another 15 seconds, he would be able to fire again. With the power of the flintlock, he only needed to hit once to take the snake's life. However, if the snake tried to kill him, it would take at least a few minutes. This was because the snake didn't have sharp teeth to tear its prey apart. It usually killed by constriction. During this period, Yang Yi could at least fire 3 or even 4 shots. As long as he hit once, the snake would be cut in half on the spot. The prey came down on its own. The sea serpent would welcome it and quickly coiled around it. This serpent was as thick as an adult man's thigh, and was agile like a fish with excellent swimming skills. If on land, Yang Yi might have been able to fight it, but in the water without suitable weapons, his chances of winning were virtually 0. He was tightly coiled by the snake, barely managing to free his right hand to get a chance to shoot. What of the rest of his body? It hardly mattered. Soon Yang Yi pulled the trigger for the first time. Click! The gun misfired. But it was fine, he still had chances. The sea serpent tightened its grip, and Yang Yi felt his ribs grinding against each other, unable to resist. He counted the time and fired the second shot. Click! Again it misfired. The air in Yang Yi's lungs was being squeezed out with a risk of rib fractures, and his whole body was going numb. But he remained calm, waiting for the next opportunity to shoot. The sea serpent sensed something was off. Yang Yi was different from any prey it had encountered before. It aimed to deliver a kill shot, biting fiercely into Yang Yi's left shoulder. "So you dare to bite me? Then I'll bite you too." Yang Yi reciprocated with a bite on the snake's body, the force so great that it penetrated the scales. At the same time, his third shot came aimed at the serpent's head on his left shoulder. Boom! Thunder erupted from beneath the water. This shot blew off half of the sea serpent's head. Yet it did not die, immediately letting out a shrill cry and instantly releasing its grip on the troublesome prey. However, its death was a foregone conclusion. It couldn't survive. I won. Yang Yi achieved ultimate victory, feeling somewhat relieved and relaxed. Despite the arduous process, he had won. His body began to sink slowly. Oh no, I need to swim up. Yang Yi tried to control his body but unexpectedly found he had no strength. A loud noise erupted on the water's surface and water splashed high into the sky. Following that, a large amount of black blood floated up. Suna had been keeping an eye on the underwater commotion. Upon hearing the gunshot, she immediately pulled on the rope around her waist. But the other end of the rope was broken. At some point this rope had snapped during the struggle between Yang Yi and the sea serpent. Suna glanced at the water surface, hesitated for several seconds, and finally jumped in. Minutes later, Yang Yi expelled a large mouthful of water, along with a piece of snake skin that had been bitten off. After regaining his breath, his energy quickly restored, and his consciousness returned. It was Suna who saved him and performed CPR on him. Thank you, I owe you a life. Yang Yi expressed his gratitude. He had noticed the broken rope before losing consciousness, initially thinking he was doomed. However, he hadn't expected that this woman would jump down to save him. At the same time, he also noted that the unlocking condition for his question mark skill had changed to 23. By this point, Yang Yi had roughly guessed what the condition was, probably dying 3 times. On the other side, Suna was also feeling a mix of emotions. She looked at Yang Yi with a strange expression, as if looking at a rare animal. To gamble one's life in battle without hesitation completely defies biological instinct. It's truly strange. I need to make a note of this in my observation diary. After pondering, she noticed the wound on Yang Yi's shoulder. You've been bitten. The snake is likely poisoned. Suna leaned closer, trying to suck out the venomous blood with her mouth. She only stopped when the blood she spat out turned bright red. Yang Yi watched her, feeling a touch of gratitude. After all, this action came with risks. While snake venom is mostly protein and can be digested by gastric juice. If there are any mucosal injuries in the mouth or digestive tract, it could be very dangerous and lead to poisoning. Once the treatment was complete, Yang Yi also regained his breath. The two successfully approached the ships and boarded their respective vessels. Yang Yi's observation diary. His frenzied state is so captivating. He would never back down, possessing clear awareness and the ability to formulate battle plans. Yet he may not even realize how strong his desire to fight is, how eager he is to kill the opponent. Even if it means his own death, he would not hesitate. But what if the opponent is too powerful? What choice would he make then? This remains to be observed further. Which Suna? Returning to the ship, the fish and shellfish he had caught earlier had already rotted and become inedible. Yang Yi kept only 1 cyst pufferfish and returned the rest to the sea. His food supplies now consisted of merely 1 loaf of black bread, 3 eyeball fruits, and 38 vitality coconuts. As for fresh water, he had only 1 liter left. Yang Yi consumed 3 eyeball fruits and picked up a vitality coconut, intending to prepare a refreshing vitality coconut drink to restore his energy. Player Suna requests to board the ship. Yang Yi promptly agreed. She boarded from the stern and quickly entered the cabin of the nightmare. At that moment, Yang Yi was concocting the vitality coconut drink. You can make potions? Suna exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, I found a recipe on the island. I can mix salt and vitality coconuts to make this vitality coconut drink. Would you like to try some? Yang Yi handed the prepared drink to Suna. Since she had saved his life, giving her something in return was no trouble at all. Suna took it, examined it with curiosity for a moment, but instead of drinking it, she stowed it away in her treasure pouch. I won't take any supplies from your ship, Yang Yi proposed, downing the freshly made vitality coconut drink. Suna was indifferent, for the astrologer had virtually no supplies to speak of. It was utterly destitute. How about we cooperate again? Yang Yi suggested. The storm at sea was fierce. Working together would greatly increase their chances of survival. Moreover, the astrologer can provide navigational charts, so we won't get lost in the storm. Deal. Suna agreed, as this was precisely why she had come. Yang Yi stepped out of the cabin. Outside all was dim, the sky shrouded in dark clouds. The howling gale mixed with seawater caused the ship to shudder violently. He had no intention of setting off immediately, for there was an urgent matter to address. He had been bitten by a snake and needed an antidote. The status panel in the log already displayed a poison state. Moreover, the information on the sea serpent confirmed it was venomous. Yang Yi walked over to the monster gacha machine and tossed in the flesh of the 2 sea demons along with the snakeskin. Name: giant sea serpent. Description: a cunning colossal serpent of the deep, larger than an ordinary python. It delights in torturing its prey. Can be fed into the monster gacha machine. Slightly venomous. Are you sure you don't want to trade that sea demon corpse for a gacha pull? Yang Yi suddenly turned around and asked. For inside Suna's treasure pouch lay another sea demon's remains. No way. Suna shook her head vehemently. In her eyes, the corpse held immense value, far surpassing any gacha reward. By studying the sea demon's physiology, she could acquire the knowledge she sought. And knowledge was far more precious than any item. Yang Yi shrugged, offering no further persuasion. He turned back and spun the dial on the octopus-headed gacha machine's chest, producing the clatter of capsules colliding. Soon 3 capsules were spat out. Suna stood behind Yang Yi, observing his every move and meticulously jotting down notes in a small booklet. Yang Yi lives on a ghost ship. His mental state is questionable. His gacha machine is a terrifying octopus head, but Yang Yi seems quite fond of it. Unaware of her scrutiny, Yang Yi picked up the glowing orbs from the ground. The first was a can adorned with a mermaid illustration. Name Sirens Call Type Consumable Quality Fine Description contains a special gas. Inhaling it allows you to emit a piercing shriek that momentarily paralyzes nearby creatures and reduces their sanity. Inhaling will result in a loss of 20 sanity. You have acquired the voice of a siren, but clearly you can. The second item was a blue crystal pendant. Name Sirens Tier Type Relic Quality Fine Description. When worn, Spirit 2 grants immunity to charm effects. If a siren's song is heard, it will transform into a piercing wail. Occasionally induces auditory hallucinations, as if a siren is whispering in your ear, reducing sanity. You can only listen to my song. You belong to me. The third item was a short sword. Name Serpent's Fong Type Treasure Quality Fine Description. A short sword crafted from the tooth of a giant sea serpent. Possesses a mild paralytic effect and can inflict minor damage on aberrant demons. Yang Yi was quite fortunate. 3 gacha pulls yielded 2 pieces of equipment, one of which was a weapon perfectly addressing the issue of low damage output during the flintlock's cooldown. As for the other 2 items, Yang Yi pondered for a moment, deciding to sell or trade them away. The Siren's Tear was a formidable tool against sirens, but Yang Yi's frenzied state granted him inherent immunity, making it somewhat redundant for him. As for charm, such mental attacks were quickly adapted to by players with high spirit attributes. The first time Yang Yi was charmed, he lost 10 sanity, but subsequent times only cost him 5. The next encounter might not even deduct 5, rendering it largely ineffective. The Siren's Call, however, was a useful item, but Yang Yi urgently needed to heal his injuries and had to part with it reluctantly. He immediately sent a private message to Zhou Dai, captain of the Radiant Goddess. Yang Yi, I need 2 bottles of holy water. Do you have any in stock? The other party seemed busy. It took several minutes for a reply. Zhou Dai, make it quick. I'm busy navigating right now and don't have time to produce holy water. My stock is limited. Yang Yi understood her implication. She had the goods, but the price would be high. However, Yang Yi had sufficient bargaining chips, so he replied, 1 bottle of Vitality Coconut Drink, the Siren's Tear, and the Siren's Call. All these for 2 bottles of your holy water. This time Zhou Dai's reply was much quicker. You're a male player, right? You actually killed a siren. She found it hard to believe. After all, many male players in the chat channel had already fallen to sirens. For this price, I can give you 3 bottles of holy water. Let's cooperate again in the future. The transaction was quickly concluded. Yang Yi tossed the trade items into the monster gacha machine, and shortly after 3 bottles of holy water materialized in his hands. He immediately drank one and handed another to Suna. You were right, that sea serpent was venomous. Just in case, you should drink this too. It can detoxify and heal wounds. Suna took the holy water but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she curiously examined the bottle and then moved to stash it in her treasure pouch. I told you to drink it, not put it away. Yang Yi interrupted Suna's action. If you're not going to drink it, then give it back. At the same time, he was puzzled, finding Suna rather odd. It was the same with the Vitality Coconut Drink, the holy water, and the sea demon's body. Why did she insist on stuffing everything into her treasure pouch? Suna was stunned for a moment, showing no reaction. But she could see that Yang Yi was serious. Eventually relenting, she uncapped the bottle and drank the holy water. And don't just hold it in your mouth. Yang Yi's sharp eyes caught on. The woman hadn't swallowed it all, merely puffing out her cheeks to hold the liquid. Suna frowned, seemingly displeased, but under Yang Yi's insistence, she reluctantly swallowed. Open your mouth and let me see. Ah! Suna obediently opened her mouth, confirming she had indeed swallowed. Yang Yi nodded. In truth, Suna was also injured, and this would help her recover more quickly. But secretly, Suna pulled out a small booklet to record. Yang Yi is very stern and likes to coerce others. What are you writing? Yang Yi walked over and asked. Nothing. Suna remained composed, hiding the booklet away. Seeing this, Yang Yi felt it inappropriate to pry further, as it was her private matter. You've seen the chat channel and the announcements, right? Everyone is desperately trying to escape the sea area now. We need to flee too. Yang Yi analyzed the situation and inquired about Suna's astrologer. Her ship was only level 110 knots slower than his level 2 nightmare. They discussed using grappling hooks to bind the 2 ships together. This way, neither vessel would fall behind. Before we leave, help me with one more thing. Yang Yi pointed to the coconut trees, their crowns barely visible, the coconuts themselves nearly floating on the water. Join me in circling the island once to grab these coconuts. We'll take as many as we can in a single pass, no lingering. Suna nodded in agreement. Yang Yi would have liked to take them all, but that would have taken too much time. The two ships circled the small island, once harvesting a total of 92 vitality coconuts. This was a substantial haul and Yang Yi was satisfied. He generously split them with Suna giving her half, so each received 46. Combined with the 34 originally on the ship, they now had a total of 126 vitality coconuts. 80 for Yang Yi and 46 for Suna. For a long time to come, Yang Yi wouldn't need to worry about restoring his energy. The storm has intensified. Beware of floating debris on the sea. Location: origin sea storm zone. Daylight duration unknown. Temperature 13-18 C. Wind force level 9. Yang Yi and Suna had formed a fleet and sailed for 2 days. During these 2 days they had never seen the sun. The sea was pitch black with limited visibility. The wind had also increased by 1 level and the sea was turbulent. The original speed of dozens of knots had been halved at best. At the onset of the storm, the wind was only force 4, a golden period for travel. During this time, Yang Yi had been seduced by a sea demon, missing the golden period. His progress lagged far behind, placing him at the tail end of the main fleet. From the chat channel, he learned that his friend Su, the captain of the Gale, had broken out of the stormy sea area last. His ship had a speed of 70 knots, the fastest in the game. If it had already been upgraded to Tier 2, it would likely be even faster. He released intelligence beyond the stormy sea. The wind was calm, and the sun was shining brightly. It was expected that many fast ships would break out of the stormy sea in the next 2 days, except for the 2 unlucky ones who set off late. Yang Yi and Suna. Damn it! Yang Yi hadn't slept for days. His eyes were bloodshot and his temper was foul. He drank a bottle of coconut refresher to replenish his energy and privately messaged Suna in the log. Suna, are there any islands or reefs ahead? He didn't want to recklessly run aground on an island or hit her. No, don't disturb me. It's a critical moment. She hadn't shown her face since returning to the astrologer 2 days ago. What exactly are you doing? Yang Yi asked. But Suna did not reply. She was in the cabin of the astrologer where a long wooden table was set up. Not far away there was also a crystal ball the size of a basketball, displaying a nautical chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles. However, her attention was not on the chart but on the corpse of the sea demon on the table. Suna used the witch's dagger as a scalpel, cutting open the sea demon's skin to observe the complex neural and vascular structures within, inferring its organ composition and recording it in detail. Some organs, including the brain and eyeballs, had already been completely removed and immersed in glass jars. She had spent considerable resources to exchange for several glass jars, all for this moment. This sea demon. Its body structure has multiple defects. It would be more appropriate to call it a half-mermaid. There are also immune rejection reactions inside her body, as if the organs of a human and a fish were forcibly stitched together with both sides rejecting each other. It needs to eat humans to alleviate this rejection. She muttered her findings to herself while recording. But this rejection reaction seems to be weakening. If it disappears completely, the sea demon's body might undergo a new transformation. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was still at the helm, dodging floating debris carried by the currents. If it weren't for the storm, many players might have been willing to use grappling hooks to catch this debris. But now everyone avoided it like the plague. This debris was large and fast. Some were simply ship fragments, presumably from some unfortunate player. So Yang Yi never relaxed, keeping his nerves taut to avoid this debris. His nightmare was dilapidated, with durability being its weakness. Only a meager 600 points. The hull was made of rotten wood, utterly unassociated with sturdiness. After only 3 collisions, the durability had dropped by over 100 points. A few more hits and his ship would fall apart. The situation was urgent and Yang Yi considered using the pirate ship blueprint. But the system prompted that his current environment was unsafe and did not allow the use of blueprints for modification. With no other choice, he had to grit his teeth and continue sailing. At the same time, Yang Yi was also monitoring the World Channel to keep abreast of changes and movements in the sea area. It was mostly bad news and complaints from players. It's over. The wind was so strong just now, I think I sailed in the wrong direction. Can anyone tell me the way? How much further is it? Urgent, urgent, urgent. Buying timber at a high price. I have millions in my bank account. Just give me 10 timber and he'll give you all of it. Idiot. Damn it, my ship is taking on water. Who's selling timber? 30 conch coins per unit, unlimited buy. Timber could be used to repair ships. Its value had skyrocketed and was hard to come by. Sometimes 1 unit of timber could fetch an exorbitant price of 50 conch coins. Something underwater is attacking my ship. Suddenly a message caught Yang Yi's attention. This might be a new change in the sea area, a monster attack. His plight attracted the attention of many players who were asking questions. Bro, did you hear clearly? Could you have hit an obstacle? No, I'm already in the cabin and the hull keeps making noises. Something is definitely ramming my ship. Oh my god. Haha, the monsters are spawning. Take your time, guys. I can already see the border. Farewell. Save me, it's a fishman. The message was cut off. The player was presumably dead, and the system had sent his unfinished last words. Yang Yi also tensed up. A spray of sea spray hit Yang Yi's face, a chill penetrating to the bone. He immediately contacted Su Na. Su Na, there might be monsters in the sea. We need to prepare. What's going on with you? Yang Yi asked. Su Na had already completed the dissection, her face flushed crimson from overexcitement. Her eyes were bloodshot, her breath fragrant as orchid as she looked at the message popping up on her log. Conditions met, dissection research on aberrant beings 22. Your talent has been unlocked. Forbidden Scholar. Forbidden Scholar permanently reduces sanity cap by 20. The occultism system is now open. You can now build special structures, research your own unique formulas, and create unique items. You ultimately could not resist your curiosity. Little do you know, this may be a path of no return. Su Na, I'm asking you a question. What are you doing? Answer me. Yang Yi was getting angry. Only then did Su Na take a deep breath, calm herself, and reply. What is it? How is your ship's durability? Yang Yi asked. Almost no damage. Good. Then come to the nightmare. They'll give you permission. Help me repair the ship and get the durability to full. Okay. Su Na agreed. She put her precious organs and body parts into her treasure pouch, grabbed the crystal ball, and walked towards the nightmare. The two ships were connected fore and aft by ropes and grappling hooks very close together. Normally placing a single plank would allow easy passage. But now both ships were somewhat turbulent. It was better to crawl instead of walk for stability. Su Na crawled across the plank. As soon as she boarded the nightmare, Yang Yi called her into the cabin. I've already given you permission. Use stone to make a stone hammer, then fully repair the nightmare's durability. After that, stay on the nightmare. We might encounter monsters soon. It would be dangerous to be separated. Messages of players under attack kept popping up in the world chat channel. The monsters they encountered were all different. There are so many red lanterns in the water, they're gathering around me. Has anyone else encountered them? What the hell are those things? It's just fireflies, don't be scared. Damn. Over a dozen little fishmen have trapped me in the captain's cabin. Fight me unknown if you dare. Why is someone standing on the sea? Right in my sailing path. I caught an aberrant fiend in my trap. It's called a drowner. I've already riddled it with holes. Wait. Yang Yi mourned for him for a second. He was probably blown up by the drowner. Almost every minute someone was ambushed and killed. Yet, at the same time, quite a few players managed to escape the stormy sea region safely. On Yang Yi's end, probably because the nightmare had set off late and was far from the main fleet, they hadn't encountered any monsters. Instead, another matter worried Yang Yi. He had run out of food. Water wasn't an issue thanks to the vitality coconuts, but he needed to replenish protein and energy. Suna, do you have any food on your ship? Yang Yi sent a private message. Only 1 L of water. Suna's voice sounded beside his ear. She had just finished repairing her ship and came to the bow deck holding a crystal ball. This crystal ball was a dynamic nautical chart that could synchronize the sea conditions within 100 nautical miles. Now only 2 ships were displayed on it, the astrologer and the nightmare, their markers very close together. The map on your ship can be dismantled. Yang Yi asked in surprise. This crystal ball is a receiver. As long as we're not too far apart, it works fine, Suna explained. This nautical chart was actually very crude. Besides the ships, it only showed large obstacles on the sea, like giant floating objects displayed as small black dots and islands shown as large patches of shadow. By avoiding these black dots, they could effectively prevent their ship from being caught in the turbulent currents of huge floating objects. At the same time, the chart prevented them from losing their bearings. Another day passed. Even though Yang Yi was as tough as iron, he still needed to sleep and rest. Sailing shifted to 2-person shifts. When tired, they would go to the captain's quarters to sleep. The nightmares seemed to only plague the captain. At least Suna never mentioned having any nightmares. During this time, Yang Yi kept an eye on the chat channel, hoping to buy some food. But he was destined for disappointment. Due to the storm, most players' food supplies were running low, and no one was selling. Those who were selling were the lucky few who had escaped the stormy sea. Not only were the prices exorbitant, but they were also impossible to grab in time. Yang Yi sent a private message, and the other party replied only after more than 10 minutes with 3 words. All sold out. Some didn't even reply. This was the real hunger marketing. Those who couldn't buy would simply starve. This can't go on. Yang Yi sat up in the captain's quarters, his stomach growling incessantly. Suna was at the helm now. The wind had reached force 11. Standing on the deck, one had to slightly crouch to maintain balance. His clothes were perpetually damp, never drying, carrying a salty, fishy smell. I have to get some food, or once I lose my strength, it's all over. Yang Yi muttered to himself, eating a vitality coconut. He drank all the coconut water and even ate the coconut meat cleanly. Without food, coconuts were all he had. But these weren't filling. He needed high-energy food to sustain himself. After much thought, the only way Yang Yi could think of to get food was fishing. And he happened to have a fishing rod. Suna, if this keeps up, we'll starve. I'll try fishing, you keep sailing for a while. Yang Yi sent a private message. Okay. Suna replied simply. Yang Yi shouldered the fishing rod, went to the ship's midsection, chose a suitable spot, and prepared to cast his line. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. In this context, it probably meant the bigger the waves, the stranger the fish. Or the bigger the fish. But he underestimated the difficulty of fishing in a storm. The ship was heaving, the waves were tumultuous, the float was barely visible, and there was no sign of a bite. An hour passed and Yang Yi hadn't caught a thing except for nearly achieving the feat of baiting with human flesh. 2 hours passed, still no catch, and he was getting quite irritable. He opened the world chat channel and sent a message. Has anyone tried fishing? He attached a photo of fishing in the storm. Fishing my ass, you've got time to fish and not dodge the floating debris. Indeed, only Yang Yi had the leisure to fish, or everyone else had to watch out for floating objects. If you catch a mermaid, it might eat you alive. In reality, if he did catch a sea monster, it was hard to say who would be eating whom. Amid a bunch of joking replies, a piece of useful information finally appeared, likely from an experienced angler. With the waves this high, the fish are deep. Your float is useless. If you insist on fishing, remove the float, let out more line, attach a weight, and fish deep. Yang Yi suddenly understood. He immediately adjusted the line length, removed the float, and hooked a small piece of stone. In this world, bait wasn't necessary for fishing. Half an hour later, he finally got a reaction. The fishing reel was spinning wildly. Yang Yi gave a tug. A tremendous force nearly pulled him into the sea. He barely managed to brace his feet against the ship's railing to avoid falling in. He continued to pull, but the other end stopped struggling. What's going on? Did the line break? Yang Yi leaned over to look. A faint red light appeared in the deep, approaching from afar like a red lantern the size of a fist. What is this? He immediately became alert and drew his flintlock pistol. The next second, a shark burst out of the sea, lunging straight at Yang Yi. It was a hammerhead shark, over a meter long, entirely red, with a smooth, streamlined body. Its head was peculiar, flat like a shovel, with 2 eyeballs hanging on either side, emitting a faint crimson glow in the darkness. But even stranger, it had 2 robust hind legs, bumpy and rough like a toad's thighs. This fish is wrong. Your sanity decreases by 5. The shark broke through the water, opening its massive maw, trying to bite Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared. He immediately lay flat to dodge while pulling the trigger of his flintlock. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. The shot was immensely powerful, snapping the shark, which was as thick as an adult's waist, into 2 halves. But it wasn't dead yet. The upper half kept thrashing, attempting to bite Yang Yi. Yang Yi grabbed the sea serpent's fang, waited for the right moment, and mounted it. Thrust. After stabbing fiercely twice, the shark finally stopped moving. Name: hammerhead devil shark. Category: food. Description: a hammerhead shark, corrupted by the abyss, cruel and bloodthirsty. Its meat is edible and can also be used for gacha. If eaten, it can no longer be used for gacha, or choose one of the 2. Please note, this is a social creature. When you find one, it means a group is following behind. After reading the description, Yang Yi's pupils contracted. He immediately looked at the sea. Red lanterns were lighting up, more and more of them converging on the nightmare. They did not mourn their fallen comrade for a moment, surfacing one after another, revealing their fins, as if trying to leap onto the nightmare. There were nearly 100 of them. Suna, trouble. Yang Yi immediately ran to the bow deck. She had also sensed something wrong, abandoned the helm, and rushed to meet Yang Yi. Another hammerhead devil shark jumped onto the deck. This type of shark had some mobility on land, using its hind legs to hop like a toad, though it was clumsy, only able to jump a meter or 2 at a time. But with such numbers, they couldn't possibly fight them hidden. Yang Yi observed the sharks, and suddenly an idea. Suna, we have to climb the mast to stand a chance of survival. Yang Yi concluded. He had observed the movements of the demon sharks, and noticed they could only leap on the deck, relying solely on their hind limbs. This meant the demon sharks lacked climbing ability. If they could just take refuge on the mast, they would be invincible. Without further ado, they set to work. Yang Yi held a flintlock pistol in his left hand, and the fang of the sea serpent in his right, prepared for both ranged and close combat. However, Suna had no suitable weapon. Using that small dagger against the sharks was far too dangerous. There's a bow in my room. Well, grab it on the way. You can use it. Suna nodded, the wild wind tangling her hair. There was no fear on her face. Instead, a hint of excitement shimmered as she glanced at the demon sharks. I want a relatively intact shark, especially the eyeballs. They must be complete. Suna suddenly spoke. Let's survive first. The 2 immediately moved, dashing toward the starboard side. The sharks were all gathered on the port side, making the starboard route relatively safer. They crouched low, advancing swiftly against the fierce wind. On the starboard side, the captain's cabin had no door, but Yang Yi could temporarily create one with his flintlock pistol. The cooldown should be just right now. Yang Yi fired a single shot, blasting a large hole just big enough to reach in and grab something. He fumbled around and found the pirate longbow placed against the wall along with over 20 simple wooden arrows all coated with poison. He handed the bow and arrows to Suna, and then the two hurried toward the courtyard. The wind was much weaker in the courtyard located between the captain's cabin and the quarters, with most of the wind blocked, making it easier to shoot arrows. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a demon shark lunged from the shadows on the side. If Yang Yi hadn't noticed in time, he would have been pinned to the ground. He drew the fang of the sea serpent ready to strike, but an arrow suddenly shot from behind, hitting the shark's eyeball square on. The eyeball seemed to be the hammerhead demon shark's weak point. After being struck, it fell into utter chaos. Rolling on the ground uncontrollably rendered combat ineffective. Yang Yi glanced back at Suna. Such superb archery. The two continued running toward the mast. By now there were 7 or 8 demon sharks in the courtyard. They were all on the left side of the deck, and upon seeing the pair they leaped like toads. Suna displayed her prowess drawing and shooting arrows continuously, each one precisely hitting a shark's eyeball. Though the shark's eyeballs were large, glowing, and conspicuous, hitting every single one was astonishing. "What did you do before?" Yang Yi swallowed hard and asked. "I studied medicine, but in high school I won the provincial archery championship. Good enough to enter the national team." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Yi said, exasperated. "Why didn't you use the bow when we fought the sea monsters before?" "I was ambushed and my bow fell into the sea." If he had known Suna was this skilled, he would have prepared plenty of arrows, and they wouldn't have to fear these leaping sharks. But now their arrows were limited. They couldn't afford a prolonged fight. Some demon sharks had even swum to the right side, preparing to attack from both flanks. More and more sharks kept jumping onto the deck. Fortunately, both had reached the base of the mast. Taking advantage of the fact that the new sharks were still far away, they had to hurry and climb the mast. "You go first, then cover me with arrows once you're up." Yang Yi leaned against the mast, watching the sharks gradually closing in from both sides. This was the most reasonable plan he had devised. If Yang Yi climbed first, the only weapon he could use was the flintlock pistol. Though powerful in this situation, it was far less effective than a bow that could be fired multiple times. Suna understood Yang Yi's intent. Without wasting time, she stuffed the bow into her treasure pouch and began climbing. Yang Yi gripped the fang of the sea serpent horizontally, holding the pistol in his left hand, assuming a combat stance. The shark on the left arrived first, leaping toward Yang Yi. He had observed them for a long time and noticed a peculiar trait: they could only jump forward. Before leaping, they would first choose a direction, aiming their heads toward where they intended to go. Using this trait, Yang Yi smoothly sidestepped the shark's lunge. As the shark passed by, he thrust his sword, stabbing it directly into the shark's gill slit. The momentum carried the shark forward, its body torn open by a massive wound. Upon landing, a pile of entrails spilled out, and it was clearly doomed. "It works!" Yang Yi kept his eyes peeled, dodging another shark's pounce. Then he repeated the maneuver, thrusting the fang of the sea serpent into its gill slit. In this way he killed 3 sharks that had surrounded him. But Yang Yi was not a battle-hardened warrior. Not long ago he had been a bedridden patient, unable even to stand. This clumsy swordsmanship was only effective because he was observant and calm. Yet he didn't succeed. On the 4th attempt he faltered, failing to dodge in time, and a shark clamped its jaws onto his right shoulder. The piercing agony nearly made him black out. Fortunately, Yang Yi's will was as tough as steel. He immediately pressed the flintlock pistol against the hammerhead shark's flat head. This shot had to fire. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Click. The wretched gun jammed again at the critical moment. Damn it! Yang Yi didn't give up. He quickly switched plans, releasing the fang of the sea serpent from his right hand, transferring it to his left and stabbing at the shark. Just then an arrow whizzed past Yang Yi's scalp, striking the shark's eyeball. The creature released its grip in pain, and Yang Yi managed to break free, though his right arm was a bloody mess. "Hurry up," Suna urged. She was sitting on a crossbeam about 5 meters above the ground, well out of the shark's reach and perfectly safe. Now she drew her bow and knocked an arrow, unleashing tremendous combat power to cover Yang Yi's climb. "I'm running low on arrows. You'd better be quick." Yang Yi tucked the flintlock pistol into his belt, and enduring excruciating pain began to climb. The sharks that arrived later were all shot by Suna, so Yang Yi was temporarily safe, but his ascent was slow. He pushed with his legs, pressing his left arm and cheek against the mast, struggling upward. "Faster! I only have 3 arrows left." Yang Yi had only climbed 2 meters when he heard the dire news. Soon the last 3 arrows were spent. Suna could only cling to the mast with one arm, leaning down as much as possible, trying to pull Yang Yi up, but she couldn't reach. Just then a shark gathered its strength, leaped toward Yang Yi, and sank its teeth into his calf. The clash of teeth and bone emitted a chilling sound. Yang-yi! Suna cried out. Yang-yi's body jerked violently, racked by intense pain that made him nauseous. But he dared not let go, clenching his teeth and holding on. He knew that if he let go and fell he would surely die. The shark hung from his leg, its teeth tearing. Yang-yi felt dizzy and tight in the chest, his vision blurred by tears. He looked down at the shark and saw two massive blood-red eyeballs. It seemed to be smiling, mocking Yang-yi for struggling so hard only to face certain death. No way! Without reason, a surge of rage exploded in Yang-yi's chest, blazing hot. At the same time, a log message popped up. Condition met, face death 33. You have unlocked the talent, Refuse to Die. Refuse to Die activates when health drops below 10 or upon receiving a fatal injury. Health will not fall below 1. Refuse to die for 5 minutes. Simultaneously, all attributes except spirit increase by 2, spirit decreases by 2, sanity decreases by 50, followed by a 24-hour weakness period, where all attributes except spirit decrease by 2. During weakness, Refuse to Die is ineffective. PS Refuse to Die can break the attribute limits of your sanity is below 50. Entering a state of frenzy, immune to most negative mental effects, strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit 2, ignore pain, tireless, fearless until sanity recovers. With the double boost, Yang-yi's strength reached an astonishing 8 points while his spirit dropped to 4. His eyes turned red, bloodshot, and his once drooping right arm inexplicably regained strength, clinging tightly to the mast. At the same time, he reached out his left hand, grabbed the eyeball of the demon shark below, and with a casual squeeze crushed it into a burst of juice and fragments. Yang-yi used brute force to crush the eyeball of the shark beneath him. The latter released its bite from the searing pain, but Yang-yi did not let it go. He grabbed it by the burst eye socket, lifted it, and slammed it into another shark. With Yang-yi's strength now at 8, he could easily shatter a shark's skull with his bare fist. Yet Yang-yi was no reckless brute. If he could overpower them from a distance, he would not resort to hand-to-hand combat. At least not now. Yang-yi exerted force through his right arm, leaped up with agility surpassing a monkey, and landed nimbly on the crossbeam. From now on, it's my turn. Yang-yi's expression turned cold and stern as he aimed the dark muzzle at the demon sharks below. Bang! One demon shark was cleaved into 2 halves. What just happened? Suna looked at Yang-yi in disbelief. A moment ago he was on the verge of death. The next he had turned the tables, reversing the situation in an instant. Such a peculiar sight. Suna's gaze at Yang-yi grew fervent and hungry, as if she wanted to devour him whole, to see through his secrets. That look was too blatant, making Yang-yi uncomfortable. He brushed it off casually. Nothing much, I unlocked a new talent. I see. Suna did not press further. Even if she had, Yang-yi had no intention of revealing it. This was his trump card, immensely powerful, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Moreover, the side effect of this talent was deadly. A debilitating period lasting 24 hours. The fewer who knew, the better. On the other side, Suna felt a lingering fear as well. Her rationality had plummeted by over 20 points just moments ago, and she barely resisted the urge to dissect Yang-yi with her dagger. In the end, Suna managed to hold back her rationality, stabilizing just above 50. Suna, don't rush. Be patient. Yang-yi is special, observe him slowly. She silently admonished herself. Yang-yi had no idea what this madwoman was thinking. He took out holy water, drank 2/3, and poured the remaining third over his wounds. The effect was satisfactory. The wound quickly stopped bleeding. He then drew his flintlock, aimed and fired. Once a misfire, once a hit, killing a shark. Frustrated by their inability to bite the sharks grew frenzied. Some began gnawing at the mast while others started devouring their dead kin. But the mast was the sturdiest timber on this ghost ship, thick enough that the shark's jaws could not damage it significantly, yet the danger remained. It was a race against time. Would the mast break first, or would the sharks die out? With only 30-odd uninjured sharks left, Yang-yi felt confident in his odds. Wait, stop shooting. Suna suddenly called out to Yang-yi. Why? Yang-yi turned his head. Look, the toxin from the cyst pufferfish is taking effect, she said, pointing at a shark with an arrow in its eye. This shark was likely the first one hit. Its body lay crooked on the deck, motionless. Soon its corpse was also devoured by its kind. Yang-yi understood instantly. Cannibalism. This phenomenon is common among insects. So some insecticides are designed to delay death, allowing insects to return to their nests before dying, wiping out an entire colony at once, Suna explained. I see. Yang-yi nodded, pulling the trigger to kill another shark. But doesn't shooting speed up their demise? Besides, bullets are free. As you wish. Just leave me one intact, Suna replied. After more than 10 minutes, the sharks finally perished, not a single one left alive. The deck was littered with shark corpses reeking of blood. Yang-yi, in a weakened state, struggled even to climb. With only 15 health points left, he had to be cautious. A fall could send him into a near-death state, then death. Suna had already descended. She selected the largest and most intact shark corpse and began to dismember it on the spot, preparing to store it in her treasure pouch. Jackpot. This can probably get me 70 gacha pulls. Yang Yi's eyes gleamed. In his past life, playing mobile games, pulling for rare items was his favorite part. For many games, he would delete them right after a pulling spree. Half and half. Yang Yi looked at Suna. You do the pulls. I only need one. Suna replied indifferently, seemingly uninterested in the gacha. What a waste. Then I'll reluctantly do the pulls for you. Yang Yi, unable to contain his excitement, began cutting up the hammerhead demon shark carcasses on the deck. He would cut a batch, pull the gacha, and the corpses would gradually vanish. In total, he performed 72 pulls. There were 74 hammerhead demon sharks in all. One was dismantled by Suna, and one was set aside as provisions. To avoid accidental poisoning, Yang Yi specifically chose the one that had been cut in half first. Fortunately, that shark hadn't been eaten by its kin, making it suitable as food. After finishing, Yang Yi checked the course and map. Confirming no major issues, he turned his gaze to the base of the gacha machine, where 72 glowing orbs lay. He had not opened any of them, planning to open them all at once. What would be inside? Yang Yi was filled with anticipation as he began opening the gacha. You have obtained 1 unit of steel. What? You have obtained 200 conch coins. You have obtained 5 units of wood. You have obtained 5 units of stone. Yang Yi slammed that piece of wood onto the deck. It slowly vanished, transferred to the warehouse. Was this what he needed? Where were the relics? The treasures? At the very least, some accessories. As time went on, Yang Yi grew numb, his expectations fading. Mostly he obtained basic resources: fresh water, steel, wood, fabric, and even crystal. There were also 12 loaves of black bread, 5 sausages, and 3 watermelons. Perhaps the demon sharks were too weak compared to sea monsters and the drowned. Or maybe it was just terrible luck. After opening everything, Yang Yi only got 3 decent items. One was fine, one was good, and one was ordinary. Name: low-grade fire element. Type: consumable material. Quality: fine. Description: can be attached to equipment to alter its attribute, granting the power of fire. PS: equipment can be altered repeatedly, with the last alteration being the final attribute. Name: red glowing fishing net. Type: tool. Quality: good. Description: can be placed on the ship side to catch fish that unluckily pass by. However, this net emits an unsettling red light, driving normal fish away. That red light? You might have seen it somewhere before. Name: sharkskin swimsuit. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: increases swimming speed by 25 and reduces stamina consumption while swimming. It can help you easily win swimming competitions. Yang Yi stored these 3 items away. The abysmal drop rate brought back some unpleasant memories. But soon a thought struck him. Could it be that repeatedly submitting the same type of monster drastically reduced the drop rate? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps the system was encouraging players to hunt unfamiliar monsters. The simplest way to verify this was to have someone else try the gacha. Without delay, Yang Yi pulled Suna, who was still in the courtyard, over, and handed her a fin to test the gacha. This demon shark was originally meant for food, but since they now had plenty of black bread, there was no need to risk eating raw meat. Give it a try, Yang Yi urged. If Suna got a good drop, it would confirm his theory. Repeatedly submitting the same monster's corpse caused the drop rate to plummet. If she didn't, then it was purely luck-based, and his earlier success was just fortune. Suna tossed the fin in and turned the gacha. The octopus head's eyes suddenly emitted a golden glow, and even its tentacles turned gold. Wow, golden legend. Yang Yi seemed to hear an auditory hallucination. A golden orb was spat out from the octopus head, picked up by Suna. Is this the difference between a lucky one and an unlucky one? Yang Yi's face flushed red. For the first time, he felt this game was unfair and malicious. Suna picked up the glowing orb, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes, and swiftly stored it in her treasure pouch. What did you get? Yang Yi leaned in curiosity, piqued. Want to know? Beg me and I'll tell you. Suna's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Fine, keep it to yourself then. Yang Yi didn't indulge her, nor did he envy her. After all, he had 3 treasures of his own. Though they weren't golden, he was winning in numbers. Meanwhile, a flurry of superstitious conjectures flooded his mind. Could it be that this shark died first and thus yielded the best loot? He couldn't rule out that possibility, but the specifics would require trial and error to confirm. The only certainty was that repeatedly submitting the same monster's corpse would drastically reduce the drop rate. Yang Yi had Suna continue steering while he cleaned up the battlefield. He had to admit the monster capsule machine was convenient. It recycled the shark's carcass and blood. However, the damaged deck mast and the gaping hole in the captain's quarters would require materials to repair. Additionally, the ship had collided with several floating debris during the battle, causing hull damage. The repairs alone consumed 40 units of wood. Fortunately, the capsule machine also yielded resources. The current food and resources were as follows: food black bread x12, sausage x5, freshwater x8, Ella vitality coconut x67, watermelon x3. Suna's cabin held over 40 more vitality coconuts. Resources would x55, Cloth X45, Stone X32, Steel X10, Crystal X8, Sulfur X6. Conch coins 2050. Materials like steel crystal and sulfur seem to be advanced resources with a conversion ratio of 5:1 in the capsule machine. For now, food was not a concern. Unless absolutely desperate, Yang Yi had no intention of fishing in the stormy waters again. He opened the world channel and began to leave a message. Better not fish in the stormy waters. You'll lure monsters. You're really brave, still alive. Impressive, you can still talk. Got proof. I don't buy it. Yang Yi had no intention of arguing. The reason he didn't post a picture, to protect their sanity. Another day passed quickly. It was the 6th day since the storm had descended. The chat channel was buzzing today with players constantly posting that they had broken through the stormy waters. It seemed most players were near the exit and would soon leave this sea. Only Yang Yi and Suna were still far. They had lost 2 days' progress. When the storm first began, the wind was gentle and everyone's ships were fast. It was only later, as the storm intensified and floating debris and monsters appeared, that everyone's speed slowed. Yang Yi opened the weather forecast to check. Location: origin sea, stormy waters. Daylight duration unknown. Temperature 812 C. Wind force level 10. The wind had picked up again, and the temperature drop made Yang Yi feel a chill, though it was. In contrast, Suna, still in her original attire, seemed unaffected by the cold. Yang Yi stepped out of the captain's quarters and onto the foredeck. Suna, time to switch. Yang Yi called out. She nodded, handed over the crystal ball, and after the handover walked toward the captain's quarters of the Nightmare. By the way, aren't you cold in that flimsy outfit? Yang Yi asked curiously. No, this clothing keeps me warm. Suna sent a private message. Name: witches, casual wear, type treasure, quality fine, description warm and waterproof, enhances sanity recovery speed. As a witch, you must first prepare a casual outfit to conceal your identity. This was a fine quality piece of equipment that boosted sanity recovery. So witches get a free outfit at the start. Yang Yi once again questioned the game's fairness but felt helpless. At least he had a powerful flintlock pistol in his hands. Not long ago, he had used a low-grade fire essence to infuse the sea serpent fang with a transformative property. He had initially considered using it on the flintlock, but the weapon's occasional misfires made it unreliable. Enchantments only added attributes and enhanced power. They did little to remedy a weapon's inherent flaw. Moreover, the flintlock was already a high-grade item, and a fine-quality low-grade fire essence likely wouldn't bring about a significant change. It was better to enchant the sea serpent fang. The result was impressive. The sea serpent fang had advanced to a fine quality piece. Name: sea serpent fang, enchanted, type treasure, quality fine, description: a short sword crafted from the fang of a great sea serpent. After enchantment, it possesses the power of flame, causing burn wounds and inflicting fire venom. The blade of the sea serpent fang had turned red and became hot to the touch after prolonged use, much sharper than before. Yang Yi continued steering, taking turns with Suna. After another day passed, Yang Yi woke in the captain's quarters and checked the log. He had slept for less than 3 hours. He had had nightmares again, a series of them. In the first dream, he saw Suna pointing a gun at his head, her gaze icy. But how could that be? If she wanted to kill him, she could have done so when he fell overboard during the sea serpent battle. Why wait until now? Yang Yi dismissed the thought without dwelling on it, shaking his head to alleviate the headache from lack of sleep. In the second dream, he was swallowed by an enormous centipede-like creature. But how could a giant centipede exist at sea? Could this so-called precognitive effect be mere coincidence? The system hadn't mentioned it. Yang Yi fell into self-doubt but quickly shook off the notion. Regardless, he refused to be led by nightmares. Even if they held some prophetic power, the one making decisions had to be him, not his nightmares. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a follower of his own nightmares? After eating a vitality coconut, Yang Yi felt much better. His wounds had mostly healed, the holy water was effective. With at most 2 days of rest, he would fully recover. Why is it so dark? Yang Yi pushed open the door and was startled by the sight before him. Outside it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It hadn't been this dark in previous days. Yang Yi immediately checked the weather forecast. Location: origin sea. Daylight duration none. Temperature 1218 C. Wind force level 10. Compared to yesterday, the temperature had risen, but the daylight duration had changed from unknown to none. A wave of unease washed over him as he gripped the railing and made his way to the bow. Suna, are you there? Yang Yi shouted loudly, but there was no reply. He pulled out the ship's log. The small booklet emitted a faint glow, allowing him to see. It was then he realized the Nightmare had stopped sailing. It wasn't moving, though the surging waves had masked the stillness. Yang Yi's heart tightened and he rushed to the foredeck only to find the helm empty. Where's Suna? His pupils constricted sharply as his heart raced. He quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for her. A faint glow to the left front seemed to be blocked by a shadow. Yang Yi hurried over and found Suna standing there clutching the crystal ball, motionless, staring blankly at the turbulent sea ahead, as if mesmerized by the view. "Hey, I called you. Why didn't you answer?" Yang Yi said, annoyed. She barely reacted, simply raising a finger to point ahead, speaking in a hollow voice. "It seems we're surrounded." Yang Yi followed her gaze. It should have been total darkness. But perhaps it was Suna's words that made him feel as if something was writhing on the sea surface ahead. "What is that?" Yang Yi squinted, trying to make it out. Suddenly a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and Yang Yi finally saw the creature's true form. They were massive centipede-like worms with segmented bodies. Their heads bore four blade-like mandibles that opened sideways, capable of shearing off prey like a guillotine. These creatures closely resembled marine bobbit worms, but were far larger. Their diameter was hard to judge from a distance, and their length was equally uncertain as most of their bodies were submerged. They were numerous, stretching to the far horizon, with the nearest ones about a kilometer from the nightmare. These giant worms swayed in the storm, thrashing their heads, as if performing a ritual or reveling in a frenzy. Observed unknown giant creature. Your sanity decreases by 20. Yang Yi's mind jolted, and he immediately looked at the crystal ball. The sea chart showed that they were completely surrounded by these colossal worms, numbering in the hundreds. On the chart, the monsters appeared as tiny black dots scattered around the nightmare. They were encircled by these giant worms. Yang Yi pulled Suna into the captain's cabin of the nightmare. "What exactly happened?" he asked gravely. "Where did these insects come from?" "About a quarter of an hour ago, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. I was steering the ship at the time and noticed many black dots appearing in the crystal ball's image. So I stopped the vessel, walked to the very front of the bow, and tried to get a better look." Suna recalled. "As for what happened afterward, you already know." After listening, Yang Yi immediately took the crystal ball and examined it closely. Meanwhile, Suna began to share her conjectures about these gigantic insects. These colossal bugs should be eyeless, devoid of any visual organs, otherwise they would have noticed the nightmare long ago. They are likely creatures that dwell in perpetual darkness, relying on hearing, smell, or other sensory organs to hunt their prey. Due to the storm's interference, their perceptive range has been drastically reduced, rendering them unable to see the nightmare right before them. Suna stated her judgment. Yang Yi meanwhile studied the nautical chart with a furrowed brow. At the same time, he opened the world channel to see how other players were faring. As soon as he entered, he found it ablaze with heated arguments. "Why is it so dark? I'm completely lost. Can someone tell me where the exit is? There are so many giant bugs out on the sea. The nearest one is less than 200 meters from me. Oh my God! Jody, have you forsaken me?" New dangers emerged in the stormy waters. Those players who had escaped rejoiced in others' misfortune, taunting the trapped ones. New monsters spawning. How thrilling. Serves you right for being so slow. Ever played a battle royale? You're too slow, the safe zone is shrinking. Who can you blame? Baka. Just wait there and die. You must not die. If you do, who will buy the fish I just caught? Ha ha ha. Buying secondhand equipment and items at high prices. Damn it. I'd rather feed the bugs than leave a single coin for you. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't be too smug. Yang Yi closed the chat channel, his expression grim. By now most players had already escaped the stormy, perhaps because so many had fled the stormy region, began to expel and eliminate the players still trapped within. Yang Yi and Suna, having set off 2 days late, were also trapped inside. He paced back and forth, then suddenly recalled a crucial piece of information. 200 meters. Yang Yi reopened the chat channel, found that player's message, and sent a private message. "Still alive? Are you sure the giant bug is 200 meters from you?" The other party, highly tense, replied swiftly. "Yes, scared me to death. This bug feels like it's dozens of meters long and 3 meters thick." "Calm down. Look again carefully. Are you certain it's 200 meters? No need to check. I'm a surveyor. I can tell the distance at a glance." Yang Yi's brows relaxed and an idea struck him immediately. He studied the nautical chart using its zoom function to set the scale to 1 centimeter per 200 meters, so that 1 centimeter on the map represented 200 meters. He then gestured on the chart. "Got it." Yang Yi's fighting spirit revived, his spirits lifted. He said to Suna, "You're right. These bugs have no eyesight and their senses are severely limited by the storm. We can try to navigate through the gaps between them. Although the route may be winding, there are considerable intervals between these colossal insects. It's feasible." Suna's eyes also lit up at this. She was so captivated by these strange creatures that she hadn't even considered escape. But Yang Yi was different. He wanted to survive no matter the cost. "But do you know the safe distance? And there might be individual variations among them." "A fellow player gave me a clue," Yang Yi replied. "He set the minimum distance at 200 meters with no upper limit. The farther the better. And prepared to proceed to the exit under this standard. Let me take the helm from now on. To be safe, don't stay in the cabin, stand on the deck." That way, if the bugs attack, you'll notice immediately. If you have to jump into the sea, there might still be a chance of survival. Yang Yi was highly decisive. Once he had a clear plan, he acted on it. Holding the crystal ball map in one hand and steering with the other, he adjusted the ship speed as needed, slowing down when passing between two relatively close giant bugs. As he approached, illuminated by the occasional flashes of lightning, he truly grasped the enormity of these creatures. Their diameters ranged from 2 to 5 meters, and the parts above water stretched dozens or even hundreds of meters long. If one of them bit the ship, the nightmare would likely disintegrate on the spot. Yang Yi steered cautiously and changed into a sharkskin wetsuit. If the ship were destroyed and he fell into the water, the wetsuit would prove invaluable. After sailing slowly for 2 hours, Yang Yi felt a measure of relief. At last he had found a way out. Though navigating was nerve-wracking, it was far better than a dead end. Yang Yi shared his discovery on the World Channel. Doing so cost him nothing tangible. On the contrary, it would earn him goodwill and perhaps even unexpected rewards. Thus he posted this message. I found that these bugs have a very limited sensory range. As long as you keep a distance of over 200 meters, they won't detect or attack you. We can slip through the gaps between them. Really? Bro, you're brave. You actually figured, but how do we gauge the distance? It's too dark. Wait for lightning. During a flash you can see briefly. Indeed, without nautical charts, executing this was far more challenging. But staying put meant certain death. In the face of hope for survival, humans never lacked courage. Thanks, bro. I made it through. This method works. You're a lifesaver. Yang Yi instantly received numerous friend requests, and some even sent him gifts. Mostly temporary supplies, though not in large quantities. He selectively accepted some requests. The materials he received included wood 3, cloth 227, stone 12, steel 7, crystal 13, sulfur 4. Someone even sent a rare item. It came from the captain of the fisherman He Chi, whose friend request Yang Yi accepted. His ship was slow, blocked by these giant bugs, and he hesitated to advance, though the exit was not far off. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to sail through. This item is my gift in return. Treasures can be fished again, but life is only one. Good luck. When this item was spat out from the octopus head's mouth, Yang Yi's eyes nearly popped out. Truly worthy of the fisherman. A seasoned angler catches extraordinary things. Name: low-grade abyss soul stone. Type: consumable. Quality: rare. Description: a stone that can enhance the quality of relics. It can elevate the quality of a relic of fine grade or below by 1 level. Place this stone against your ear, and you will hear the voice of the deep sea. This was a wondrous stone with a translucent black crystal shell, inside which flowed a luminescent liquid. I never expected my first rare item to be a gift from someone else. Yang Yi chuckled. He immediately used the soul stone to upgrade the rusted flintlock. The soul stone shattered, and the luminescent liquid surged into the flintlock, altering its attributes. Name: faintly glowing rusted flintlock. Type: relic. Quality: rare. Description: this was once a master's work, gradually reclaiming its edge. Dual mode unlocked. Cannon mode fires a devastating shot, dealing massive damage with immense recoil. Aim carefully. Afterwards enters a 12-hour cooldown, during which shots have a 100 misfire rate. Standard mode: no reloading required. Fire rate increased to 1 shot every 10 seconds, dealing minor damage. However, be warned. Due to seawater corrosion, there is a 50% chance it will fail to fire. Yang Yi gazed at the reborn flintlock, his heart surging with excitement. 1 shot every 10 seconds, though less powerful, was a definite improvement. And there was also the cannon mode. His eyes burned with fervor as he looked at the swaying insects. Perhaps. Yang Yi stared at these colossal bugs, his sanity dropping to 48, teetering on the edge of madness, his inner self itching to try. Yet he held onto his reason, suppressing the urge to test the gun. No! Unless absolutely necessary, I must not do this. Navigating through the gaps between 2 colossal worms was no easy feat, especially when they were merely 500 to 600 meters apart. It was like dancing on a blade's edge, where the slightest misstep would lead to utter doom. Yang Yi had to constantly monitor his position and the storm's impact on the vessel. With nerves taut, he weaved and maneuvered for 8 grueling hours, a pile of vitality coconuts scattered at his feet. The coconut juice's invigorating effect activated once every 24 hours, but the vitality coconuts had no such limitation. However, repeated consumption led to diminishing returns and a bloated stomach. Thanks to this, Yang Yi felt like an Iron Man, his energy still hovering above 70. Yet only he knew the true extent of his discomfort. How much farther to the exit? Doubt began to creep into Yang Yi's mind, but his will was as unyielding as steel. He quickly shook his head, cast aside the thought, and pressed on with gritted determination. His private message channel buzzed incessantly with incoming notifications, mostly gratitude from other players. During this time, a flood of players had escaped the stormy waters. Their vessels were generally slower, blocked by the colossal worms near the exit. Only after Yang Yi's warning did they muster the courage to gauge the distance and dash through. Thus many felt indebted to Yang Yi and sent him private messages. Of course there were inevitably those who failed and were devoured by the worms. But the dead couldn't send messages, so Yang Yi remained unaware. Simultaneously, he gleaned some intelligence from these private messages. The waters near the exit formed a buffer zone roughly 50 nautical miles long, devoid of colossal worms, and with much gentler waves. Thus spotting a vast worm-free sea indicated the exit was near. Yang Yi fixed his gaze on the crystal ball. Within 100 nautical miles, no such sea existed. Colossal worms were present everywhere to varying degrees. The nightmare was relatively fast, aided by the sea chart. By now, it should have been nearing the exit. Another 3 hours passed. Finally, he spotted a patch of sea on the crystal ball devoid of black dots, as if erased by a rubber. Starkly visible about 80 nautical miles from the nightmare. Suna, we're almost out. Yang Yi exclaimed with excitement. But she didn't share his relief. Instead, she extended a hand, sensing something, and suddenly replied, "Don't you feel the storm weakening?" Yang Yi's alertness spiked at her words. By now the storm had become a protective umbrella for the stranded vessels. If the storm subsided, the worm's perception range would expand gradually until fully restored. Yang Yi immediately checked the weather forecast. Today's weather: the storm is calming. Surprise. Location: origin sea storm zone. Sunshine duration unknown. Temperature 12-18 C. Wind force level 9. The storm had indeed weakened. Yang Yi recalled it was level 10 when he woke. The sky was no longer as dark as before, gradually showing faint light. Having been focused on sailing, Yang Yi had ignored these subtle changes. But now he snapped awake, drenched in cold sweat. If this continued, the wind would soon drop to level 8, even level 4 or level 1. By then, these colossal worms would bare their razor-sharp fangs, tearing apart every vessel in their path. Full speed ahead. Yang Yi almost shouted, immediately abandoning his original cautious route. He was now only about 80 nautical miles from the buffer zone. Rather than painstakingly detour, it was better to choose the shortest possible path, even if it meant taking risks. Because no one knew when the storm would cease. But Yang Yi felt it would happen faster than expected, and inevitably they would be attacked by the worms. So he had to move as quickly as possible. After another hour of sailing, the nightmare finally reached the edge of the buffer zone, less than 40 nautical miles away. The density of worms here was much lower, but the wind had already dropped to level 4, barely hindering the worms' perception. The world channel was filled with curses. Though only a handful of players, they cursed the system with venomous tongues. Damn system. F. The worm found me. The same was true for Yang Yi. 2 colossal worms trailed behind him, the distance steadily closing. How these elongated worms could swim so fast in the sea was baffling. Suna also noticed the danger behind and dashed toward the stern. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi shouted immediately. "I'm going to release the astrologer's grappling hook. It'll buy us some time." This? Yang Yi was taken aback but didn't stop her, because it was indeed a good plan. The worms lacked visual organs and would likely attack the unmanned astrologer, buying them precious time. But doing so meant Suna would lose her ship. No time to worry about that. Survival came first. Suna acted decisively, releasing the astrologer's grappling hook. The astrologer was slower than the nightmare to begin with. Without the hook's pull, it fell behind and, as expected, became prey for the 2 worms. The 2 worms weren't allies either. They even fought over the prey. Seizing the opportunity, the nightmare sped away, widening the gap significantly. But Yang Yi didn't relax. With the astrologer gone, the crystal ball would no longer display the sea chart. He had to rely on memory to navigate forward. He remembered there was another worm ahead that they had to face heed. This route was the best Yang Yi could choose. Any other path would have attracted not 2 but over a dozen worms. Rather than being hunted down by a dozen worms, it was better to gamble everything against this single one. "Suna, take the helm now and maintain the course," Yang Yi said sternly. "When I tell you to jump into the sea, don't hesitate. Jump immediately and never stand frozen on the bow." Suna nodded and took the wheel. Yang Yi stepped forward to the very front of the ship. The nightmare had no weapons, rendering it helpless against the worm. Mere fish on a chopping block. And Yang Yi held no illusions of luckily dodging the worm's attack. So he would take a gamble. Whether the worm's head was tougher or his prized flintlock's caliber was larger. He changed into a sharkskin wetsuit and stood on the bow, poised for battle. Soon a dark shadow appeared ahead. Once past it, the relatively safe buffer zone awaited. Yang Yi switched the flintlock to cannon mode and sneered, "Come on, let's make a bet." Without the storm's interference, the worm's perception range was astonishingly vast. It quickly locked onto the nightmare and swam over. Yang Yi's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, his knuckles white from gripping the gun too tightly. He was far from a sharpshooter, so he needed to be close enough for a sure hit. Only one chance. Failure meant death. When the distance closed to 300 meters, Yang Yi gauged the worm's size. It was about 3 meters in diameter, not large among colossal worms, with about 40 meters of its length above. It lowered its body and charged straight ahead, opening for blade-like mandibles gleaming with cold light like a guillotine poised to snap the nightmare in two. Suna, jump into the sea now, Yang Yi commanded, aiming his gun at the worm's head. He could see the worm's mouthparts clearly. 2 rows of bristle-covered appendages resembling arthropod limbs arranged in a circle like a curled spider. These appendages could deliver prey into the mouth, where dense rows of sharp teeth would crush it. And its prey was the nightmare before it. Facing a life-or-death crisis, Yang Yi instead grew calm and relaxed, taking deep breaths. He stared at the worm, seeing it so clearly, as if he could smell the salty ocean scent emanating from its body. At the same time, this meant Yang Yi and the worm were close enough. Less than 10 meters. Now, Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Boom! The immense recoil sent him flying backward, his right arm, numb from the shock, crashing into the captain's cabin behind. The gunshot was deafening, like a roar of civilization challenging nature. Its power was naturally terrifying, no less than a cannon's. This shot struck the worm's head, directly blasting it apart. The mouthparts and mandibles flew off, scattering across the sea. But the worm's momentum didn't stop. It still rammed into the nightmare. Nightmare suffered a direct hit, durability, 600, hull disintegrating. The fragile nightmare was broken in two by the worm. The wind force in the storm sea had dropped to level 1. The number of survivors plummeted sharply. It was like the poison circle in a battle royale. Once the time was up, all players caught within it would be eliminated. However, the buffer zone was different. There were no giant insects here. The sea was calm, and a barren island with a diameter of several hundred meters lay ahead. A man clad in a sharkskin wetsuit struggled ashore. It was Yang Yi. He had swum here, clinging to a piece of shattered driftwood, covering nearly 2 nautical miles. A woman was also lying face down on the driftwood. Suna, you're heavier than I thought, Yang Yi gasped, complaining. The reason he had chosen this direction was actually another factor. There was a small island along this route, situated at the edge of the buffer zone not too far away. If their ship unfortunately sank, they could try to swim to this island for temporary refuge. But Yang Yi had underestimated the distance of 2 nautical miles. Halfway through the swim, his energy was completely depleted. If not for his berserk state allowing him to substitute vitality for energy, he would have surely become one of the drowned. After reaching the shore, he didn't want to do anything. He lay on the beach, spreading his limbs like a starfish resembling a dead fish. Beside him lay another dead fish, Suna, who had fainted from extreme exhaustion. She was actually quite a good swimmer, but her energy was limited, so she had relied on Yang Yi to drag her through the latter half. As a result, Yang Yi's vitality had also bottomed out, leaving him with only 17 points. He checked his status. Sanity 42,100. Energy 100. Vitality 17,100. Truly a matter of life and death. Although the nightmare had sunk, Yang Yi was not in despair. Back when the astrologer sank, Suna had already shared information about shipwrecks with him. Ships could be rebuilt. Yang Yi opened the ship interface, and the topmost information displayed materials required for ship reconstruction: wood 500, cloth 250. Materials from the cabin can be used. Each reconstruction requires an interval of at least 1 month. Items on the ship will be frozen. He checked his available resources. The cloth was almost sufficient, as others had previously gifted him a large amount. As for wood, there was a significant shortage, but he could chop down trees. As he thought about it, he drifted into sleep. This time there were no nightmares. He slept more soundly than ever before. He didn't know how long had passed when he was awakened by the system announcement. Remaining players in the Storm Sea 3. Please leave the Storm Sea as soon as possible, or you will be devoured by the black fog. Yang Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying inland on the island. Beside him was Suna, staring at him with eyes as red as dripping blood. This scene seemed familiar, but Yang Yi, just waking up, was still groggy and didn't react. Do you know how long you've been asleep? Suna asked. I don't know. Over 12 hours. I woke up and dragged you here, and it's been 12 hours since then. Suna replied. I see. No wonder I'm a bit hungry, Yang Yi said, nonchalantly patting his empty stomach. The long-lost sleep had refreshed his body and mind, restoring his condition to 70% except for the gnawing hunger. When you were asleep, you were as heavy as a dead pig. I could barely drag you, Suna complained. Same to you. When you fainted, you were just as heavy as a dead pig. Yang Yi immediately retorted. Is that so? Suna wasn't angry. A faint, unreadable smile appeared on her face. But since you're awake, you can answer my question now. Her gaze suddenly turned cold as she raised her hand, pointing a flintlock pistol directly at Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi was very familiar with this gun. It was his prized possession, the Glimmer flintlock. But how had it ended up in Suna's hands? Before Yang Yi could ponder further, Suna began questioning him, the content eerily familiar. Man, 3 sentences. Give me one reason not to kill you. Her crimson eyes looked dangerous coupled with her half-smile sending chills down his spine. At the same time Yang Yi recalled his past nightmare. In that dream, he had been held at gunpoint by a reedied woman. Wasn't this exactly that? He immediately became alert, taking the situation seriously. Suna, this joke has gone too far. Do I look like I'm joking? Suna retorted, keeping the gun steady and aimed at Yang Yi. By the way, that was your first sentence. You have 2 more left. Seize the opportunity. Yang Yi fell silent. The dark muzzle of the gun put immense pressure on him. He looked around and noticed that the sea had risen again, leaving the island with a diameter of only about 50 meters. All the trees that could be cut down nearby had been felled, apparently blasted apart by the flintlock, and were now piled up as timber. Counting them, there were probably fewer than 300 pieces, far from enough to build 2 ships. So was Suna planning to monopolize the timber and only rebuild the astrologer? Yang Yi figured out the situation and narrowed his eyes. In times of great peril, each person looks out for themselves. That was human nature. His voice grew cold as he replied, I can give you all my equipment and the wood on the island. Just let me go. No, not enough. Suna shook her head after hearing this. Haven't you thought that if I shoot you, all these things will naturally belong to me? You. Yang Yi immediately shut his mouth, or else that would have been his 3rd sentence. He hadn't expected Suna to be so ruthless. After all the trust he had placed in her. Yang Yi was somewhat furious, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any other bargaining chips. Finally, he could only snap, then just pull the trigger. Yang Yi stood up, ready to counterattack. The talent deny death would keep him from being killed in a short time. This was his final trump card. Ha ha ha. Just as I thought. Even you panic when a gun is pointed at you. Suna suddenly burst into laughter, her body shaking so much that tears streamed down her face. You. Yang Yi's expression hardened, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Then Suna added, how about this? I'll take half of everything you have, and I'll spare your life. What? Yang Yi frowned. Still don't get it? I mean, I want to merge with you. What? Merge? Yang Yi looked astonished. Yes, that's right. Merge. Suna confirmed. Yang Yi was utterly speechless. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. Suna didn't really intend to kill him. She was just getting back at him. After all, he had done something similar not long ago. He sat back down, torn between laughter and tears, and said irritably, what if I refuse? The gun is in my hand, so you have no choice but to agree. Suna brandished the gun, striking a victorious pose, and then began rummaging through her magical pouch. Yang Yi completely relaxed, thinking, this woman has definitely lost her mind. Out in the wilderness, she suddenly wanted to merge with him. He wasn't a transforming mecha that could become the head of a combined robot. What kind of merge was that? But seeing her digging into her pocket with such seriousness, he wondered. Could she be pulling out a balloon? Yang Yi's mind wandered as he looked at Suna. When he saw the pile of items, she pulled out any expectations he had vanished. The items included the tongue, eyeballs, brain glands, trachea, and heart of a sea demon, all stored in jars. A bunch of strange organs and entrails. Your sanity decreases by 5. Sorry, there's too much stuff. It's a bit hard to find. Suna finally found what she was looking for. Not a balloon, but a golden card. Yang Yi took it and looked at it, his vision going dark. Name: ship, merge card type, consumable quality, special description. With the consent of both parties, 2 ships can be merged. The merged ship will be larger, have more rooms, and inherit the skills of both ships. The ship can only possess the skills of 2 ships at most. Subsequent upgrade materials will increase or change accordingly. So this is the merge you meant? Yang Yi turned his head, embarrassed. What else did you think I meant? Suna laughed uncontrollably. Yang Yi was speechless. This girl had definitely said that on purpose. And this item was probably the golden legendary she had drawn earlier. Captain Suna of the astrologer ship used a rare item, the ship merge card, to request a merger with your vessel. The supplies in both ships' cabins will be combined. Agree, decline. Agree. Please vote for the new captain. If there is a tie, the merger will fail and the merge card will be refunded. Note: the captain has absolute jurisdiction. Only after the captain's death will a new election be held. Yang Yi directly voted for himself, and of course Suna also voted for him. This was agreed upon before the merger. The captain had to be Yang Yi. Letting Suna be the captain made Yang Yi feel insecure. Given her nature, she would likely steer the ship into some trench to feed the sea monsters there, just to determine if their appetite was big enough. After the merger, the ship interface in both logs became identical, but the main authority rested with Yang Yi. He could delegate some permissions to Suna, including material distribution, ship expansion, steering, and restricting access to certain rooms. The ship also had a chance to be renamed. Its default name was the sum of the 2 special ships' names: Nightmare Astrologer. This name was too long, so Yang Yi directly deleted 2 characters and changed it to Yenxing. Barring any accidents, Yenxing should be the first merged ship among players. Normally merging required paying certain materials to modify the hull, but now those materials were counted into the reconstruction. Reconstructing Yenqing required a total of 700, with 300 cloth, 100 stone, 20 crystal. Seeing the steel and stone, Yang Yi was satisfied. This ship should be sturdier. The material shortage was still in wood, and they were also a bit short on stone and cloth. Yang Yi had hoped that after the merger Suna could provide some material assistance, but who knew? Her cabin was almost empty. Would one a cloth too? She was poorer than a beggar. Did she even seriously try to survive? Now the cabin had 59 units of wood, with a shortage of 641. Stone was 44 units short by 56. Cloth was 274 units short by 26. On the island stone was easy to get. Beaches and shoals always had plenty of rocks. Cloth could only be obtained by fishing relying on luck, but the shortage wasn't large. As for wood, he wondered if there were enough trees on the island to chop down. Suna, how much wood did you collect? Yang Yi asked. Before he woke up, Suna had already blasted down a large number of trees with the flintlock. The commotion must have been huge, but he was completely oblivious. No wonder, Suna said. He slept like a log. I collected a total of 292 wood here. If we dig up the roots of these trees, we might get a bit more, she replied. Counting the stock in the cabin, we have 351 wood in total. We're still short quite a bit. Yang Yi frowned. Trading wasn't possible now, they had to rely on gathering. He looked around. Even the trees submerged in the sea nearby had been cut by Suna. Only the crowns of trees still visible on the distant sea surface remained. Trees that hadn't been cut in time before being submerged hundreds of meters away. To get wood he could only try swimming over, blasting them with the gun, and then hauling them back. Fortunately the storm had stopped, the sea was calm, and the water level shouldn't rise anymore. Give me back the gun. Yang Yi demanded his precious flintlock. Collect some stones on the beach and shoals. We need 56 units. Don't dig up tree roots, it's better to craft a fishing rod and fish. As for me, I'll swim farther out and bring back some wood, Yang Yi arranged. All right. Suna agreed immediately. Yang Yi had a sharkskin swimsuit that reduced stamina consumption for swimming, so he was the best person for the job. But before taking action, they both needed to fill their stomachs. Catching fish in the water was the quickest and most convenient option. Yang Yi also had a gun that could fire underwater, making fishing effortless. In just 15 minutes he caught 2 plump groupers. But because they were shot, the fish were broken and they made do with. Then Yang Yi swam off into the distance. Suna began picking up stones and fishing. Probably due to the buffer zone, there were no monsters in the sea. The whole process went smoothly. After swimming over 100 meters, trees began to appear. Bang! Sparks and gunfire exploded underwater, scaring away the nearby fish. After another shot, a log over 30 centimeters in diameter floated up. It was the thickest tree nearby. Yang Yi could bring back at most 2 logs at a time, so he picked the thicker ones to maximize wood. Half an hour later, Yang Yi brought back 2 relatively thick logs, which the system recognized as 18 units of wood. Swimming, diving, and pushing the logs ashore was comparable to a triathlon. Each trip consumed over 30 of Yang Yi's stamina. He could make at most 2 trips before needing to lie on the island to recover. Without the invigorating coconut juice, his stamina recovery was very slow. Over the day, he only completed 5 trips, harvesting a total of 93 units of wood. Suna had gathered enough stone, and even had extra, collecting 74 units. Collecting stone on the island was the simplest and easiest task as long as you found the island. As for fishing, Suna was exceptionally lucky. Perhaps due to a beginner's protection period, she caught 2 bottles of Farmer's 3 punches, and they were 2-liter bottles. The fish she caught went into their stomachs. Additionally, she harvested 5 units of wood and 8 units of cloth. At this rate, they could rebuild the ship in 4 to 5 days at most. At night, for safety, neither of them risked fishing or logging. Instead, they hid in the center of the island waiting for daylight. They also arranged for night watches. Suna took the first half and Yang Yi the second. Although there was no bed, Yang Yi slept soundly. It was much more comfortable than sleeping on the nightmare. No nightmares. In the chat channel, everyone was guessing who the remaining 3 players in the Storm Sea were and why they hadn't come out yet. I think those 3 are all in the belly of a giant worm not yet digested. It's better if they don't come out. That way the game won't enter the next phase, and we can take the chance to upgrade ships and gather resources. Could they have discovered a hidden instance in the sea and are on a secret mission? In short, everyone had their guesses. But they could never guess that Yang Yi and Suna's ship had sunk, and they were gathering materials to build a new one. As for the other person, Yang Yi had no idea what their situation was. Maybe they were also repairing their ship. Some people who had added Yang Yi as a friend were asking if he was safe and if he had come out. Yang Yi had added some people who had sent gifts during the Storm Sea incident. To this, Yang Yi gave a unified reply before sleeping, just 7 words. Ship blew up in building a new one. Damn, the big shot is truly impressive. Even with the ship blown up, he's fine. Awesome, do you need a sidekick? On a desolate island, a lone man and woman. The man was responsible for swimming and gathering timber. The woman was in charge of fishing, collecting cloth, fresh water, and food. Though somewhat tiring compared to the nerve-wracking sea voyage earlier, this was sheer bliss. If possible, settling down on an island like this, farming the land, wouldn't be a bad choice at all. Yet Yang Yi knew this was impossible. He looked back toward the direction from which he had sailed. On the sea, at the edge of his vision, there was a dense patch of black. The black mist. Today that patch of black had grown even darker. This signified that the black mist was drawing nearer, and it was best to flee the sea area as quickly as possible. 3 days had passed since Yang Yi woke up. All in all, he and Suna had been on this island for about 4, and today should be the 5th day. They were still short of 72 units of timber, but cloth and stone were sufficient. Yang Yi also had Suna collect extra stone to bring on board for any unforeseen needs. Though stone was easy to gather here, it was hard to come by at sea, obtainable only through fishing, which was extremely inefficient. After all, like steel, stones don't float on the sea unless one happens upon a resource chest. If nothing unexpected happened, the two could gather the materials needed to rebuild the Nightmare Star by the end of the day. After breakfast, Yang Yi set out early to begin his logging work. Through these days of training, he dared not call himself a swimming champion, but he could definitely claim the title of a swimming expert. With the boost from the sharkskin swimsuit, even if he faced a swimming champion, Yang Yi would dare to compete. The first 3 trips went smoothly and Yang Yi collected 57 units of timber. Just 1 or 2 more trips and the timber would be enough. But on the 4th trip, a sudden change occurred. The sea began to churn violently. Yang Yi was about to blast down the second tree with his gun. Suddenly, a massive school of fish surged past him from the side. These fish, both large and small, many of which Yang Yi had never seen and couldn't name, rushed forward with all their might. But they all shared one common trait: they swam frantically forward, as if being chased by a demon, as if fleeing. Even the ferocious predatory sharks had lost all thought of hunting, sweeping past Yang Yi like a gust of wind. The current they created was like a shockwave, tossing him, dizzyingly tumbling him underwater. With great effort, he finally surfaced. Yang Yi wasn't injured, just swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater. The fish had all brushed past him, as if deliberately avoiding him, unwilling to pause even for a second. This phenomenon was something Yang Yi had never seen in his life. Thanks to it, the logs he had prepared had long since been swept away to who knows where. Even Yang Yi himself was carried forward by the current from the fish school. "Yang Yi, are you all right? Something's wrong with the sea." Suna sent him a private message. She was fishing on the shore and had also noticed the anomaly. But Yang Yi had discovered it earlier and had already experienced it firsthand. "I'm fine, just swallowed some seawater. The fish in the sea have gone mad, all swimming forward desperately. I think the black mist is coming. I'm swimming back to shore, give me a hand." Yang Yi replied. He didn't have much energy left and wasn't confident he could swim back, so he wanted Suna to help him. Fortunately, he had been thorough in his planning, and thanks to Suna's pull, he made it. After reaching shore, Yang Yi had only 23 energy left, and they were still short of 15 units of timber. Just that little bit. He struggled to his feet and looked behind him. A swarm of giant insects had also swum over. But strangely, as soon as these giant insects entered the buffer zone, this safe area, they disappeared instantly, as if passing through a membrane between different dimensions, entering another world. Thank goodness the bugs can't get through. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If those things had gotten in, he might have truly given up. Suna were still short of 15 units of timber. It's impossible to go back into the water to get more. Fishing is unreliable. Let's try to dig up some tree roots. Yang Yi arranged. The missing 15 units of timber didn't seem like much, but getting them through fishing might take 2 people a whole day or more. And the black mist might not give them another day. After recovering some energy, Yang Yi joined in digging but digging up tree roots for timber was extremely inefficient. By evening, they had only gathered 7 units of timber, still far from the 15 needed. Yang Yi was burning with anxiety. The shadow of the black mist could already be seen in the distance behind. Moreover, 3 enormous insects swam over each, seemingly carefully selected with diameters of 7 or 8 meters. They advanced side by side, crashing into the buffer zone, then vanished directly. At the spot where the 3 giant insects disappeared, 3 huge harpoons fell. Following closely came wails and howls. "Ada! Air! Godin! How did you 3 disappear?" Behind the 3 giant insects followed a massive steel warship. The one calling out was none other than the captain of this ship, Yu Dawei. Yang Yi recognized the ship at a glance. Although several parts of the hull were smoking and charred black, the steel-built body and the massive 200-meter-long hull unmistakably belonged to the indomitable steel. He didn't know how, but Yu Dawei had managed to gather 1,000 units of steel, upgraded his ship to level 2, and fought his way out of the swarm of giant insects. The ship was covered everywhere with traces of fierce battle and bloodstains. On the deck, a huge sharp jaw blade was still embedded from some unfortunate giant insect that had been blown apart. After the upgrade, the ship's artillery was astonishing. Besides a super cannon at the front with a caliber close to 5 meters, there were no fewer than 40 gun barrels, extending from both sides though many were crooked and damaged. Captain Yu Dawei stood alone on the bridge, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cursing, and occasionally glancing at the black mist not far behind. Not long ago he had been a plump, middle-aged man. But now, after a thrilling and intense voyage, he had become enviably thin with dark circles under his eyes, a completely different person. As for the speed of the indomitable steel, couldn't be called slow. It was simply very slow. In the eyes of Yang Yi, who was used to ship speeds of several dozen knots, the ship was pathetically slow. Su-na stood beside Yang Yi, both watching this behemoth. Further behind was the black mist moving at 15 knots, but still a considerable distance from the indomitable steel. Without the giant insects to tow it, the indomitable steel couldn't outrun the black mist. The captain was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, jumping up and down. Finally, he spotted a man and a woman standing on the island ahead. His eyes lit up and he immediately waved and shouted, "Hey you two, emergency, can you give me a hand?" But the distance was too great, his voice couldn't carry. With no other choice, Yu Dawei had to steer the ship toward the island. After the upgrade, his indomitable steel's movement speed had increased by 100. Indomitable steel level 2, durability 5829100000, capacity 20,000 units, speed 10 knots, ship skill full firepower, increases cannon firing rate to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple shot whale harpoon can pierce and hook an object, cooldown 1 hour. Sea Monster Bane, a super cannon of devastating power that can send sea monsters back to their maker, cooldown 4 hours. Description: it's bigger, stronger, and sturdier. Speed increased to 200. Yu Dawei was first surprised to see Yang Yi and Su-na, but quickly understood. These two must be the other two survivors in the storm sea. If they were willing to give him a hand, he might be in this buffer zone. He couldn't find a suitably large creature to help tow his ship. Seeing that shouting was ineffective, Yu Dawei had a brainwave and tried using the area chat in the log. "I am Captain Yu Dawei of the Steel Ambition. You two, can you see my message?" Yu Dawei sent a message in the regional channel. At this point, only 3 players remained in the buffer zone, so he wasn't worried about contacting the wrong person. "Hello, I am Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star." Yang Yi replied, "Captain Yang, where is your ship? I don't see it. It sank." "What?" Yu Dawei was dumbfounded. He didn't know that a sunken ship could be rebuilt, thinking he was doomed. It wasn't until Yang Yi explained the situation that he understood. "Short of 7 timber. No problem, I'll give you 100 timber." Yu Dawei immediately replied, "But after you repair your ship, can you give me a hand?" Yang Yi pondered briefly and then agreed. Time was pressing with the black mist approaching. Only through cooperation could the two escape alive. Seeing Yang Yi's agreement, Yu Dawei's anxious heart finally settled, and he replied, "I'm coming over now. Don't attack me. That's a pistol at your waist, right?" Yang Yi was somewhat surprised. The Steel Ambition was still thousands of meters away. How could he see such details? Did Yu Dawei have a telescope? In reality, it was Yu Dawei's talent. He had 2 talents. Eagle Eye Perception 2, excellent vision, adept at tracking and aiming. The second talent had unlocked after he killed a large number of giant sea beasts. Firepower Supremacy. With sufficient firepower, you dare to face any enemy and your reason will not drop below 50. Truth lies within the range of a cannon. The Steel Ambition gradually approached the island, the black mist covering half the sky, only 15 nautical miles away from the ship. At this distance, they no longer needed to chat through the log. Shouting sufficed. Yu Dawei yelled, "I'll send the timber over with a harpoon gun. Don't be scared." With that, the Steel Ambition's harpoon gun fired, carrying a large bundle of timber that landed just over 10 meters from Yang Yi. The bundle was exactly 100 units. With enough materials, Yang Yi wasted no time, chose a suitable spot, and operated in the log to rebuild the ship. Upon confirming, the materials flew up, scattered into fine fragments, and then assembled like building blocks into a ship. The ship was about 30 meters long, still resembling a ghost ship, but much larger than before. The hull remained worn, covered in barnacles, with the captain's skeleton tied to the bow, adorned with strands of seaweed, as if it had just emerged from the sea. Compared to the Nightmare, the biggest difference was in the midship. A massive crystal ball now stood before. Parts of the hull were covered in rusty iron plates, making it appear sturdier than before. Nightmare Star Level 2, durability 10001000, capacity 3,000 units, speed 60 knots, hull skills. Nightmare sleep quality on board is extremely poor, causing Nightmare's energy recovery efficiency 75. Affects only the captain. Curse of the Angler, cannot catch normal fish. Increases chance of catching abnormal objects. Astrology displays surrounding sea chart, radius 150 nautical miles, viewable in the crystal ball. Can set alerts to notify of other players' appearance via vibration. Peep can search ship names or player names to obtain coordinates and view images of that ship, limited to 1 target per day. Synopsis: choosing to merge with a ghost ship. Hope you don't regret it. After reviewing the ship's information, Yang Yi was generally satisfied. After merging, the ship became sturdier and faster. Additionally, the astrology skill had evolved, expanding the sea chart range, and the peep skill now covered the entire map. Let's go board the ship. Yang Yi called Sunar aboard. Inside the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi noticed differences. A new bedroom adjacent to the captain's quarters, which was Sunar's room. The cabin was larger with 2 expansion slots for additional buildings. It was almost as if the potential of 2 ships had combined. Everything on board remained, including pirate clothes, fishing nets, rods, coconuts, food, and fresh water. Even the remains of the giant insect that Yang Yi had beheaded were partly preserved. An unexpected bonus. On the other side, Yu Dawei felt uneasy. He feared Yang Yi would abandon him and sail away. Although Yu Dawei was confident he could stop the Nightmare Star, if that happened, he would be finished. Fortunately, Yang Yi wasn't foolish. Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star has sent a friend request. Yu Dawei immediately accepted. Yang Yi then sent a private message. I'm coming to the stern now. Throw me the grappling hook. Seeing the message, Yu Dawei let out a long sigh, walked out of the bridge to the bow deck, and found himself face to face with Yang Yi. But the steel ambition was larger than the Nightmare Star, so Yang Yi could only see half of Yu Dawei's body. Despite some caution, the latter still came. Captain Yu, your ship is too big. So I must say in advance, if towing your steel ambition drops our speed below 15 knots, don't blame me for leaving you behind, and you must not attack me. Deal? Yu Dawei pondered for a moment, his expression shifting. After a while he replied, if that happens, let me take refuge on your ship, how about that? No problem. Yang Yi agreed decisively. After all, ships can be rebuilt, but people are the most important. If life is lost, it's all over. Yu Dawei threw the grappling hook from the steel ambition. Yang Yi caught it and tied it to several points to distribute the force, preventing any single point from failing. As for the rope's toughness, there was no need to worry. The log stated it had infinite durability. After securing it, Yang Yi messaged Suna to go full speed ahead. The steel ambition also pushed its power to the max. Both captains' hearts were in their throats as they watched the speed gradually increase. 11 knots, 12 knots. Only when the speed exceeded 15 knots and reached 16 knots did the tense duo begin to relax. If it had been below 15 knots, it would have been troublesome. Fortunately, the Nightmare Star's power was no joke. Eventually, the speed reached 17 knots, 2 knots faster than the encroaching black mist. The Nightmare Star towed the steel ambition away from the buffer zone. As soon as they breached the boundary of the storm sea, the sky suddenly brightened and the trio beheld the long mist sunlight. Then the system broadcast an announcement: you have left the storm sea. Navigation notice: all players have now exited the storm sea. The black mist speed has decreased to 10 knots. The grand map is now open. You can check your coordinates on it. The number of Tier 3 ships has exceeded 10,000. The polar winter sea is beginning to spread. Everyone please keep warm. Yang Yi immediately checked the log and found a new page. It was a crude maritime map recording only the paths he had traveled and the conditions of the surrounding waters. Unexplored areas were shrouded in tawny fog of war. Thanks to the Nightmare Star's built-in minimap, its recorded range was broader, encompassing a radius of 150 nautical miles. The grand map served 3 main functions. First, players could now discern their own coordinates. This facilitated meetings as they only needed to agree on a coordinate. However, what transpired upon meeting was entirely their own affair. In any case, Yang Yi felt it was best to meet as seldom as possible. The sea was lawless, making it difficult to discern another's intentions. Second, players could see the names of sea regions and their boundaries. Although the grand map had fog of war, the names of major sea regions were still visible. For instance, the sea behind was the Storm Sea, while the one ahead was the Polar Winter Sea. The boundaries of these seas were visible, not straight lines, but jagged like continental plates. The Polar Winter Sea ahead was encroaching downward. Third, the limits of the black mist were also displayed on the grand map, allowing players to constantly gauge its distance from them. This prevented being caught off guard and engulfed by the mist. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel to gauge players' reactions and gather first-hand intelligence. Damn, no wonder it's so cold. I'm almost at the Polar Winter Sea. The speaker was the Gale. Yang Yi had him as a friend so he could see the name. Big shot, what's your ship speed? How cold is it? Tell us so I can mentally prepare. My ship speed is 100 knots. I'm at the edge of the Polar Winter Sea, now temperature is 2 degrees Celsius. It's definitely sub-zero ahead. 100 knots. That's twice mine. Is your ship special? We need to gather enough cold-resistant supplies. Buying food that can be preserved long-term. DM me to sell. Anyone need cotton padded jackets? 100 fabric, each color's optional. Just making a modest profit. Name: winter cotton coat type, treasure quality, common description, offers excellent insulation and cold protection, but be careful not to get it wet. 100 fabric. Why don't you just rob us? 80 fabric, can't go lower. Screw off. You're not the only one selling. Selling down jackets more effective than cotton coats. Fine quality equipment 120 fabric. Name thermal down jacket type treasure quality fine description in winter, who can resist the warmth of a down jacket. After browsing, Yang Yi also deemed cold-resistant clothing essential. When temperatures dropped to -10 or even tens of degrees, his pirate attire would be no different from wearing nothing. Only by layering a cotton-padded jacket or down jacket over it could he ensure he wouldn't freeze to death. Suna's which outfit had some cold resistance, but it still looked too thin, likely functioning like thermal underwear. Thus Yang Yi decided. Once the market price stabilized, he had to acquire several cotton-padded jackets or down jackets, at least 4 with a spare set just in case. He went to the stern. The steel ambition was behind them, but now that it was safe from the black mist, there was no need to keep towing it. Captain Yu Dawei had the same idea and they happened to meet. Brother Yang, I think highly of you. Want to join my Steel Brotherhood? Steel Brotherhood? Yang Yi repeated, puzzled. Hey, I've already recruited a few underlings and am planning to rendezvous with them. Yang Yi immediately understood. The Steel Brotherhood was an organization Yu Dawei intended to establish. Although the log system lacked a guild function, players could spontaneously gather to form groups. They could already converge using coordinates. However, Yang Yi had no intention of joining any faction and politely declined Yu Dawei. Sorry, I'm used to being free and easy. I don't want to join any organization for now, Yang Yi replied. Alright, if you ever need my help, contact me. I've got your back, Yu Dawei said heartily. Having escaped death, he felt an unprecedented relief. And Yu Dawei's claim wasn't mere boasting. The steel ambition beneath his feet had the strength to back it up. No wonder many players sought his protection. But the steel ambition's speed was regrettably far too slow. Yang Yi could already envision a flotilla of small boats towing this steel behemoth. It wasn't strange. It was exceedingly bizarre. Catch! Yu Dawei tossed over a small piece of flesh. This is... Yang Yi caught it, and after seeing the information he was overjoyed. Name giant bobbit worm description contaminated by the abyss. This mutated bobbit worm has grown enormous with individuals exceeding 100 meters in length. It moves swiftly in the sea and has highly developed hearing. Pleasure doing business. This is a gift from me. It's of little use to me. The more I draw, the worse the rewards get. Yu Dawei laughed. If his guess was correct, the 1,000 units of steel he had came from killing monsters and using the gacha. If he had relied solely on fishing, even with his underlings sending him steel, he could never have reached that number. Thanks. Yang Yi didn't hesitate. After thanking him, he accepted the gift directly. They exchanged smiles and parted ways. The Nightmare Star was far faster than the Steel Ambition, reaching 60 knots. In no time, it had left the Steel Ambition far behind, out of sight. Yu Dawei stood at the bow, watching the Nightmare Star vanish over the horizon. Nightmare Star. Did their ships merge? Yu Dawei muttered to himself. He had learned Yang Yi's identity. It was he who had found the path to survival the moment the giant worm appeared. One of Yu Dawei's underlings, alerted by Yang Yi, had escaped successfully, and the two had become friends. So knowing Yang Yi's identity, Yu Dawei changed his mind on the spot. He gifted Yang Yi a piece of flesh and blood, deciding to forge a deeper bond. On the other end, Yang Yi stood before the monster gacha machine, his heart thrumming with excitement. He had 2 pieces of giant bobbit worm flesh. One from the Steel Ambition and one left on the Nightmare Star's deck. Enough for 2 gacha attempts. He first washed his face with fresh water to ensure it was pale enough, then fed the flesh into the machine and began. The octopus tentacles flickered continuously, but no golden light burst forth. Soon 2 unremarkable gacha capsules were spat out by the octopus head. Yang Yi was initially disappointed. He hadn't drawn a golden legendary. But the moment he picked one up, he changed his mind. Yes, a one-shot hit. In his hand was a rare grade item, and it was ship equipment. Name giant bobbit worm's head type ship equipment relic quality rare description can be installed on the bow to increase hull durability and ramming force. Its sharp jaw blades can sever incoming enemies. Additionally, it possesses a strong deterrent effect, reducing marine life attacks on the hull. But it may also provoke even more terrifying monsters. After reading the information, Yang Yi was a bit troubled. The ship equipment was powerful but had a side effect. It might attract fearsome monsters. Yet Yang Yi didn't hesitate long before deciding to install it. If he dared not use this, then the equipment he obtained later, he'd be even more afraid to use. After all, the benefits certainly outweighed the drawbacks, or otherwise relics would have no reason to exist. He reached out and touched the other gacha capsule. Name black iron supply chest. Type chest. Description open to obtain a moderate amount of supplies. The second gacha wasn't equipment, and Yang Yi felt a bit disappointed. But supplies were also urgently needed. The earlier ship reconstruction had nearly drained their reserves. Yang Yi opened the chest. You received lumber 200, cloth 200, stone 200, steel 50, crystal 50, sulfur 50. Yang Yi couldn't believe it. Lumber and cloth were one thing, but he hadn't expected to get so many high-grade materials. The black iron supply chest was terrifyingly generous. No wonder the iron ambition had given away 100 lumber without batting an eye. They clearly weren't short of it. Suddenly a private message arrived from Suda, captain of the Gale. Brother Yang Im planning to form a fleet. Interested in joining. Yang Yi hadn't expected to be so popular, but he declined. Sorry, I'm not looking to join a fleet for now. Alright, if you change your mind, just message me. My Gale brigade will always have a spot for you. Thanks. After declining, Yang Yi marveled at how quickly others were moving. The vast sea map had only just opened and they were already eager to form their own fleets. Maybe I should start my own fleet, Yang Yi mused. He didn't want to be subordinate to others, but organizing a fleet meant dealing with management headaches and unwieldy growth. Just as he was thinking, Suna came running over excitedly, her face flushed. Did you just get a lot of supply? Yeah, I just opened a black iron supply chest. And this on the ground. Suna's gaze immediately fell on the giant bobbit worm head. Before installation, the worm head was only palm-sized, easily picked up, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Suna picked it up, examined it closely, touching here and there, and took out a notebook to record. When she pulled out a dagger, Yang Yi finally spoke, snatching the worm head back. Stop. This is a precious piece of equipment. What if you damage it? Suna. After being stopped by Yang Yi, she gave up on using the knife and stated her purpose. I want to build an extension structure. Which one? Suna operated on her log, and Yang Yi immediately received a request. Crew Suna requests to build a witch's laboratory. Construction requirements: extension slots 2, lumber 200, cloth 200, stone 100, steel 50, crystal 50, sulfur 20. Once built, the structure cannot be dismantled. Please consider carefully. Witch's laboratory. Yang Yi was puzzled. He remembered that the extension structure list didn't have this option at all, and it required so many materials, taking up 2 extension slots. Yang Yi immediately checked the extension structure list. Besides the Nightmare's original extra cargo hold, ancient war room, and great statue, there were 2 extensions from the astrolabe. Watchtower scans the surrounding 1000 nautical miles. If an island is found, it will be displayed on the map. Usable once every 3 days. Construction requirements: extension slot 1, lumber 200, cloth 100, stone 100, crystal 30, crystal cannon. A powerful cannon but unstable and prone to breaking. Construction requirements: extension slot 1, crystal 100, sulfur 20. Where did you see a witch's laboratory? It's not on my list, Yang Yi asked, bewildered. This is an extra extension from my talent. Building it won't be a loss, Suna said confidently. This? Yang Yi hesitated. He had originally planned to build a cannon, so they could stand a chance against large creatures like the giant bobbit worm at sea. Next, he considered the watchtower. Island resources were richer than those at sea, and there might be chests. Frequent island raids could give them a huge advantage. But the witch's laboratory's function was unknown, and it required 2 extension slots. That meant before reaching level 3, the Nightmare would have no extra slots for a cannon. If they encountered a ship with cannons, they'd be at a disadvantage. No. Yang Yi refused decisively. Cannons come first. Everything else can wait. Build it. Suna persisted, tugging at him. Just this one request. I won't interfere with anything else you build, okay? Talk properly, don't pull. Yang Yi snapped, stopping her. This woman was not simple, her pout was just a facade. At the same time, Yang Yi realized a problem. He had to manage crew relations well. Conflicts could lead to, like, backstabbing. So he began asking about the building's function. What exactly does this witch's laboratory do? Yang Yi asked. Suna's red eyes lit up at the question, knowing there was hope. She had been ready to give up. Now she explained in detail. This lab provides various research tools. ITLL helped me study the aberrant's body structure and develop new formulas. You can develop formulas? Yang Yi was intrigued. Suna seized the moment, pulling out a vial of liquid. For example, this Vitality Coconut Refresher. Is its formula ratio really optimal? What if we add something else? She handed Yang Yi a reagent bottle. The system didn't show specific info, just name, unknown, potion type, consumable potion, unique quality. Description: you'll only know what it is after. Drink it. With a lab, I could make something better, Suna urged. Are you sure you didn't poison it? This one is definitely not poisoned. So the others are. Every medicine has some toxicity. Just drink it. Suna grew annoyed, snatched the potion, and drank half of it on the spot. Seeing that, Yang Yi couldn't be indecisive anymore. With some trepidation, he downed the reagent. It was smooth and viscous, with a familiar stench hitting his senses. Yang Yi was about to curse, but he paused. The potion now had a name. Energy Recovery 10, Energy Recovery Speed 50, only half consumed. Name: Vitality Siren Juice Type, consumable potion, unique quality. Fine description: a potion created by the witch Suna, brewed from Siren's bodily mucus salt and vitality coconuts. Upon consumption, Energy Recovery 15, Energy Recovery Speed 75 for 8 hours. Overdose may cause poisoning. This? You made this? Yang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yes. With a lab I could make even better potions. Yang Yi was stunned. The ability to develop her own formulas. He could grasp how incredible that was with his little finger. Su Na was a walking gold mine. With her they wouldn't have to worry about running out of vitality coconuts for energy recovery. He could just ask her to develop a new potion. As captain it was only natural to make requests of his crew, and they must obey. Then build the lab. Yang Yi agreed, approving Su Na's request on the log. Little did he know. He might regret it later. Regret ever drinking the woman's enchantment. The Nightmare Star has welcomed its first expansion building, the Witch Laboratory. Once the construction was confirmed, a blue light emanated from the ship's hull, followed by the system prompt indicating its completion. Witch Laboratory construction completed. Please proceed to the ship's interior to view. The two entered the cabin from the stern and discovered an additional room. This room was large, occupying almost half of the cabin space, with a clean floor made of smooth dark stone, not the decayed moldy wooden type. The room was rather empty, containing only two large metal tables that seemed to have built-in lighting, although Yang Yi could not see where the light source was. On the wall were rows of metal shelves, feeling cold to the touch, adorned with many empty glass containers. There's nothing in here. Yang Yi felt that the materials spent were not worth it. However, Su Na was extremely excited, as she alone knew the functions of this room and how to utilize it. Her logbook had an extra page compared to ordinary players, a mysticism interface. Inside, experimental equipment could be purchased using conch coins for conducting mysticism research. The information about the Witch Laboratory was as follows. Witch Laboratory, a special building that can only be constructed by witches coveting forbidden knowledge. In the laboratory, energy consumption for research is reduced by 50, a sanity loss is reduced by 25, and aberrant specimens will not decay. The displayed aberrant specimens will enhance the witch's inspiration, currently with 0 specimens inspiration occurrence rate increased by 0. Note: mysticism research carries risks, including but not limited to sanity deterioration. Su Na, after reading the information, immediately took out the aberrant body parts from her bag and placed them into the glass containers on the shelves. These organ pieces were already set to decay, but after being placed in these containers they gradually regained vitality, as if freshly harvested. The scene began to cause some sanity loss. Your sanity has decreased by 2. Yang Yi frowned. He felt it might be best to avoid this laboratory. At this moment, a double-horned devil shark corpse that should have been covered was taken out, divided into 3 large pieces awaiting dissection. Also taken out was a dried 30-centimeter small fishman specimen. Yang Yi was seeing this creature for the first time, yet it felt strangely familiar. Su Na must have killed fishmen before meeting him. With these 3 items combined, the laboratory sample count reached 3, increasing the inspiration occurrence rate by 3. I still need a lot of conch coins. I don't have any money. Su Na extended her hand to Yang Yi, resembling a researcher asking for funding. Yang Yi was the one footing the bill. What do you need so many conch coins for? The equipment in the laboratory requires conch coins for purchase, Su Na explained. Ha! So the equipment in this laboratory also costs money. Yang Yi suddenly realized that this laboratory might be a massive pit that could never be filled. But now that the resources had been spent, he couldn't possibly give up. The sunk cost was too great. Thus he transferred 1,000 conch coins to Su Na. This was already a sum of huge money. After giving it to her, Yang Yi was left with only 1050 conch coins. Su Na seemed to find it insufficient, yet she said nothing and began to dissect the devil shark, acquiring a handy scalpel. Yang Yi quickly slipped away to the deck, wanting to avoid being asked for more money. Moreover, he didn't want to stay in the laboratory, feeling he might easily become one of the samples. You should prioritize researching energy recovery potions and healing potions, and try not to use vitality coconuts as raw materials. They are hard to find. He sent Su Na a private message and began to plan his own affairs. To enter the extreme winter sea, he must prepare sufficient cold-resistant supplies. In addition to winter clothing, Yang Yi felt that fire was also essential. Fire not only provides hot water and cooked food, but also warmth and lighting in the freezing winter, which is a lifesaver. Additionally, he needed to stockpile enough supplies, preparing a large amount of non-perishable food and fresh water. In the icy wilderness, food resources would definitely be scarce. Then, it would be best to upgrade the ship to level 3 and build cannons. However, the materials required for a level 3 ship were too much, so Yang Yi placed this priority at the bottom. Through the World Channel, Yang Yi learned that upgrading an ordinary ship to level 3 requires 500 wood, 300 cloth, 100 stone, and 20 steel. As for the Nightmare Star, it requires 1200 wood, 500 cloth, 300 stone, 50 steel, 100 crystal, and 10 aberrant corpses. Not to mention the vast amount of materials. Just the 10 aberrant corpses left Yang Yi completely clueless, leaving him to rely on luck. Following the plan, Yang Yi opened the chat channel and began to search for fire-starting tools for sale. Upon searching, he found there were indeed some available. Selling lighters, price negotiable via private. Name: longevity lighter, type tool, quality good, description an ultra-durable lighter. the best choice for starting fires. You never need to worry about it running out of fuel during your lifetime. Yang Yi immediately private messaged the seller. How much is the lighter? You came too late, it's already sold. The one I have left I need for myself. Yang Yi felt a bit disappointed. At the same time he realized that the items he thought of were likely also thought of by other players. Everyone was searching for fire-starting tools, causing a market shortage. Just as he was worrying, Yang Yi suddenly noticed the world channel buzzing with new messages. He quickly flipped to the latest message where someone was recruiting players. I am Captain Shun Guanchuan of the Hope Ship, as well as the leader of the New World Fleet. We already have over 10 like-minded captains, including the farmer ship Ironhead ship and several other special vessels. Our New World Fleet has no entry barriers. Anyone can join, but players joining must open their ships for docking, disarm, comply with assignments, and surrender all equipment and supplies, which will be redistributed by the fleet. In return, your safety will be guaranteed. We have guards responsible for combat, fishermen responsible for fishing, and farmers responsible for agriculture. The division of labor will continue to expand, and we will work together to rebuild human civilization. I Shun Guanchuan guarantee that as long as I have a bite to eat, you will definitely not starve or freeze to death. Those willing to join, please come to the following coordinates: X38201 Y53182. Be sure to disarm and open docking permissions, otherwise you will face fatal consequences. Our New World Fleet will stay here for half a month. These statements seemed to be pre-prepared, delivered in one. The reaction was significant. The vast majority felt this was a trap. Disarm and give you all our supplies. Wouldn't that make us easy prey? Why should we trust you? Only a fool would go. The questioning voices continued, but Shun Guanchuan did not respond. There would always be some who came. His target was those players. After all, with such a large player base, even if only 100 came, his New World Fleet would achieve unprecedented. However, the name of the Hope Ship sounded quite impressive. It was unclear whether it was a special vessel, but Yang Yi had a way to confirm. He ran to the central area of the Nightmare Star and picked up a small crystal ball nearby. After merging, the number of these small crystal balls became 2, placed next to the large crystal ball, allowing both Yang Yi and Suna to view the nautical charts at any time. The captain of the Hope had not deceived him. He was indeed anchored at these coordinates. However, his vessel was no special ship at all, but an utterly ordinary large sailboat devoid of any distinctive features. The word Hope painted on the sail was likely his own handiwork. The ship's name was probably also a personal modification, as ordinary ships have a single opportunity to be renamed. Special ships, however, cannot be renamed unless they merge. Several vessels were tethered to the Hope with ropes. The crystal ball's projection could not fully reveal their forms, yet Yang Yi could still identify a few. One with a massive hull bearing fields where people tilled the soil was likely the farmer. Another dark-hulled and sheathed in iron armor with a colossal sharp ram should be the Ironhead. Yet another ship had just surfaced from the sea, its hull sealed tight, seemingly capable of diving. Yang Yi did not know the name of this vessel. For now, he called it the Diver. He also spotted the captain of the Hope himself, a dignified man in a pristine white captain's uniform, immaculate in every detail. He wondered how this man had managed to unite these people. Yang Yi could not see Shun Guanchuan's talents. If he could, his confusion would vanish. Shun Guanchuan possessed 2 talents. Psychological suggestion through verbal stimulation. One can enhance or diminish one's own or a target's attributes and rationality, except for spirit. Attribute changes are within 1, and rationality changes within 20. Those with high spirit may resist the suggestion. Takes effect once every 24 hours. Lasting 24 hours, cannot exceed mortal limits. Great leadership. You are a born leader, easily earning others' goodwill and trust, making them lower their guard. Your followers' growth rate, except for spirit, increases by 25. Those with high spirit may be immune to this effect. How long had the Great Sea Chart been open? Less than a day. It was impossible for Shun Guanchuan to gather so many players in such a short time. The only possibility was that they had allied long before the chart's release. They might have stumbled upon each other or been caught in some event. Yang Yi had no way of knowing. He was currently uninterested in forming factions. Without cannons, he wanted to avoid contact with other players. It was too passive, not to mention having to hand over equipment and supplies. That would be like placing his life and fortune in another's hands. With a detailed sea chart, Yang Yi could effectively evade other players, which was one reason he agreed to build the Witch's Laboratory first. But various organizations were emerging on the World Channel, all recruiting. This put immense survival pressure on Yang Yi. For now it was manageable, but as organizations grew, the living space and resources for solo players would be squeezed. I must become strong enough. Or join a fleet, but I need absolute freedom. Yang Yi was accustomed to holding his fate in his own hands. He found Shun Guanchuan's message and sent a private one. The man likely had abundant resources and was a good trade partner. Yang Yi happened to have a blueprint to sell him. Your ship is an ordinary one, right? I have a special ship blueprint. Interested in buying? Yang Yi attached the pirate ship blueprint's details. Who are you? How do you know so much? Don't worry about that. I just want to make a deal, Yang Yi replied anonymously. There was a few minutes of silence before a reply came. Since you have the blueprint, you should understand that ordinary ships upgrade more efficiently than special ones. I'm not in a rush for a blueprint, and this pirate ship one isn't what I want. That simple sentence carried multiple meanings. First, he had seen ship blueprints before, which meant he had killed someone and that person had a special ship. A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine. Those special ships around the Hope might not belong to their original owners. Second, since the pirate ship blueprint wasn't what he wanted, his offer wouldn't be high. Blueprints like this had never been publicly sold on the World Channel. Their price was unknown. Yang Yi pondered for a moment and tentatively named an exorbitant price. The other party had the farmer, so he probably had plenty of resources. I need 2 months' worth of food that can be stored long-term, 200 liters of fresh water, 1,200 timber, 800 cloth, 400 stone, 100 crystal, 100 steel, 5,000 conch coins, and fire-starting tools like a lighter. A minute later, Shen Guanchuan replied, "You're really asking for the moon. Forget it, this blueprint isn't worth that much. Fine, goodbye." Yang Yi replied decisively. The blueprint wasn't valuable. Who was he kidding? Special ships were limited, and the higher their level, the greater the gap with ordinary ships. The later the stage, the higher the blueprint's value. There would always be buyers. Sure enough, not long after Shen Guanchuan sent a friend request. Hope Captain Shen Guanchuan requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi directly refused. He couldn't risk revealing his identity. Once added, his name and ship name would be exposed. You're overly cautious. Interested in joining my new world fleet? I can offer you a high star. You want my blueprint for free? No way. Heh. Shen Guanchuan sent a smiley. Your price is too high. I can't offer that much for now. How about this? I'm also stockpiling non-perishable dry rations. I can give you 1 month's worth, and the other month's portion will be fresh food like vegetables, fruits, and fish. For materials, I can give you at most half of what you asked. I have many ships that urgently need upgrade. 5,000 conch coins is fine, but fire-starting tools. I can't produce those and they're limited. I must ensure my crew's safety, so I can't sell them to you. But I'll give you a rare spatial item. Its value is definitely high enough. He attached the item's name: greedy stomach, type relic, quality treasure, description: the stomach of an unknown exotic beast, still active, even after being removed. It has a 10 cubic meter internal space for storing items. However, each time it is opened, it must be fed food or it will bite. P.S. Cannot store food. It will devour the flesh and blood of demon corpses, leaving only bones and shells without affecting the gacha. After reading the item's details, Yang Yi gasped. Shen Guanchuan was truly extravagant. The stomach was an unexpected windfall. Yang Yi desired it greatly, but this item must have significant side effects far beyond just biting. It would likely drain rationality during use, which was why Shen Guanchuan was selling it. So he hesitated and asked, "This stomach of yours is a relic. Does opening it lower rationality?" "I won't hide it. It reduces rationality by 20. If you don't want it, I have other things, but they're not as high quality." "Never mind," Yang Yi quickly called out. "I'll take it. I want high quality. I'll just control how often I use it." The deal was smoothly concluded. Pleasure doing business. If you have anything else to sell in the future, feel free to contact me first. I won't shortchange you. If I do, I'll contact you. Yang Yi logged out of the chat channel. The blueprint was finally sold. Considering its potential value, Yang Yi might have taken a small loss. But for now, selling the blueprint at this price was already quite good. He tossed the blueprint into the octopus head gacha machine, and soon a flood of resources poured in. The octopus head spat out food: 20 loaves of black bread, 10 sausages, and a pile of dried fish. There were also fresh vegetables and fish, including 5 cabbages, 5 cucumbers, 1 apple, 1 pear, and a fresh large tuna. These provisions were enough to feed 1 person for 60 days. Finally, it spat out a small shiny black pouch, smooth, to the touch reminiscent of a century egg's texture. The greedy stomach. Yang Yi tried to open the pouch, straining with all his might to pry it open a crack. But then the pouch let out a howl, startling him. "Strange noise, your rationality decreases by 5. How do I use this thing?" He tried offering a piece of dried fish. This time the pouch reacted, sucking in the fish and obediently opening its mouth. Yang Yi tentatively reached his hand inside. The sensation was numb and slimy, disgustingly slippery, and the stomach giggled as if being tickled. "You feel an inexplicable nausea, your rationality decreases by 10. Yang Yi frowned. This item's side effects were truly severe. A few would dare to use it. The interior space was vast. Now he didn't have to worry about storage, and the stomach was convenient to hang on his belt. He opened the log to check the cabin data and found the materials had arrived. The conch coins were credited to his account. "Did you sell something? Give me some more conch coins." Suna messaged him almost immediately, as if she had sensed it. The downside of a shared ship interface was that nothing could be hidden. Yang Yi could only reply helplessly. I can give you at most 1,000 more conch coins, no more. He transferred another 1,000. He hoped Suna would produce results soon, or otherwise, he couldn't afford to support her. Yang Yi moved all the food into the cabin and installed the bobbit-worm's head. As soon as it was installed, the head enlarged. When its jaw blades opened, they spanned 10 meters, looking lifelike and controllable while steering. The blades were razor-sharp, but unfortunately there was nothing to test them on yet. He then cast the red glowing fishing net into the sea. He had obtained this net long ago, but it wasn't suitable for storms, so he only used it now. Its effect was to catch a certain number of items at intervals. With everything set, Yang Yi picked up his fishing rod and began to fish. There were still 4 hours until nightfall. He could catch as many as possible. Idling was a waste of time. Aboard the Hope vessel of the New World Fleet, Captain Shen Guanchuan expended a great quantity of supplies, food, and a precious relic to acquire the blueprint for the pirate ship. Boss, why not just arrange a meeting with that kid and take it by force? Asked a burly bald man with a scar on his force. Is force all you know? Shen Guanchuan snapped, knocking him on his bald head. If I hear you utter that word again, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Yes, boss, I won't say force again. And yet you still said it. Men throw him overboard to feed. Without needing any coercion, the bald man leaped into the sea of his own accord. He was Zhao Tai, captain of the Ironhead, known as Ironhead Zhao. True to his nickname, he was a stubborn fool, yet also Shen Guanquan's trusted confidant. Enough. Since you've come to your senses, get back to your Ironhead. Shen Guanchuan scolded helplessly. In truth, he himself had also entertained the idea of meeting Yang Yi, but Yang Yi was extremely cautious. He wouldn't even add friends, let alone agree to a meeting. Shen Guanchuan gazed at the pirate ship blueprint in his hands. How should I use it? He mused over the matter. He had no intention of using it himself. The persona of a pirate captain clashed with the leader image he wished to cultivate. An ordinary ship, on the other hand, would make him seem more approachable. What he envisioned creating was a maritime empire. The first step was to establish a persona of righteousness and infallibility to facilitate the recruitment of followers in the early stages. A day later, the nightmare was sailing the seas. Yang Yi was fishing. You caught a long-legged sardine, you caught a long-legged sardine, you caught a piece of rotten wood, you caught an eyeball fruit, you caught. Yang Yi tossed his fishing rod aside in defeat, lying down on the deck amidst a pile of long-legged sardines and a few eyeball fruits. Why was he only catching trash fish? Yang Yi began to question his own existence, but within seconds he rallied. After fishing for so long, he had come to a realization. In these waters, the catch was mostly long-legged sardines with a small chance of eyeball fruits or cystic puffers, and a minuscule chance of red-lipped morays. Should I try deep water? Yang Yi acted on the thought, baiting the hook with a long-legged sardine, removing the float, and began deep-sea fishing. He had caught a hammerhead demon shark before. If he could land another one, it would surely fetch a handsome profit. That would be nothing but gotcha coins. His equipment had been upgraded, his ship improved, and with Sonus archery skills, dealing with such a fish would be effortless. While waiting for a bite, he browsed the world channel, hoping to buy fire-starting tools. Such tools were in high demand. He had seen them listed twice but failed to snag them. Meanwhile, many organizations were recruiting new members. For instance, the Sakura had established an organization called New Humanity, accepting only Japanese nationals. There were also New Rome and Eden organizations that sounded predominantly foreign. Yang Yi had seen Eden's publicly listed coordinates. They were very far from him. It seemed people from different regions spawned far apart, and meeting them would likely take a long time. Unable to buy fire-starting tools, Yang Yi directly posted a purchase request, buying fire-starting tools at a high price. Also buying down jackets or other warm clothing. Soon he received private messages, but all were from people selling clothes. Down jacket, 150 cloth each. 10 off for 4. At that price, Yang Yi didn't even bother to respond. More messages came in. After reading them, he found the lowest price for a down jacket was 120 cloth. 4 would cost 480 cloth. Cotton padded coats were cheaper, but if he was buying, he wanted good quality. It was still early, so Yang Yi decided to wait a few days and check the prices again. Suddenly the fishing reel spun rapidly. Something was on the line. Yang Yi immediately tightened the line and pulled hard on the rod. It wasn't a monster, the resistance wasn't very strong. In less than 8 minutes, Yang Yi hauled the catch onto the deck. It was a human head, or rather a human-headed octopus, its body entirely tentacles, the head a form of mimicry. Sir, could you spare a few minutes? Before it could finish, Yang Yi stomped it to death on the spot. He cursed, baited the hook with another long-legged sardine, and resumed fishing. Deep-sea fishing was, by the end of the day, Yang Yi had caught 3 items from the deep, a human-headed octopus, a red-lipped Murray, and a bronze treasure chest. Under normal circumstances, catching a bronze chest would be a great haul worthy of celebration. But Yang Yi was on high alert. He had caught inanimate objects before, like the peasant woman's 3 punches. Those lifeless items didn't struggle or pull on the line when hooked. But this bronze chest was abnormal. It fought and pulled with considerable strength. Yang Yi had thought Head hooked a big fish. He wrestled with it for nearly half an hour before hauling it up. The chest was about half a meter wide, covered in thick green patina, with many marks of seawater erosion, and a patch of red coral growing in one corner. He saw the chest's information. Name: waterlogged bronze chest, type chest, description: there might be treasure inside. But it could also be. This thing resembled the waterlogged rotten wood chest he had opened before, from which a human-headed octopus had leaped out, startling him. So this waterlogged bronze chest might also contain a monster. Yang Yi was wary and didn't open it with his hands. He noticed the fishing line led inside the chest, meaning the bait had been swallowed by it. He stepped back, holding a flintlock pistol in his left hand, and tried to pry the chest open with a wooden spear in his right. Damn, it's tight. The spear tip snapped on the first attempt. Yang Yi lashed the sea serpent's fang to the spear and used the short sword to continue prying, inserting it into the gap. Suddenly he felt as if he had stabbed something. The chest let out a strange shriek and sprang open. A black jet of water shot out from inside, but Yang Yi, having anticipated this, sidestepped to avoid it. What the hell is that, a mimic? Startled Sanity 5. Inside the chest was pale, tender flesh. His sword seemed to have severed something, causing the chest to thrash wildly. After spewing the water jet, the chest stopped moving, apparently dead. To be sure it wasn't feigning death, Yang Yi stabbed it a few more times. Clear fluid oozed from the wounds. Finally the mimic-like thing lay still. That single water jet was its only attack. It was somewhat corrosive, leaving a wisp of white smoke on the name: chest clam, type food, description: a mollusk that upon maturity likes to inhabit treasure chests as its shell. It spews corrosive acid and preys on small fish. It enjoys collecting shiny objects from the seabed. Inside its body one can find conch coins and some glittering treasures. Non-toxic, edible after removing the entrails. So it was just a clam. Yang Yi used the sea serpent's fang to cut open the flesh and began searching inside. The clam meat was actually just a thin layer. Beneath it were all the shiny trinkets the chest clam had collected, along with a pearl the size of a fist. You obtained conch coins 600. You obtained healing pearl. You obtained crystal 50. You obtained stone 20. Name: healing pearl. Type treasure. Quality precious. Description: soak the pearl in 1 ell of water for 12 hours to imbue the water with healing properties, accelerating wound recovery. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This is a treasure. It seemed the treasure chest clam was quite rare, capable of yielding such extraordinary goods. Seeing that the sky was growing late, Yang Yi gathered his fishing net, intending to end the day. The net had caught 2 things. Name: one-armed crab. Type food. Description: it has favored its right arm since youth. Its right claw accounts for half its body weight. Non-toxic and edible, with plenty of meat in the claw. The other ugly thing would drain one's sanity. Strange starfish. Your sanity decreases by 3. This starfish at first glance resembled a human hand, its 5 fingers of varying lengths crawling on the ground like a spider. What a peculiar little thing you are. Yang Yi crushed it underfoot, picked it up, and after examining its details, suddenly found it less repulsive. Name: palm star. Type food. Description: a starfish twisted by abyssal contamination. Slightly toxic. Upon consumption, agility 1, sanity 20, lasting 1 minute. This thing, similar to the human-head octopus, could enhance attributes when eaten. Perhaps it could be used to brew potions. With this thought, Yang Yi carried the grotesque fish and hurried towards the cabin. Suna, take a look at these. In the laboratory, Suna was still dissecting the hammerhead devil shark. 2 gleaming fist-sized eyeballs had been removed and were soaking in a glass jar, emitting a faint red glow. She saw Yang Yi and also saw the strange fish and a large pearl in his hands. Take a look at these fish and this pearl. Suna took them, examining them closely. Did you catch all this? Yes. Suddenly inspiration struck Suna. She glanced at the fish, then at the devil shark's eyeballs, an idea forming in her mind. 2. No, 3. In 3 days I'll have some prototypes for you. Suna suddenly became excited. No rush, it's already evening. Go to your room and rest. We can talk tomorrow. Suna hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately obeyed, returning to her room. Her room was next to the captain's quarters, making it convenient for them to alert each other if anything happened during the night. Yang Yi walked towards the captain's quarters, holding a crystal ball. This crystal ball had a vibration alert function. Whenever a player's ship appeared in the nearby sea, the crystal ball would vibrate as a warning. Placing it by his pillow would allow him to foresee danger in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if other players had surrounded his ship during the night. After preparing everything, Yang Yi took off his coat, drank a refreshing coconut juice, and lay down on the ship. He was accustomed to browsing the chat channel before sleep, mainly to check the price trends for warm clothing, and to see if anyone was selling fire-starting tools. As he scrolled, he drifted off to sleep, his brow furrowed as he fell into a nightmare. In the dead of night, a commotion came from next door. Suna's door opened again. A furtive figure darted out heading towards the cabin at the stern, aiming for the laboratory. Suna intended to work overtime researching potions. 3 days passed without any major incidents. Yang Yi fished as usual, retrieved his nets in the evening, and occasionally practiced with his gun. He didn't like using the grappling hook. Although the yield was stable, it wasn't as interesting as fishing. He gave all the fish he caught to Suna, letting her judge their usefulness. After all, food was plentiful now. Perishable items had to be eaten first, and there was no real need to eat these strange fish raw. The harvest during this period was average. Excluding the bizarre fish, the supplies he caught amounted to wood X28, cloth X25, conch coins 650, freshwater 9L. He noticed a difference between what the net and the fishing rod yielded. The net brought in more shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. During this time, he also fished up 2 resource chests. The wooden resource chest yielded wood X20 and cloth X20. Better than nothing. The bronze resource chest was much better, giving wood X100, cloth X100, and steel X20. As for fish, he caught 2 new varieties. Name: eyeball octopus. Type: food. Description: an octopus contaminated by the abyss with eyeballs at the tips of its tentacles. Slightly toxic. Upon consumption, perception 1 for a short time lasting 1 minute. Name: abs lobster. Type: food. Description: a lobster, contaminated by the abyss, sporting a 6-pack. Slightly toxic. Upon consumption, constitution 1 for a short time lasting 1 minute. Adding the human head octopus and the palm star, they perfectly corresponded to the 4 attributes aside from spirit. He handed all these special fish over to Suna. In the evening, with no fish biting for a long time, Yang Yi began to browse the chat messages. Unsurprisingly, as time passed, the price of down jackets continued to fall as more and more people learned to craft them. The current market price was only 105 cloth for one. He estimated the production cost of a down jacket to be around 100 cloth. The price should have bottomed out. He checked his current total supplies. Wood X841, cloth X560, stone X408, conch coins X5700, freshwater X208, steel X77, crystal X51, sulfur X40. It seemed like a lot, but buying cold weather gear would cost over 400 cloth. Moreover, upgrading to a level 3 ship required a massive amount of supplies. The road ahead was long and arduous. If he used conch coins to buy down jackets, the price was around 600 coins, but players preferred trading with cloth because the exchange rate for conch coins was too unstable. Currently, the conversion rate between basic supplies and conch coins was about 5:1, meaning 5 conch coins equaled 1 unit of basic supplies. However, actual trades were often slightly higher. Advanced supplies were more expensive, about 25 conch coins to 1 unit. In short, Yang Yi appeared wealthy, but he was actually poor and dared not squander his supplies. He had no idea how much he would have to spend to buy fire-starting tools. As usual, he left a message in the World Channel, buying fire-starting tools at a high price, selling cold-weather clothes cheap. DM me. Just after sending the message, Yang Yi noticed a private message from Suna sent a few minutes earlier. Suna, the potions are made as you requested. They're on the lab table. Come get them yourself. There are 3 kinds. The red one boosts attributes but may have minor side effects. The colorless one restores energy. Try it yourself. The pink one heals injuries. After reading the message, Yang Yi immediately ran to the witch's laboratory. After such a high investment, he was finally seeing returns. Inside the lab, Suna was slumped over the table, seemingly resting. On the table was an array of instruments, including a microscope, a test tube rack with test tubes, Erlenmeyer flasks, and even an alcohol lamp. Can this thing start a fire? Yang Yi picked up the alcohol lamp, finding it surprisingly light. Upon closer inspection, it was empty. Laboratory-specific instrument oil will disappear if taken out of the lab. Requires self-provided fuel. Yang Yi. He really wondered why Suna bought this instrument. Did she not know it was empty and only found out after buying it? Yang Yi put down the alcohol lamp, his attention drawn to 3 differently colored potion vials on the table. Although they were all named unknown potion, Yang Yi knew from experience that by drinking them, he would learn their specific effects and information. The red potion and the pink potion were fine, both being pure liquids. But this colorless potion had several long legs of sardines floating in it. To be drunk and chewed, it was exceedingly viscous. Suna, what are these potions made from? Yang Yi asked, but Suna did not respond. Suna, Yang Yi called out again. There was still no reaction. Sensing something was off, Yang Yi reached out to touch her and found her body was slightly warm. This woman. He immediately opened the nautical log and checked Suna's information on the crew page. This information only included health status, not attributes or talents. Suna. Status: injured, fever, collapsed, a large letter-shaped human figure, slightly yellow all over. Rationality 3580, madness. Obsession. Vitality 82,100. Energy 12,100. The rationality limit is only 80. Yang Yi frowned. This was the first time he had actively checked Suna's information. After reading it, he understood the reason. Suna must not have slept much these past few days, staying in the laboratory, neglecting her health, ultimately exhausting her body. With energy below 30A, she could collapse at any moment. Obsession. Yang Yi saw madness for the first time. It seemed there were many types. His unique talent prevented him from going mad, so he wouldn't receive any prompts even if his rationality dropped to 1. What a troublesome woman, can't even take care of herself. Yang Yi frowned. As the captain, he held the highest authority, including restricting access to rooms. So Yang Yi directly imposed a lockdown on Suna, revoking her rights to enter and exit the laboratory. He then fetched salt and a vitality coconut, concocting a bottle of coconut juice on-site, lifting Suna's chin to feed it to her. Although he spilled quite a bit, it didn't matter. He had originally planned to feed Suna the colorless potion, but it was thick and viscous, required chewing, and its effects were uncertain. It would be too dangerous to give it to a patient, so he abandoned that idea. It's really heavy, Yang Yi complained. Normally his strength was only 4 below the average adult level, making it quite strenuous to carry Suna. After considerable effort, his strength experience increased by 1 point, and he finally carried Suna back to her room, panting heavily. This woman must be made of cement, her chest isn't large, and she doesn't look heavy, so why is she so heavy? Fortunately, the Nightmare Star was not large. If it had been a supersized ship like the Ironheart Yang Yi estimated, he would have had to drag her. Suna's room was next to the captain's cabin, and it was Yang Yi's first time entering. The style inside was completely different from his captain's cabin. There was no musty smell, and the floor was solid wood. There were even several glowing crystal orbs embedded in the ceiling for illumination. This room must have been moved over from the original astrologer ship's captain's cabin, completely out of place with the ghost ship. Yang Yi placed Suna on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and left a note in the log. I restricted your rights to enter the laboratory. Check the activity log when you wake up. You didn't even know you went mad. But would someone who was mad really pay attention to the activity log and monitor their rationality? Yang Yi had never experienced madness, so he was unsure. After sending the private message, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a small booklet on the nearby table with several words written on it. Yang Yi's observation diary. What is this thing? Yang Yi felt curious and opened it, but after reading a few pages, he felt a chill run down his spine. Inside were records of his various activities, including what he ate, what time he slept, how long he slept, when he relieved himself, how long that took, and so on, all meticulously detailed. Suna, if his rationality is below 50. He won't go mad. Could it be some unique talent? I really want to see the structure of his brain. Upon reading this, Yang Yi felt a surge of coldness in his heart, and cast a cold glance at the sleeping Suna. Did this woman always see herself as a test subject? Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a hint of murderous intent. Fortunately, the tone of the diary changed drastically at the end. He was also flustered. When I pointed a gun at him, that expression was too funny. I secretly recorded it in the log. He thought fusion meant that. He definitely misunderstood. Haha, he's quite the lecher. He promised to build me a witch laboratory. I need to produce some results quickly. After reading this, the murderous intent in Yang Yi's eyes faded. He arranged the log to appear untouched and carefully retreated. Suna wasn't injured, her fever was just due to a lack of rest. She would probably recover after sleeping for a day. With still a few hours until dark, Yang Yi began fishing again. Looking to buy fire-starting tools like lighters at a high price. Also looking for warm clothing. He routinely sent out a request for fire-starting tools and prepared to buy 4 down jackets, waiting for sellers to contact him. Soon he received numerous private messages. But just as he was about to buy the 4 down jackets at the price of 105 fabric, he unexpectedly received a unique private message. Want a fire down sweater? It's lighter than a down jacket, and even warmer, only 100 conch coins for the labor cost. Name fire down sweater, type treasure, quality, find description, a sweater made of fire down with excellent warmth. Wearing it feels like having a heating pad attached, light and easy to move. But please note, once it touches water, the warmth effect is greatly reduced. Avoid snow and rain. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This clothing was obviously better than a down jacket. It was thin enough to wear underneath and then put on a pirate outfit outside, so he wouldn't have to worry about the snow melting and wetting the sweater, but he still needed to avoid freezing rain. Yang Yi immediately messaged the seller preparing to buy the fire down sweater. What do you mean by labor cost? The seller replied quickly. It means just what it says. This sweater requires special fire down materials to make. I've run out of materials, so you need to provide them yourself. 10 units of fire down can make 1 sweater, and if needed I can also make thermal pants. I only charge 100 conch coins for labor, and you provide the materials. The price wasn't expensive, but where would Yang Yi find fire down? Just as he was puzzled, the seller sent another message. I'll give you a coordinate. There's an island where a plant called fire down grass grows. You only need to gather 10 stalks to make 1 sweater. Then why don't you gather it yourself and sell it as a finished product? Because I've sold out. I only have 2 left and need to keep them as backup. Moreover, I'm no longer in that sea area. If you want it, bring the materials to me. If not, just forget it. Yang Yi fell into deep thought. He indeed wanted the fire-down sweater, but it was quite strange for the seller to ask him to gather materials himself. Perhaps sensing Yang Yi's suspicion, the seller sent another private message. Believe it or not, besides me you are the 3rd person to know this coordinate. The previous few transactions went very smoothly, and I don't know how much fire-down grass is left on the island. If you want it, you'd better hurry. Yang Yi didn't believe his words, so he asked, how much for those 2? Sorry, those 2 are not for sale. I'm keeping them for myself. Yang Yi frowned and glanced at the coordinate the seller had sent, which wasn't far. If he went full speed, he could reach it in just 2 days. Why not add each other as friends? Yang Yi suggested. Sure. Captain Hu Wei of the large sailboat requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi immediately agreed. Names like XX ship are typical for ordinary whiteboard vessels, but ship owners can rename them. Nightmare Star, is it a special ship? That's right. Then when you gather the materials, just message me privately. Okay, I'm quite far away and it should take about 5 days. I'll contact you then. All right? Yang Yi ended the communication. He was sure that this person had ulterior motives, but the fire-down sweater was the best cold-resistant clothing he had seen so far, and he genuinely wanted to acquire it. If he was going to get it, he might as well aim for the best. Yang Yi took out the crystal ball and activated the Nightmare Star skill to search. Searching. Large sailing ship. Hu Wei. 3 results appeared. Yang Yi was dumbfounded. Ordinary ships could easily have the same name, which was understandable. But Yang Yi hadn't expected other players to have the same name as well, and there were 3 of them. It seemed that the player base was still quite large. To distinguish them, these 3 results were numbered from 1 to 3. Yang Yi randomly selected 1 and the image appeared in the crystal ball. It was a 2-tier ship far from the island, and it didn't look like the person Yang Yi was looking for. After casually looking for about 10 minutes, he closed the image. I'll check someone else tomorrow. Yang Yi changed course toward that island. He planned to head that way first. After all, he had the sea chart, and the initiative was in his hands. Even if there was an ambush, he could avoid it in advance. That evening, Yang Yi lay on his bed. As per his routine, he would drink a bottle of Vitality coconut juice before sleeping. But tonight he had another option. He could drink the colorless potion. This potion was said to restore energy. Suna likely wouldn't deceive him, so should he drink it or not? Yang Yi scrutinized the potion closely. It was colorless, transparent, viscous, and thick with several long legs floating inside. When placed in a dark environment, it even emitted a faint glow. After mulling it over for just a few minutes, Yang Yi decided to take a sip and try it. Having invested so much, he had to give it a shot. He could start by drinking half, pinching his nose to avoid thinking about what this viscous liquid might be made of. He opened the lid and attempted to suck out a bit of the fluid. But who would have guessed the liquid was so sticky that it couldn't be bitten apart, and it stank like a lump of slime living in a sewer. Suppressing his urge to retch, Yang Yi chewed up the long legs inside and swallowed it all in one gulp. You have consumed an unknown potion. As the potion slid down his esophagus, a wave of warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body, sweeping away all fatigue. Such a good effect. Immediately after, a log notification popped up. Energy 30A, energy recovery speed 125, duration 8 hours. Amazing. But suddenly he felt something was off. Multiple parts of his body began to engorge with blood, such as his eyes and... You have entered an excited state lasting 1 hour. Damn it. I knew there was something wrong with this stuff. Yang Yi's eyes turned red as he immediately sat up, and the potion's information was finally revealed. Name: excited potion. Type: consumable potion. Unique quality. Fine description: an original potion, by which Suna made from ingredients including siren pituitary secretion, siren saliva, siren gland mucus, and the legs of long-legged sardines. After consumption, energy 30, sanity 20A, energy recovery speed 125, lasting 8 hours, with a 24-hour cooldown. It induces an excited state lasting 1 hour. Repeated use prolongs the excitement, but carries a risk of poisoning. This side effect, Yang Yi didn't know how to describe it. If he were to sell it, it would surely be a huge hit. However, Yang Yi had no intention of selling the potion because its description included the creator's name. He sensed this was not a good thing and might invite unnecessary trouble. An hour later, Yang Yi finally lay back down. He'll have to ask Suna to improve it later and get rid of this side effect. He left a message for Suna. Your potion side effects are too severe. It needs improvement. Next time, drink it yourself first to see the effects before giving it to me. After sending the message, he fell asleep. The nightmares persisted and Yang Yi's sleep quality was poor, but with the potion's boost, he didn't worry about energy recovery, though dark circles would remain. The next morning, Yang Yi was startled awake by knocking on the door. He was in the middle of a nightmare and jolted awake, raising his gun to aim at the door. Who is it? It's me. Suna's voice came through. Yang Yi relaxed. He had just dreamed of countless spiders crawling out of his body, devouring his flesh, and woke up with his clothes drenched in sweat. After calming down, Yang Yi replied irritably, "What are you banging on about so early in the morning?" Suna was equally angry and retorted, "Why did you revoke my lab access? Didn't you see the message I sent you?" Only then did Suna check the log for the message. Yang Yi took the chance to glance at Suna's sanity value. Fortunately, it had mostly recovered. Sanity 7,680. The recovery rate was quite fast, her spirit attribute must be high, and there was also the clothing bonus. "You went into a frenzy state yesterday, didn't you know?" Suna only realized this belatedly, as if waking from a dream. It seemed that those in a frenzy state were completely unaware of their madness and never paid attention to their sanity value. How was that potion's effect? Suna's anger subsided, and she quickly shifted her focus to the potion. "The effect is good, but the side effects. Well, see for yourself." Yang Yi sent the potion's attributes to Suna. "I see, but all potions have a bit of a side effect." Suna explained. "This side effect won't do, you need to change it." "Then I can't guarantee the effect." "No prob. What about the other 2 bottles? Did you drink them?" At this point Yang Yi felt a bit dissatisfied. "Why don't you try them yourself and insist on me drinking them? I'm not a lab rat. Potions might deduct sanity, so it's not safe for me to drink." Suna replied with unabashed confidence, "And potions taste awful." So Suna knew this stuff tasted terrible too. "Your sanity doesn't drop into madness when reduced, so you're suitable for testing," Suna added. Yang Yi was speechless. He knew he couldn't escape the fate of being a potion tester. 1 bottle of excited potion deducted 20 sanity. If a stronger one was involved, Suna would fall straight into madness if she mistakenly drank it. "How many bottles of this potion can you make?" Yang Yi suddenly asked. After all, potions required materials mostly from aberrant demons and some indescribable creatures. "I can still make 3 bottles of the excited potion. If you don't like it, I can change the formula and try other combinations. For the red potion, I need 1 demon shark eyeball, so at most 2 bottles. The pink potion's main ingredient is water soaked with healing scar pearls, so I can make many bottles." Suna explained. "Change the formula for the energy restoring potion. The effect can be weaker, but it needs to be mass-producible with easily obtainable materials. After all, encountering creatures like sirens isn't that easy." Suna nodded in agreement. "Also, you need to limit your time in the lab to a maximum of 8 hours per day. When the time's up, it'll directly revoke your access." Though slightly displeased, Suna didn't argue because Yang Yi was right. After he granted access, Suna received the notification and immediately rushed to the lab. This woman really loves tinkering with these abnormal things. Yang Yi walked out of the captain's quarters, picked up his fishing rod, and prepared to fish. Just as he was about to cast the hook, he suddenly remembered something. The fleece sweater. He had forgotten to mention this to Suna. He planned to approach the possible island to investigate. Yang Yi immediately activated the Nightmare Star's peep ability to search for Hu Wei's true form. Searching. Galleon. Hu Wei. This time he chose a different person. Soon the crystal ball displayed an image. It was a large sailing ship apparently upgraded to level 3 with 2 cannon ports on each side equipped with cannons. The captain was a young man with very fair skin looking through a telescope at something. His position was very close to the island's coordinates, less than 10 nautical miles away. So this person's identity was obvious. It was the Hu Wei he was looking for. What is he looking at? Yang Yi compared the map and felt that Hu Wei was gazing in the direction of that island. To be safe, he sent another private message. "If I want a full set of a sweater and pants, how many fire fleece plants do I need?" The person in the image immediately reacted, confirming it was indeed him. "Same as the sweater, the pants also need 10 plants. For a full set, prepare 20 plants and the labor fee is 200 conch coins. Deal." Yang Yi smiled and continued watching the image. This person was strange. He stood at the ship's edge for a while, then sailed away. But he didn't go far, maintaining a distance of 100 nautical miles from the island. Then every 3 to 4 hours, he would sail back for a look. "This is..." Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. Yang Yi told Suna about the fireweed sweater and the island. She also agreed to go and take a look. After all, island resources were more abundant. If encountered, it should not be missed unless it was excessively dangerous. The dangers here included unknown creatures on the island, as well as other ill-intentioned players. "If there are any peculiar life forms on the island, I want a few as samples." Suna made her request. This might be the real reason she agreed to go to the island. 2 days later, Yang Yi had already arrived near the island. There was indeed an island there, about 5 kilometers in diameter, viewable on the sea chart. If Yang Yi wanted to go, he could actually go anytime. But before going, he had to deal with the potential dangers. Through these 2 days of observation, he had already understood what Hu Wei was up to. He was fishing using bait to lure other players onto the island. and on the island there seemed to be some kind of extremely dangerous creature or trap that would cause players who set foot on it to die quickly. After the players died, Hu Wei would come over to occupy and dismantle the ownerless ships, obtaining a large amount of supplies from them. This was a morally corrupt but highly profitable act, though not without risk. No one knew who the arriving players might be. If he encountered a tough opponent such as someone with a peeping skill like Yang Yi, he might lose everything and even his life. Hu Wei could never have dreamed that there were eyes that could ignore distance and the fog of war to spy on his every move. Through observation, Yang Yi had gathered a great deal of intelligence. Before approaching a player's ship, Hu Wei would use a telescope to observe until he was sure there was no one on board. Only then would he slowly approach, fire a symbolic cannon shot, and after further confirming no one was aboard, attempt to board. He would not directly hit the opponent's hull with his cannon, as a damaged ship might affect the dismantling yield. In the past 3 days, Hu Wei had dismantled 2 ships this way. Yang Yi had watched the entire process and informed Suna of his plan. "I think there must be some kind of dangerous creature on this island," Suna stated with certainty. "Is that what I was talking about? Were you even listening to me?" Yang Yi scratched his head. "I mean to turn the tables and ambush him." He would never expect someone to be lying in wait for him. "When we disable the boarding restriction, he'll think we're dead when he finds he can board. Then we'll hide in the cabin, and the moment he enters we'll kill him. But what if he doesn't come in? Impossible. If it were me, I'd come in too. Besides, once he's on the ship, can he outrun a bullet?" Yang Yi was brimming with confidence. He had dismantled ships before and knew the process of claiming one. It required not only the death of the ship's owner but also occupying the ship for a period of time. The time should be about 10 minutes, after which the system prompt would appear allowing the ship to be dismantled. However, dismantling a ship did not completely recover the items on board. The equipment and items on the ship had to be looted and picked up manually. Yang Yi judged that Hu Wei would not leave any corner of the ship unchecked, including the cabin. If it were Yang Yi himself, he would also thoroughly loot everything, and he would do it very quickly. Suna nodded, indicating she had no objections. Thus the plan was set. For safety, sake Yang Yi had Suna brew 3 additional bottles of pink potion with restorative effects, giving each of them 2 bottles just in case. The next morning he prepared to head to the island, then hide in the cabin and play dead, giving Hu Wei a surprise. The following day, Yang Yi took the helm and sailed towards the island. The journey was smooth, with no dangers encountered. It was Yang Yi's first time seeing the island with his own eyes. It looked ordinary from the outside, with a shore of solid blackish-brown rocks smoothed and polished by the sea. Barnacles clung to the rock surfaces, and many crabs lived in the crevices. The island was covered in dense forest, hiding unknown things within. Yang Yi found no signs of struggle on the shore, not even bloodstains. This indicated that the scene of the incident was not on the beach. It must have been deeper inland, or something had dragged the victims into the depths of the forest. Whatever the case, Yang Yi had no intention of going ashore. He checked the crystal ball, and the image inside showed that the target was heading this way, still dozens of nautical miles from the island. Although the distance was still far, Yang Yi called Suna, and they hid in the cabin, releasing the ship's boarding rights. Inside the cabin of the Nightmare Star, there was a corridor turning left. At the end of the corridor, a staircase led down to the bottom of the cabin. The light was dim there, with only small windows on either side letting in some light. It was dark and damp. The witch's laboratory was also there in a separate room. The two took their positions as planned. Suna hid in the shadows at the bottom of the cabin, holding a pirate longbow, her eyes fixed on the door. On her back was a simple quiver containing over 30 arrows, all with steel arrowheads much sharper than simple wooden. Ever since Suna revealed her astonishing archery skills, Yang Yi had equipped her with better arrows. Each arrow was coated with the fluid of a cyst pufferfish, ensuring a fatal touch. Yang Yi stood at the end of the corridor on the staircase, less than 4 meters from the door. He would initiate the attack. If the flintlock didn't fire, it would be Suna's turn to shoot, ensuring the opponent had no time to react and would be dead beyond doubt. On the other side, Hu Wei finally neared the island. He took out his telescope and began to observe. As expected, he spotted the Nightmare Star, a special ship. Hu Wei jumped for joy. Little did he know that all his actions were being watched by Yang Yi through the crystal ball. Hu Wei waited in place for a full hour. After confirming there was no one in sight, he slowly approached and fired a symbolic cannon shot. His aim was poor and he didn't intend to hit. The cannonball landed ahead of the Nightmare Star, splashing up a large spray of water. This was the usual procedure which Yang Yi had already seen in the images. He waited another 15 minutes. Finding the ship still, Hu Wei sped over at full throttle. "He's coming, a hell board in at most 10 minutes. Yang Yi reminded. Suna stowed the crystal ball in the greedy stomach and held his breath, staring intently at the cabin door, waiting for the prey to take the bait. It was Suna's first time ambushing someone, and she was a bit nervous, but she had excellent mental fortitude and was not afraid. Soon the sound of grappling hooks clashing against the hull came, followed by the noise of a wooden plank being set up. The prey had taken the bait. Yang Yi had already raised his gun aiming at the cabin door. The light inside was dim. By the time the opponent saw him clearly, he would likely already be shot. Time passed minute by minute. To make the act convincing, Yang Yi had casually discarded the fishing rod and net on the deck. The opponent was probably happily picking them up, unaware that Yang Yi had granted him the permission to pick them up. The giant insect head had been stored in the cabin by Yang Yi to prevent the opponent from wasting too much time on the deck. His ultimate goal was to lure him into the cabin as quickly as possible. This was the safest strategy. If the time neared 9 minutes, Yang Yi and Suna would have to take the initiative to attack. Fortunately, in less than 5 minutes, there was movement in the cabin. Click. The cabin door opened. Hu Wei, beaming with joy, swaggered in, carrying the barnacle fishing rod and red net on his back, looking immensely proud. He was still marveling at his great haul, but the next second a gunshot exploded to his left. Bang! Hu Wei was hit in the abdomen, collapsed to the ground, and clutched his wound tightly. Only then did he notice a person standing to his left, holding a flintlock, the muzzle still emitting a wisp of smoke. You? How? Hu Wei couldn't believe his eyes. I've been waiting for you here, Yang Yi said with a smile. He hadn't aimed at the opponent's head, partly for fear of missing and partly because he still had questions to ask him. What is on this island? Yang Yi asked coldly. The only reason he hadn't shot Hu Wei was to extract this answer. If I tell you, will you let me go? Hu Wei slumped on the ground, struggling to lift his head and gaze at Yang Yi. You can trust me. Yang Yi lowered his gun. Liar. That's clearly the look of a killer. Hu Wei coughed as if even speaking was an effort. Yang Yi frowned. Indeed, he had never intended to spare Hu Wei. You're formidable, I admit defeat. I won't trouble you to finish me off. As for what's on the island, you'll have to see for yourself. Hu Wei let out a sinister laugh, his mouth filled with blood, a ghastly red. What do you mean? Hu Wei didn't reply, but instead pulled a cleaver from behind his waist. Yang Yi immediately tensed, raising his gun to aim but holding his fire. Because Hu Wei had already taken his own life, he was resolute, using his last strength to plunge the blade into his own throat without a moment's hesitation. This guy was also a ruthless one, though he couldn't see Hu Weislog still updated. You have died. Covenant prerequisite quest failed. Completion 610. 2 orbs of light dropped beside him, likely loot from the player's death. Yang Yi was about to pick them up when he sensed something amiss. He heard a rustling sound as if many things were crawling. The source of the noise was Hu Wei's corpse. The next moment the corpse twitched and convulsed. Simultaneously, countless tiny spiders the size of fingernails crawled out from the wounds and orifices of his body. What the hell? You are startled. Sanity decreased by 5. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. To be safe, he used the powerful cannon mode. Boom! The shot was devastating. Hu Wei's corpse and the cabin door were blasted apart, tearing a large hole in the hull, letting sunlight stream in. Yang Yi was flung back by the recoil, crashing into the wall. What are you doing? He's already dead. Suna ran over her face, showing some displeasure. If the shot had been a bit lower, it would have punched a hole in her beloved witch's lab. There were spiders inside him, so many spiders. Yang Yi explained. Recalling the earlier scene, he was still shaken. In the nightmare, his end was the same as Hu Wei's. But how could spiders emerge from a human body? Suna looked at the wreckage. Spiders? Where? I don't see any. She glanced around. Isn't that one right there? Yang Yi pointed at the debris nearby, then suddenly froze. He was certain he had seen spiders on the ground moments ago, tiny but conspicuous. But now there was nothing on the ground except shredded flesh, broken planks, and splattered blood. I definitely saw spiders just now. Yang Yi insisted. Enough. Do you know your arm is dislocated? Yang Yi's left arm dangled limply, his shoulder joint out of. Fortunately, Suna was a medical student. Though she hadn't specialized in orthopedics, she was a rare polymath and quickly popped Yang Yi's dislocated left arm caused by the recoil back into place. He was still searching for traces of the spiders. Impossible. I definitely saw them. Suddenly his nose itched and a bit of blood trickled out, likely from the concussion of the flintlock's recoil. But the itch persisted, as if something was crawling inside. Yang Yi couldn't help but pick his nose and dug out a tiny black spider the size of a grain of rice. A spider crawled out of your body. Sanity decreased by 10. Yang Yi was startled, immediately crushed the spider, and continued picking his nose. Fortunately, there was no second one. So there really is a spider. When did you inhale it into your nose? Suna bent down and picked up the spider's corpse from the ground. Inhaled. Yang Yi felt the matter wasn't that simple. The spider must have crawled out from inside him. He immediately checked his status. Status: injured, large humanoid figure, back and left arm pale yellow, sanity 85100, energy 94100, vitality 93100. Everything seemed normal until after the talent section a new status appeared. Kiss of the spider, a gift from the spider matron. Spiders will occasionally crawl out of your wounds, but you'll get used to it soon. Unlocks the Covenant prerequisite quest. Hostility from spider-type aberrations towards you is reduced by 100. When did this status appear? He immediately checked the activity log. You have gained the Kiss of the Spider. Judging by the time, it must have been the moment Hu Wei died. As soon as he died, this status transferred to me. Yang Yi squinted. Suna, unafraid of spiders, was about to walk into the sunlight to examine it closely. But to their surprise, the spider vaporized upon contact with sunlight. Yang Yi noticed this and walked over, grabbing Suna's hand. It vanished, he said in disbelief. Let go, you're hurting me. Suna complained, pulling her hand back. But Yang Yi ignored her, his mind racing. This status was undoubtedly linked to Hu Wei's death. After he died, the next inheritor would appear. Suna, check your status bar. Is there a negative status called Kiss of the Spider? Yang Yi, she checked immediately and shook her head. It's not here. So the curse targeted only one person. Connecting this to Hu Wei's recent behavior, the answer was clear. The Kiss of the Spider was related to this island. Let's leave first. My flintlock used cannon mode and has a 12-hour cooldown. Also, the Nightmare Star has a large hole and needs repairs. Yang Yi arranged. Suna nodded and began gathering the spoils with him. The matter of the spiders was set aside for now. They needed to handle the battlefield. 2 orbs of light dropped by Hu Wei were collected, but one fell into the sea. They contained 12 50 conch coins and the recipe for a Firong sweater. Firong sweater requires 100 units of Firong spider fluff. An adult Firong spider yields 812 units of fluff. So much for Firong grass. It was all fabricated by Hu Wei. There must be Firong spider monsters on that island. What surprised Yang Yi even more was that players dropped recipes upon death. With this in mind, he turned to look at Suna. This woman had a special talent for creating unique recipes. If she died, would these created recipes that would be very dangerous, making her a target. Yang Yi immediately warned. Suna, don't sell the potions you brew, and don't give them to anyone else. You mean give them all to you to drink? Suna retorted. We'll discuss that later. Yang Yi recalled that unbreakable euphoria potion and suddenly felt nauseous. After clearing the battlefield, they found 3 pieces of equipment. Name: web gloves, type treasure, quality fine, description enhances grip, allowing you to climb rock walls and not be stuck by spider silk. That's right, with these you can walk on walls and leap over roofs. Name: gourmet chef's knife, type relic, quality exquisite, description a sharp cleaver. Anything cut by it becomes exceptionally delicious, easily addictive. A favorite for those with anorexia. The delicious effect lasts for 5 days. For objects too large, exceeding 3 cubic meters, it only produces a partial effect. Name: healing spray, type consumable, quality exquisite, description spray on wounds to accelerate healing. Uses remaining 310. Yang Yi picked up the chef's knife, no more than 30 centimeters long. Being cut by this knife makes you delicious. His expression was odd as he detected a hint of sweetness in the air. Hu Wei's vessel was a 3rd-tier ship. Both of its expansion slots had been used to construct cannon. Name: standard cannon. Type ship equipment. Quality common. Description: an ordinary cannon with a range of 200 meters. Fixed cannon for the combat room, non-removable. Yang Yi had wanted to try moving the cannon to his own ship, but after reading the information he completely abandoned the idea. Still, Hu Wei was quite wealthy, having hoarded a large amount of supplies. Unfortunately for him, it all became Yang Yi's gain. The ship supplies and equipment were as follows: timber X912, cloth X808, stone X995, steel X83, crystal X63, sulfur X35, fresh water X50L, and various food items like sausages and bread, enough to sustain Yang Yi and Suna for half a month. Equipment included a standard quality telescope, a simple fishing rod, and 2 flannel sweaters. Yang Yi calculated that these supplies were sufficient to upgrade the Nightmare to the 3rd tier. However, he still had no clue about the demonic corpse required for the 3rd tier upgrade. Dismantling this 3-tiered galleon would yield an additional timber X520, cloth X233, stone X240, and steel X20. The total supplies had already exceeded the Nightmare's storage capacity. The most cost-effective plan for now was to postpone dismantling this ship. Once a demonic corpse was obtained and the Nightmare upgraded to the 3rd tier, he could then dismantle this vessel. For the time being, this ship could serve as a warehouse towed behind. After Yang Yi and Suna moved the food, water, and high-grade supplies onto the Nightmare, they took control of the vessel and sailed away from the island. When the ship had sailed 200 nautical miles, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed. An unbearable itch spread across his body, as if countless insects were crawling and biting. He immediately stopped the ship and turned back. The itch vanished. Yang Yi understood why Hu Wei had guarded this island. He had never been able to leave. What's wrong? Suna noticed the commotion and emerged from the cabin. The spider inside me won't allow me to leave this island. Yang Yi said, his face dark. Suna frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Stop the ship. Come with me." She led Yang Yi into the laboratory. Inside were two large metal tables. One table held various instruments along with a pile of shredded flesh, Weiss remains which Suna had collected. "I've just finished my examination and I can now confirm that this corpse is hollow inside." Suna's expression was more solemn than ever before. "Hollow? Exactly. There are no organs, no bones inside. Only a thin layer of skin." Suna picked up a piece of flesh with tweezers and explained, "Didn't you notice how little shredded flesh there was from his corpse and how little blood was shed? At first I thought it had fallen into the sea, but after examining each piece I discovered there were no bones or internal organs at all. It's all just superficial skin and muscle tissue." Yang Yi suddenly understood. The corpse is empty. No brain, no intestines, no heart. This all happened in an instant after Weiss' death. All the internal organs and bones were devoured by the spiders. Suna stated her conclusion. After hearing her account, a cold sweat dripped down Yang Yi's forehead. Similar spiders likely existed inside him. He had no control over his own life or death, and at any moment these spiders could devour him, causing his death, and leaving him as nothing but an empty shell. Suddenly Yang Yi noticed an alluring aroma. Once perceived, it was impossible to ignore, making his mouth water and forcing him to swallow saliva. This was the power of the gourmet chef's knife, making Weiss' corpse seem delicious. "Suna, you didn't sneak a bite, did you?" Yang Yi asked in alarm. Given her nature, he wouldn't have been surprised if she had tried a piece out of curiosity. "What are you saying? This is a precious sample. How could I possibly sneak a bite?" Suna replied, somewhat displeased. "That's a relief." Yang Yi sighed in relief. He felt that eating anything produced by the gourmet chef's knife would lead to dire consequences. He feared it might become addictive. "All right, your turn." Suna collected Weiss' remains into a glass container, cleared the table, and gestured for Yang Yi to lie down. "This is an examination of your body to see exactly how those spiders inside you emerged," Suna explained. Yang Yi felt uneasy, but in the end he lay down on the metal table. He too wanted to know what had happened to him. Suna began examining Yang Yi's body, feeling around. "Externally normal. Open your mouth." Yang Yi complied. Suna looked inside with a magnifying glass, then scraped off some mucosal tissue to create a simple slide which she observed under an optical microscope. Seeing her furrowed brows, Yang Yi felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. It was like a patient awaiting a doctor's verdict. The more hesitant the doctor, the more anxious the patient. A few minutes later, Suna approached, now holding a sharp dagger. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi shot up and backed away to keep his distance. "Why so nervous? If you're afraid of pain, give me some money. I'm out of conch coins," Suna declared, holding the dagger with an imposing air. Yang Yi quickly transferred 2,000 conch coins to her. She then made a series of entries in her log, and soon a modern blood drawing kit materialized in her hands. "You were going to draw blood?" Yang Yi asked. "Exactly. I was planning to cut you, but since you seem afraid of pain, I'll use this instead," Suna said, approaching with the kit. Damn it. This woman must have staged that act deliberately to swindle his conch coins. Though Yang Yi had no proof, he felt it was highly likely. While his blood was being drawn, he inquired about the laboratory. "Can this lab provide any tool?" "There are significant limitations. It can basically only supply experimental equipment and medical tools. The more complex and larger the item, the more expensive it is." "What about a lighter?" "A lighter is possible, but without fuel. Currently the lab can only produce items made of glass, metal, ceramics, or plastic. However, it won't provide fuels like alcohol, and all equipment purchased from the lab cannot be taken outside." Suna replied. "I see." Yang Yi nodded. That explained why the alcohol lamp he had seen earlier had no alcohol in it. "Can you generate flint or any other fire-starting tools?" Yang Yi asked again. "No, but you could try friction fire." "Forget it." Yang Yi didn't think he could start a fire by friction in the damp sea environment. Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't be a long-term solution. Once they reached the extreme winter sea, he would never be able to start a fire even if he drilled until the end of time. Suna drew 300 cubic centimeters of blood from Yang Yi, then made a blood smear and continued her observation. "Indeed. Come and take a look." She invited him to look. Yang Yi didn't know much about biology, but he could manage looking through a properly adjusted microscope. In the field of view, besides red blood cells, there were many tiny particles. "See those black particles? Brace yourself." Suna changed the microscope's magnification and adjusted the focus. What Yang Yi saw made a cold sweat break out all over him. They were miniature spiders curled up in clusters, only barely visible at sufficient magnification. Theoretically, spiders smaller than cells should not exist. Yet Yang Yi saw them clearly under the microscope. His body was likely filled with these tiny spiders, dormant, waiting to be awakened. Yang Yi would endure unimaginable torment, then be devoured entirely, dying completely. It seemed this island was an unavoidable destination, There had to be a solution on the island. Don't panic. Give me some time, Suna said, approaching to comfort him. I can try to kill the spiders inside you. The Nightmare Star had a massive hole torn in its hull, and the repairs were quite costly, consuming 332 units of timber, 125 units of fabric, 108 units of stone, and 20 units of steel, taking half a day. The system certainly knows a thing or two about resource recycling. The materials gained from dismantling the ship were severely reduced, while the resources needed for repairs were directly doubled. Yet Yang Yi harbored no regrets about pulling the trigger. Even if given another chance, he would not hesitate to squeeze the trigger again. Who knows what might happen once that swarm of spiders burst forth? They might bite, or perhaps they could coalesce into a single monstrous entity. In any case, erring on the side of caution could never be wrong. With such bountiful gains, a little material loss was insignificant. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star still prowled around the island. Yang Yi possessed a sea chart, granting him an inherent advantage, allowing him to monitor the movements around the island through it. But for 3 consecutive days, not a single ship's shadow appeared nearby. Perhaps Hu Wei was dead, and the other deceived players upon privately messaging, and finding no such person grew wary and no longer approached these coordinates. Of course, it was also possible that Hu Wei hadn't fooled many people and Yang Yi might have been the last. During these 3 days, Suna had locked herself in the laboratory, rarely surfacing, except to draw a few more vials of Yang Yi's blood, deeply engrossed in her research. As dusk approached and night was about to fall, Yang Yi stepped into the cabin and called out loudly, "Suna, it's time to return to your room and rest." The 8th-hour work system was a strict rule Yang Yi had set for Suna, limiting her to a maximum of 8 hours in the lab each day. This effectively prevented her sanity from dropping too low and plunging into a state of madness. "Suna," Yang Yi called again, impatience creeping onto his face. "Just 5 more minutes. You're bargaining with me now. 5 minutes. Get out here right now or I'll kick you out," Yang Yi said menacingly. He had the captain's authority to forcibly eject Suna from the lab, literally by having the system expel her from the room. "No, don't. I'm coming out on my own." After some rustling, Suna rushed out. Any results? Still a ways to go. Suna seemed dazed, her mind elsewhere. Yang Yi was used to this, knowing she was lost in her own world, and merely urged, "All right, go rest in your room for now. Well, continue tomorrow." Suna showed little reaction, shuffling toward her quarters like a walking corpse. Yang Yi returned to the deck, maneuvering the ship to a halt, maintaining a distance of over 100 nautical miles from the island. These past days, the fish he caught were still the same old varieties, except for one strange fish he had hooked in the deep sea using an eyeball fruit. It was about half a meter long, covered in coral, resembling a bamboo basket at first glance. But in reality, the fish itself was only the size of a palm, nestled in the center of the basket, with the rest being coral. Name: coral cage fish. Type: food. Description: an abyssal fish species, its body covered in poisonous coral that wraps around it like a cage for protection. Its flesh is also highly toxic and not recommended for consumption. Seeing the words "highly toxic," Yang Yi didn't even want to touch the fish. He killed it with a wooden spear, skewering it like a ball, and sent it into the laboratory. His luck had been terrible these past few days. Not a single treasure chest in sight, and from fishing he only caught 12 units of timber and 15 units of fabric. The weakness of fishing was glaringly obvious. The yield was highly unstable, dependent on both luck and skill. But even the most skilled angler can't avoid coming up empty-handed. And when they do, they start doubting themselves and turn to superstition. Things like casting the line precisely on the hour, hoping for a treasure chest. Or just reeling in constantly regardless of whether there's a bite. Or marking the spot where a chest or big fish was caught, and returning to fish there again, a classic case of marking the boat to find a lost sword. And then there's the ritual of kowtowing to the fishing rod, to please it, supposedly guaranteeing a bountiful catch. Yang Yi declared it all false, pure superstition, because he had tried it all and it was utterly useless. Now he lay on his bed like a salted fish, scrolling through the world channel. Buying a lighter. Yang Yi left his usual message, hoping someone would reach out to him. After scrolling up a few pages, an organization called the Great Newspaper Special Ship Group caught his attention. This organization had appeared a few days ago and was recruiting at the time. The leader was likely the owner of a special ship that could print newspapers. So he planned to establish a newspaper dedicated to collecting the latest maritime intelligence and selling it as a weekly periodical. After all this preparation, their first weekly issue was finally ready to be released. The first issue is complete, featuring a trading section, maritime news, and monster intelligence. Other sections are still in preparation. The price for a single issue is 100 conch coins, while a monthly membership is 300 conch coins. Everyone is welcome to provide news tips, and we will reward you with conch coins based on the content. Providing false news will result in a permanent blacklist. Advertising space is also available for rent. It had to be said, the newspaper group leader was a business genius. The newspaper wasn't expensive, but they could profit from high volume. If they could attract tens of thousands of customers, the speed at which money would roll in was unimaginable. Of course, that depended on building a solid reputation for the newspaper. Yang Yi was also interested and sent a private message expressing his desire to buy a copy. He received a prompt reply. Pay first, then leave a message with the language you want for the newspaper. The newspaper will then be sent to you via a free trade. You can also add me as a friend to sign up for a membership. 300 conch coins a month gets you at least 4 issues. There's currently a promotion, sign up for 3 months and get 1 month free. No need for a membership, just 1 copy for now. Yang Yi transferred 100 conch coins directly. Signing up for a membership required adding a friend, which Yang Yi couldn't be bothered with, and he wasn't short on money. He bought it anonymously, planning to take a look first. If the content was good and valuable, he would continue buying in the future. The newspaper team was efficient, even shipping at night. Within minutes, the item was delivered via trade. It was an extremely crude newspaper printed with ink. It looked exactly like those old-fashioned newspapers from memory. If you rubbed it hard, the ink would smudge. But at the moment, no one cared about that as long as the newspaper's content was valuable. The Nightmare Star had no lights or fire except for the witch's laboratory and Suna's room, which were illuminated. Yang Yi didn't plan to use reading the newspaper as an excuse to visit her room. Instead, he sneaked into the Inside, it was cold and desolate, like another world. The air was thick with an indescribable smell, a complex mixture of rancid odors, and the unique scent of alien demon organs. Glass jars on the walls preserved many organs, but Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to look. Seeing too much might lower his sanity, and that wasn't worth it. He unfolded the newspaper and began to read. The newspaper had 2 sides. The front side featured the trading section listing trade information, both buying and selling, with clear prices along with the ship name, player name, and ID for private negotiation at any time. Most of the items for sale were self-produced. As Yang Yi scanned the page, he immediately spotted an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai, captain of the Radiant Goddess. She was peddling holy water at a rather steep price. Now 2000 conch coins per bottle, or bartering for equipment or items. Considering that the price she had offered him was already a friendly insider deal. There was also the early-stage market chaos and scarcity of basic resources. Yang Yi continued reading and discovered a troubling relic. Name: Necrophage Initiation Manual. Type: Relic. Quality: Rare. Description: This book documents 18 ways to consume corpses, truly achieving the effect of like cures, like you become what you eat, except it can't fix your brain. Yang Yi's vision went dark after reading it. This newspaper absolutely had to be destroyed later, and Suna must never find it. Otherwise, that crazy woman would surely spare no expense to buy this book and try out the contents. The thought made Yang Yi's skin crawl, as if he could already see Suna feasting on a corpse. He immediately revoked Suna's trading privileges, completely nipping that possibility in the bud. The other items weren't so sinister. Yang Yi skimmed through them, finding them either overpriced or ineffective. If anything had been of good value, it would have been sold in the chat channel already. However, Yang Yi did spot an interesting ship equipment piece. Name: Barbaric Catapult. Type: Ship. Equipment. Quality: Fine. Description: Capable of launching projectiles for long. Effective range: 500 meters. If the projectile is too heavy, the range becomes 0. Before installation, ensure there is 1 square meter of deck space. The Nightmare Star was sorely lacking in long-range attack options. This catapult could serve as a temporary solution provided the price was reasonable. Yang Yi checked the price: 2000 conch coins. That was practically robbery. Upgrading the ship would allow for cannons which were far easier to aim than this clunky catapult, and their firepower was greater. The only advantage of the catapult was that its range was slightly longer than that of average cannons, but the stone projectiles traveled much slower and were easily dodged. So Yang Yi concluded that this thing wasn't worth 2000 conch coins. He might consider it at 5. He sent the seller a private message: 500 for 1 catapult. Message me if interested. There was no reply. The seller was probably asleep. Head check again tomorrow. Yang Yi then browsed the buying section, which featured familiar organizations like New World, New Humanity, and the Brotherhood of Steel, all purchasing resources, equipment, fire-starting tools, and the like. Their prices were generally slightly below market value, aiming for quick turnover. No wonder I can never grab a fire starter with all these organizations buying them up. Yang Yi clicked his tongue. Personally, he couldn't compete with these fleets in terms of wealth. His warehouse was only so big. After finishing this page, Yang Yi turned the newspaper over. This side was divided into 2 sections: Maritime News and Monster Intelligence. These 2 sections were sparse in content, a fact not even the enlarged font could conceal. The Sea Chronicles recorded intelligence and insights, including introductions to several fleets, coordinates of a few publicly known islands, and speculations on the internal environment of the extreme winter sea. As for the veracity of the information, one had to judge for themselves. However, it was certain that the islands with publicly available coordinates were of little value. Either stripped bare of trees or places where one would leave their life behind upon setting foot. Yang Yi spotted an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai. She was recruiting teammates to assault a perilous island. It had been ascertained that a formidable werewolf lurked there. She was recruiting allies for the expedition. Those who passed the trial would be rewarded with the island's specific coordinates. A werewolf. Yang Yi stroked his chin. In his memory, werewolves were terrifying beings. Swift in movement, keen of smell, their claws and fangs capable of rending human flesh with ease. Confronting such a creature, the more allies the merrier, for in flight one only needed to outrun their comrades. Yang Yi chuckled and passed it by. He doubted an ordinary person could contend with a werewolf unless armed with a heavy machine gun and impeccable aim. Scanning further, he found another valuable insight penned by the captain of the fishermen, whose name was withheld. But Yang Yi had him as a friend and knew his full name was He Chi, a veteran angler. On night fishing. First, I must state that I advise no player to attempt night fishing. This report is written as a warning to all. Night fishing readily yields bizarre creatures. I have caught merfolk and the drowned, the latter nearly claiming 3 out of 10 fish caught are abyssal species like sardines with 4 legs, eels with human lips, or even octopuses with human heads. For the sake of your sanity, I shall not include images. Suffice to say they are utterly repulsive. Catching these aberrations drains sanity, and consuming them does the same. I consider them worthless. If after all this you still wish to fish at night, I urge you to prepare thoroughly. For risk and opportunity coexist. I once fished up a rare fishing rod. Yet upon regaining clarity, I was overcome with lingering dread. At that time, I might have been driven mad by the fishing itself. In summary, night fishing is exceedingly dangerous. Do not attempt it lightly. I doubt I shall try it again for a long time. He Chi truly lives up to his angler's reputation, effortlessly achieving what I dare not. Yang Yi remarked with admiration. Yet these abyssal fish he caught were all familiar faces to Yang Yi. Yang Yi could now consume them without losing sanity, except for those with special effects. Night fishing. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to attempt it. Yang Yi made his decision. The nightmare star bore the curse of the angler. If he fished at night, he might haul up a colossal bobbit worm and be caught off guard, engulfed by the waters. Yang Yi turned to the monster intelligence. It highlighted common sea monsters, and their weaknesses, many of which he had encountered. The drowned, corpulent and clumsy, yet prone to self-destruction with devastating force. Sirens posed a great threat to men. Upon hearing their song, one must cover their ears within 2 seconds or fall prey to enchantment. They typically hunted at night, so wearing earplugs while sleeping was advisable. But if I wear earplugs and a drowned comes, wouldn't I be done for? Yang Yi shook his head, unconvinced. Skeletons were mediocre in all aspects. Crushing their skulls could kill them, and blunt weapons were recommended. Merfolk were small, rarely solitary, often appearing in swarms. Giant bobbit worms were enormous, blind with sharp mandibles. They could be killed with cannon fire. Thanks to the captain of the Steel Heart for the intelligence. The list of monsters was certainly not exhaustive, especially the formidable ones, as few survivors left record. After reading, Yang Yi noticed the absence of intelligence on the hammerhead demon shark, and contacted the major newspaper. I have monster intelligence to offer. How much would you typically pay? The newspaper replied, 200 conch coins or more. The more detailed, the higher the payment, with no upper limit. Relevant trophies or corpse evidence are required. That was no problem. The laboratory still held organs from the hammerhead demon shark. The hammerhead demon shark can be caught. It is a social creature with 2 large eyes that glow like red lanterns underwater. It has 2 hind thighs and strong leaping ability. Its weakness is its eyes, but it cannot climb. Yang Yi sent the demon shark's intelligence to the newspaper. About half an hour later, he received a payment of 800 conch coins. This shark had likely been encountered by others, but few who saw it survived. The next day before dawn, Yang Yi abruptly sat up, his body racked with an agonizing itch, as if a myriad of ants were gnawing at him. Knowing what was happening, he rushed to the helm and steered the Nightmare Star at full speed toward the island. After sailing over 10 nautical miles, the bone-deep pains slowly subsided. The sudden departure had awakened Su-na. She stepped out of her cabin and saw Yang Yi gripping the helm, unsteady veins bulging on his skin, his eyes bloodshot. What happened? Su-na asked. Yang Yi began, then vomited a mouthful of blood, within which tiny spiders writhed. He then collapsed into the pool of blood, unconscious. Yang Yi had a nightmare, finding himself lying on a... Su-na, wearing a birdbeak mask from the medieval Black Death era, approached with a scalpel. What are you doing? Yang Yi cried in terror, trying to resist but frozen, as if afflicted by sleep paralysis. You are ill. I am curing you, Su-na said calmly. She sliced open Yang Yi's skin with the scalpel, cutting through blood vessels and muscle to find the spiders within, clamping them out in a bloody scene. There are many more inside you. I will extract them all. Su-na continued, wielding the blade. No. No. You'll kill me. Yang Yi screamed in terror, for Su-na's crimson eyes were growing increasingly dangerous. With a jolt, Yang Yi awakened from the nightmare, just in time to see a scalpel halted before his eyes. He hastily pushed it away. Awake! Suna, wearing the birdbeak mask and goggles just as in the dream, was performing surgery on him. What are you doing? Fresh from the nightmare, Yang Yi was emotionally unstable, curling up with a tendency to attack. Calm down. I am saving you, Suna said, flatly pointing to a graduated cylinder on the metal table. Inside were a heap of dead baby spiders, nearly full, stained with blood. If these foreign bodies are not removed, there will be great trouble. Suna continued. After assessing the situation, Yang Yi gradually calmed down. He checked his status vitality below 50, sanity at a mere 37. His left eyelid seemed to be cut, blood seeping into his eye, staining most of his vision red. He touched it and 2 tiny spiders fell from his eyelid. Sorry, I just had a nightmare. Yang Yi apologized, now fully lucid. Good that you're awake. Suna smiled, unconcerned. Yet her left hand was hidden behind her back, gripping a witch's dagger, her fingers trembling slightly from excitement. Yang Yi examined his body, discovering it covered in numerous stitches, densely packed, too many to count. How long have I been unconscious? Yang Yi asked. 35 hours and 17 minutes, it's already the 2nd day, Suna replied. Yang Yi nodded seriously and began checking the activity log. After he lost consciousness, the captain's authority had been temporarily transferred to the first mate. With only 2 people on the Nightmare Star, the first mate was naturally Suna, which meant she had full authority and could perform surgery on Yang Yi. Yang Yi jumped off the metal table, donned the pirate outfit lying nearby, and retrieved the healing spray from his clothing. This was Hu Weiss' legacy, and it was just the right time to use it. He sprayed it on the larger wound, feeling a cool, refreshing sensation. The healing effect was decent, but it was in short supply, running out after just 3 sprays. After a moment's thought, he took out a bottle of pink potion, bit his lip, and swallowed it down. It tasted incredibly spicy, like drinking a bottle of chili oil. You have consumed an unknown potion. Health restored by 20. Wound healing accelerated. Health continues to recover your wounds. Itch unbearably. Sanity 20. Yang Yi's sanity dropped to 17, and he squirmed on the ground like a maggot. His wounds rapidly healed as he writhed. Suna watched intently, pulling out a notebook to record carefully, then asked, How do you feel? I see your wounds are starting to scab over. The effect must be quite good. If you were to rate this potion from 1 to 10, what score would you give it? Yang Yi was drenched in sweat, glaring at Suna. He wanted to curse but couldn't bring himself to, because once he opened his mouth, he might emit a wailing sound which would be very undignified. He also didn't dare to scratch, fearing it would worsen his injuries. After a few minutes, Yang Yi finally stopped writhing and stood up as if nothing had happened, his health recovering from just over 40 to nearly 70. In terms of effectiveness, this potion was even stronger than holy water. Name: regeneration potion. Type: consumable potion. Unique quality. Fine description: a potion created by witch Suna with a spicy taste, made from water infused with healing pearls, powdered scales of small fish, and the secret fiery red lips of the red-lipped eel. After drinking, health restored by 20. A sanity 20. A health continues to recover. Wounds heal faster. The wounds will itch unbearably. If you can resist scratching, the effect will be enhanced. After reading the information, Yang Yi's face turned ashen, and he replied emotionlessly, I give it a score of 0. 0? How is that possible? The effect is clearly quite good. Your wounds have scabbed over. Suna was very dissatisfied and rebutted repeatedly. You can't overlook the effectiveness just because the taste is bad. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. To be fair, the potion was indeed highly effective, but the side effects were undeniably hard to tolerate. I'll send you the information. You can take a look for yourself. Yang Yi sent the regeneration potion information to Suna. By the way, I'm planning to go to the island. Time is limited, and we can't delay any longer. Yang Yi added. This episode could be seen as a warning. The kiss of the spider was urging Yang Yi to land on the island, reducing the originally safe distance of 200 nautical miles to 100 nautical miles. If another episode occurs, he could very well die. Actually, I've already developed a potion that can kill the spider inside you. Otherwise, you might not survive this time. Suna took out a bottle of black liquid. What is this? It's a poison I've specially concocted. The ingredients are derived from the cystic spiny pufferfish and the coral cage fish you just caught. The toxins inside, after my careful adjustment, are minimally toxic to humans, but highly lethal to spiders. Suna explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately took it and checked. Name: dead spider. Potion type: consumable potion. Unique quality. Good description: a potion created by witch Suna, specifically formulated to target spiders, minimally toxic to humans, but should not be consumed in large quantities. Will this potion cure me? Yang Yi asked in surprise. Unfortunately, it can't. Suna shook her head. It can kill the spiders inside you, but that's only temporary. Once the toxin is metabolized, new spiders will appear in your body. To completely resolve it, we must find the source of the spiders and address it at the root to truly cure your illness. Illness? Exactly. Don't you think this resembles a kind of disease? Yang Yi pondered and realized it was indeed the case, though this illness had a hint of fantasy to it. He exited the laboratory, grabbed a piece of black bread, and ate it with a sausage, then pried open a vitality coconut to replenish his hydration. He hadn't eaten for nearly 2 days. Once the food was in his stomach, Yang Yi felt like he had come back to life. While eating, he suddenly thought of something and rushed back to the laboratory. Sunayu said this poison works well on spiders. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "That's correct. Then how much poison can you make? Can it also kill those giant spiders that appear in urban legends?" "Yes. As long as the physiological structure is recognized as a spider, this potion will be effective. The main ingredients are sourced from the cystic spiny pufferfish and the coral cage fish. There are plenty of the former, but only one of the latter, so I can make at most 10 bottles, roughly 1L in total. Then, as long as there are coral cage fish, we can produce this potion in bulk, right?" Yang Yi had an idea. He planned to poison the spiders on the island before heading there. Through the information about the fire velvet sweater, it was clear that a creature known as the fire velvet spider existed on the island. The next day, Yang Yi woke up fully energized and his health reached 90. He checked the weather forecast. Today's weather: bright sunshine, gentle sea breeze, a great day for fishing. Location: sea of origins, duration of sunlight 9 hours, remaining temperature 1525 C, wind force level 3. Without saying a word, he grabbed his fishing rod and went out, first preparing the fishing net, then retrieving dozens of eyeball fruits from the cabin which had been stored from previous catches and were never eaten. These were of poor taste and flavor, and since he wasn't short on food now, they were just right for catching the coral cage fish. The deep-sea fishing method would be employed using eyeball fruit as bait. You have caught a red-lipped eel, you have caught a human-headed octopus, you have caught a long-legged sardine. Holy shit! How can long-legged sardines be caught in the deep water area? Thankfully, he finally caught something on the fourth. You have caught a coral cage fish. Yang Yi's eyes lit up as he immediately used a wooden spear to pick up the fresh coral cage fish and sent it to the laboratory. At this rate, he would quickly catch 10 coral cage fish and produce 100 bottles of dead spider potion. While fishing, he suddenly received a private message from the guy who had sold him the catapult. The first sentence from the other party was, "Do you really want to buy it?" "Of course. I won't hide it from you. I have the recipe to make this catapult. But you need to pay 500 sea snail coins for one. I won't make any profit. 700 sea snail coins for 1x4 at once. If you don't sell, then let's not talk." Yang Yi replied instantly. Previously, he had left a message saying 500 sea snail coins per unit, and now the other party replied. This indicated that 500 was not an absurdly low price and was likely at the cost line. So Yang Yi added another 100. Now there should be room for profit. Moreover, for a catapult, very few players would be willing to buy it as its effectiveness was far inferior to that of cannons. Soon the seller replied, 700 sea snail coins, that's the lowest price I can offer. It takes time to make it. 650 sea snail coins, not a single cent more. You know, in 2 weeks this thing won't even sell for 200 sea snail coins. The other party hesitated for a few minutes and ultimately agreed to the transaction. By noon, Yang Yi had caught 4 coral cage fish. With a bit more effort in the afternoon, he would reach 10. His goal for the day was 10 fish, enough to brew 100 bottles of dead spider potion or 10 liters. Soon he received a private message. The second catapult was complete and ready for trade. The seller crafted and sold each one on the spot, messaging Yang Yi after finishing each catapult. Each cost 650 conch coins, and with 4 in total, the sum came to 2600 conch coins. Yang Yi's once substantial savings dwindled to just 1600. Thankfully, he had ample food and water, so he wouldn't go hungry or thirsty. In the afternoon, he successfully caught 5 coral cage fish, but his supply of eyeball fruits ran out. He thought he would fail his task, but when he pulled up the fishing net, he found an unexpected surprise. Another coral cage fish. He handed all the coral cage fish to Suna and headed to the central courtyard of the Nightmare Star to find a spot for the catapults. When not installed, the catapults were like miniature figurines, only a few centimeters in size, making them easy to move. Presumably, all ship equipment worked this way, otherwise moving them would be impossible. After surveying the area, Yang Yi installed the catapults on the left and right sides of the Nightmare Star's central courtyard, ensuring they were symmetrical. The Nightmare Star finally had long-range attack capabilities. But Yang Yi had a different purpose for these catapults. He opened the chat channel and typed his usual message, buying fire-starting tools at a premium like lighters. He followed up with buying rotten fish, spoiled meat, bad vegetables, rotten fruit, and moldy bread. If it's not stinky, I don't want it. Interested, message me privately. Whoa, do you want moldy hairy fish? Yes, absolutely. Bro, your taste is way too strong, huh? Are you making compost to farm on the ship? Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. He just bought, and the prices were ridiculously low. Those selling the spoiled food didn't care about the price either. They were about to toss it into the sea anyway, so even a single conch coin would likely seal the deal. In the end, Yang Yi spent 100 conch coins to buy hundreds of jean of rotten fish, and shrimp, a half-eaten spoiled sheep, and a pile of rotten vegetable leaves. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Yu Dawei, captain of the Steel Ambition. Do you want some spoiled whale meat? They'll give it to you for free. Yes, but not too much, my ship is small. These 3 pieces I haven't thrown away yet, they're yours. Soon 3 chunks of whale meat were spat out by the gotcha machine, each about a meter in size. It was anyone's guess how the octopus head's tiny fist-sized tentacle mouth could spew out such massive objects. But the gotcha machine had its own bizarre logic. There was no use dwelling on the details. Yang Yi looked at the deck piled high with rotten fish and shrimp and grinned. This should be enough. He planned to use the delicious chef's knife to transform the spoiled food into mouth-watering delicacies, then coat them with dead spider potion, and launch them onto the island with the catapults. This tactic was called delicious poison. It stinks so bad. What are you doing? Yang Yi struggled to drag the rotten meat and fish into the cabin, earning Suna's displeasure as she pinched her nose and walked out, because her witch's lab was connected to the cabin. Don't worry, you'll find it fragrant soon, but I'm warning you now, don't sneak a bite or don't say I didn't warn you. Yang Yi laughed like a mischievous rogue. Suna seemed to grasp his plan, wrinkled her nose, and put on a bird beak mask she had acquired from the lab. The two divided the work. Suna focused on brewing the poison, while Yang Yi took charge of re-cooking the spoiled food into delicacies. He portioned the food into roughly half-gene bundles, wrapping each in cloth to create ammunition. The total food weighed over 1,000 gene, and after wrapping, he had exactly 1100 portions. By the time he finished, it was deep into the night. The cabin was packed, yet there was no foul odor. Instead, a tantalizing aroma filled the air, making one's mouth water. This was the effect of the delicious chef's knife. The knife was not particularly lethal and seemed ordinary, but in truth it was extremely dangerous. Yang Yi even felt that. This chef's knife was more perilous than all his other relics. Even Yang Yi, who wielded it, had to stay hyper-alert, terrified of accidentally taking a bite of that pile of excrement. The potion is ready. Suna handed over a stack of dead spider potions, 104 bottles in total. Good, go get some rest. I'll put in some extra work. Yang Yi instructed. Do you want me to help? No need, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist eating too much. Yang Yi teased, declining Suna's offer. He hadn't told Suna the whole truth. The intoxicating aroma from the rotting meat, if inhaled too much, would drain one's sanity. Yang Yi could handle it with his high spirit and strong sanity resistance. Even if his sanity dropped, he wouldn't go mad. Suna's sanity was below 60. If she went mad, she might just grab that pile and devour it all. After Suna left, Yang Yi spent 10 units of wood to craft a simple barrel and poured the dead spider poison into it. The poison totaled over 10 liters, only enough to fill half the barrel. Yang Yi dipped the cloth bundles of rotten meat and leaves into the poison, then took them out. Leaving them to sit overnight would allow the flavors to marinate. From the 10 liters of dead spider potion, Yang Yi crafted 462 rounds of rotten meat ammunition. The barrel was now dry, with not a single drop of the potion left. The remaining rotten meat could be used again tomorrow. He could still catch more coral cage fish and brew more potion. He checked the weather forecast. Only 2 hours until dawn. Time flew by. Tomorrow would likely be a day of low energy. I need to urge Suna to hurry up and make that energy-restoring potion. The side effects of the excitement potion are just too awful. He slept until dawn. In those brief 2 hours, Yang Yi had a nightmare that left a deep impression. Yet try as he might, he couldn't recall what he dreamed about, only that the dream's presence was overwhelmingly strong. It seemed to be a gigantic spider, impossible to measure in size. Whenever he tried to remember, Yang Yi's head throbbed with pain, and he felt nauseous, on the verge of vomiting. There's something that powerful on the island. A wave of fear swept over Yang Yi, strengthening his resolve to poison those spiders to death. He checked his energy. It was below 70. But since Yang Yi didn't plan to go ashore today, it would be sufficient. He was now very close to the island, less than 50 nautical miles away. The Nightmare Star, towing the dismantled large sailboat, approached the island in less than 2 hours. Along the way, Yang Yi didn't forget to fish. He sent the 3 newly caught coral cage fish to the lab, then used a large cloth to carry the 462 rounds of rotten meat ammunition to the central courtyard in batches. Let me give you all a little treat. Yang Yi chuckled wickedly, launching a bundle of delicacies into the dense forest. The catapult performed decently, able to hurl a half-gene bundle of rotten meat over 400 meters. For an island 5 kilometers in diameter, a few hundred meters was still the periphery. But Yang Yi believed the spiders would follow the scent and come to him. The cloth wrapping the food wasn't sturdy. Upon landing, it would surely burst open, scattering bits of rotten meat and vegetables for multiple spiders to share in one go. After firing a dozen or so bundles, Yang Yi detected movement in the woods. The commotion of large creatures stirring. It's working. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star, changing angles and positions to launch more projectiles. The over 400 bundles of delicacies dwindled rapidly, leaving only a few dozen bags. Yang Yi had circled to the other side of the island. Somehow the spiders had discovered the Nightmare Star and came scurrying out of the forest. They varied in size from palm-sized to a meter long with slender elongated legs that made Yang Yi's skin crawl. Among them was a special individual 3 meters in size with a withered human torso, limbless and headless, perched atop its spider head. Seeing an aberrant creature, your sanity drops by 5. What's with that spider? Before these firewall spiders could draw near, Yang Yi had already rushed to the bow ready to steer the Nightmare Star away. If so many spiders leaped onto the ship, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, these spiders feared water and all halted at the shoreline, making no further moves. Even more astonishingly, these spiders could speak. Spider A, how fragrant. Spider B, special individual. There's something delicious here. Spider C, too fragrant. Yang Yi froze for a few seconds, hardly believing his ears. Am I losing my mind, starting to hallucinate? He immediately notified Suna. Suna, come to the deck quickly. These spiders seem to be able to talk. Suna received the private message and dashed out in an instant. Her gaze was soon drawn to the special individual with a segment of a human body atop its head. Did you hear that? These spiders speak human language and in standard Mandarin. Yang Yi asked Suna. The latter furrowed her brows, looking at Yang Yi with a strange expression, and said she heard nothing. Yang Yi was startled, immediately realizing the issue lay with himself. He checked his sanity value, found it over 80, and knew he wasn't going mad. The remaining possibility was the spider's kiss. It had a hidden effect, allowing the player to understand spider speech and perhaps even communicate with spiders. Yang Yi immediately tried it, putting on a warm, enthusiastic smile and attempting to call out, Come, come, come. I still have plenty of delicacies here. When you eat, don't forget to take some back to share with everyone. As he spoke, he threw the few remaining spoiled food items to the spiders. Spider A, great. Spider B, I'll take some back for Mom to taste. Spider C, thank you. Yang Yi grinned and tossed a few extra packs of delicacies toward Spider B. He wouldn't sympathize with these creatures just because he could communicate with them. He knew these spiders were merciless killers, especially the special one carrying a segment of a human body. Before Yang Yi's arrival, they had already slain several players. Yang Yi threw over all the remaining delicacies, reaping a bounty of grateful words. He waved warmly, watching the massive spider with a human body atop its head depart its tail, dragging a large bundle of delicacies with silk. Eat up. I'll come again tomorrow. Yang Yi shouted loudly, not caring whether the spiders understood. After delivering this batch of delicacies, he sailed the ship away from the island. With time to spare, Yang Yi caught 3 more coral cagefish and asked Suna to brew over 60 bottles of dead spider potion. A single poisoning wouldn't kill all the spiders. Yang Yi would poison them several times before landing, making it safer. Over the next 3 days, he repeated the poisoning. Due to his excessive acquisition of rotten food, he earned a nickname in the chat channel, the Scavenger. Fortunately, Yang Yi always traded anonymously, so only a few close friends knew his true identity. What exactly are you doing? Zhou Dai, captain of the Radiant Goddess, sent a private message asking. She was an old friend, so Yang Yi didn't hide anything. I'm trying to poison the monsters, seeing if I can kill them off. Yang Yi replied. You seem quite skilled at dealing with monsters. Not bad. These monsters die when killed after all. On the 4th day, Yang Yi continued poisoning, but no more spiders came to beg for delicacies. This meant most of the spiders on the island were dead and he could land tomorrow. Today, the Nightmare Star could anchor closer, preparing for tomorrow's landing. That evening, Yang Yi packed his gear in the cabin, bringing everything necessary and storing spares in his stomach pouch. Suna also came over. What, you want to come too? Yang Yi frowned, looking at Suna. Yes, I'm coming too. But if you go, who will guard the Nightmare Star? What if other players show up? Yang Yi didn't want to bring Suna along. Just bring the crystal ball. The island isn't that big, it won't be out of signal range. Suna replied. After much deliberation, Yang Yi finally agreed. Even if he refused, Suna's nature might lead her to sneak along anyway. Rather than that, it was better to have her join. The two prepared everything: weapons, potions, dried rations, and fresh water. Yang Yi's weapons included a flintlock pistol, a spoiled sea serpent fang, a spare chef's knife, 1 bottle of unknown red potion, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice delight, and 2 bottles of dead spider potion. Yang Yi also asked Suna to brew a few more regeneration potions. Spares were stored in his stomach pouch, and he carried some long-legged sardines for easy access. Suna's weapons were a pirate longbow, over 40 poisoned iron arrows, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 of coconut juice delight, 2 of dead spider potion, a witch's dagger, and 100 treasure pouch containing 2 loaves of black bread and sausages. Each brought 2 liters of fresh water. After preparations, they retired to their cabins to rest and regain energy for a healthy state the next day. Yang Yi's sleep was light, troubled by nightmares, so he relied on coconut juice delight to recover energy. But he hadn't slept long before being awakened by a tremor, sitting up abruptly. The crystal ball by his bedside vibrated wildly, indicating a player nearby. Yang Yi grew alert and immediately checked the sea chart. The other ship's name appeared on the chart as the Fortune. He quickly searched the ship's name, activating his peep skill. Searching. Fortune. Dozens of results appeared. This indicated the Fortune was a common ship, the name chosen by the player. Yang Yi tried one at random but chose wrong, missing the target vessel. He had to close the image, study the sea chart, and deduce the purpose of the Fortune's approach. Speed about 40 knots, but it might not be at full speed. This course. It's heading straight for the island. The Fortune was 100 nautical miles from the island, but its route was unerringly direct. This was likely no coincidence. The other party probably had the island's coordinates. After a moment's thought, Yang Yi decided to steer his ship and follow to investigate. He had made extensive preparations to conquer this island, and the Spider's Kiss status needed resolving there. He couldn't let anyone beat him to it. Dawn is 5 hours away. He probably won't dare land at night. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star to approach the Fortune from the side, maintaining a safe distance. He decided to wait until daylight, assess the situation, and then take the next step. If the ship had cannons, he could find a spot to land quietly, and then communicate with the player ashore. If it had no cannons, it would be simple. Just ram it. Don't forget Yang Yi's ship had a catapult, and the Nightmare Star also boasted a rare ship equipment. The head of a giant bobbit worm, guaranteed to punch a huge hole in one bite. Other players. Suna had also woken, finding Yang Yi at the helm, eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Yes, well, follow and check it out at dawn. I doubt he'd dare land at night, so no rush. Hours later, the sky brightened rapidly. Yang Yi leaned against the helm, staring at the crystal ball all night. After approaching the island, the Fortune hadn't moved again, leaving Yang Yi watching in vain. He woke Suna, had her take the helm, and approached the Fortune. He took out a telescope and climbed the mast. Name: common telescope. Type: treasure. Quality: common. Description: an ordinary telescope that can see ships up to 10 nautical miles away in good light. As the distance closed, Yang Yi made out the other vessel. No cannons at all, and only a second-tier common ship. Yang Yi was dumbfounded, realizing he had been overly cautious. The ship was the same design as Hu Weiss Galleon, but smaller, definitely only tier 2. He told Suna to open the throttle and head over, ready to see who this mysterious figure was. The Nightmare Star gradually approached, dragging a large sailing ship, and came to a halt about 300 meters away. Yang Yi jumped down from the mast, his brow furrowed. Strange, why is there no movement at all? Has this person landed on the island? Or is he hiding, trying to outsmart me? Yang Yi surveyed the Fortune. It was a sailboat less than 20 meters long, seemingly ordinary at first glance, but even more so upon closer inspection. Suna, take the helm. I'll fire a few shots to test the waters. Yang Yi retrieved several units of stone material from the cabin. Each unit weighed about 5 to 6 pounds, just right for a catapult. He prepared to fire a few shots at the sailboat to see if anyone was aboard. After aiming, Yang Yi launched the projectile directly. Having practiced with this catapult for several days, he was experienced. The first shot landed accurately on the deck of the Fortune, causing a huge commotion, but it didn't pierce through the deck. Pretty sturdy, Yang Yi remarked, firing another 6 or 7 shots. One shot even blasted a hole in the deck, yet there was still no response from the other side. Suna, maneuver closer and make a hole in the hull. Let me see if there's anyone hiding in the cabin. Yang Yi commanded. He had previously used such tactics on others, so he was particularly cautious, determined not to stumble in this regard. However, he was overthinking. The bobbit worm with its 4 sharp mandibles quickly chewed through the rear of the Fortune, exposing the cabin inside. But there was nothing inside. Yang Yi stood there dumbfounded, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. After all this fuss, it turned out he was just battling the air. Without hesitation, he instructed Suna to approach, set up a wooden bridge, and armed with a flintlock gun prepared to... He boarded the ship without any resistance. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi received a log notification that he could dismantle the Fortune. This indicated that the ship's owner was completely done for. But how did he manage that? Why did he die so quickly? I arrived just as dawn broke, and it hasn't even been an hour. Even if I threw a pig on the island, it shouldn't die this fast. The spiders on the island are nearly all dead from my poison. Yang Yi complained to Suna. How would I know? Do you want to throw in some poison again? No, I don't think it's a spider problem, just be careful. In the end, Yang Yi dismantled the Fortune and decided to go on the island to take revenge. He found the following supplies: black bread 2, fresh water 2L, wood 23, fabric 15, and a fishing rod. Dismantling the Fortune, you gained wood 143, fabric 95. The ship was destroyed, which indeed reduced the dismantling rewards. Time rewound a few hours. It was still dark, and the Fortune had just docked. Captain Li Rong tossed his fishing rod aside and waded ashore. Yang Yi could never have imagined that Li Rong would be so bold as to dare land on the island at night. He sneaking onto the island in the dark, taking them by surprise. There won't be any ambush, Li Rong said smugly, his eyes reddening. If he had taken a look at his own condition, he would have realized. Li Rong Energy 67100 Wisdom 421100 Madness. Arrogant Vitality 100100. After landing, Li Rong took out his machete and swaggered toward the island. He intended to search for firegrass in the dark, and perhaps look for any treasure chests that might exist. If he found a recipe for a fire fleece sweater, he would strike it rich. But Li Rong had barely taken a few steps before he stopped. He caught a whiff of a very fragrant smell that was simply irresistible. This is too fragrant. You smell a sweet aroma. Wisdom 10. Li Rong followed the scent and discovered a puddle of chocolate stuck to the ground. There were many maggots crawling on it, but Li Rong ignored them. Perhaps it was the darkness that hindered his vision or some other reason. Li Rong scooped up the chocolate in his palm and took a deep whiff. So delicious. The aroma is overwhelming. Your Wisdom 10. With wisdom below 30. You fall into an abnormal craving. Li Rong swallowed the chocolate in one bite, his face revealing unprecedented satisfaction. So tasty. He, driven by hunger, devoured all the chocolate on the ground, even scraping off a layer of dirt, his belly swelling and fingernails curling. As for the machete, it had long been tossed aside. Thank you, nature, for this gift. Li Rong's face twisted in delight from the deliciousness. His nose twitched. There's more. Li Rong quickly ran to the next spot and scooped up a pile of rotten leaves, eating them with a blissful expression. After eating an unprecedented delicacy, your body and mind are satisfied. Wisdom 20. With wisdom below 10. Before landing on the island, Yang Yi checked his status. Status healthy, a large character-shaped human figure, all green, strength 4, 97,100, spirit 71, 238, 88000, talent, bonus agility 51, 23,200, pirate outfit, bonus constitution 4, 99,100, perception 5, 172,200, wisdom 100100, energy 72100, vitality 100100, talent iron, will refusal to die, special status spider's kiss. During this time his agility grew a bit, reaching the human average of 5, running faster than before, and his movements were more agile. Strength and constitution were also close to leveling up, and perception was not far behind. Only spirit was extremely difficult to improve. Growing high attributes is much harder than growing low attributes. After getting ready, Yang Yi and Suna exchanged glances and nodded at each other, indicating they were prepared. They went ashore, directly walking toward the forest. Yang Yi was continuously searching for the traces of the captain of the Fortune. It wasn't hard to find. Those who had disembarked left clear footprints in the mud. This person has landed on the island and quickly died here. Stay alert, Yang Yi said seriously to Suna, walking ahead. He still didn't know that the other party had lost their senses and chosen to land on the island at night. Yang Yi tracked with a certain flair and quickly discovered the machete that had fallen to the side. Name: ordinary machete. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: an ordinary machete. This knife was of very low quality. To dare to land on the island with such an ordinary weapon could only mean that this person was either brave or truly capable. The two quickly noticed a special mark nearby. A layer of dirt had been dug away, but it wasn't deep nor was anything buried. Yang Yi was momentarily at a loss. Suna stood behind Yang Yi, her sense of smell more acute than his, twitching her nose and looking up. This is... She noticed a piece of tattered cloth hanging from a branch above the mark and immediately understood. Yang Yi, it seems this person ate the rotten meat you threw in. Ha! No way. That meat was crawling with maggots. Even if it smelled good, it shouldn't be eaten. Following the tracks, the two of them discovered more traces of delicacies being consumed. However, not a single spider or other large creature was seen. Only the cleanly eaten shells of spiders. Just like eating crabs, the meat and entrails of the spider bodies were hollowed out, leaving only light, empty shells that emitted a putrid odor. This indicated the spiders had been dead for some time, their corpses devoured by something. Yang Yi picked up a larger piece of shell and received information. Name: flame velvet spider, adult. Description: a large carnivorous spider with a strong social nature, known to hunt large prey collectively. Its body hair provides excellent insulation. Can be used in the monster gacha machine. PS: monster corpses used as food or materials by players cannot be gakked. On a piece of abdominal shell, clusters of fine hair were still attached. Name: flame velvet spider hair. Type: material. Quality: good. Description: a material with better insulation than wool or goose down. Can be collected to make sweaters. Yang Yi gathered all the shells and hair, storing them in his stomach pouch. Whether to use them for gacha or to make a sweater would depend on the gacha drop rate. Suna, ignoring the shells, focused on a footprint on the ground, gesturing with her hand to measure it. What's wrong? Yang Yi asked as he approached. Don't you think this footprint is bigger and deeper than before? And it seems he wasn't wearing shoes. Suna placed her hand into the footprint, feeling it carefully. Yang Yi observed and frowned. It does. He looked back. The two had followed the footprints all the way. The owner couldn't have changed. It was the captain of the Good Fortune. Yet his body seemed to have undergone some unnatural transformation. A normal human body couldn't undergo such a drastic change in such a short time. That was a privilege reserved for insects undergoing metamorphosis, like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. But even that wasn't this fast. So, could the owner of these footprints still be called human? Yang Yi stared at the footprints, lost in thought, before finally saying, "Let's go. Follow and see." He wanted to find out what had happened to this player. Understanding it now would prepare them for the future. Besides, he had no way back. The two continued forward, Yang Yi leading, Suna close behind. Her eyes kept drifting to the chef's knife at Yang Yi's waist, her thoughts unknown. As they ventured deeper, they neared the island's center. Here spider shells were everywhere, all cleanly eaten. The player's footprints had become grotesquely exaggerated. Swollen, irregularly circular, nearly as thick as an elephant's leg. His weight must have reached an absurd level given how much he had consumed. And along the way there was no trace of excrement. He eats without excreting, and this much. Isn't his digestive absorption a bit over the top? Yang Yi marveled. After advancing a few hundred meters, he suddenly stopped and raised a hand to halt Suna. "Shoo!" He signaled for silence. Soon Suna also heard heavy panting and swallowing sounds. Yang Yi made a gesture they had agreed upon, indicating he would scout ahead first. After moving a few meters, Yang Yi pushed through a bush and finally saw the source of the noise. Discovered a disgusting monster. Your sanity decreases by 5. It was a bloated, obese giant over 3 meters tall. Its body, ravaged by rapid growth, had burst through its skin, leaving it looking flayed and blood-drenched. Its stomach was reduced to a translucent membrane filled with a yellowish liquid, perhaps fat or some other fluid. From 5 meters away, Yang Yi could smell the rancid, greasy stench emanating from it. And this monster could— "Meat? Where did you hide the delicious meat?" The creature muttered as it tore and gnawed at a nearby flame velvet spider's body. This spider was a special specimen. Its head should have been grafted with a withered human torso, but now only a hole remained. Likely eaten by the giant. After some effort, the giant found the spider's intestines in its abdomen, squeezed out the undigested food residue, and poured it into its own mouth. These residues were undigested delicacies laced with dead spider venom, lethal to spiders. The giant, indifferent to what it consumed, shoveled everything into its mouth. After finishing, still unsatisfied, it devoured the spider corpse entirely with astonishing speed. "This person has mutated." Suna sent a private message. Seeing Yang Yi motionless, she cautiously crept up and crouched behind him half a step away. "How did he turn into such a monster?" Yang Yi replied in the log. Both were using the log to communicate silently. "Not sure. Would need an autopsy to know, but I suspect it's related to those rotten meats you threw in. So it's my fault." Yang Yi shrugged. At the same time, he realized something. In this world, a player's death might come in 2 forms. One was physical death, like being killed directly. The other was spiritual death. A player might mutate into a monster for some reason, and at that point the system would also deem them dead. This giant is huge, probably hard to kill. Let me hit him with a big one. That should blow him apart. Yang Yi prepared to act. No, try to keep him intact. I want to figure out what caused his mutation. Yang Yi thought it over and agreed to Suna's request. He too wanted to understand the cause of the mutation. Only through understanding could they avoid fear of the unknown. The giant finished eating the spider, then suddenly lifted its head and sniffed the air. "Damn, he might have found us." Suna sent a private message. Yang Yi didn't reply. He struck first. From over 5 meters away, aiming at a head as large as a pig's, he couldn't miss. Bang! The gunshot rang out and a flash of fire burst. The bullet hit the giant's cheek, blowing off, but the giant's head was as big as a pig's, its skull hard. The shot didn't reach its brain. Just disfigured it, sending both eyeballs flying and tearing the cheek open to reveal the gums. In standard mode, one shot couldn't kill this monster. And their position was exposed. "Fresh meat." The giant screamed from its torn mouth and charged toward them with heavy steps. Losing its eyes didn't seem to hinder it much. The two retreated, using trees as cover to keep distance. Poison-tipped iron arrows struck the giant's belly but had little effect. The giant rampaged like a madman, smashing through trees in its path. If it hit a human, the consequences would be disastrous. Bang! Another gunshot. Yang Yi hit its knee and the giant fell to the ground. Enraged, it spat a mouthful of pus at Yang Yi, who dodged, having anticipated it. But the tree behind him suffered, as if splashed with strong acid, emitting white smoke as its bark peeled off. "Watch out for the yellow liquid inside him," Suna warned. "It might be his digestive fluid." Even the arrows got digested. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, noticing the arrows that had been stuck in the monster's belly were gone now on the ground. The arrowheads had completely vanished, the broken ends smoking. "Fresh meat." The giant charged again. It seemed to have regenerative abilities. The wound on its face was slowly healing. Yang Yi didn't dare to hesitate. He turned and ran thinking of a strategy. But soon the noise behind him stopped. Looking back, he saw the giant eating dirt from the ground. That was the delicious poison Yang Yi had thrown onto the island earlier. The giant seemed driven mad by the taste of delicacy, eating anything, even soil. Yang Yi's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. He drew his delicious chef's knife and slashed at a nearby tree. The tree instantly emitted a sweet fragrance. The giant, catching the scent, went berserk, charging at the tree and gnawing at it wildly. This giant seemed capable of accelerating its regeneration through devouring. After consuming a tree, fresh granulation tissue had already grown on its face, as if reconstructing its features, yet the shape was now utterly different from before. Yang Yi slashed the ground again with the chef's knife. The giant immediately rushed over to eat the soil, digging a large hole. It can eat anything. Unconvinced, Yang Yi carved into a large boulder, protruding from the surface, leaving a white mark with some effort. The giant instantly pounced on the rock, embracing it, and gnawing with its teeth, shattering several without a second thought. Strangely enough, under the influence of its saliva, the hard rock softened and became chewable. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. This giant seemed capable of digesting anything, wood, soil, stone, with an inconceivably powerful digestive system. Yet it appeared to possess little discernment. Anything that emitted a sweet aroma it would desperately consume regardless of what it was. So, what would the giant do if it realized it itself was the most fragrant thing? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them, and hurled the chef's knife, embedding it into the giant's flesh. Instantly the giant halted its rock chewing, sniffing around like a dog, before finally fixating on itself. Then with immense force it bit off its own left hand, followed by the left arm, then the right hand. The scene was horrifying. Your sanity decreased by 10 points. The giant devoured both its arms, then gnawed off its feet and half of its calves. Subsequently its neck began to elongate as it attempted to consume its own torso. Unable to bear the sight, Yang Yi opened fire from several meters away. After one misfire, the flintlock pistol flared once more, striking the giant squarely on the forehead. Thereafter he shot the giant every 10 seconds. After 7 or 8 shots with 3 or 4 misfires, Yang Yi finally shattered the giant's brain, and it ceased all movement. Suna meanwhile was documenting the process. She had known the giant was no longer a threat ever since Yang Yi engaged it with the chef's knife. She had initially wanted to stop Yang Yi from destroying the giant's head, as an intact cranium would be more conducive to dissection and study. Yet without shattering it, she could conceive no other way to kill the creature, so she remained silent, watching intently. Upon the giant's death, copious corrosive fluids flowed from its body, causing the ground to steam with white vapor. These fluids feel like its gastric juices. Suna speculated, collecting a sample in a glass vial. However, the gastric juices seemed incapable of digesting the glass, at least not for now. The two lingered nearby until most of the fluids had drained away, then Yang Yi used a branch he found on the roadside to pry the chef's knife free. After rinsing it with fresh water, the chef's knife's attributes had altered, appearing severely corroded. Name: corroded chef's knife, damage type relic, quality common, description: soaked too long in acid. This blade is heavily corroded, losing its sharpness. It has a chance to make cut objects delicious. This weapon is basically ruined. Yang Yi felt a pang of regret. Although the chef's knife was dangerous, it was a formidable piece of equipment when used properly. It had withstood the blast of Yang Yi's flintlock pistol, but succumbed to the acid. Of course, it might also be that player-versus-player combat does not damage weapons or equipment. To transport the corpse, Yang Yi and Suna began digging soil to cover the giant, reducing the corrosive effect. They then bound it with simple ropes, preparing to drag it back to the ship together. During the process, Yang Yi obtained information about the giant. Name: gluttonly wrong, description: a human mutated due to excessive sanity loss and abyssal contamination, gaining unparalleled digestive abilities, while succumbing to an endless insatiable hunger, can be input into the monster gacha machine. Yang Yi noted the key phrase, excessive sanity loss. This meant that when sanity dropped too low, the human body would undergo mutation, transforming into something inhuman. How terrifying. Yang Yi had often neglected his sanity value, thinking a low level was acceptable and even boosted attributes. But if it triggered mutation, the situation was vastly different. He had no desire to cease being human. Fortunately, his sanity had never fallen below 10. A sanity of 10 seemed to be a threshold, the boundary between human and inhuman. Sanity below 50 meant madness, below 30 induced suicidal tendencies, and below 10 undoubtedly led to mutation. Those who chose suicide when their sanity dropped below 30 might not have been wrong. They at least died as humans, not monsters. But what Yang Yi didn't know was that lowering sanity to accelerate mutation was also a form of suicide. Yang Yi shared his thoughts with Suna, who concurred. In any case, sanity must not fall below 10. After considerable time and the loss of 3 simple ropes, the duo finally dragged the glutton's corpse to the shore. Once aboard the ship, a single hook from the grappling claw would retrieve the corpse into the hold. Yang Yi checked the time. Less than 5 hours of daylight remained. He decided to postpone deep exploration of the island, instead focusing on collecting the carcasses of the dead. Suna meanwhile entered the laboratory eager to dissect the corpse. Yang Yi doubted she would accompany him even if he called. Returning to the island alone, Yang Yi concentrated on gathering spider remains, which fell into 3 categories: juveniles, adults, and giants. Juveniles were unusable for the gacha machine. Adults were viable, as were the special giant tinder named giant tinder spider. Evolving description: a rare special individual of the tinder spider species with evolutionary potential. Through human grafting it can achieve a leap in life level. Yang Yi found only 1 giant tinder spider. He collected 20 adult tinder spiders. The rest were numerous juvenile spiders, each carrying some tinder, which was valuable for crafting sweaters. In total, he obtained 327 units of tinder spider, wool excluding adult spiders. By the time he finished, it was nearly evening. Yang Yi returned to the Nightmare Star. He first attempted to upgrade the ship using adult spider carcasses, but the system rejected it with a message: "This is a beast and cannot be used for upgrades." It seemed the world's monsters had category distinctions. Only the more sinister ones were classified as aberrant demons. Creatures like these large spiders were merely beasts. Only the giant tinder spider was deemed an aberrant demon, given its ability to graft onto human bodies. With that, he decided to proceed with the gacha machine. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Yang Yi prepared to use the 20 adult tinder spider carcasses for the gacha. He also messaged Suna. "Suna, are you sure you don't want to try? Your luck seems better than mine. Don't bother me." Suna was engrossed in dissecting the glutton and didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Yi shrugged. Her loss. Still, he reserved 2 chances for her, mainly to verify the gacha machine's drop rules. The first 2 pulls almost always yielded results. But Yang Yi didn't know if their individual counts were independent, so he needed to test it. He fed the flesh into the machine and began the gacha. This time he opened each one immediately without stockpiling. You obtained insect carapace chest guard, you obtained silk gland, you obtained wood X3, the rest were basic materials and a few conch coins with only an extra bronze material chest. In total he had wood X138, cloth X112, stone X10, steel X1, sulfur X21, crystal X1, and conch coins X100. Without the chest, the subsequent dozen pulls would have been a terrible loss. It would have been better to turn the adult tinder spiders into sweaters. Yet the gacha machine's rules were now fully understood. For the same monster type, the first 2 pulls almost guaranteed items, but subsequent ones rarely yielded anything. As for legendary gold tier items, only the truly blessed could obtain them, likely unrelated to the pull number. Name: insect carapace chest guard. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a chest guard made from the hardest head carapace of a tinder spider, offering decent protection. Name: silk gland. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: a silk gland that can extrude spider silk, stronger than ordinary rope with a load capacity of 500 kilograms. Lightweight, highly adhesive for binding enemies. Capacity 100,100, but flammable. During the day, Yang Yi had only explored about 1/3 of the island's territory, reaping a total of 20 adult spider carcasses and 327 units of fluff. If he were to explore the entire island, these numbers could quadruple. Moreover, there was undoubtedly a spider nest on the island, likely housing a considerable number of spiders. If he could gather all the fluff from these spiders and knit them into sweaters for sale, he would surely make a substantial profit. As dusk fell, Yang Yi sailed away from the island, planning to return the next day. It was unwise to stay too close to the island at night. Who knew what unknown creatures might lurk there, given that it hadn't been fully explored? Tomorrow he intended to rise early and arrive before dawn to ensure ample daylight for exploration. Suna, go back to the cabin and rest, Yang Yi called out as he stepped into the ship's interior. This woman had no sense of moderation. Once engrossed in research, she would forget to eat and sleep. Yang Yi glanced at her. Her rationality had dropped to a mere 53. After several urgings, Suna finally emerged from the lab, her face etched with disbelief, murmuring something under her breath. He only has 1 organ inside him, an enormous stomach. The other organs appear to have been digested. Those bodily fluids are all stomach acid, and even his brain is directly connected to the stomach, as if the stomach is controlling the brain. If this continues, he might not even need a brain. Alright, check your rationality value. Yang Yi pushed her, guiding her onto the deck. There are 2 more gacha chances here, we'll give them a try. Suna showed no enthusiasm for the gacha machine. Her spins lacked any spirit. She casually tossed in some corpse chunks, gave the machine a few turns, and walked away, not even bothering to pick up the capsules that fell out. Yang Yi reluctantly picked them up. You have obtained wood 5, you have obtained crystal 1, both were basic resource. This indicated that the gacha attempts were shared among the crew of the same ship. After the first 2 spins, the quality of the rewards had deteriorated. Having done all this, Yang Yi returned to the cabin. He still had 1 task to complete, turning the 300 units of fluff he had obtained into sweaters. Yang Yi didn't actually know how to knit, but the system would forcibly impart the knowledge. It took him 15 minutes to handcraft a pair of woolen pants. The entire process was utterly magical. Yang Yi himself had no idea how he managed it, but he just could. He knitted for 45 minutes, expending 9 points of energy, and produced 2 pairs of woolen pants and 1 sweater. Yang Yi placed these 3 items alongside the 2 sweaters left behind by Hu Wei, intending to keep them for his own use. Afterward, he returned to the captain's quarters and, as usual, opened the world chat channel. There were still an overwhelming number of people seeking fire-starting tools. So far, no one had found a way to mass-produce them. Yang Yi also tried leaving a message, buying fire-starting tools at a sky-high price. Immediately afterward, someone parroted his words like a broken record. It seemed he would have a hard time snatching any. Yang Yi was not in a hurry, as the spread of the extreme winter sea was still some time away. He drank a bottle of refreshing vitality coconut juice, locked the door, and lay down to sleep. The next day before dawn had even broken. Yang Yi was already awake. He checked his status, aside from his energy not being full, only at 93. All other stats were at maximum. After breakfast, Yang Yi organized the items he needed to bring 2 liters of fresh water, several long-legged sardines for activating the stomach pouch, 2 sausages, a crystal ball, potions, a bottle of coconut juice, weapons and equipment including the newly acquired heart-protecting mirror. Some spare items were stored in the stomach pouch, such as silk sacks and backup regenerative potions. After organizing everything, Yang Yi checked his attributes again and found that both his strength and constitution had risen to 5, reaching the average level of an adult human. He piloted the Nightmare Star towards the island. This time Suna chose not to accompany him. She was fully engrossed in studying the corpse of the glutton. 10 minutes before dawn, Yang Yi arrived at the island. His objective this time was to locate the spider nest on the island, thoroughly eliminate any potential threats, and create a convenient and safe environment for future operations. Furthermore, the spider's kiss status might also have its answer within the nest. As soon as it was light, Yang Yi went ashore and headed straight for the center of the island. He recalled that the density of spider carcasses was higher in the center, suggesting the nest was likely there. As he walked, he casually collected some fire-fluff spider corpses along the way. The ravenous stomach pouch accepted any corpse without discrimination, actively opening to swallow them, devouring the flesh, and leaving only the carapace and fluff. It would even eat rotten corpses. As he walked, Yang Yi grew puzzled. What exactly do these spiders eat to survive? There isn't a single small animal on the island. It's all spiders. They can't catch fish in the water. Yang Yi found it strange. After circling the center of the island, he finally discovered an opening. It was a vertical opening in the ground 2 meters deep, with a passage sloping downwards into pitch-black darkness. The entrance was wide, suggesting the creatures that came and went were sizable. There wasn't even a weed near the opening, indicating frequent traffic. Yang Yi approached the entrance. At his feet lay several dead palm-sized spiderlings, their bodies already stiff and dry. Barring any surprises, this should be the nest. He tried to sniff the air emanating from the cave. It carried a stench of decay. This suggested a large number of corpses inside, with the spiders having suffered heavy casualties, possibly even wiped out entirely. This was good news. Yang Yi picked up a spider corpse at his feet and fed it to the stomach pouch, then retrieved the crystal ball stored inside. Besides displaying the sea chart, the crystal ball itself emitted a faint glow. Though not as bright as a candle, it was better than nothing. Holding a gun in one hand and the crystal ball in the other, he jumped in. There was no danger inside, only spider carcasses on the ground. Yang Yi ventured deeper. The passage widened, becoming 5 meters wide and over 3 meters high, allowing even giant spiders to pass through without hunching. He remained cautiously alert until, after advancing 100 meters, he made a discovery. A type of mushroom grew densely on the rock ceiling, emitting a red fluorescence, each specimen remarkably similar in size. Name: firefly mushroom. Description: a special mushroom that emits a red fluorescence in darkness and grows rapidly. Its sap is somewhat toxic and not recommended for consumption. Certain ants and spiders use this mushroom as a primary food source. After reading the information, Yang Yi understood immediately. These mushrooms were likely cultivated by the fire fluff spiders. They actually knew how to farm. Under the red glow, the crystal ball's light became redundant. He stored the crystal ball in the stomach pouch, replaced it with the sea serpent's fang, and continued inward. After another 100 meters or so, the passage widened further to 7 or 8 meters, with dead adult fire fluff spiders appearing along the way. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed a gentle breeze within the cave, though its origin was a mystery. He didn't rush to collect the corpses. Confirming safety was more important. Yang Yi pressed deeper and the density of corpses increased. He discovered 2 giant fire fluff spiders, each with human bodies grafted onto them. One even had a human arm, no longer just a bare torso. They were all dead, their bodies already decayed, posing no threat. Yang Yi collected tissue samples from them. Unlike the adult fire fluff spiders, these giant ones could be used to upgrade the Nightmare Star, so it was best to take them along. As he passed by a cave opening, Yang Yi witnessed a horrifying sight. Dozens of dismembered human body parts hung from the rock ceiling by spider silk like slabs of meat left to air dry. A few of the corpses were still relatively fresh, possibly hung there recently. air-drying the corpses and then attaching them to themselves. Yang Yi couldn't comprehend the spider's behavior, nor how they managed to do it. If it were Suna, she might have been thrilled and delved into deeper research, but Yang Yi, he just wanted to kill these disgusting spiders. The lair had numerous branching paths, but it seemed there was only one main passage. Yang Yi decided not to venture into the side tunnels and risk danger. These branches were typically narrow, only a meter or two wide, with some even located on the ceiling. If he encountered danger inside, retreating would be difficult. He proceeded along the main path for about a kilometer before the terrain began to change. The ground beneath his feet was covered with a layer of spider silk, but it had long since dried and was no longer sticky. Stepping on it felt like walking on a carpet. The space here was surprisingly vast, with a width of over 10 meters. Yang Yi couldn't fathom why these spiders had dug such a massive cavern. The area ahead was pitch black, and the faint fluorescence from the mushrooms on the ceiling was insufficient to illuminate such a distance. Yang Yi continued forward. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his right foot touched the silk-covered ground, the vibration traveled along the threads deep into the cavern. There an enormous spider resided, twice the size of the giant spiders, with a human body attached to it. But unlike other giant spiders, the human form on its head was no longer shriveled. It was filled out with flesh, its skin having regained a luster, taking on a reddish-gray hue. Moreover, this human form had 2 arms and 2 legs attached to the sides of the torso, though the positioning was slightly off. The limbs and the torso did not match, varying in length, giving it an eerie appearance. The form also had a head which seemed to have been attached last. It was somewhat withered and tilted to one side. After receiving the vibration from the web, the eyelids of this head twitched slightly. Oblivious to this, Yang Yi walked on for several hundred more meters. Along the way, he saw no moving spiders, and his vigilance waned slightly. It seemed the potency of the dead spider potion was even stronger than Yang Yi had anticipated. Not a single living spider remained in this nest. Throughout his journey, Yang Yi had collected 8 samples of giant spider tissue, adding the one he already had on the ship that made 9 in total. Barring any mishaps, the Yenshing would soon ascend to level 3. As he walked, Yang Yi suddenly tensed up, raising his gun and aiming ahead. Before him appeared a colossal spider larger than the giant spiders, its body covered in dense red fuzz. Its carapace and limbs were adorned with thorn-like barbs. This spider exerted tremendous pressure on Yang Yi. Upon sighting the unknown creature, your sanity decreases by 10. This spider was likely the mother the giant spiders had spoken of. A complete human form sat atop its head, making it resemble a half-human, half-spider mythical being. It lay motionless, but its body showed no signs of decay. It might have died recently, or it could be playing dead. Regardless, he decided to shoot it first. Yang Yi initially aimed for the head of its humanoid form, but changed his mind at the last moment. This corpse held significant research value. If he damaged it too badly, Suna would surely complain. Just to confirm if it was alive or dead, breaking its leg would suffice. Surely if its leg were broken, it would have to react. If it was alive, he could always finish it off with a bigger shot later. Given its size, he wasn't afraid of not being able to kill it. Yang Yi fired at the spider's leg. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the cavern. One of the giant spider's legs broke clean off at the root, oozing a foul, viscous, dark red fluid, but it remained utterly still. Dead for sure. Yang Yi stood there for a moment, then fired again, breaking 2 more of its legs. Yet the spider still did not move. Only then did Yang Yi slowly approach, keeping his gun trained on the giant spider. He kicked the severed limbs aside before daring to pick one up and inspect its properties. Name: Fire Velvet Spider Queen, evolving. Description: the queen of the fire velvet spiders, responsible for laying eggs to continue the colony. Possesses considerable intelligence and serves as the colony's leader. Evolving. Yang Yi looked at the human form grafted onto the Spider Queen's head, drying human bodies and attaching them to oneself. Is this what evolution is? He took a photo with his log and sent it to Suna. Do you want this creepy giant spider? If not, I'm taking it to the capsule machine. Yang Yi asked. Within 10 seconds, Suna replied. I want it. I've already finished dissecting the glutton. The only thing of value is its stomach. He'll use its gastric juices to brew a potion for you. ITLL guarantee to whet your appetite. Ah, no need, my appetite is always good. Could you try making something else? Yang Yi swallowed. I'm coming over now. Send me your coordinates. Yang Yi checked the crystal ball to ensure no other players were nearby before replying. I'm inside the lair. I'll send you the entrance coordinates. Just follow the main path in. The spiders along the way are all dead, but still be careful. If you find any live ones, notify me immediately. After giving his instructions, Yang Yi sent the coordinates to Suna. Suddenly he felt an odd sensation at his foot, as if something was crawling up. Yang Yi instantly became alert and looked down. It was a fire velvet spider the size of a fist, still covered in mucus, as if it had just hatched from its egg. Yang Yi flicked it off and crushed it under his foot without mercy. He despised spiders crawling on him. those creatures with a multitude of eyes and legs. In any case, Yang Yi simply couldn't like them. More small spiders scuttled forward from the front, each only the size of a fist. There were over a dozen in total, and Yang Yi crushed them all underfoot. The eyelids of the spider queen twitched again, but the light was dim and the movement subtle, so Yang Yi didn't notice at all. He continued onward. After walking another dozen meters, and emerging from a cave entrance, the space before him suddenly opened up. Rows of eggs emitting a red fluorescent glow illuminated the entire area. This must be the fire velvet spider's egg chamber. The small spiders had hatched and broken out of their shells here. But Yang Yi's attention wasn't on the spider eggs. It was drawn to a pile of stones before him. These stones were enormous, the largest exceeding 100 meters in length. They appeared to be naturally stacked, but upon closer inspection, new discoveries emerged. 8 long stone pillars rested upon an elliptical boulder strikingly resembling a spider's body and its 8 legs. Moreover, these stone pillars were draped with withered vines and weeds much like the fuzz on a spider's body. Once this thought took hold, the more he looked, the more it seemed true. Yang Yi couldn't help but be captivated by this marvel of nature, observing it closely and making new discoveries. At the front of the elliptical boulder, a stone stood upright. This stone bore no signs of carving, as if shaped by natural erosion. The more he looked, the more it resembled a human figure. It had 6 arms and 4 legs, appearing to be a beautiful, dignified woman sitting on the rock. Yang Yi immediately lowered his head, his cheeks tingling and cold sweat breaking out. He dared not look a second. You have discovered an unbelievable stone statue. Sanity 20. At the same time, auditory hallucinations began to echo in his ears. Whispers and murmurs, indistinct yet somehow comprehensible. It was sacrifice. Yang Yi's brain felt as if pierced by silver needles, the pain stabbing into his very marrow, causing tears to well up involuntarily. Simultaneously, a message from the activity log flashed onto his retina. Pledge prerequisite quest triggered. Offer your loyalty to the myriad-limbed spider mother. 1. Offer 1/3 of your flesh. The spider's kiss will mend your wounds and rebuild your body. 2. Offer the bodies of 10 compatriots. Lure them to the island. The spider's kiss will grant you power. 3. This is a prerequisite quest. Upon completion, you will become a follower of the myriad-limbed spider mother. You may formally enter into a covenant in the next great sea, undergoing a transformation and gaining extraordinary power. Extraordinary power. Transformation. Myriad-limbed spider mother. Yang Yi repeated the information and then understood everything. These fire velvet spiders were followers or dependents of the myriad-limbed spider mother, and also the guardians of this temple. The myriad-limbed spider mother was a great entity, a deity. Sometimes she would bestow her favor, planting her offspring inside the bodies of the fortunate to guide their destinies. More murmurs poured into Yang Yi's sea of consciousness, persuading him. Sacrifice. 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 Any one of these terms, pledge prerequisite quest transformation transcendence, would be enough to make players fight tooth and nail. And now such an opportunity lay before Yang Yi. All he had to do was offer a part of his own flesh or sacrifice the lives of 10 of his kin to complete the pledge prerequisite quest and become a disciple of the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. What was there to hesitate about? Just chop off 2 legs. The Mother of 10,000 Limbs might even reward you with 4 in return, doubling the bounty. Still hesitating, such thoughts churned wildly in Yang Yi's mind, while his sanity steadily dwindled. Eerie, whisper your sanity drops by 10. Eerie, whisper your sanity drops by 10. Yang Yi lifted his head and saw that the stone statue had come to life. It had transformed into a colossal black spider, its size beyond description, with 8 legs. Its body and chitinous limbs were covered in fuzz, but upon closer inspection one could see that the fuzz was actually the limbs of various creatures, from reptiles to mammals, fish to birds, insects to plants, and even bizarre limbs made of fungus. Yang Yi spotted human hands and feet, eagle wings, lobster claws, octopus tentacles, tiger paws, and elephant's trunk, and so on. In short, any limb Yang Yi could imagine could be found within this phantom, and the moment he sought it, its location would immediately be revealed. This phantom was like a living encyclopedia of biology, bearing the limbs of all living things. Yang Yi felt dizzy and nauseous, then his gaze was drawn to the humanoid figure atop the spider's head. It was a dignified young woman with 6 arms and 4 legs. Her first pair of arms were slightly longer, while the other 2 pairs were positioned at her waist and the sides of her abdomen. Her hands were crossed and her demeanor was sacred. The girl had no mouth or nose on her face. Instead, it was covered with chaotic eyeballs that ceaselessly roamed over her gelatinous visage. Gazing upon the phantom of a great entity, your sanity drops by 100. Warning, your sanity is below 10. Yang Yi's eyes stung, as if he were staring directly at the sun, even more dazzling than that. The tears streaming down his face gradually turned a pale red. Yet he did not look away. Instead, he slowly raised the gun in his hand and tried to take aim. Among the 3 options for the pledge prerequisite quest, he had chosen the third. 3. Destroy the stone statue. The mother of 10,000 limbs will withdraw her favor. The spider's kiss status will be lifted and hostility from spiders and spider-type aberrations toward you will increase by 100. Sorry. But I Yang have never believed in gods since I was a child. And you're just too ugly. Yang Yi's eyes widened as he stared at the phantom, his trembling hand gradually steadying on the gun. Gazing upon the phantom of a great entity, your sanity drops by 100. Gazing upon the phantom of a great entity, your sanity drops by 100. He ignored these warnings, focusing solely on his aim, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Yang Yi had aimed at the spider's head. He wasn't confident he could hit the humanoid figure, but hitting the massive spider head was more than enough. The phantom vanished. In reality, the bullet struck the front of the oval boulder, chipping off a small piece. The humanoid stone block atop the boulder tumbled down, breaking into several pieces, no longer recognizable as the image of a woman with 6 arms and 4 legs. As the dust settled, Yang Yi struggled to his feet. Eft! He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He had just been thrown back by the recoil, rolling a few times on the ground before stopping. Fortunately, this time he was prepared, using the roll to absorb the force. His arm wasn't dislocated, only slightly scraped. But suddenly Yang Yi realized his left visual field was gone. Pitch black. At the same time, the entire cavern trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. The stone statue crumbled, shattering into pieces of rock, as if it had lost some power and could no longer maintain its form. Yang Yi felt something was wrong. He hadn't injured his eye just now, so why had he gone blind? He reached out to touch his left eye. The touch felt strange. Soft like squishy jelly, as if 3 sticky balls were fused together, slimy and seemingly still moving. What is this? How did it get on my face? A wave of revulsion washed over Yang Yi, and a profound terror surged from the depths of his heart, numbing his limbs. This thing could not possibly be his left eye. He immediately checked the activity log, which read warning sanity below 10. You may be contaminated by the abyss. You have unlocked the transcendence path. Polluter. The contamination interface is now unlocked. You can check your status. Yang Yi immediately opened the contamination interface. Yang Yi. Contamination 4A, large human body diagram. Left eye colored black, contaminated area left eye. Deformed organ tri-eye provides 3 types of vision, allows sight of most formless entities, perception 2. Tri-eye. Yang Yi didn't have a mirror, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare look into it. Just then, Suna sent him a private message. Yang Yi, are you dead? There was an earthquake on the island. You didn't get buried alive, did you? After reading the message, Yang Yi almost spat out his drink. This woman really had a way with words. If she were sent to rescue someone, that person would probably die of anger. Who asks someone if they're dead? If he were dead, would he have to reply, oh sorry, I'm dead? I'm not dead. Yang Yi replied irritably. Good. I saw your sanity was only at 1 point, so I thought you turned into a monster. Glad you're okay. I'm coming over now. Interrupted by Suna, Yang Yi's tense nerves eased slightly. Suddenly his left eye felt itchy, as if tiny needles were pricking it, and then his left visual field returned as if the eye and optic nerve had reconnected. But what he saw was wrong. There was no color. The world had become monochrome, yet incredibly clear. His left eye had gained 3 types of vision, as if 3 eyeballs were working in concert, sharing information. The first type of vision seemed to be thermal imaging, granting Yang Yi night vision. Even in the dim cave, he could see everything with perfect clarity. The second was zoom in and out, as if his eye had a built-in magnifying glass and telescope. If he wished, he could see the hairs on a spider 100 meters away with absolute clarity and judge distances perfectly. The third was exceptional dynamic vision. Yang Yi tilted his head, dodging a strand of spider silk shot. His left eye's field of vision had become extraordinarily wide. The 3 eyeballs bulged from their sockets, able to rotate on their own, allowing him to see attacks even from an oblique rear angle. However, the 2 completely different fields of vision from his left and right eyes made Yang Yi feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like embedding a small colorful world into a large colorless one, the 2 interfering with each other, affecting his cognition and making him dizzy. In that case, it was better to close his right eye and use only his left. This made Yang Yi feel a bit more comfortable. His left eye seemed unable to close, perhaps lacking eyelids. But there was no time to worry about that now. Yang Yi turned around and looked at the Spider Queen behind him. She had lost 2 of her front legs and was emerging from the tunnel. Yang Yi cast aside his distractions, focusing on the enemy before him. It was the Spider Queen recovering from the dead spider poison. Although 2 of her front legs were severed, it seemed to have no effect on her mobility. She could still crawl with 6 legs. If I had known, I would have severed all of this monster's legs, leaving her unable to crawl over. Yang Yi secretly regretted. The next time he encountered such a creature that might be feigning death, he would make sure to thoroughly cripple and eliminate it. A man and a spider faced off across nearly 20 meters, locked in a standoff. The situation was heavily unfavorable for Yang Yi. His flintlock had entered cooldown, and the only weapon he could use was the sea serpent's fang. Suddenly the Spider Queen let out a shrill cry from her withered crooked head, charging forward like a heavy tank. Perhaps due to the loss of 2 legs, her balance seemed off. Yang Yi turned to flee while drinking from a vial of attribute-enhancing red potion. The heat surged in his mouth as if he were drinking lava. You drank the unknown potion. Your body feels hot and you sweat profusely. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Perception 1, Rationality 20 or duration 15 minutes. The information about the potion was also visible. Name Crimson Potion. Type Consumable Potion Unique. Quality Premium. Description: a potion created by the witch Suna formulated using the eyeball of a double-horned devil shark, the head of an octopus, starfish abdomen of a lobster, and the eyeball of an octopus. It has a scorching taste and drinking water is prohibited during its effect. After consumption, all attributes except spirit increase by 1. You sweat and feel hot, skin reddens lasting 15 minutes, after which you will enter a severe state of dehydration. PS attributes cannot exceed the limits of mundane beings. This potion's effect is quite good, although it is somewhat difficult to drink. Yang Yi's rationality is currently at 1, placing him in a frenzy. With the potion's effects, all attributes except spirit have increased by 1. His overall attributes are as follows. Strength 521. Spirit 812. Iron Will 1. Agility 5111. Constitution 511. Perception 512. Frenzied Strength 2. Agility 1, Constitution 1. Pirate Outfit Agility 1. With perception, strength, and agility all reaching 8 points, Yang Yi felt weightless, as if he could fly. His spirit had also gained a lot of experience due to the previous rationality loss, bringing it to 8 points. Yang Yi dashed toward the shattered statue hiding among the debris. The area was filled with rubble of various sizes, some towering over 20 meters high. Yang Yi navigated through the pile, while the Spider Queen, hindered by her massive size, couldn't do anything about him for the time being. I must kill this Spider Queen before the potion's effect wears off. Yang Yi's gaze was fierce as he picked up a whole spider egg from the ruins and fed it to his stomach, extracting the silk sac and the dead spider potion. This action undoubtedly enraged the Spider Queen. The spider eggs in the egg sac were already scarce, most having been crushed by the debris. Yet this little brat continued to wreak havoc, purposely running to where there were more spider eggs, crushing one after another. The Spider Queen let out a piercing scream and charged recklessly, no longer avoiding the small stones in her way, violently crashing through them. Yang Yi remained calm. He had intentionally provoked the Spider Queen. He now stood beneath a massive boulder waiting for the Spider Queen's impact. Boom! The violent collision kicked up a massive cloud of dust, debris flying everywhere. The Spider Queen did not hit Yang Yi. Instead, a nimble shadow descended from above, grabbing the silk and landing on the queen's back. In that critical moment, Yang Yi used the silk sac to shoot out silk sticking to the top of the massive boulder and quickly climbing up. Taking advantage of the queen's disorientation after her impact, Yang Yi leaped onto her back. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, as if a performer in a dance, even an acrobat, would be left astonished and dumbfounded. But this was actually the work of the three-eyed creature. The unique perspective allowed Yang Yi to grasp distance and balance to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to perform various high-difficulty maneuvers. It was as if he had become Spider-Man. The web gloves and silk sac granted Yang Yi three-dimensional mobility. He jumped onto the Spider Queen's back, quickly reaching her head, then grasped the humanoid torso's neck and decisively severed it with the sea serpent's fang. The strike was clean, effortlessly cutting through the cervical spine with no resistance. A torrent of dark red blood gushed from the severed neck. The skin at the wound's edge formed tiny blisters, as if scalded. This must be the fire poison effect from the sea serpent's fang, and the blade was coated with dead spider poison, adding poison upon poison. A shriveled head ended up in Yang Yi's hand. The Spider Queen, seemingly severely injured, let out a sharp shriek, the sound coming from beneath. She still had another spider head. She would not die just because one head was severed. Yang Yi crouched low but was still flung away by the enraged Spider Queen, unable to remain steady. He was thrown back, crashing heavily against the rubble, a sweet taste rising in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze never left the Spider Queen, and with a powerful push, he narrowly avoided a pool of sticky silk. If he got stuck, it would be all over. This monster is quite difficult to kill. Yang Yi felt troubled. He had tried the armor on the Spider Queen's head, was incredibly tough, and the sea serpent's fang couldn't penetrate it. He had to attack her weak points. Yang Yi set his sights on the Spider Queen's eyes, totaling 6, arranged in 2 rows on her head, which he could see clearly. The first row had 2 large eyes and the second had 4 compound eyes. Even the compound eyes were the size of fists, and Yang Yi was confident he could hit them. While running, he checked the silk sac's capacity and found it still had 86 units left, which should be enough. He picked up a small stone from the ground and used the silk to bind it to the sea serpent's fang, crafting it into a meteor hammer. Once completed, he revealed himself and immediately hurled the meteor hammer toward the queen's eyeball. The three-eyed creature had turned Yang Yi into a sharpshooter. Whether it was firearms bows or the nearly meter-long silk meteor hammer in his hands, he could hit with precision. This strike struck one of the Spider Queen's large eyes, causing her to pause momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi quickly retracted the meteor hammer and maneuvered away without hesitation. The Spider Queen was almost driven mad by Yang Yi. The duel continued with Yang Yi relying on his small stature and elusive movements, striking and blinding 3 of the Spider Queen's remaining compound eyes. As her eyes were damaged one after another, the Spider Queen became sluggish, often crashing into the massive debris along her path. Even with her tough armor, she sustained injuries, especially on her abdomen, where the armor was thinner, leaving a deep gash. Yang Yi was not faring well either. His vigorous running had depleted his energy, leaving him with only 12 points. If this continued, he would have to substitute vitality for energy. Another unexpected meteor hammer came flying in, shattering the last of the Spider Queen's compound eyes. She was left with only one large eye. Despite the Spider Queen's careful protection, becoming blind was a foregone conclusion. But at that moment it seemed the Queen had tapped into her potential, her mind clearing. She arched her tail upwards, spewing thick silk toward the top of the rock, and then crawled up along the silk. Moreover, she was able to crawl upside down on the rock's peak. It was simply anti-gravity. Yang Yi couldn't fathom how such a heavy spider could traverse the rocks. Furthermore, the height of the rock peak was nearly 40 meters, far beyond Yang Yi's reach. He was left with only about a dozen units of silk, barely enough to launch one last strike. The Spider Queen traversed the rocky summit with effortless grace, while Yang Yi could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless. There was no way around it. His attack range was insufficient. The Queen tilted her abdomen downward, aiming at Yang Yi, and sprayed a torrent of cobweb-like foam descending like rain. These strands were sticky and tenacious. If they touched him, escape would be far from easy. The Spider Queen sought to confine Yang Yi's movements with this tactic. Yet Yang Yi relished. He stomped both feet heavily onto the webbing, as if possessed, then lifted a leg with great effort. Gazing up at the Spider Queen, he extended a single finger toward her. "You! Come here!" Yang Yi taunted. In truth, he had no other choice, because the Crimson Potion's duration had only 2 minutes left. If he continued to waste time, once it expired, Yang Yi would enter a state of dehydration. At that point, without the Spider Queen needing to spray any webbing, he would temporarily lose his ability to move. Rather than that, it was better to gamble everything while he still had his fighting strength. "Don't you dare come down. I'm already stuck by your webs," Yang Yi provoked again. His actions defied the Spider Queen's comprehension, causing her mind to momentarily short-circuit. But she quickly regained her senses, let out a roar, pushed off with force, and dove down. "Caw-ee. Well met." Yang Yi rejoiced. The Spider Queen's body grew larger in his vision. He could even make out her mouthparts dripping with saliva, opened wide as if to bite him to death. Yet her descent seemed to slow down in Yang Yi's eyes. Seizing the moment, he hurled his meteor hammer, aiming straight for her remaining eye. His prediction was so precise that it appeared as if the Spider Queen had rammed her own eye into the meteor hammer. This was the dynamic vision of the third eye, capable of predicting an enemy's attacks and movements to a certain degree. Yang Yi even felt that his thoughts were being forcibly accelerated by the third eye to adapt to this monstrous dynamic vision. Thud! The combined force from above and below drove the meteor hammer deep into the Spider Queen's eye. Her body trembled violently midair, her movements distorted, the attack meant to bite him turned into a collision. Boom! Yang Yi was sent flying by the Spider Queen like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a piece of rubble, spattering blood along the way. This blow was heavy, costing him over 50 health points. He likely had 4 or 5 broken ribs, and his left arm was fractured in 3 places. If not for the heart guard protecting his chest, this strike would have emptied Yang Yi's health bar. But fortunately it did not. His health remained at 16, not even triggering death denial. "Now you should be blind." Yang Yi struggled, reaching for his waist, only to find the regeneration potion shattered, its contents spilled on the ground. Luckily he had a spare. Yang Yi fished a long-legged sardine from his coat pocket, fed it to his stomach pouch, retrieved the backup regeneration potion stored inside, and drank it in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. You have consumed the regeneration potion. Health restored by 20. Wounds are continuously healing, an unbearable itch spreads across your body. Sanity 20. A maddening itch crawled over him as his injuries rapidly healed. After enduring that wave of itching, Yang Yi's health recovered to 40 points. He struggled to his feet and looked at the Spider Queen. She seemed like a headless fly blindly attacking the rubble. Yang Yi approached the Spider Queen with ill intent, but before he could take a single step, his nose suddenly itched, 2 streams of blood flowed out and his vision vanished. Yang Yi seemed blind as well. What's happening? He immediately opened his right eye only to find it also useless, both eyes were blind. Then the log notified him that the Crimson Potion's time had run out. Yang Yi felt as if his throat was being scraped by a knife, desperately in need of water. He quickly crouched low to minimize noise, fished another smelly long-legged sardine from his coat pocket, fed it to his stomach pouch, retrieved the stored drinking water, and took small sips. 2 minutes later Yang Yi finished the 2 liters of fresh water and gradually recovered from the dehydrated state, though he still couldn't engage in strenuous activity. He listened intently and found the egg chamber eerily silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What's happening? Yang Yi couldn't see anything and dared not move recklessly. After an unknown amount of time, he finally thought to contact Suna. Suna, come in quickly, I think I'm blind. Blind? Yes, I can't see. Yang Yi typed rapidly. Without vision, the only things he could do were check the logs and chat. The log was soulbound operable even with "How did you go blind?" "I'm not sure." Yang Yi recounted the events to Suna, omitting details about the myriad-limbed spider mother, only mentioning the strange things along the way: the potion consumption depleting his sanity, the mutation of his left eye, and the bizarre vision. That big spider was playing dead. I fought her and then I went blind. Be careful, I stabbed out all her eyes. Oh, she's already dead. I'm looking for a place to cut her carapace is too hard, my dagger can't penetrate it. Where are you? Lend me your short sword to try. Suna had arrived long ago. Yang Yi had been hiding for nothing. He stood up and shouted. Soon footsteps approached and Suna ran over. Her first words were, "Your left eye. It's beautiful." Huh. Although Yang Yi couldn't see, he had touched it. 3 bulging spheres squeezed together, protruding from the socket. No matter how he thought about it, it had nothing to do with the word beautiful. Suna's aesthetic sense was simply unique. Your eyeball is still moving, so it should be functioning. Are you really blind? Suna reached out, waved her hand in front of Yang Yi's eyes, then tentatively touched his left eye. Don't touch. Yang Yi stepped back to avoid it getting goosebumps. But Suna followed like a shadow, pressing close. Yang Yi could even feel her breath. Your left eye has no eyelid and can't close on its own. If it truly transmits 3 perspectives simultaneously, as you said, your brain must be overloaded. Suna observed as she explained. Yang Yi understood. You mean, exactly, you're not blind. It's just that your brain's protective mechanism has been triggered, blocking your vision to prevent overload and brain damage so you don't end up a fool. Then how long until I recover? Yang Yi asked excitedly. I don't know. It could be the next second, a year from now, or never. The brain is a complex organ. Suna didn't continue the topic and instead handed Yang Yi an object. Take this. What is it? A piece of insect shell. Cover your left eye with it. It can block the visual information transmission from that eye and should help with vision recovery. Yang Yi had lost his sight with no certainty of recovery. Led by Suna, he arrived at the side of the Spider Queen. Lend me your short sword and gloves. These spider silks are too sticky. Take the gloves yourself. As for the short sword, it should be stuck in the Spider Queen's head. Oh! Suna took the gloves, her actions unknown to him. Had Yang Yi been able to see, he would have witnessed Suna prying open the Spider Queen's eye socket with her hands, lowering herself to peer inside, before extracting a meteor hammer entangled in spider silk. I can't see clearly, but it seems your strike shattered her brain tissue, ultimately causing her death. Donning the gloves, Suna pulled the sea serpent's fang from the silk, used it as a chisel, and hammered it with a stone to pry open the Spider Queen's head joint. After about half an hour, the Spider Queen's head was severed. The head alone measured nearly a meter in diameter, with a large amount of dark red fluid spilling from the wound. Suna retrieved the humanoid head as well. With 2 heads in total, she planned to bring both back. Let's go back to the ship first. We'll retrieve the rest another time. Suna suggested. Yang Yi had no objections at blind, as everything was inconvenient, and resting to regain his sight was the top priority. The 2 rolled the spider head out of the cave and toward the coast. Stay here. I'll board first and then haul you up with a grappling hook. Yang Yi was speechless. Blind, he found it difficult to descend into the sea and board the ship, unable to even see the vessel, let alone climb the ladder on its side. Thus, using a grappling hook was the most convenient and swift method. About 10 minutes later, a clamp fastened around Yang Yi's waist and pulled him up. In the next instant, he found himself in the cabin of the Nightmare Star. Though peculiar, this boarding method caused no harm to his body. Wait here for a moment. Suna's voice came from beside him. She had just descended from the deck, grabbed something from the cabin, and headed toward the laboratory. Soon she emerged and handed Yang Yi an eye patch. Crudely made, it consisted of a suitably sized insect shell, with holes punched through it, threaded with fabric. Wear this, it should help. She helped him put on the eye patch before rushing back to the laboratory to busy her. Yang Yi stood still for a while, eventually feeling his way up the ladder by memory, and instinct, climbing onto the deck, and then along the ship's railing back to the captain's quarters. He shed his captain's coat, lay down on the bed, and examined his condition. After confronting the phantom of the myriad-limbed spider mother, he had unlocked the transcendent path. Corruption, and his log had gained a new interface. Corruption interface. Yang Yi, corruption depth 6A, large humanoid silhouette, left eye black. Corrupted part, left eye. Deformed organ third eye. Warning: when sanity falls below 10, the player will be corrupted with depth continuously increasing. However, players with high spirit attributes can resist and slow the deepening of corruption. When sanity reaches 0, the player will completely lose control and transform into a twisted monster. Completely different from other pale blue interfaces, the corruption interface was dark red, signaling danger. Through corruption, players could break the bounds of mortality and ascend to transcendence. Yet this transcendent path was like walking a tightrope. One misstep could plunge one into an abyss, causing spiritual death and turning one into a mindless monster. Even if one survived by chance with sanity intact, the player's body would still undergo deformation. Yang Yi touched his left eye beneath the patch. It was still slowly rotating. For a moment, Yang Yi felt the urge to gouge out his left eye, but he ultimately restrained himself. This eye could make him stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he distance himself from corruption. The weak had no choice but to passively accept. Yang Yi continued to check his status panel and found that the spider's kiss state had disappeared. His personal panel had also undergone new changes. Yang Yi mortal. Transcendent path, corruption depth 6. Transcendent paths are not exclusive, or players can discover them on their own. A single player can possess multiple transcendent paths. Status: injured, a large humanoid silhouette, deep yellow near the left waist. Strength 52, 12,200, frenzy bonus strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit 2. Spirit 812, 119, 16000, iron will bonus. Agility 51, 23,200, constitution 51, 21,200, perception 52, 192,200, third eye bonus. Sanity 3,100, energy 17,100, vitality 51,100, mana 97. When spirit is below 10, each point of spirit provides 1 point of mana. When mana reaches 0, the player will suffer severe headaches and lose mobility. Full mana recovery takes 24 hours. A decrease in spirit reduces the mana cap but does not deduct current mana. Talents: iron will refuse death. Spells: none. Spells require active casting, consume mana, and may need chanting, formation construction, or ritual sacrifices. Abilities: third eye. Body-based abilities. Some may consume mana. Confronting the phantom of the myriad-limbed spider mother had caused his spirit experience to surge, directly breaking through to 8 points. Terms like transcendent path, mana, spells, and abilities had all appeared after unlocking transcendence. However, Yang Yi knew no spells rendering mana useless to him. His only ability was a deformed left eye. After deliberating for over 10 minutes, Yang Yi decided not to share this information with Su Na. Once that woman learned that dropping sanity below 10 could unlock transcendence, who knew what madness she might commit. Su Na remembered to monitor the sea chart to prevent other players from approaching. Got it. Su Na replied quickly. Yang Yi had intended to ask Su Na to go ashore to find the carcass of the giant fire-down spider, because only one more corpse was needed to upgrade the Nightmare Star. But that woman, upon returning to the ship, had locked herself in the laboratory to dissect the Spider Queen's head. So Yang Yi did not disturb her. The corpse wouldn't come back to life and flee anyway, retrieving it later was fine. Buying fire-starting tools at a high price, sincerely. Yang Yi left his usual message on the World Channel. This time he received a quick response. Name: Strike and Spark Flint. Type: tool. Quality: fine. Description: a flint that produces a shower of sparks when scraped with a metal edge capable of igniting fabric or wood shavings. Note: it must be kept dry, otherwise it is just an ordinary stone with a faint smell of gunpowder. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. How much? 300 stone materials. Yang Yi immediately checked the chat history. He noticed 2 or 3 players were selling such flints and in unlimited quantities. This suggested they had obtained the crafting recipe for these flints. However, the price was currently inflated, with a single flint costing around 200 stone materials, or over 1000 conch coins. This person selling to him for 300 was indeed a high price. Yang Yi ignored him and stopped worrying. The price of fire-starting tools would continue to drop just like cold-weather clothing. There was no need to rush. Moreover, there might be better fire-starting tools such as lighters. A flint required a dry environment, far less convenient than an infinite gas lighter. Yang Yi examined the large sea chart. The spread of the extreme winter sea downward was not fast. There were still about 10 days to half a month before it met the black mist. As he pondered, Yang Yi drifted off to sleep. After being so tense for so long, he needed some time to relax. 4 hours later, Yang Yi woke up. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by light. My vision has returned. Yang Yi felt a surge of energy. However, due to the single eye, his field of vision was somewhat limited, but it did not hinder his daily life. He tried closing his eyes, removing the eye patch, and switching to his left eye. Instantly, the entire world lost its color, yet everything became extraordinarily clear. Whenever he wished he could even count the number of his eyebrows without needing a mirror. He walked out of the captain's cabin. It was still daytime with 2 hours of sunlight remaining. However, in reality, the presence of light did not affect his left eye. These 3 eyes did not seem to perceive the world through light. In his left eye, sunlight was not blinding. It was merely a sphere hanging in the air. Yang Yi took out a crystal ball from his pouch, using its reflection to examine his left eye with his right eye. What he saw were 3 gel-like eyeballs pressed together, each with a yellow, the size of an almond in the center, seemingly the pupils. They would slowly rotate, adjusting their positions as needed. After just a brief trial, he switched back to his right eye and put on the eye patch. A world full of colors felt much more comfortable. Using his left eye, Yang Yi always felt that this world was lifeless. Are these monster-like eyeballs really beautiful? Yang Yi recalled Suna's first reaction upon seeing these eyeballs. That woman's aesthetic had probably become distorted. Under normal circumstances, no creature should possess such eyes. Only Suna would find these eyeballs exceptionally beautiful. As for Yang Yi, he could only see them as strangely ugly and repulsive. The time limit should be around 10 minutes. To be safe, I must not use the 3 eyes for more than 10 minutes each. Yang Yi sent a message to Suna. Suna, I have awakened and my vision has returned. I am going to the island to look for the corpse of the giant fire silk spider. I need to hurry to upgrade the Nightmare Star. Continuing with this big sailboat severely slows down the Nightmare Star's speed. Suna did not reply. She was likely still busy with the dissection. He glanced at Suna's sanity value, which was 62, still within the safe range. Whenever she has time, she should see the message. With 2 hours left until dark, Yang Yi wanted to search quickly, aiming to upgrade the Nightmare Star to level 3 tonight. He did not plan to go to the spider's nest, as Yang Yi had already taken some tissues from the giant fire silk spider's corpse. Even if there were any that slipped through, they would likely be on a side path and hard to find. Moreover, the round-trip distance to the nest was long, making it unsuitable to enter at this time. He decided to search in the nearby forest for the corpse of the giant fire silk spider, while also collecting some fire silk spider fur to prepare for making a sweater later. After searching for over an hour, Yang Yi had not found the corpse of the giant fire silk spider. Just as he was about to give up and head back, he happened to spot a giant fire silk spider on his way. Taking a different route back was indeed the right choice. Yang Yi beamed as he rushed back to the... When he boarded the ship, it was still not dark. Yang Yi began transporting supplies from the big sailboat, whose white ship had not been dismantled yet. After gathering enough materials to upgrade to level 3, he immediately operated on the log and pressed the confirmation button for the upgrade. Immediately, a ghastly green soul erupted from the Nightmare Star, while countless skeletal arms intertwined to climb up the hull of the Nightmare Star, covering the deck like a dense armor. In this evolution, the size of the ship remained unchanged, but its appearance underwent a drastic transformation. The captain's skull at the bow lit up with the fire of the soul, held tightly by countless skeletal arms unable to move. Only the skull could move, opening and closing up and down. Upgrade complete. The Nightmare Star is now a level 3 ship. You can check the specific changes in the Nightmare Star level 3, durability 4500, capacity 12,000 units, speed 65 knots, PS 500, durability comes from the head of the bobbit worm. Ship skill Nightmare. The quality of sleep on the ship is extremely poor, leading to Nightmare's energy recovery efficiency 75. Effective only for the captain. Curse of the Angler, cannot catch normal fish or probability of catching abnormal objects increases. Astromancy can display the surrounding sea chart with a radius of 150 nautical miles viewable in the crystal ball. Can set up warnings to alert other players of appearances in the form of vibrations. Scry can retrieve the ship's name, player's name, obtain the ship's coordinates, and view the ship's image, limited to 1 target per day. Embrace of the remains. The ship is protected by countless skeletal arms, enhancing durability. When durability loss is below 2000, it will self-repair. These skeletal arms will attempt to grab intruders, but their strength is not substantial. Description: this ship has started to grow bones. Are you sure you want to continue upgrading? After reviewing the attributes, a broad smile spread across Yang Yi's face. The most criticized flaw of this ship had finally been fixed. Its durability reached an impressive 4,500. Though its appearance was a bit strange, it was a ghost ship, so having some moving bones on board was quite normal and not worth making a fuss over. Over time, one would naturally adapt. After checking the attributes, Yang Yi operated the log to dismantle Huwei's large sailboat, gaining a large amount of materials once again. Then, with an excited heart, he entered the ship's cabin. With 2 more expansion spaces, he could finally build the cannon he had been dreaming of, ensuring his martial virtue was maximized. He immediately chose to construct an attack building, the ancient battle room. Consumption wood 200, steel 10, sulfur 10. After the light faded, a room appeared on the right side of the cabin, containing 2 large cannons. Such battle rooms could be built in pairs, perfectly corresponding to the left and right sides of the ship. Yang Yi thought for a moment and built another one to avoid being caught off guard if enemies appeared on the left side. He entered the ancient battle room to check the cannon's attributes. Name: waterlogged cannon. Type: ship. Equipment: relic. Quality: good. Description: this cannon is waterlogged. The shells fired will not explode, but have a longer range with a low probability of firing some inexplicable objects. Range: 300 meters. The battle room's fixed cannon cannot be disassembled. After reading the information, Yang Yi couldn't help but complain. Nothing waterlogged is ever normal. But what could those inexplicable things be? Yang Yi tried firing a dozen rounds and nothing happened except for shattering the rocks along the coast. Isn't this thing just a better projectile throwing device? Yang Yi suddenly realized. After all, shells that wouldn't explode were quite similar to stones. He discovered that expansion buildings could also be upgraded. To upgrade to a level 4 ship, all expansion buildings needed to reach level 2. Special buildings were excluded, such as the Witch Laboratory. It was still unclear whether the Witch Laboratory could be upgraded. Anyway, there were no upgrade options in the log for now. Without hesitation, Yang Yi upgraded the ancient battle room to level 2, consuming wood 100, fabric 400, stone 100, steel 40, sulfur 20. The resources were just enough. As the light flashed, a layer of moldy carpet appeared on the floor of the ancient battle room. Stepping on it caused bubbles to rise, as if it had just been pulled from the water. The surface of the cannon was adorned with some corroded metal patterns, transforming it into a level 2 waterlogged. Name: level 2 waterlogged cannon. Type: ship. Equipment: relic. Quality: high quality. Description: this cannon is waterlogged. The shells fired will not explode, but have a longer range with a certain probability of firing some inexplicable objects. Range: 350 meters. The battle room's fixed cannon cannot be disassembled. A range of 350 meters should be much longer than that of ordinary cannons. This was a significant advantage. In fact, Yang Yi had also considered building a glass cannon, but that cannon was too expensive, requiring 100 crystals, and was prone to shatter. He would wait until later to upgrade. After construction, the inventory showed wood 535, fabric 285, stone 945, steel 47, crystal 14, sulfur 25, conch coins 1400. Weiss inheritance had almost been squandered. The materials needed for upgrading to a level 4 ship were also displayed. Required wood 4,000, fabric 2,000, stone 1,000, steel 500, crystal 1,000, sulfur 500, ever-growing flesh 1. Seeing this skyrocketing material demand, Yang Yi decided to pretend he hadn't seen it. Yang Yi fired over a dozen more shots, devastating a large stretch of the coastline. Then he finally spotted something absurd. A sardine with long legs. When it first emerged from the muzzle, it might have been alive, but it slammed into a reef and was now stuck fast, impossible to pry off. This shot wasn't particularly damaging, but it was supremely insulting, leaving Yang Yi utterly speechless. What the hell is the point of this? Trying to laugh the enemy to death. Of course, it was probably because Yang Yi had terrible luck that what flew out was a sardine with long legs. If it had been someone blessed by fortune, what would have emerged would likely have been a hammerhead devil shark, its destructive power several notches higher. But not by much. But why hasn't Sorna reacted at all? Yang Yi suddenly sensed something was off. The Nightmare Star had been upgraded and had test-fired the cannon, making such a commotion. Why hadn't Sorna come out to take a look? His heart tightened. He checked Sorna's status and found her sanity had dropped to 49, her state of madness, still described as infatuation. Yang Yi immediately entered the witch's laboratory. At that moment, Sorna had just finished dissecting the queen spider's head. Her cheeks were flushed crimson from excessive excitement and engorgement with blood. On the table sat 2 glass jars, each containing a brain. One large, one small. The larger one was incomplete, but both bore a striking resemblance to human brains. She saw Yang Yi and immediately exclaimed excitedly, "You're finally here. I was just about to call you." Yang Yi frowned, gazing at the frenzied Sorna. "Let me tell you, I've made a monumental discovery. No less than finding a new continent." Sorna spoke, rapidly, eager to share her astonishing find with Yang Yi. "I discovered a completely new form of evolution in the queen spider. One that is controllable and allows for directional choice, unlike the slow cumulative changes of genetic mutation. These spiders can consciously modify their own bodies almost as if they're editing life itself. Editing their own existence. I'd call this evolutionary model evolution 2.0. Yang Yi reached out and cut Sorna off, halting her lengthy exposition to ask about the final outcome. "Sorna, what do you want to do?" "Yang Yi, do you want to evolve?" Sorna produced a syringe. "This is cerebrospinal fluid I extracted from the queen spider's body. Once I separate and purify it, it should be applicable to humans. Inject this fluid into the spine and we can attach other limbs to ourselves just like the spiders. Any limb at all. And gradually achieve the evolution of life." Yang Yi suddenly recalled the Mother of Thousand Limbs. Though his memory was hazy, he vaguely remembered that the Mother of Thousand Limbs had 6 legs, 4 arms, and a massive spider body covered with various appendages. He speculated that she had evolved to the pinnacle of life through this very method. A great existence, or perhaps what one might call a deity. Yang Yi's gaze turned icy, and he threatened in a low voice, "Sorna, stop your insane ideas. Don't delve any further in this direction." "Why?" Sorna looked confused. "If you don't want to evolve, I can try it on myself." "How?" Yang Yi bellowed like a clanging bronze bell, making Sorna shrink back in fear. "If you dare attach any bizarre things to your body, I swear I'll tear them off you one by one. Mark my words." Yang Yi's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. After a dozen seconds, Sorna pouted and replied, "What's with all the yelling?" Yet after Yang Yi's admonition, she seemed to abandon the idea of evolution. Right before his eyes, she destroyed the unfinished unknown potion. This move caught Yang Yi off guard. He checked Sorna's sanity value and found it had risen to 51, pulling her out of her frenzied state. "So you can snap her out of it by yelling?" Yang Yi was astonished but remained composed on the surface. "Is the stamina-restoring potion ready? I have a lead, but it'll take a few more days." "All right, it's getting late, go get some rest." Sorna nodded and walked out of the laboratory, only then noticing that the Nightmare Star had been completely transformed. "It's upgraded to level 3. "That's right." Sorna began inspecting the ship's interface, getting accustomed to the vessel's new features. Night fell. The pitch-black Nightmare Star finally had illumination, but the lighting was far from normal. Clusters of eerie green ghost fires appeared on the deck. These ghost fires emerged at night, drifting back and forth across the deck. They had no heat, were harmless, and could even be touched by hand like some peculiar gas. Their sole purpose was to cast light upon the Nightmare Star, while also imbuing it with a sinister ghostly aura. Yang Yi piloted the ship to test its acceleration performance. Though the maximum speed had only increased by 5 knots, the acceleration was far quicker. The powerful thrust was enough to make anyone unprepared lose their balance. But he hadn't sailed more than a few nautical miles before a commotion arose behind him. Another earthquake shook the sea, churning the water with immense force lasting over a dozen seconds. Yang Yi turned to look, switching to his left eye. He noticed that after the earthquake, the island had shrunk by several hundred square meters. Earthquakes had occurred on the island earlier, when Yang Yi destroyed the stone statue. But at the time he hadn't paid much attention, and he was also blind. Now, observing from a distance, he realized the island seemed to be sinking. He had a premonition that the earthquakes would grow more frequent and the island would eventually submerge. But it didn't really matter. Yang Yi wasn't planning to stay much longer anyway. Once he collected the corpses and gathered some supplies, he would have to leave. After all, the black mist was constantly moving. Anchoring at a suitable spot, Yang Yi dropped the anchor to stabilize the ship. Then he returned to the captain's quarters. Changes had occurred here too. A red velvet carpet now covered the floor. Though worn, it felt pleasant. A new lighting fixture had been added to the room, a skull glowing with eerie green flames. Opening its jaw would turn on the light. Closing it would extinguish it. Though the brightness was low, it was better than nothing. He lay down on the bed and found it had become softer. This upgrade was well worth the price. He began checking the chat logs and noticed that more players were selling flint, driving the price steadily downward. The major newspaper had also released its latest weekly edition. Yang Yi spent 100 conch coins to buy a copy and sold information about the tinder spiders, but he kept details about the glutton, the queen spider, and the mother of thousand limbs completely to himself. This intelligence was crucial and related to the supernatural, but the compensation offered by the newspaper, to be honest, it was a bit low. Soon Yang Yi received a payment of 400 conch coins, effectively getting the newspaper for free and making a profit of 300 conch coins. He flipped through the paper. The trading section hadn't changed much, nothing caught his interest. However, the beginner's guide to the necrophagy cult seemed to have been bought by someone. Good luck to them. The Sea Chronicles recorded some events Yang Yi had missed. A few days ago, a gun had been sold in the chat channel for an astronomical 120000 conch coins. Name: White Rose type, treasure quality, exquisite description, a delicate white gold, left-hand revolver that fires silver bullets, dealing minor damage to aberrant demons, inhibiting regeneration, and capable of harming intangible aberrants such as wraiths. Capacity 5 rounds. Auto-reload time 3 minutes. So rich. Yang Yi clicked his tongue. He certainly couldn't come up with such a huge sum. He was also puzzled as to why the seller would part with the gun. If it were him, he'd never sell it, unless he had more than one. But this news also indicated that firearms were becoming more common, and Yang Yi would have to be cautious. He couldn't dodge bullets, though with the help of his third eye, he might be able to try. Meanwhile, the Sea Chronicles also disclosed the coordinates of a new island. It was a volcanic island formed by an active volcano inhabited by a unique creature called the lava slug, which could crawl through molten rock. This creature didn't actively attack humans, but the fluid it secreted was extremely hot. Touching it was essentially a death sentence. It was an exceedingly dangerous life form, yet the creature wasn't very bright and players quickly found a way to eliminate it. All they had to do was cool it down with a large amount of seawater. Once cooled, the slug would die and turn into hard stone. The corpse could be used in the gacha machine with a high chance of yielding a flint recipe or even a lighter. So that's it. No wonder the number of players selling flint is skyrocketing. Yang Yi checked the sea chart. The island was quite far from him, located to the left and rear. It would probably take 7 or 8 days to sail there. By the time he arrived, the island would likely have been swallowed by the black mist. He dismissed the idea of joining the fun and decided that if worst came to worst, he'd just buy a flint and make do. The next day before dawn, Yang Yi rose early and knocked on Suna's door. After a long while, there was movement inside as Suna opened the door, a hint of displeasure in her voice. What is it? This island is sinking. We need to hurry and retrieve the corpses here. We only need the red fuzz from the spiders' abdomens. If there's time, we can also gather some timber, Yang Yi instructed. Suna nodded and closed the door. Yang Yi took the helm, steering the Nightmare Star toward the island. By the time they docked, dawn had broken. Suna washed up, quickly slung her pirate longbow over her back, and prepared to go ashore with Yang Yi. But as they waded through the water, a realization struck Yang Yi. If they encountered an island in the extreme winter sea, they would also have to wade ashore. At that time, the freezing seawater would be deadly. It seems I need to build a raft. I can craft one by hand later, Yang Yi decided. Once the corpses were retrieved, he would use the logs and spider silk to fashion a simple raft. The dozen or so units of silk left in his silk sack should be enough. Ashore, the two followed their plan and headed straight for the nest. This area had the highest density of spider carcasses, and they needed to retrieve the corpse of the fire velvet spider queen from deep within. A task impossible for one person alone. Afterward, Suna would handle the area closer to the ship, collecting the fire velvet spider fuzz there, while Yang Yi took the more distant zone, including the far side of the island. They resolved to finish collecting the fire velvet spider fuzz within the day. This was their second time on the island, and they moved with practiced ease, soon arriving at the nest entrance. The stench was even worse here. A new type of insect had appeared in the cave. Ants the size of rice. These ants, emerging from unknown crevices in vast numbers, were devouring the glowing mushrooms overhead and the fire velvet spider carcasses. Suna caught a few ants, examined them, and found them ordinary, unremarkable. She proposed a theory: these ants and spiders might be natural enemies. With the spiders dead, this cave has become an ant paradise, Suna explained. They didn't linger, each harvesting the fire velvet spider fuzz along the way with great efficiency. The collection was easy, just a scrape with a dagger or short sword. They also tried sweeping into side passages, but the narrow ones were too cramped with small spiders that made movement difficult. Soon they made an unexpected discovery. In a 2-meter-wide fork, Yang Yi found a giant fire velvet spider that had died curled up. This spider's gacha attempts could be counted separately. They could take it back to try. The two pressed deeper, soon arriving before a certain cave. This was the place Yang Yi had seen before, where desiccated human limbs hung. Suna had paused here on her previous visit, but hadn't explored further, since a colossal spider queen awaited ahead. Yang Yi entered the cave to harvest fuzz from the dead spiders. He noticed a platform covered in black stains. Suna leaned and sniffed and frowned. Blood stains. This is where the spiders dismembered their prey. Some blood splattered several meters. It's plausible these people were still alive when they were cut apart. Yang Yi said nothing but spotted a broken bow and a dozen crude arrows on the ground. No other equipment or items were found. Hu Wei might have already scavenged here. There was also no light orb from a player's death. Without lingering, they finished harvesting the fire velvet spider fuzz and continued deeper. They entered the egg chamber, the innermost part of the spider nest. The grand stone statue that once stood here had been reduced to rubble. Even a deity would struggle to guess its original form. Yang Yi noticed many newly hatched fire velvet spiders, but they were attacked by ants as soon as they emerged and were quickly killed. Meanwhile, numerous spider eggs were destroyed by the ants, and even the spider queen's corpse was swarming with them, a dense crawling mass. Suna didn't rush to retrieve the queen's body. Instead, she hastily collected some intact fire velvet spider eggs. These eggs, the size of goose eggs, were considered living things and couldn't be stored in the treasure pouch. Suna could only carry a few, placing them in her simple backpack. Yang Yi, meanwhile, stared at the spider queen's corpse, pondering how to haul it back. After all, a 10-meter-long spider, even without its slender legs, was still much larger than an average cow with a round abdomen about 3 meters in diameter. Stuffing it into the stomach pouch was out of the question. It would be eaten down to the shell. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath their feet. The island was experiencing another earthquake. Yang Yi immediately pulled Suna under a massive piece of rubble. The quake lasted a full minute, more violent than the previous ones, and a cascade of glowing mushrooms fell from above. Oddly, no stones fell. The same had happened during the first earthquake, though Yang Yi hadn't paid much attention. But this time he sensed something was off. Was the rock ceiling unnaturally sturdy? He looked up and noticed that the broad stone ceiling of the egg chamber seemed to bear some kind of patterned design, but the dim light and the fallen glowing mushrooms made it hard to see clearly. Suna was also looking upward. That looks like some kind of script. She squinted, trying to make it out. Without using her third eye, her vision was better than Yang Yi's. But if she used her third eye, it would be a different story. Yang Yi removed the eye patch from his left eye and examined the ceiling with his third eye, and then he saw. This is. Yang Yi froze his body, tensing, unable to tear his gaze away. At the same time, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, savage and brutal, nearly bursting his skull. Suna had guessed correctly. Those patterns were indeed a form of writing. That she could recognize them as script indicated her perception attribute was very high, but limited by her mortal eyes, she could only see vague outlines. Yet this also protected her sanity. It spared her from being forced to read and comprehend those words like Yang Yi. They were a very ancient script. None of the recorded scripts in human history bore any resemblance to it. Because this script required no learning, merely seeing its form instantly conveyed its meaning. Pictographs were but a crude imitation of this script. The difference in information they carried was like that between pure sand and a complex microchip. Utterly these characters had no fixed form, each was different, and the sheer volume of information made Yang Yi's brain swell, veins bulging on his forehead, as if about to burst, his head seeming to enlarge. Confronting strange script, your sanity decreases. By 50 you have fully read the Book of Limb Spider. Sanity decreases. By 100 you have learned Limb Spider magic. Check your panel for details. Huff. Huff. Yang Yi panted like an ox, sweat pouring from him, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. At the same time his brain felt as if 100 worms had burrowed inside, leaving him with a gaping mental void and losing all perception of the outside world. Several minutes later, he finally came to his senses, regaining control of his body. Simultaneously his nose grew hot and blood spurted out in a spray containing fragments of tissue. Yang Yi, what's wrong? Suna had also been gazing at the ceiling but found nothing. She turned at the sound beside her. Yang Yi, still in shock, quickly grabbed Suna and warned, "Never look up. What did you see?" Yang Yi couldn't answer. He couldn't describe in words what he had seen. The meaning contained in those words was too profound, far beyond what human language could bear, so he couldn't find the right words to describe his vision. He could only reply, "Open the crew interface and check my sanity value." Suna understood and immediately checked, discovering that Yang Yi's sanity was only 1 point. Then she grew excited, asking eagerly, "What exactly did you see?" "A hideous, evil, nauseating spider," Yang Yi replied. When viewed with the third eye's wide field of vision, the characters on the ceiling interconnected to form the shape of a spider. "Don't look up. Dismantle the Spider Queen's corpse and then let's go back," Yang Yi said, exhausted, not wanting to continue the topic. Suna's expression was complicated. She stood still, head bowed, as if still wanting to uncover what was on the ceiling. But Yang Yi didn't give her the chance. He pulled out the sea serpent's fang, and with the skill of a master butcher, he easily severed the joints of the Spider Queen, quickly dismembering it into the abdomen, thorax, and segmented legs. His technique was precise, indicating he had an intimate knowledge of the Spider Queen's anatomy. "Let's go. If we don't leave now, the ants will eat the whole corpse," Yang Yi urged. Suna had no choice but to abandon her curiosity and focus on moving the Spider Queen's corpse. After a brief discussion, they decided to roll the abdomen back to the shore. Most of the organs were in the abdomen. The thorax and legs, being smaller, could barely fit into the treasure pouch. The two rolled the Spider Queen's abdomen all the way to the cave entrance. This part was strenuous. Even with both of them working together, they couldn't push the abdomen out of the hole. The vertical shaft was terribly inconvenient, not designed for humans. The spider's head was fine. The queen's brain was mostly hollow, and without bodily fluids it weighed only a few dozen pounds. But the abdomen was a completely different story. Yang Yi had to pull out his flintlock pistol, fire a shot diagonally upward at the cave mouth, and blast a ramp. With this slope, they managed to push the massive spider abdomen out of the nest. The two returned to the shore. As expected, the island had sunk further, its area possibly reduced by thousands of square meters. Fortunately, both could swim. Yang Yi, especially with his frenzy bonus, moved underwater like a fish, quickly approaching the Nightmare Star and boarding. He maneuvered the ship closer, then used a grappling hook to haul Suna and the Spider Queen's abdomen into the hold. After a short rest, they emptied their collected fuzz and immediately set foot on the island again. There were still many corpses to retrieve in the forest. They executed their plan. Suna handled the area near the ship, while Yang Yi took the far side. Alone, Yang Yi began to examine his panel, noticing it had changed again. Yang Yi, Mortal Transcendent Path Contamination, Depth 7, Book of Limb Spiders. Book of Limb Spiders. Having fully read the Book of Limb Spiders, you have learned Limb Spider Magic. When casting Limb Spider Magic, no incantation is needed. If you have the Spider's Kiss status, mana consumption is reduced by 2 points. Strength 52, 22,200, Frenzy bonus Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 2, Spirit 8, 12, 1320160000 Iron will bonus agility 51, 29,200, constitution 51, 42,200, perception 62, 224,000. Third eye bonus sanity 5100, energy 87100, health 91100, mana 97, talents. Iron will refuse death spells, limb enhancement, stimulate, and enhance a specific limb, increasing its strength by 0.3. The more powerful the limb, the weaker the effect. Costs 5 mana, lasts 15 minutes, after which the limb is paralyzed for a time. Limb restoration, restore a limb, repairing damaged or severed limbs. Requires sufficient flesh and blood. Costs 3 mana. Can also connect limbs. Limb explosion, detonate a limb. Requires a severed limb or can target one of your own limbs. The stronger and fresher the limb, the greater the explosion. Costs 8 mana. Prayer to the mother of 10,000 limbs, sacrifice all your limbs. The more limbs sacrificed and the stronger they are, the higher the success rate. Success will summon the phantom of the mother of 10,000 limbs. Ability third eye, reading certain things, can also achieve transcendence. Yang Yi examined the 4 newly learned spells. If he had the Spider's Kiss status, the mana cost for these spells would be reduced by 2. A significant enhancement. But these spells felt off. Shouldn't it start with a fireball spell? Yang Yi scratched his head. Though the effects weren't stated explicitly, he felt that using these spells would certainly drain his sanity. Moreover, there might be unstated side effects. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't plan to use them. Especially the last one, the prayer, which required sacrificing all his limbs to summon the mother of 10,000 limbs. Even ignoring the success rate, summoning that thing wouldn't bring any benefit. Was it meant for mutual destruction with an enemy? Only a madman, Yang Yi thought, would ever use it. Pushing aside those thoughts, he focused on the task of retrieving spider corpses. With his third eye, his efficiency was greatly enhanced. But constantly switching between 2 fields of vision placed a considerable burden on his brain. So he took breaks every now and then to rest. Even so, he was much faster than Suna. For hours later, Yang Yi finished his retrieval first, and he had also found an extra giant fire velvet spider for Gacha. Suna would likely need another hour. There was still plenty of time. 2 hours until nightfall. Yang Yi didn't idle after returning. He cut a few logs and used the remaining spider silk from his silk sack to craft a simple raft. Then he hauled the raft onto the Nightmare Star. After a few days of drying, once the silk was fully dry, it would be ready for the water. From now on, they could use the raft to go ashore, preparing for the extreme winter sea. Just as he finished, Suna returned. It was dusk and the island experienced another earthquake. This time, a quarter of the island sank before their very eyes. The island was sinking faster than Yang Yi had anticipated. It would likely vanish entirely by tomorrow. Fortunately, the recovery of the spider carcasses was complete. The 2 of them piled the gathered fire-wool spider silk into a small mountain. Suna had collected 517 units. Yang Yi had far more, for the silk from the nest was stored in his stomach pouch. When he emptied it, the amount was 7 times Suna's, totaling 3695 units. This silk could be crafted into 42 sweaters or pairs of pants. Yang Yi already had 3 sweaters and 2 pairs of pants. By making 1 more sweater and 2 more pairs, he would have 4 complete sets, exactly 2 for each person. The remaining 39 sweaters and pants could be sold for a hefty profit. But before weaving, he could try his luck at the capsule machine twice, using the body parts of the 2 giant fire-wool spiders. As Yang Yi was about to head to the deck for the capsule machine, he noticed a pair of eyes staring intently at him. "What's wrong?" he asked Suna. She was organizing her thoughts. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "In the cave you saw something, didn't you? Could you draw it? Not everything, just a part or the general outline." She handed him paper and a pen, her eyes gleaming with hope. But she was destined for disappointment. Yang Yi's drawing skills were still stuck at an elementary school level. He also had little artistic talent. Asking him to sketch those ancient characters was like asking a newborn to draw a QR code from memory. It was utterly impossible. "I can't draw it." Yang Yi refused decisively and turned to leave, but Suna grabbed him. "Tell me, I'll pay you." Suna began to tempt him, tugging at her collar. "Humph." Yang Yi scoffed, a look of disdain in his eyes. What did this woman take him for? A beast? Ridiculous. His will was as firm as steel. How could he be swayed by mere beauty? He glanced twice and found it unremarkable. With a helpless sigh, Yang Yi took the pen and scribbled a few chaotic lines on the paper, creating an abstract mess. Yet if one stared long enough, it vaguely resembled a spider. He handed the drawing to Suna and swiftly slipped out of the cabin to avoid further entanglement. Suna held the childish sketch, studying it intently. Without pausing, Yang Yi headed straight for the capsule machine. Using a rotten long-legged sardine as a price, he opened his stomach pouch and retrieved the bottled fresh water and the giant fire-wool spider's body parts. But the water wasn't for drinking. It was for washing his face. After days without cleaning, his face was grimy, which was highly unfavorable for the capsule draw. After scrubbing his face clean, Yang-yi began the capsule draw. He fed the body parts into the machine twice and turned the wheel on the octopus head capsule machine's chest. Soon 2 ordinary-looking capsules dropped out. Yang-yi picked one up and examined it overjoyed. He had struck gold. Name: low-grade artificer's rune stone. Type: consumable. Quality: rare. Description: a stone that enhances the quality of treasures, capable of elevating a treasure from fine quality or below by 1 grade. Your treasure will be reborn. The other capsule was less impressive. A carapace heartguard identical to the one Yang-yi had obtained before. One of these was enough. He could give it to Suna. After the draws, he returned to the cabin. By then Suna had already gone back to the witch's lab. Yang-yi checked Suna's sanity value. It was 72. So he saw no need to rush her out. He mixed a bottle of Vitality Coconut Refresher and downed it in 1 gulp. Salt is almost gone. Yang-yi noticed only 30 grams of salt remained. He had just 2 bottles of Coconut Refresher left, which he kept as reserves. There were still 54 Vitality Coconuts. I might as well buy some salt and turn all the Vitality Coconuts into Vitality Coconut Refresher. He stepped out of the cabin, steered the Nightmare Star, and anchored at a relatively safe spot. Tomorrow, if the island hadn't sunk, he planned to chop some wood before leaving. If it had, so be it. He browsed the chat channel and traded his machete for 2 packs of salt, totaling 1000 grams. Yang-yi actually liked the machete, but its quality was too low. It was only good for cutting branches or people. Against the carapace of an adult fire-wool spider, it would be useless unless brute force was applied, and it might even snap. Yang-yi checked his energy. He had 55 left, as the day had been exhausting. Each sweater or pair of pants cost 3 energy, so he could make at most 8 items this time. If he made more, his energy would drop below 30, risking fainting. Unnecessary. In under 2 hours, he crafted 4 sweaters and 4 pairs of pants, planning to sell them as sets. He set the price at 4000 per set, roughly 3 times the cost of a down jacket, which went for about 600 conch coins each, 2 for 1200. He began hawking in the channel. Fire wool sweater and pants set. Check the stats for yourself. 2 pieces per set, 4000 conch coins per set. Only 4 sets left. He attached the attributes of the fire wool sweater and pants. No sooner had he posted than a flood of private messages came in. For 000, did you add an extra 0? I'll take it for 400 conch coins. How about 2000? Down jackets are only about 600 each now. It's just cold weather gear, not a weapon. Can't you lower the price? Yang-yi skimmed a few messages. All from troublemakers. He couldn't be bothered to reply. These people weren't his target customers anyway. He wanted to sell to players who were doing well. They didn't lack basic supplies and would be willing to spend more for better gear even if it was pricey. Soon his first customer appeared. Shin Guanchuan, the leader of the New World Fleet. Didn't I tell you to message me privately for good stuff? I'll take all 4 sets. Yang-yi gasped. This guy was thriving lately, throwing money around like a tycoon. Yang-yi had no reason to refuse the money. The deal was quickly closed and 16000 conch coins landed in his account. Just as he finished selling, private messages from other friends poured in, including Yu Dawei, captain of the Steel Ambition, and Suda, captain of the Gale. All sold out. I'll message you when I make more. Yang-yi replied to each, called Suna back to the room, and prepared to sleep, getting ready for the next day's actions. Meanwhile, on the New World Fleet, Shin Guanchuan received the 4 sets of sweaters and pants. He kept 1 set for himself and planned to distribute the rest to his key officers. Boss, didn't you overpay for these sweaters? Zhao Taitu, captain of the Ironhead, said with a pained expression. What do you know? When the temperature drops and you need this sweater to survive, you'll see its worth. But if I wear 2 thick cotton coats, isn't that the same? If it's still cold, I'll wear 3. Shin Guanchuan was stunned, then slowly turned to Zhao Taitu. Taitu, sometimes I think you're quite clever. Of course. All thanks to your excellent teaching, boss. Zhao Taitu scratched his head sheepishly. Fine, do it your way then. Don't take the sweater and pants. Just wear 2 sets of thick cotton coats. With that, Shin Guanchuan took the sweaters to distribute to others, leaving Zhao Taitu chasing after him. No, boss. I was wrong. I'd rather wear the sweater. The next day at daybreak, Yang-yi piloted the Nightmare Star toward the island. The day's tasks were heavy. Not only did he need to chop wood, but he also had to finish knitting the sweater, leaving him with limited energy. He glanced at his energy value, finding it at only 92. Should I call Suna over to help with the logging? As he pondered, he spotted the island ahead and dismissed the thought. The island now spanned a mere 200 square meters, having likely suffered several more earthquakes overnight. Only about 70 trees remained easily accessible on land, with many half submerged in the sea, their trunks protruding from the water. Yang-yi observed the situation and deemed it beneficial. This meant the grappling hook could easily snag these trees, greatly simplifying the retrieval of resources. All he had to do was blast the trees with his gun, then haul the logs aboard where they would automatically convert into timber, saving him the trouble of collection. He checked the weather forecast. The wind was only at level 1 today with calm seas, so there was no worry about floating driftwood drifting too far. He changed into his sharkskin swimsuit, ready to eat something and warm up before taking action. Meanwhile, Suna had just woken up, finding herself slumped over a table. She hadn't slept well, having spent the night studying the painting Yang Yi had left behind. She had copied it several times, but it never felt right, as if something was missing. So she tried altering it, infusing her own unique understanding into the painting, and as she drew, she lost consciousness. Upon waking, she noticed a peculiar new painting on the table, while discarded drafts lay scattered across the desk and floor. A great waste of paper. Fortunately, her room was never short of paper. As long as she was willing to pay, she could retrieve an endless supply of pens and paper from the bookshelves and cabinets. She gazed at her artwork, then glanced at her sanity value, which had plummeted to 51. This indicated she had entered a state of madness earlier, and had only just regained her senses, having created this painting in that frenzied state. The painting consisted of 9 lines, converging at the center, intertwining to form a complex spiral pattern that made one dizzy upon prolonged viewing. Suna stared at the painting for over 10 seconds, and before her eyes, it curled up, transforming into a tight. You have created a spell unlocking the transcendent path. Truth. Truth. You attempt to comprehend and master the reality of this world, enabling you to create unique spells without depleting sanity. You have learned Curling Touch. Curling Touch. Curl an object within your field of vision with power equal to your spirit value. Requires 7 mana. After casting the spell, Suna felt an excruciating headache, rendering her nearly incapable of any action, and she collapsed to the floor. Suna, how much longer until you can brew the potion to restore energy? Yang Yi sent a message. A few minutes later, he received a reply. I have an idea now. I can give you a sample tonight. Okay. Yang Yi didn't mind. This woman was always slow to respond unless some strange creature caught her interest. After sending the message, he dove into the sea to begin the day's logging. The Nightmare Star was actually quite close to the island, risking contact with submerged trees. But Yang Yi didn't care at all. As long as it didn't run aground, the ship's durability would automatically recover. The armbone armor covering the hull was no joke. Even sharpened tree trunks would struggle to damage the Nightmare Star. About 3 hours later, Suna finally recovered from the headache, with her mana restored to 1 point. With her current spirit attribute, she couldn't sustain the use of this spell. Once cast, she would lose all mobility. Fortunately, once her mana recovered, her body returned to normal. She left the room and hurried to the witch's laboratory, ready to brew the new potion, as only the dilution step remained. Another hour passed and Yang Yi had blasted down all the trees on the island. He swam back to the ship, finding his energy at only 52. It seemed he wouldn't be able to finish all the sweaters today, but no matter, first he needed to collect these logs. He maneuvered the Nightmare Star and began using the grappling hook to retrieve the timber. There were 73 logs in total. Some might have drifted away, but it didn't matter. He obtained 635 units of timber, which was far more efficient than catching floating debris or fishing at sea, except for the ultimate fisherman. After finishing, he went to his room to rest with his eyes closed, and when he woke, his energy had recovered to 82. It was now evening, and Suna had left him a message asking him to come to the laboratory. Barring any surprises, the potion to restore energy should be ready. Yang Yi rushed to the witch's laboratory, where Suna handed him 2 bottles of yellow potion. One pale yellow, the other deep orange. Why 2 bottles? Yang Yi was puzzled. These are potions made from the glutton's gastric juices. The darker one is more concentrated, the lighter one less so. But both can restore energy, Suna explained. Gastric juice. Exactly. After drinking it, you might feel hungry, so it's best to prepare plenty of food. Suna added. Yang Yi was speechless. He hadn't expected Suna to actually use gastric juice to make the potion, and his face showed hesitation. Would this stuff burn through his esophagus? Meanwhile, seeing Yang Yi's troubled expression, Suna thought he was worried about the yield, so she explained further. Don't worry, this gastric juice can be mass-produced. Just feed the stomach food, and it will continuously produce more juice. She pointed to a glass jar on the shelf. Yang Yi looked over. The jar was 40 centimeters in diameter, filled with a pale yellow solution, with a small half-stomach submerged inside, presumably cut from the glutton. The stomach was still alive, twitching occasionally. Seeing the strange stomach, your sanity decreases by 3. This? Yang Yi's eyes darted away. Suna stared at him intently, as if to say, drink it, why aren't you? Yang Yi steeled himself. He had regenerative potions anyway, so he wouldn't die from corrosion. He went to the cabin, glanced at the black bread laid out, and downed the pale yellow potion. It burned as it went down, like drinking sulfuric acid. You have consumed an unknown potion. You feel hungry, your appetite surges, sanity 10. Yang Yi's eyes widened as a ravenous hunger gnawed at him, his stomach growling incessantly. At that moment he felt he could devour even a whole ox. After eating several dried fish, 3 loaves of black bread, and a sausage, the hunger finally subsided. Normally this amount of food would last an adult 3 days. The black bread is very long. You are full, gaining the satiated status, energy recovery speed 100, sanity recovery speed 25, and health recovery speed 25. Seeing the system notification, Yang Yi was overjoyed. This was exactly the state he wanted. Suna, you're a genius. Yang Yi didn't hold back his praise, giving Suna a thumbs up. Name: appetite stimulating potion. Type: consumable potion, unique. Quality: fine. Description: a potion originally created by the witch Suna, made from the glutton's gastric juice, diluted and neutralized through a special process. After consumption, it greatly increases appetite and enhances digestion and absorption. Eating enough food triggers the satiated state, lasting 8 hours, accelerating recovery. If sufficient food is not consumed quickly, it can cause severe gastric and intestinal bleeding. The effect only works once within 24 hours. Repeated drinking leads to overeating, and insufficient food intake results in stomach bleeding. Suna was also excited to receive praise for the first time. In the past, Yang Yi only ever complained about side effects, but not this time. After all, this side effect was quite minor. Just needed to prepare plenty of food. But what went unnoticed? Yang Yi discreetly hid the other bottle of deep orange potion, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pale yellow version had already caused ravenous hunger. If he drank this concentrated orange version, he might end up devouring even the ship. This bottle of orange potion could be extremely dangerous. No sooner had Yang Yi returned to the deck than another earthquake struck. The nightmare star was caught in the tremors, rocking violently. 2 minutes later, the island had vanished, completely swallowed by the sea. Gone with it was the lair, or rather the temple, inscribed with the Book of the Spider Limb. Yang Yi felt no regret. He believed such divine relics surpassing human intellect should never see the light of day. Only the dark, unfathomable depths of the ocean were their true resting place. Yang Yi steered the nightmare star, turning the bow and heading straight for the polar winter sea. He had lingered here too long, and the black mist behind him had never ceased its pursuit. Returning to his cabin, he resolved to craft the remaining sweaters. There were 31 in total, requiring 93 points of energy. He estimated he would spend the next 2 days knitting. When he had energy, he knitted. When he didn't, he rested or slept. During this time, he also drank a bottle of appetite stimulant potion. By noon the next day, he had finally finished knitting all the sweaters. He immediately contacted the friends who had expressed interest in buying yesterday. First, he sold a set to Yu Dawei for 2,000 conch coins. Yu Dawei was the captain of the Steel Ambition, a man of generous spirit. He had even gifted Yang Yi a piece of giant bobbit worm flesh, making him a worthy acquaintance. But Yu Dawei wasn't buying solely for himself. He purchased 4 additional sets at 4,000 conch coins each, intending to distribute them among his crew. Next was Su, the captain of the Gale. Though they had never met in person, they were friends in the game's chat system. Yang Yi offered him a friendly price of 3,000 conch coins. Su paid promptly and provided valuable intelligence about the polar winter sea. Currently, the vast majority of players had not yet entered the polar winter sea. They were all making preparations on its periphery. Only Suda and a few other players had ventured deep into the polar winter sea to explore. According to him, there were many large ice floes within the sea, and it was best to avoid them, for what was visible on the surface might only be the tip of the iceberg. Furthermore, the temperature in the polar winter sea could drop to -10 or 20 degrees Celsius, making supplies difficult to obtain and fishing often fruitless. Finally, after traveling a certain distance into the polar winter sea, one would encounter a white mist. Suda had not ventured inside to explore, so he didn't know what lay within, but the temperature was likely even lower. Yang Yi thanked Suda for the information and continued chatting for a while. His Gale Brigade, unlike most fleets, was a very loose alliance, its members all young adventurous souls with swift ships. They shared intelligence and traded among themselves, only occasionally gathering. Yang Yi then privately messaged a few other players who had left messages wanting to buy, selling 3 more sets. That made 9 sets sold. Afterward, Yang Yi began contacting other friends. This way sales were faster and didn't consume his world chat channel usage. Incidentally, it also helped him maintain his presence. For the remaining sets, he planned to sell them all to Shin Guanxuan in one go. Shin Guanxuan always had a big appetite and should be able to handle them. The first person Yang Yi contacted was Zhou Dai, captain of the Radiant Goddess. She too seemed to be someone with money to spare. Moreover, her holy water had helped Yang Yi several times. He could offer her a friendly price. But after waiting for over 10 minutes, he received no reply from Zhou Dai. Perhaps she wasn't interested. So Yang Yi tried contacting the veteran angler, He Chi, asking if he wanted a fire-resistant wool sweater. This time the reply was swift, almost instantaneous. He Chi. Sorry, I just caught a big fish. Attached was a photo of an oarfish nearly 5 meters long. Yang Yi. Who asked you about fishing? He Chi. Haha, the sweater stats are decent, but I don't need it. I have something better. He sent the information for a piece of equipment. Name Fluffy Seal Fur Coat Type Treasure Quality Rare Description A coat, made from the fur of a fluffy seal covering the entire body. It is not only warm but also waterproof. Even if you unfortunately fall into an icy sea, you need not fear freezing to death. It has only one flaw: wearing it for too long makes it smell. After reading the information, Yang Yi was silent for a long time. This angler really had his tricks. So he tentatively asked, "Brother, hear you selling that coat? I just came into a large sum of money." Chi, not selling. I only have this one. If I give it to you, what would I wear? Yang Yi, actually the sweater is quite nice. It shows off your figure better. Chi, get lost. Showing off your figure in the sea. Are you trying to attract passing sirens? If you want this coat, come fish for it in the polar winter sea. Just catch a fluffy seal, kill it, and do a gotcha. There's a high chance you'll get it. Chi even sent a set of coordinates saying he had caught his right there. Yang Yi fell into silence, because he simply couldn't catch normal fish. Any fluffy seal he tried to catch would likely turn into a skeletal seal. But Chi was truly persistent about fishing. While other players were still preparing, he had already gone ahead to fish in the polar winter sea. No wonder he became the captain of the fishermen. His ship was also a special one, but its skills only appeared after upgrading. At level 3, the ship had 2 skills. Angler's Blessing. In any sea you can catch normal fish, and the probability of catching rare items is increased. Angler's Persistence. You will never go home empty-handed. As long as you are willing to fish for a day, you will always get at least 1 bite. After reading the skills, Yang Yi was dumbfounded. So that's where his own fishing luck had gone. Afterward, he sold the remaining 6 sets of fire-resistant wool sweaters and individual pieces to Shen Guanxuan. That guy took them all without question. By now the number of conch coins in Yang Yi's account had reached 76,800. It was already a considerable fortune. Excluding the fleets, less than 1% of players could have amassed such a huge sum. Yang Yi planned to use this money to upgrade his equipment and replenish his ship supplies. Potions weren't necessary. Su Na's original concoctions were far more effective than any commercially available potion of the same level. Of course, they were also much harder to swallow. He began browsing the equipment on the chat channel and asked Su Na if she wanted to buy anything. Su Na's reply was swift and blunt. If you have so much money, just transfer it to me. I'm broke. After reading the message, Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. This woman didn't even care about equipment, wanting to sink all her money into the lab. If the flintlock pistol had been in her hands, she would probably have sold it by now. He stopped asking her questions and transferred 6,800 conch coins to her. He hoped she would know when to stop and try to create potions with good effects and fewer side effects. By the way, make me another bottle of that crimson potion, just in case. Yang Yi sent another message. After receiving the money, Su Na's attitude noticeably improved. I'll make it for you right now. Yang Yi paid her no more mind and continued planning his supplies. He considered selling the Vitality Coconut Bliss, since it could be replaced by the Appetite Stimulant Potion, which was more effective. But after thinking it over, he abandoned the idea, because the Vitality Coconut Bliss could be left for Su Na to drink. Her sanity limit was low, making the risk of drinking potions too high. The Coconut Bliss was more suitable for her. There were 54 bottles in total, enough to last her a long time. Yang Yi continued browsing weapons and equipment, checking food prices, and preparing for a major shopping spree. Yang Yi inspected the food and fresh water in the cabin. There were 273 liters of fresh water, 32 loaves of black bread, 20 sausages, 4 gene of dried fish, some rotten fish, and a small amount of eyeball fruit. The fresh water was basically sufficient. Moreover, with fire, he could continuously obtain fresh water through distillation. All he needed was to buy a flint. What he really needed to buy was dry rations. Yang Yi drank appetite-enhancing magic potions every day, and his food intake had tripled. Therefore, he had to prepare rations for 4 people. The daily dietary standard for an adult was 1 loaf of black bread and half a sausage. After some thought, he decided to buy 200 loaves of black bread and 100 sausages. Along with the remaining food, this would be enough for him and Su Na to survive at sea for 1 or 2 months. This was in preparation for the extreme winter sea. Even if they couldn't catch fish, they could hold out for a long time. Additionally, he needed to buy some vegetables and fruits to supplement vitamins, especially vitamin C. Items like eyeball fruit might not be available for fishing once they reached the extreme winter sea. He checked the market conditions. Black bread, currently priced at 5 units of lumber, about 25 conch coins, had a rough texture and wasn't tasty, but it had the advantage of long-term preservation. Yang Yi strongly suspected that the bread recipe contained lumber. Sausages were much more expensive. They could supplement protein and the salt needed by the human body, costing 50 conch coins each. These 2 types of food were common and could be made in the food processing workshop, an expansion building for ordinary ships. Yang Yi didn't know the raw material formulas, and this building wasn't on the expansion list for the nightmare. In his view, food was something to buy with money. Besides, they could fish and bake fish jerky. There was no need to waste expansion space on this. It was better to build cannons or other functional structures. Having made up his mind, Yang Yi heavily purchased black bread and sausages, spending a total of 100,000 conch coins. Next were vegetables and fruits, which were basically monopolized by the farmer. Currently, only the farmer could produce large quantities of vegetables and fruits. No other ship could manage it. Although a few players tried to grow vegetables on their ships, the results were poor with slow harvests. Unlike the farmer, they lacked skills to accelerate growth. Yang Yi checked the market prices. An apple cost 100 conch coins and couldn't be stored for long. He directly contacted Shin Guanchuan since the farmer was under his management to see if he could get a discount. Yang Yi, do you have any vegetables or fruits that can be stored for a long time? Shin Guanchuan, perfect timing. I just made some dried fruit packed with vitamin C. It's made from premium apples, 800 conch coins per gene. Name dried apple slices. Description: dried fruit made at the farmer's food factory. Retains over 90 of vitamins, not easily spoiled, sweet and sour. Yang Yi, isn't that too expensive? Shin Guanchuan, you think it's expensive? I think it's expensive too. Takes 10 apples to make 1 gene. Take it or leave it. This is the lowest price. The market price is 1000 conch coins per gene. Yang Yi scrolled through the chat channel and saw it was true. The farmer held a monopoly in the industry, so the price was whatever he said. Fine, give me 5 gene. Coming right up. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and bought 5 gene, spending 4000 conch coins. This stuff was just for supplementing vitamins. A moderate amount would do. There were also some eyeball fruits in the warehouse. He could try air drying them into dried eyeball fruit. After all this, Yang Yi only had 56,000 conch coins left, which he would use to strengthen his equipment. This process couldn't be rushed. He needed to look carefully, find a powerful weapon that suited him, and buy it at the lowest possible price. While fishing, Yang Yi browsed the chat channel looking at weapons for sale and left messages. Looking for melee weapons, long weapons, the longer and thicker the better. Only accepting weapons of fine quality or above, preferably relics. Message me the price. Every hour he posted this message, preparing to acquire a large cold weapon. After the battles with the Spider Queen and the Glutton, Yang Yi found a serious flaw. His weapons were too short to effectively damage large creatures. Short swords like the Sea Serpent Fang were excellent against small creatures, but against creatures several meters in size they were inadequate. Thus Yang Yi urgently needed a long weapon to compensate for this weakness, one that could effectively damage large creatures. He browsed for a long time and people privately messaged him, but he wasn't interested in what they offered. After all, most people wanted to keep good items for themselves unless they had a better replacement. Several hours later, Yang Yi narrowed it down to 3 suitable long weapons, each of fine quality and reasonably priced, and prepared to choose one. Name: great horse-slaying saber-type treasure, quality, fine description, a long, narrow, and sharp blade that can easily cut through cow bones. Once mastered, one can sever a cow's head in a single stroke. Priced at 15,000 conch coins, with a picture showing a slightly curved blade. Including the handle, it was nearly 1.5 meters long. Another weapon was a medieval two-handed greatsword. Name: two-handed greatsword, type treasure, quality, fine description, a heavy greatsword, not very sharp but very sturdy. Requires strength 7 or above to swing and strength 8 or above to fully master. If it can't cut through, it can smash bones. The seller was a female player with only 5 strength who could only stare at it helplessly, so she decided to sell it. But she hadn't been able to sell it for a long time. Players with strength 7 or above were extremely rare, practically a dime a dozen. Moreover, her price was high, 20,000 conch coins, and she refused to negotiate. The last weapon was a spear. Name: refined steel spear, type treasure, quality, fine description, made from beefwood soaked in tung oil, and a refined steel spearhead. Strong penetrating power, high toughness. If one knows the proper technique, it can cause severe penetrating wounds. Priced at 12,000 conch coins. Each of these 3 long weapons had its pros and cons. The horse-slaying saber excelled in sharpness, the two-handed greatsword in weight and power, and the refined steel spear in attack range. After some thought, Yang Yi leaned towards the brute force two-handed greatsword. It required strength 7. And with his frenzy adding 2 to strength, he could wield it. If he had had this greatsword back then, combined with 3 eyes, Yang Yi was confident he could have smashed the Spider Queen's dog head. Even if he couldn't shatter it, he could give her a concussion. He tried to haggle, but the seller wouldn't budge, insisting on 20,000 conch coins. Yang Yi had no choice but to take another look. If there were no better options, he would just buy the two-handed greatsword. Just then, a private message came in. Bro, do you want a giant sword? The size will satisfy you, and it's a relic like you wanted. A giant sword. Yang Yi's interest was instantly piqued, and he asked for a picture. The seller, a chatterbox, recounted the entire backstory of the weapon. According to him, the giant sword was discovered on a small island. The island was barren with ashen soil devoid of any life. The only structure was a charred blacksmith's forge, and within it lay this colossal blade. If I weren't so desperate for supplies and short on time, I'd never sell this sword. The man elaborated, weaving a rich tapestry of lore around the weapon in just a few minutes. Yang Yi's ears were growing tired. Are you selling a sword or a story? He snapped. The sword, of course. The seller finally sent the weapon's attributes. Name: broken iron-type relic, quality treasure, description: a giant sword forged by a blacksmith in a blaze of fury. The blade was made from an unknown metal so incredibly hard that it defied shaping, resulting in a crude and ugly form. A strength of 9 was required to barely swing it, and a strength of 10, the mortal limit, was needed to wield it with any skill. Only by wielding such an irrational weapon could feeble humans hope to slay. An image accompanied the description. Yang Yi let out a series of impressed clicks. It was too massive to be called a sword. It looked more like a solid slab of iron. It was hard to imagine what kind of person in what state of mind would forge such a mad weapon. The blade was about 35 centimeters wide and 220 centimeters long. Its tip appeared to have been broken off, leaving a diagonal cut. The overall finish was rough, like a half-finished product. The surface was covered in uneven hammer marks, even on the edge, which was of inconsistent thickness, likely to cause jagged cuts. A blow from this thing wouldn't leave a clean wound. Instead, it would tear flesh like a savage beast, leaving a bloody, ragged gash. Stitching it up would be unthinkable. Yang Yi was instantly captivated by the weapon's brutal and savage appearance. He asked the price. How much do you want for it? 500,000 conch coins, non-negotiable. If it weren't for the high strength requirement, I'd keep it for myself. The seller had a point. A strength of 9 just to swing it was incredibly demanding. An average adult had a strength of 5, and attribute growth wasn't linear. From Yang Yi's experience, 8 strength felt twice as strong as 5, and the gap widened further. Players who had reached 9 strength were exceedingly rare, practically unicorns. Even Yang Yi needed to trigger both frenzy and death denial to barely reach that number. He could also use potions or limb enhancement techniques to meet the condition. But for an ordinary player, it was a pipe dream. Any discount? No. If the requirement weren't so high, I'd sell it for 100k. Yang Yi shook his head. The weapon was good, but 100k was a ridiculous price. The previous treasure-grade revolver had only sold for 120k. Wasn't a gun better than a giant sword? Ranged weapons were superior to melee ones, and firearms were superior to cold steel. That was an indisputable fact. Besides, this was a relic, and relics had side effects. Many players specifically avoided relics when buying gear, having been burned before. Only someone like Yang Yi, who wasn't afraid of losing sanity, would enjoy using relics. After all, compared to treasures, relics often excelled in specific areas. Buddy, can you at least tell me the side effect, so I know what I'm getting into? Yang Yi messaged again. What else? It drains some sanity. How much? Why are you so chatty? Buy it or not? Final price 40k. Seeing Yang Yi's detailed questions, the seller slashed the price by 10k. Such eagerness suggested the weapon had a significant drawback, and the seller was desperate. Yang Yi countered, 35k. Deal now, no more talk. 38k. Deal. After negotiating down 12k, Yang Yi paid up and bought the giant sword. He wasn't worried about the side effects. He had never feared any side effects so far, except for the delicious chef's knife, which was genuinely dangerous. A sanity drain was trivial as long as it wasn't too extreme. The transaction was completed quickly. The heavy, crude giant sword was spat out by the octopus head gotcha machine, smashing a deep crater into the deck. Fortunately, the deck was now clad in armbone armor that could self-repair. Otherwise, Yang Yi would have to spend materials fixing the ship. It's really heavy. Yang Yi tried to lift it with both hands but failed. He could only drag it by the hilt, leaving a deep scratch across the deck. Soon a private message flashed. It was the seller. In a good mood, he sent a warning. Buddy, a word of advice. If you're not using this weapon, wrap it tightly in cloth and stash it in a corner. That's all I'll say. Ha! What do you mean by that? Yang Yi replied immediately, but the message failed to send. The system informed him that the seller had blocked him. Is the side effect that bad? Yang Yi looked at broken iron. It seemed unremarkable. He noticed the uneven blade reflecting an image, a white skull phantom hurtling towards him. The spirit of fear passes through you. You feel a chill down your spine. Sanity 5. Yang Yi's skin crawled with goosebumps. But the attack continued. The spirit of fear repeatedly slammed into Yang Yi's body. The spirit of fear passes through you. You feel a chill down your spine. Sanity 5. The spirit of fear passes through you. You feel a chill down your spine. Sanity 5. It was an invisible specter unseen by ordinary eyes. Yang Yi frowned, feeling cheated. No wonder the seller had blocked him so quickly. This weapon was probably unusable for the time being. It would require repeated training to adapt to the terror and reduce the sanity drain before it could be used normally. The process could be lengthy. Yang Yi was considering finding a cloth to wrap the weapon and toss it in a remote corner to keep the little wraith from bothering. But your sanity is below 50. Entering frenzy state. Fearless. The spirit of fear passes through you. You are unmoved. The spirit of fear passes through you. You are unmoved. Minutes later, the spirit of fear gives up its harassment and returns. Yang Yi was speechless. He had switched to his left eye. His 3 eyes could still perceive such intangible entities. In Yang Yi's sight, the little skeletal wraith, its eye sockets drooping in grievance, slowly drifted back into broken iron. It looked almost cute. Yang Yi chuckled at his own thought. Finding this thing cute probably meant his mind was a little twisted too. Yang Yi took a piece of cloth, wrapped the broken iron in it, and tucked it into his greedy stomach. For now, unless facing a large creature, it was best not to use this weapon. The main issue was its demanding condition of use requiring a strength of 9. However, if he could raise his base strength to 6, it would be much more convenient. After triggering Frenzy, the deficit would be only 1 point, which a potion could compensate. Next, he needed to focus on boosting his strength. After purchasing the broken iron, Yang Yi had only 18000 left. He planned to buy some miscellaneous items with the remaining money, and also check for a bow. If funds fell short, he could supplement with materials. He scanned the world channel but found nothing worthwhile. In the current market, ranged weapons were more sought after than melee ones, with demand far exceeding supply, especially for guns. He privately messaged a few people only to find that the weapons had already been sold. Finding a suitable bow would likely be difficult. However, Yang Yi had plenty of time to wait, as he would be fishing at sea for the next few days. Seeing no suitable ranged weapon, Yang Yi began purchasing other essentials, all reasonably priced. He spent 120 stones on a flint. Then he bought 2 sets of down jackets for 1200 conch coins, 2 cotton caps for 800 conch coins, and finally 4 pairs of long pile boots for 2000 conch coins. The reason he bought down jackets despite having sweaters was his concern about the extreme cold of the polar winter sea. If the woolen sweater and pants couldn't withstand the chill, he could layer the down jackets over them. After all, money was no object. After finishing these tasks, it was already late at night. He drank a bottle of appetite potion, ate 3 loaves of dark bread and a sausage, and drank a liter of fresh water before falling asleep. Name cotton cap type, treasure quality, common description, soft and comfortable. It wraps the head well to prevent ears from freezing off. Name long pile boots type, treasure quality, fine description. The soles have anti-slip patterns, thick and lined with long pile, suitable for walking in snow, warm and slip resistant, but not very breathable. It's not recommended to smell the inside. The next day, the Nightmare Star sailed on as usual. Barring any incidents, it would enter the polar winter sea in 2 days. Yang Yi fished at the bow. Hey buddy, can you understand me? He tried to converse with the captain's skeleton, but the skeleton showed no response, only continuously opening and closing its jaw. Here, try this long-legged sardine I caught. Yang Yi stuffed a long-legged sardine into the captain's skeleton's mouth. Though it could bite through, it clearly lacked a digestive tract, and the fish eventually leaked out through the gaps in its bones. Yang Yi lost interest. He realized the captain's skeleton was merely a decoration. He wondered if upgrading it later would bring any new changes. He continued fishing. Before entering the polar winter sea, he wanted to catch more eyeball fruits and try drying them into dried eyeball fruit snacks. Now that he had fire, he could set up a stove and hang the eyeball fruits nearby to speed up the process. Just as he was thinking this, he caught another eyeball fruit. Today's catch was good. While fishing, he also checked the chat channel, hoping to find some equipment for Suna to boost her attack power. Her bow had significant limitations, struggling to deal effective damage against thick-skinned or shelled monsters. So Yang Yi kept an eye out for more powerful bows or crossbows. But after searching all morning, he still couldn't find anything suitable. Either the price was too high or the quality was too low. At the root of it all was one problem: Yang Yi didn't have enough money. Ranged weapons were far more expensive than melee ones, sometimes costing twice as much, especially guns. He had just seen a fine-quality double-barreled shotgun sell for a whopping 40000. Name double-barreled shotgun type, treasure quality, fine description. A hunter's favorite double-barreled shotgun, effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 2. Auto reload time 3 minutes. Suitable for hunting wild boars. Yang Yi had only 14000 conch coins left in his account. If he converted his materials into cash, he could add about 20000 more. With that amount, buying a rare bow was nothing short of a pipe dream. But switching to a fine quality bow would offer only a minor improvement without any qualitative change. Maybe I should buy a fine quality bow and enhance it with a low-grade artisan's inscription stone. As Yang Yi pondered, a sudden inspiration struck him. He couldn't afford the bow, but he could afford arrows. He searched for keywords and found something promising. Although there were no special arrows like explosive or ice arrows for sale, armor-piercing arrows were available. Name 3-edged armor-piercing arrow type, consumable quality, fine description. An arrow with penetrating effect. The arrowhead has a hollow interior, causing continuous bleeding upon impact, and wounds are difficult to heal. After reading the description, Yang Yi decided to buy these arrows. They were far superior to the iron arrows produced by the simple synthesis system. However, they were a bit pricey, 300 conch coins per arrow. But considering arrows could be recovered, the price was acceptable. He immediately contacted the seller. 250 conch coins per arrow, 30 arrows, deal or not? No deal. The seller was quite stubborn. Yang Yi tried to negotiate and eventually bought 40 arrows at 280 conch coins, each spending 11200 conch coins. His account balance dropped to just 2800 conch coins. He decided to save the remaining money for when he thought of something else. Suna, I bought some armor-piercing arrows and left them in your room. Yang Yi sent her a message. Suna was mostly holed up in the lab, and Yang Yi didn't bother to ask what she was doing. A few minutes later, she replied, "Got it." After finishing these tasks, Yang Yi took out the low-grade artisan's inscription stone he had obtained earlier. This item could only enhance treasures, and he had never used it. He had originally planned to buy a suitable fine-quality long weapon and enhance it, but unexpectedly, he had directly acquired a rare piece. After a brief thought, he decided to enhance the sea serpent's fang. Yang Yi didn't like hoarding items. Enhancement items like this should be used when needed, or otherwise it would be ridiculous to die with unused items that could have boosted his combat power. He directly enhanced the sea serpent's fang. After a blinding flash of golden light, the attributes of the sea serpent's fang changed. Name: Blazing Sea Serpent's Fang. Transformed type: Treasure. Quality: Rare. Description: a serpent tooth shortsword infused with flame power and enhanced extremely sharp, causing burn wounds upon impact. It can release its contained flame power in a single burst, spraying a fan of fire that ignites everything in range. Cooldown: 48 hours. After using Flame Burst, the shortsword will become dull and no longer cause burn effects. Yang Yi was very pleased after reading the information. He hadn't expected the Sea Serpent's Fang to gain an active skill after enhancement. This was a qualitative leap. It seemed that when weapons and equipment were upgraded to rare quality, their attributes would greatly enhance. Moreover, this skill could also be used to start fires, though it might accidentally burn unnecessary things. But with the long cooldown, it was best not to do so unless absolutely necessary. As evening arrived, Yang Yi began tallying the day's catch: 15 eyeball fruits, 9 long-legged sardines, 1 red-lipped eel, and 3 cystic pufferfish. The fishing net held 3 palm stars and a single-arm crab. Not bad. Yang Yi nodded. His goal today was to stockpile eyeball fruits in preparation for the upcoming extreme winter sea. Yang Yi sent the fish he didn't plan to eat into the laboratory, then retrieved stone and wood from the cabin, intending to attempt making a fire. In the atrium, he selected an open space, roughly circled it with stones, and stuffed in some fire velvet spider silk. These spider hairs were useless now, too few to craft into a fire-resistant sweater. So Yang Yi decided to use them for kindling. After all, fur is weak against fire. Most creatures' fur, when dry, is highly flammable. He prepared the wood, scraped a sea serpent fang against a flint, and sparks flew, successfully igniting the fire velvet spider silk. At the sight of the flame, Yang Yi rarely showed excitement. Survival truly requires fire. He seized the moment to add the prepared wood, all cut into thin strips for easy ignition. Once the fire stabilized, he added larger pieces. 5 minutes later, Yang Yi had a steady campfire. Lighting a fire aboard the Nightmare Star was safe, as long as no clutter was placed nearby. The deck of the Nightmare Star was protected by a layer of arm bones, making it nearly impossible to ignite. I need something to hang the eyeball fruits around the fire. Yang Yi looked around, pondering. Just then, several bone arms emerged from the deck, opening their palms as if eager to help him out. What's this? Yang Yi was bewildered, but it seemed they wanted him to hand over the eyeball fruits. He complied, watching as the bone arms carefully lifted the fruits, holding them aloft around the campfire. This works. Yang Yi felt as if had discovered a new world, frantically testing to understand how these arms operated. He summed it up in 2 words. Need. Whenever a need arose, these arms would spontaneously gather and attempt to assist. Soon 9 bone arms were roasting long-legged sardines, requiring no effort from Yang Yi. But the roasting process still needed supervision, as the arms had no concept of doneness. They blindly executed commands. Left unchecked, they would keep roasting until the fish turned to charcoal, then ash. Quite handy. Yang Yi nodded, ate a roasted long-legged sardine, and messaged Suna. Suna, the bone arms on the Nightmare Star can be controlled. Just have a need and they'll help. Try it. I knew this morning. Ha! Then why didn't you tell me? I thought it was a privilege you granted me. Yang Yi was speechless. He stopped roasting, grabbed 2 cooked long-legged sardines, and headed to the laboratory, where he found Suna busy. Several bone arms acted as assistants, fetching tools and greatly boosting her efficiency. More arms held test tubes, spinning rapidly to shake the liquid inside. A centrifuge. Yang Yi stared in awe, amazed by Suna's ingenuity. He handed her the 2 grilled sardines. Try them. I seasoned them with salt. Should be good. Suna took the fish and ate, taking a small bite first. Finding it tasty, she devoured the rest quickly. Got fire? She asked. Yes, I bought a flint and left it in the cabin. Also set up a temporary campfire in the atrium. Good. With fire, we can try concentrating the potion. Suna mused, stroking her chin. But time was late. Yang Yi had come to call her back to sleep. Before leaving, Yang Yi noticed a large glass tank in the lab crawling with over a dozen juvenile fire velvet spiders fed with dead fish. You're raising spiders? Yang Yi asked. Hatch rate was low. Dozens of eggs, only a dozen survived. What for? Yang Yi frowned. These spiders were neither tasty nor appealing, seemingly worthless. Don't you think the lab lacks lab mice? Suna replied casually. All right. Yang Yi silently mourned for the newborn spiders for a few seconds, then left the lab. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star sailed on as usual at 40 knots. Barring accidents, it would enter the extreme winter sea tomorrow. This morning, Yang Yi woke up chilled by the dawn cold. His first action was to touch his left shoulder, then breathe a sigh of relief. He had a nightmare. In it, an extra head grew from his left shoulder, and the face wasn't his own. That was terrifying. Awake, he found himself drenched in sweat, the sea breeze chilling him to the bone. His room was Yang Yi quickly put on a fire velvet sweater to recover. He began recalling the face from his. After a dozen seconds, he had an answer, but found it even more frightening. It was a woman's face, blurry but definitely female and quite beautiful, and also a pair of vivid crimson eyes. The thought gave him goosebumps. A chill runs through you, your sanity drops by 10. Had he merged with Suna into a two-headed demon? Impossible. Yang Yi slapped himself, calming down. Over time, had come to understand this nightmare. It did have predictive qualities, but it wasn't a prophetic dream. It was a meticulously crafted nightmare. It would snatch fragments of future moments, editing, trimming, and exaggerating them into horrific visions. Yang Yi roughly categorized these nightmares into 3 types. First, he survives at the nightmare's end, indicating the danger isn't fatal. For example, dreaming of sea demons or Suna pointing a gun at him. Second, he dies in the nightmare, signaling lethal danger, such as being attacked by a drowned one. Third, and most terrifying, these nightmares leave a strong presence but are hard to recall. Attempting to remember causes intense headaches. So far, this had happened only once, dreaming of a colossal spider, likely representing the myriapod spider mother. This nightmare fell into the first category. Yang Yi didn't die, just looked oddly with 2 heads. But was the fate of those 2 heads really better than death? Hard to say. To be safe, Yang Yi decided not to approach the witch's lab anytime soon. He sat in bed for a while, fully calmed down, then put on his pirate coat, opened the door, and stepped out. The sea breeze carried a chill. Today's weather, the weather has turned cold. You need an extra layer. Location: Origin Sea. Daylight remaining 7 hours. Temperature 27 C. Wind level 4. It's already down to 2 degrees. We haven't even entered the extreme winter sea yet. Yang Yi frowned. Shortly after Yang Yi stepped out, Suna also rose from her slumber. She pushed open the door and the biting sea breeze swept over her entire form. Then she decisively shut the door. 10 minutes later, the door creaked open once more. This time Suna was fully armored, clad in a woolen sweater and trousers, a cotton cap upon her head, and long fleece-lined boots on her feet. Though her witch's attire offered some warmth, its effect was far inferior to specialized cold-weather garments. Yang Yi sharpied, quickly noticed the detail. Suna had visibly thickened a circle, and thus teased her. Is it truly this cold? We haven't even entered the extreme winter sea yet. Suna paid him no heed, tacitly acknowledging her fear of the cold. Yang Yi, meanwhile, began his morning exercises in the courtyard. Ever since obtaining the severed iron, he had developed a new habit each day. He would attempt to lift this colossal greatsword, training his strength in the process. Moreover, Yang Yi discovered that since using the appetite-stimulating potion, his rate of gaining physique experience had greatly increased, and his body was showing signs of growing stronger. Thus, he needed to exercise to ensure he didn't turn into a ball of fat. After finishing his morning workout, Yang Yi went to the courtyard to inspect the dried fish being smoked. He estimated it would harden in another day or 2. Ever since discovering the wondrous uses of the bone arms, Yang Yi had transformed into a ruthless capitalist, driving these skeletal appendages to smoke fish and air-dry eyeball fruits without rest. Full-time, 24 hours a day without pause. After all, the undead never complained of fatigue. Even if they wanted to, they had no mouths. After the inspection, Yang Yi prepared to fish. He had actually tried to have the bone arms fish, but they were too foolish, not knowing when to reel in the line, so the attempt fizzled out. Fishing was something he had to do himself. A whole morning passed and he caught nothing. This might have been due to the influence of the extreme winter sea. It wasn't until the afternoon that he finally got a bite, and he immediately pulled the rod. Oh, it's quite big. Yang Yi tugged with all his might but was nearly dragged into the sea. So he changed his strategy, letting out the line to tire it out, then pulling again, engaging in a protracted battle with the unknown fish. 20 minutes later, he finally saw the fish's true face. What is this? A grayish-white large round plate was hauled up its surface covered in translucent jelly-like tentacles. Yang Yi heaved with force, lifting the plate about a meter in diameter onto the deck. Only then did he see clearly what it was. It turned out to be a giant jellyfish, translucent with its underside facing up as Yang Yi had pulled it. The jellyfish's head was a large round disc, seemingly bony in structure and very hard. Yang Yi stabbed it over a dozen times with his spear, and then it finally stopped moving. Name: Iron Crown Jellyfish. Description: a giant jellyfish whose head has hardened due to abyssal contamination. Being stung by its tentacles results in days of pain. Edible, non-toxic after heating. The jellyfish's head shell is tough, rich in calcium and iron, very sturdy and resistant to high temperatures. Resistant to high heat. Isn't that just a pot? Yang Yi had been worrying about not having a pot, and now he had fished one up from the sea. He picked up the Iron Crown jellyfish, had the bone arms clear a space, and then placed it head down over the campfire to roast. Soon the jellyfish's body began to melt, turning into a pool of paste that bubbled and churned. Yang Yi tried a sip. He couldn't taste anything, and his tongue went numb, losing all sensation. Was this jellyfish raised on Sichuan peppercorns? He initially wanted to throw it away, but suddenly realized it could be used as Sichuan pepper oil. So he bottled the melted jellyfish liquid. As for the remaining Iron Crown cap, it would serve perfectly as a pot. Time passed into evening. Having caught nothing, Yang Yi gave up fishing and switched to exercising. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the sea chart. A sea island appeared in the upper right corner. Though only a sliver was visible, the island's area was estimated to be considerable. Yang Yi picked up the crystal ball for a closer look. So close to the extreme winter sea, how could they happen upon an island? After a moment's thought, he decided to approach and investigate. Ignoring the island was by any reasoning not the right choice. He changed course and sailed toward it. The sea chart began to reveal the island's full outline. Yang Yi had miscalculated. The island wasn't as large as he had imagined. It was elongated like a spindle, slightly broader in the middle. The entire island was about 10 kilometers long, with the widest part in the middle roughly 2 kilometers across. It was larger than the previous Spider Island, but not by much. There were no other players' ships around the island, so an ambush was unlikely. Yang Yi continued his approach. Before dark, the Nightmare Star anchored 2 nautical miles from the island. He pulled out his telescope to observe the island, then let out a cry of surprise. Hey! How did a ship get on this island? Was it blown ashore by the sea wind? Wait, Yang Yi tensed up. On the coastline, he spotted a pair of gleaming green eyes. But due to the dim light, he couldn't make out what it was exactly. Perhaps some kind of beast. So he switched to his left eye, which had night vision. A plaid shirt. That guy is a player. Yang Yi was somewhat astonished. But why is he crawling on the ground? Sensing something was off, he decided to call Suna over to take a look. Suna, come to the bow deck quickly, he sent a message. What's wrong? I found a sea island. There's a player with a hairy face crawling on it. I'm on my way. Suna rushed over, snatched the telescope from Yang Yi and peered through it. Yang Yi meanwhile stared at the crystal ball, somewhat puzzled. If this unknown creature was once a player, where was his ship? He couldn't have swum here, could he? Suna, however, watched with great interest, only lowering the telescope after a long while. His body must have undergone a change. A normal person's arms aren't that long. We need to catch one and dissect it to see. Tomorrow, it's too late today. Yang Yi maneuvered the nightmare. Night fell. He returned to the captain's quarters, lay on the bed, and pondered the strange man on the island. Unlike Suna, he wasn't interested in the man's physical transformation, but rather why no ship had been found. After much thought, he came up with 3 possibilities. First, the ship had been dismantled by other players. Second, the ship could turn invisible. Third, the ship had disappeared after its owner's death. Any of these 3 scenarios was possible. As for the last possibility, Yang Yi speculated it was the system's recycling mechanism. After a player dies, their ship doesn't persist forever, it vanishes after a period of time. System recycling. If it's a special ship, wouldn't it become a one-vacant item that's lost forever? Or perhaps after recycling, the blueprints reappear in some other form? Yang Yi had no way of knowing, but perhaps the answer would come in time. The next day at dawn, Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star closer and anchored it off the southern shore of the island. It was a spindle-shaped island with a raised center, its maximum width spanning about 2 kilometers. In the center of the island lay a wrecked ship, only half of its hull remaining. It seemed to have been resting there for a long time, its surface covered with a thick layer of vegetation. If the ship had been intact, its length would have exceeded 100 meters. A true giant. Yang Yi did not rush ashore. Instead, he checked the crystal ball again, confirming that no other players' vessels were nearby. Only then did he proceed to his next move. He raised his gun above his head and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The gunshot rang out loud and clear. If all went well, the sound would lure the strange creatures from the island. Last night, he had spotted one of these odd beings wandering along the southern coast. 2 minutes later, movement stirred on the island. Two hairy-faced creatures rushed out. One was the man in the plaid shirt from the previous night. The other was a female, also with a hairy face, elongated arms, and black gleaming fingertips. They ran on all fours, stopping at the water's edge, lifting their gray-furred faces to gaze at the nightmare star. Naturally, Yang Yi had no intention of letting their trip be in vain. He maneuvered the ship, adjusted its position, aimed the thick, rusted cannon barrels at them, and fired two fist-sized cannonballs. Thud! The waterlogged cannon emitted a muffled sound like a bursting water balloon. From less than 100 meters away, both cannonballs struck with precision. The immense force snapped the creatures in half, scattering a heap of parts, and leaving two deep craters in the sand. Why did you use the cannon? Suna protested. Just moments ago, the two creatures were intact. Now they lay before her as two piles of debris. This would inevitably complicate the dissection. I'm not sure how dangerous they are, so I used the cannon to test them. If even the cannon can't kill them, then it's too risky to go ashore. Yang Yi replied. His words left Suna without a rebuttal. Don't worry. Based on my gaming experience, if there's a second one, there's bound to be a third. You can handle the next one yourself. I won't interfere. Yang Yi continued, then steered the ship to find a suitable spot to drop anchor and go ashore. These creatures were not particularly formidable, far inferior to the gluttonous guests. If a gluttonous guest had taken that cannon blast, it likely wouldn't have died unless struck squarely in the head. After waiting a while longer to ensure no other movement on the island, he released the raft and prepared to go ashore with Suna. What's this? Suna handed Yang Yi a handmade mask. Crude, just a few layers of cloth stitched together with some tinder inside. A makeshift mask. It doesn't offer much protection, but it's better than nothing. These people might be infected with some disease. We need to take precautions. After speaking, she put on the mask, climbed down the ladder, and jumped onto the raft with ease. Yang Yi followed closely. The two paddled with oars, actually just long wooden planks, propelling the raft smoothly to the shore. Suna immediately rushed to the corpses. Yang Yi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings while dragging the raft onto the sand. After confirming it was safe, he approached and examined the bodies on the ground. Name: half-werewolf. Xie Donglei. Description: a human infected with rabid wolf disease, losing self-awareness and undergoing the process of wolf transformation. At night, attributes are enhanced. Half-werewolf. Rabid wolf disease. No wonder these creatures walk on all fours and have glowing green eyes at night. Yang Yi remarked, then discarded the half-ear he had been holding like a piece of trash and washed his hands in. I didn't expect Suna's guess to be so accurate. It really is a disease. I hope it's not airborne. If it is, we're in trouble. Yang Yi thought to himself. Meanwhile, Suna crouched beside one of the severed bodies, holding her witch's dagger. She slit open the plaid shirt to examine the corpse. The injuries were severe. The body was cut in two, entrails scattered everywhere. Suna studied the tears in the man's clothing and the healed scars on his skin, making a judgment. This person was clawed by something before the wounds have healed. So this rabid wolf disease is likely transmitted through wounds. If that's the case, his claws or teeth might also carry the pathogen. Suna spoke while collecting the remains, placing them into her treasure pouch for further study back in the lab. Yang Yi, on the other hand, felt a pang of regret. The corpse couldn't be used for the gacha. Perhaps because it was too weak and hadn't fully transformed into a wolf. Do you know about rabies? Suna suddenly asked. An infectious disease that can be contracted through bites or scratches from animals. Once symptoms appear, the fatality rate is 100. Yang Yi replied casually. Exactly. Rabies has a variable incubation period but progresses rapidly. Patients experience extreme hydrophobia, heightened emotions, nervous tension, and aggression. Suna picked up a piece of skin tissue, examining it closely. Did you notice? Even in death, their muscles are tense, their body hair is elongated and standing on end, accompanied by profuse sweating. She then checked the half-werewolf's eyes and teeth, as well as the deformed elongated arms and sharp claws. Pupils are constricted to pinpoints, teeth have become sharp, arm bones are elongated, and the finger bones have pierced through the fingertips to form claws. Suna recorded her observations as she spoke. Yang Yi, however, sensed a hint of danger, his eyes fixed on the island's forest where the leaves were rustling. Soon 3 more half-werewolves emerged from the woods. One of them was covered in gray bristles with a pointed nose already transforming into a wolf-like face. Their twitching noses suggested they had been drawn by the scent of blood. Which one do you want? Yang Yi asked calmly, his flintlock already aimed. Leave the furriest one for me. Suna drew her longbow, knocking a 3-edged armor-piercing arrow. Deal. The 3 half-werewolves charged, but before they could cover 2 meters, one of their heads exploded on the spot, killing it instantly. The furriest one took an arrow to the knee, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. Another armor-piercing arrow struck its throat, pinning it down. By the time the last half-werewolf had run 5 meters, it was the only one left. Yet it showed no fear, lunging toward Yang Yi and Suna. Then it saw Yang Yi remove the eye patch from his left eye and everything went black. The sea serpent's fang had already pierced its eye socket with precision. Yang Yi replaced his eye patch and finished off the wolfman with a shot to its remaining eye, ensuring it wouldn't feign death. Only then did he withdraw the sea serpent's fang. Meanwhile, the furriest half-werewolf rose again. Despite arrows lodged in its knee and throat, it managed to stand. Blood gushed from its wounds. The armor-piercing arrows had a bleeding effect. Their hollow tips prevented the wounds from closing, causing continuous blood loss. Suna frowned, firing a few more arrows at its neck. If she hadn't wanted to preserve an intact brain, she would have aimed for the eyes. Finally, the half-werewolf collapsed, its neck bristling with arrows, blood pooling around it. Drag this furry one closer. It'll go back to the ship and use the grappling hook to haul it aboard, Suna instructed before turning and running back to the raft. Yang Yi approached the furriest half-werewolf, finding it still alive, though its breathing grew increasingly faint. Given the amount of blood it had lost, survival was impossible. Under Yang Yi's watchful gaze, the half-werewolf drew its last breath. Afterward, he dragged the corpse to a suitable spot on the beach and gave an okay gesture toward the nightmare star. The grappling hook flew over, snatching the half-werewolf's body with precision. Upon boarding, Suna had no intention of disembarking. She remained in the laboratory, dissecting the corpse of a half-werewolf that bordered on a full werewolf. Yang Yi stayed alone on the shore. He scanned the surrounding corpses, noting that their clothing was not thick, indicating that the temperature had not been low when they landed on the island. The extreme winter sea was still far from here. He estimated that these people had been killed several days ago, infected with the rabid wolf disease, and had been wandering on this island. He searched the half-werewolf corpses and found some equipment and items. Item: survival knife, type treasure, quality fine, description: a durable and portable survival knife, the same model used by survival experts. It can be used for skinning, cutting meat, whittling, and hammering. The handle features an anti-slip design and is corrosion resistant. Item: hand axe, type treasure, quality common, description: a small axe with a good feel, easy to carry, specifically designed for throwing. Item: flare, type consumable, quality good, description: a sphere that emits a continuous bright light when smashed on the ground, illuminating the surroundings. It has a repelling effect on creatures that favor darkness. Item: quick heal bandage, type consumable, quality good, description: a peculiar bandage that stops bleeding and accelerates wound healing on the applied area and surrounding injuries. Yang Yi laid out the items he had found, his brow furrowed. These people were not poorly equipped. They had not only secondary weapons but also practical tools and recovery items. And that wasn't all, they must have used some of them. Somewhere on the island their primary weapons were likely scattered. However, the reason for Yang Yi's frown was not this but the 2 bottles of transparent liquid among the items. Yang Yi was very familiar with this liquid, having consumed it several times before. Item: holy water, type consumable, quality fine, description: blessed pure water, can be taken internally or applied externally. Can also be used as a thrown item. When facing demons, one can never have too much holy water. It can cure various poisons and curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore energy. Can this holy water not cure the rabid wolf disease? Yang Yi picked up a bottle. At the same time, he recalled a piece of information he had seen in the first weekly periodical. At that time, Zhou Dai was recruiting teammates preparing to raid an island with werewolves. This island was likely the one beneath Yang Yi's feet. There were too many coincidences. Were they wiped out by the werewolves? Yang Yi deduced, but soon he sensed something was amiss. If they had been attacked by werewolves, how could so many intact bodies remain? They would have been horribly mutilated. Moreover, why hadn't the werewolves been attracted by the scent of blood? Were they on the other end of the island? Yang Yi looked towards the island's forest, sensing a lurking danger within. He decided to halt his exploration for now and attempted to use his scrying skill to check on the status of the glorious goddess. Suna, pull me onto the ship. Yang Yi sent a message. A few minutes later, a claw grabbed him and brought him into the cabin of the Nightmare Star. Yang Yi first handed the survival knife to Suna. This knife's grade was higher than his witch's dagger and should be sharper. Subsequently, he went to the deck, took out the crystal ball, and activated his scrying skill. But before using the skill, he sent a few messages to Zhou Dai to confirm whether she was still alive. Being able to send messages proved she was not dead, and her account had not been terminated. Still alive. The messages were sent successfully. Yang Yi recalled the matter of selling sweaters a few days ago. He had contacted Zhou Dai back then, but she had not replied. It was likely she had already met with trouble at that time. Searching. Glorious goddess. The crystal ball quickly displayed coordinates and an image. Yang Yi consulted the large sea chart and confirmed the coordinates were on this island. However, the image showed no ship, only the island's coastal waters. Has the ship sunk? He noted the coordinates and then maneuvered the Nightmare Star towards them. The distance was not far, located on the middle right side of the spindle-shaped island. Yang Yi arrived near the coordinates and stood on the deck observing left and right. He saw nothing and the sea surface showed no anomalies. But the scrying skill indicated that the glorious goddess coordinates were right here. A flash of inspiration struck and Yang Yi removed his eye patch, attempting to look with his third eye. Finally, a three-masted sailing ship nearly 40 meters in length appeared before his eyes. It had exquisite carvings along its rails, and a magnificent goddess statue stood at its bow. A layer of transparent light gauze draped down from the top of the masts covering the entire ship. Observing the vessel, Yang Yi noticed there was also a church on board, quite spacious, located in the ship's central courtyard. Through the windows, he could see exquisite decorations inside, as well as a solemn and holy stone statue of a goddess without arms. Gazing at it for a long time brought a sense of peace, as if one had found redemption. Yang Yi quickly averted his gaze. He had no interest in these deities. Then, stroking his chin, he mused. An invisible ship, or an invisibility item. Without his third eye, he would never have seen this ship even if it were right in front of him. The scrying skill of the astrolabe star could only show the ship's coordinates. He fetched a wooden plank and tried to board the ship, but failed, blocked by a transparent force field. This indicated that Zhou Dai was indeed alive and most likely on this island. He once again scanned the surroundings with his third eye but found no second invisible ship. What to do? Yang Yi felt somewhat troubled. Bound by the rules, he could not loot this unmanned ship, not even sink the glorious goddess. The system seemed intent on focusing conflicts on the captains. Only by killing the captain could one reap the rewards. He pondered for a while and decided to ignore the ship for now. He bore no particular enmity towards Zhou Dai. Similarly, he felt no deep bond of friendship. The idea of risking his life to go ashore and rescue her was utterly impossible. He was merely curious. What is on this island that is worth her recruiting so many people to raid? Yang Yi looked towards the island. This position was very close to the giant ship on the island. Yang Yi had reason to believe they had come for that giant ship. Unfortunately, the forest obstructed the view and the distance was considerable. Even with his third eye, Yang Yi could only discern that the ship was very ancient, older than he was. But what lay within it he could not know. However, he was certain that when intact this ship was quite large. Should I go or not? Yang Yi hesitated. From a risk avoidance perspective, he should retreat and quit while he was ahead. But blindly avoiding risks would get him nowhere on this vast sea. If he gave up on this island, he might give up on the next one too. After a few such instances, Yang Yi's sailing career would essentially be over. He might as well join some organization and seek protection. Having thought it through, Yang Yi made a decision. In the future, when encountering islands, unless he was certain of an insurmountable danger, he should not give up on exploration. Even if this island had werewolves, Yang Yi was not afraid. After all, the current Yang Yi was a different man. With the enhancement of his third eye, he was confident he could take down this werewolf with one shot. Besides, he still had the sea serpent's fang. Having resolved to go ashore, Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star back to his original landing spot. The shore remained quiet, with a few corpses still lying there. No new half-werewolves had appeared. Yang Yi believed that the gathering of these half-werewolves here was definitely for a reason. As for the ship on the island, it was likely a place similar to a spider's nest which should be approached with caution. First figure out what happened to these players and then explore further. Suna, have you discovered anything new? Yang Yi stood at the entrance of the witch's laboratory, not stepping inside. Since fire had been introduced, the laboratory had undergone some changes, now utilizing flames. Inside, a massive black cauldron had been placed in the far corner. The archetypal witch's pot, large enough for an adult. The cauldron bubbled with some mysterious liquid, occasionally churning with unknown objects. Hearing the sound, Suna glanced up at Yang Yi before returning her focus to dissection. She wore a mask and rubber gloves, holding what appeared to be the stomach and digestive tract of a half-werewolf, examining its contents. After a few seconds, Suna finally replied, "The half-werewolf's skeletal structure has multiple deformities better suited for running, but its brain shows signs of degeneration." "That's not what I'm asking," Yang Yi interrupted her lengthy discourse. "I want to know if you can brew a poison, something like a wolf's bane potion, to wipe out the werewolves on the island in one go." Suna paused her work, looked up, and rolled her eyes at Yang Yi before answering no. These half-werewolves have high cell activity and fast metabolisms. A full-grown one would be even more formidable. Toxins would have little effect. Yang Yi shrugged, realizing poison was out of the question. Disappointed, he turned to leave, but Suna spoke up again. "You'd better avoid being scratched or bitten by a werewolf. If you contract the rabid wolf disease, I can't guarantee I can turn you back." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yang Yi waved dismissively. He returned to the deck and entered the captain's cabin. When he emerged, he had changed into a wool sweater and pants, spider silk gloves, and long fur-lined boots. It wasn't the cold he feared, but the need to prevent scratches. Thicker clothing could offer some protection. Besides, Yang Yi had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with these half-werewolves. There was no need. He then inventoried his supplies: weapons, potions, drinking water, and dried rations. Among the potions were a crimson potion, 2 regeneration potions, and an unknown orange-yellow potion. Once ready, he checked his status, confirmed everything was in order, lowered the raft, and set foot on the island again. The shore remained unchanged save for a few seabirds feasting on the corpses. jet black creatures resembling crows but larger. They didn't flee as Yang Yi approached. Instead, they opened their beaks, emitting harsh, grating cries. Bang! A gunshot rang out, scattering feathers. One seabird was blasted into pulp, startling the others away. The shore fell silent once more. Yang Yi walked over and picked up a feather. Name sea crow description, a carrioniating seabird, resembling a crow with sharp teeth, often appearing at low tide to feed on dead fish. Edible, but its fat tastes of rotting flesh. After reading the information, Yang Yi abandoned any thought of roasting the seabird. He had no desire to cook something that smelled like excrement on the boat. Leaving the shore, Yang Yi headed into the woods, exploring upward. He found chaotic footprints on the ground, likely left by the half-werewolves. Claw marks scarred the nearby trees, indicating frequent passage. As he ventured deeper, he discovered leftover shells and scales along the path, probably from fish and shellfish. So they come to the shore for food. Yang Yi followed the densest trail of food debris until a foul it was the odor of beasts. A mix of excrement, decay, and body odor indescribable. Tracing the source, he unsurprisingly found the half-werewolves' den. A large pile of soft branches had been gathered and laid out as bedding adorned with tattered clothing fragments. Scattered on the ground were numerous clean white human bones, stripped of every shred of meat. Yang Yi picked one up and received information. Skeletal remains Zhongfan. He picked up a few more, finding bones from both the same and different players. After tallying, he estimated 8 players had been killed and devoured by these half-werewolves. He snapped a photo and sent it to Suna. Suna, I found the half-werewolves' den. There are many human bones left behind. At least 8 victims. Suna quickly replied, these half-werewolves have strong digestive systems and aren't picky. I found rotting flesh and bone fragments in their stomachs. This means they're carrion eaters with powerful digestion. The bones on the ground are probably too hard to chew. Once they fully transform, their bite force will increase, and they won't leave even the bones behind. Carrion eaters. Yang Yi read the message and picked up a thigh bone covered in bite marks. The half-werewolves had tried but failed to break it. He even suspected the bones were kept for grinding their teeth. But this one probably isn't from biting. He picked up a cervical vertebra with a clean flat cut, as if severed by a sharp blade like a sword. In Yang Yi's experience, the creatures most adept with blades were humans. So, internal strife. Or is there another special creature on the island? Yang Yi frowned in confusion. Just as he was about to leave, a glint of reflected light caught his eye. The light came from beneath the soft branches. He used a thigh bone to push aside the branches. This is. Before him lay a pile of weapons and equipment: armor, longswords, shields, battle axes, and even a flail, crossbow, and bow. It seemed the werewolves had collected them. They might have forgotten how to use these items, but subconsciously remembered their importance, hiding them under the branches. Name: steel plate armor, damage type treasure, quality common, description sturdy full body plate armor, offering strong protection but hindering movement and vision, increasing stamina consumption. However, it is severely deformed and cannot be worn properly. PS armor with damage exceeding 30 will display as damaged. Those below will recover after 24 hours. Name: chainmail type treasure, quality fine, description, a chainmail made of small iron rings protecting the upper body and legs. Lightweight and flexible, effective against slashing and piercing attacks. Name: fine steel longsword type treasure, quality fine, description, a sturdy and sharp longsword standard for knights. Name: iron-plated shield, damage type treasure, quality common, description, a wooden shield covered with iron plating but severely damaged, greatly reducing defensive capability. Name: long-handled axe type treasure, quality good, description, durable and powerful, suitable for felling trees or self-defense. Name: spiked flail type treasure, quality fine, description, a flail studded with spikes, its head weighing 10 gene, capable of easily crushing a dog's skull. Name: hunting bow, degraded type treasure, quality fine, description, a hunting bow imbued with wind power, benefiting from wind bonuses for greater range and penetration with arrows, causing tearing and bleeding. Name: crude repeating crossbow type treasure, quality good, description, an easy touse small repeating crossbow that fires short bolts with a magazine capacity of 10 bolts. While other weapons were singular, there were 7 crossbows likely purchased in bulk. This group had decent gear, both armor and weapons. This hunting bow would be perfect for Suna. Yang Yi sent the bow's information to Suna and picked up the iron-plated shield from the ground. Clear claw marks were visible on the shield, not only tearing through the iron but nearly penetrating the wood. Are full-grown werewolves this formidable? Yang Yi frowned. He put on the chainmail underneath his clothes, and then stored the collected equipment into his stomach dimension as an extra bonus. Whoosh! Yang Yi tested the crossbow. It could fire and it still had bolts. He opened the magazine to find it could hold 10 bolts, but they were specially made short and of limited power. It operated like a bolt-action rifle, requiring a press on the magazine after each shot. Though far inferior to firearms, it was simpler than a bow and had acceptable rate of fire. After stowing everything in his stomach dimension, Yang Yi left the den. Barring any surprises, a fierce battle must have taken place on the island, leaving traces that could yield more clues. 2 hours later, Yang Yi approached the center of this spindle-shaped island. He was still about a kilometer away from the broken giant ship on the island. There he discovered a multitude of battle traces. The ground was littered with upturned soil, trampled weeds, and even several snapped trees. Though these trees were only as thick as a wrist, breaking them was no easy feat. He also found some damaged weapons on the ground, but none were worth salvaging. Among them were 2 broken swords, a shield with a hole, and a fractured scythe. On a nearby clearing, a pile of damaged arrows was gathered, seemingly collected after the battle. Someone cleaned up the battlefield. Yang Yi frowned. In his view, only players would do such a thing, and they could only have done so if they had defeated the werewolves. 3 pits on the periphery further corroborated this notion. These pits were about half a meter deep, just large enough to bury a person. It appeared they had been filled in only to be dug up by something that stole the corpses. Yang Yi examined the traces closely, surmising they were clawed open by hands or paws. Thus the culprit was undoubtedly the half-werewolves. With their keen sense of smell and scavenging nature, they would not pass up shallowly buried corpses. After examining the battlefield remnants, Yang Yi was certain this group of players had triumphed over the werewolves. They had then cleaned the field and buried their fallen comrades. Later, infected with lycanthropy, some players turned into half-werewolves. But where are the werewolf corpses? They couldn't have packed them up and taken them away like Suna, could they? Yang Yi wondered aloud. He re-examined the battlefield once more. Though he found no werewolf remains, he discovered a thick, powerful finger covered in gray mane tipped with black claws that gleamed with a metallic luster. Its information read: name gray werewolf's claw, description a claw, left behind by a patient fully transformed into a werewolf through lycanthropy. Yang Yi was stunned after reading it. This was because it only displayed the claw's information, not that of an individual gray werewolf. Such details would only appear if the gray werewolf was still alive, having lost just a finger. Yang Yi stored the rotting finger in his stomach pouch, feeling the situation grow increasingly enigmatic. He gazed at the distant giant ship. There should be more intelligence and clues inside. Nevertheless, Yang Yi believed the players had won, or at least driven back the werewolves. He checked the time. 6 hours remained until nightfall, which was ample. His energy was at 88, and other stats were nearly full, allowing him to continue exploring. So he headed toward the giant ship. From this point on, Yang Yi had to be fully alert, ready to confront potential enemies at any moment, and prepared to use his third eye potions and even spells. After walking further, Yang Yi was only 500 meters from the giant ship. Here the trees could no longer conceal its massive form. The ship was only the front half, its hull mottled and covered in moss, vines, and grass. Rusted metal patterns adorned its edges, exuding an ancient, time-worn aura. On a nearby clearing lay an overturned cannon as tall as a man, caked with dust and overgrown with weeds, utterly unusable. Standing still, Yang Yi scanned the giant ship with his third eye, but he couldn't see through it, so its contents remained unknown. He was certain, however, that the ship had been here for a very long time, at least decades, perhaps centuries. Suddenly, within his third eye's perception, Yang Yi spotted a peculiar area. It was a patch of felled trees. Yet why would anyone start logging at the island's center? Moreover, the timber hadn't been taken away. Yang Yi cautiously approached. He noticed the tree stumps were cut cleanly, severed in a single stroke, indicating the tool used was exceptionally sharp. A coppery stench hung in the air. Yang Yi recognized the smell. It was the same odor that permeated the spider nest where human bodies were dismembered, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse's lingering scent. Only a massive spill of blood could create such an odor. So not long ago a massacre might have occurred here, leaving the ground drenched in gore. Yang Yi scanned the area but found no corpses, only drag marks. This suggested the bodies had been hauled away by some creature. Judging by the direction, it was likely the half-werewolves again, as they seemed to relish corpses. But one trail, it was a dark brown shoe print stained with blood leading toward the giant ship. Yang Yi walked over and compared it with his own foot. The sole is small, like a sports shoe, probably a woman's, Yang Yi deduced. Further study of the traces revealed more details. Only 5 corpses appeared to have been dragged away, matching the bones found in the half-werewolf camp. These half-werewolves were likely survivors of this massacre. Coincidentally, they were all infected with lycanthropy, which quickly manifested, prompting them to return for the bodies. Could the monster behind this massacre distinguish those infected with lycanthropy and deliberately let them go? Yang Yi speculated. Searching the vicinity, he found no other traces, only a delicate wooden box lying on the ground, its lid set aside. Name: Sanctum Casket. Description: a blessed wooden casket. Only the paladin entrusted with it knows its contents. It is extremely sturdy and nearly impossible to open from the inside. No tier or type. Yang Yi was surprised as he picked it up for a closer look. The casket was pure white with intricate golden metal patterns resembling thorns at its edges, appearing elegant and refined. Both the inner and outer sides of the lid bore the image of a man in a long robe. This man had a handsome face, a sorrowful expression, and his eyes were covered with a cloth strip from which tears seeped, forming 2 streaks. His right hand extended from the robe holding a scale, while his left hand remained hidden. Yang Yi didn't recognize this figure, but he was certain it wasn't human despite its humanoid appearance. Because the left arm concealed within the robe seemed somewhat large, bulging the fabric. Or perhaps it was a mutated human. Whatever the case, Yang Yi stopped pondering the casket structure and looked inside. It was a perfect cube 25 centimeters on each side, too small to hold anything large. On a whim, he leaned in and sniffed, catching a fragrance. It was the scent of some high-end perfume, indicating the casket hadn't been empty. It had once contained an object. Various signs suggested this sanctum casket was no ordinary item, and its contents were likely something alive. The players who landed on the island obtained the casket, and someone driven by curiosity opened it, releasing the living entity within, which then caused the massacre. That was Yang Yi's deduction. He placed the casket into his stomach pouch, but to his surprise the greedy pouch spat it out immediately. Yang Yi tried 3 times, and each time the pouch ejected it. On the 4th attempt, even when offered food, it refused to open. How strange. Is this pouch picky about what it eats? Bewildered, Yang Yi could only clutch the casket to his chest and proceed toward the giant ship. The matter was now largely clear. The remaining clues should all be found aboard the vessel. Yang Yi followed the trail of bloody footprints, eventually arriving before this colossal ship. The footprints vanished about 2 meters from the vessel. Directly ahead was not a broken open cabin or deck, but the tilted bottom of the hull. Did he climb up using some means? Yang Yi speculated. He stepped back a few paces, removed his eye patch, and attempted to see through his third eye to discern what lay within the ship's interior. Because one window was peculiar, free of weeds and vines, as if deliberately cleared. Just then, from the corner of his left eye, Yang Yi caught a dark shadow hurtling toward him at tremendous speed. The shadow moved with barely a sound, treading silently on the grass. By the time prey heard the noise, it would already be too late to dodge. But Yang Yi was special. He had captured this shadow with his third eye. So he turned, decisively aimed, and pulled the trigger of his flintlock. Click! The gun misfired. But Yang Yi did not pause. He immediately hurled a hand axe. This was a throwing weapon Yang Yi had picked up earlier. Low in quality but convenient to carry and quite effective. The flying axe struck true, colliding with the shadow's knee, producing a crisp sound. Yet the damage it inflicted was limited. The hand axe was deflected by the needle-like bristles covering its body, unable to cut through. Moreover, the shadow did not stop for an instant. It reached Yang Yi's vicinity at an even faster speed. Its appearance was utterly wretched. Its body was covered in wounds, bristling with arrows, gunshot wounds, and lacerations everywhere. Flesh turned outward, and even a broken spear was lodged in its back. And with that coat of black-gray bristles, there was no doubt. It was the missing werewolf. The reason it could still move despite such injuries was not due to any extraordinary vitality, but because its flesh no longer needed life. The wounds had already rotted and bred maggots, exuding a thick stench of decay. This should be a moving corpse. Abnormal creature detected. Your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi reacted in an instant. Upon discovering the hand axe was ineffective, he switched his weapon to the sea serpent's fang and an iron-plated wooden shield. Facing a monster with such swift movements, Yang Yi had no chance of escape, so he would confront it head-on, activating the sea serpent's fang skill, flame radiation. He refrained from using the flintlock's cannon mode because he wanted to save the gun for another possible monster. After calculating the distance, Yang Yi activated the skill. A fan-shaped burst of flame erupted from the short sword. Like a napalm bomb, it ignited everything within a 3-meter range, covering a 110-degree arc directly ahead. This included the werewolf. The needle-like bristles on its body, while defensive against sharp weapons, were not resistant to high temperatures. They ignited instantly, turning it into a fireball. Yet it felt no pain and feared no fire. It lashed out with a claw which was blocked by the iron-plated wooden shield Yang Yi hastily raised. Crack! Wood chips flew. The shield could no longer hold and shattered completely. Yang Yi was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into the ship's hull. His left arm went numb, losing all sensation. Even the fabric of his left sleeve was torn, revealing the chainmail beneath. Had he not been wearing this chainmail, Yang Yi would have been badly cut. Not far away, the werewolf had been engulfed. Though it did not fear fire, the damage the flames dealt was real. Its flesh was scorched, emitting a burnt stench. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi switched to his flintlock and fired the second shot. The shot struck the werewolf's knee with precision. Without bristles for protection, the knee was shattered. It stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Yang Yi did not stop. He hurled the sea serpent's fang, piercing the werewolf's left eye, burying it to the hilt. The high temperature traveled through the blade, quickly burning the werewolf's brain. Its body stiffened and fell still. Yang Yi did not revel in victory. Instead, he used his third eye to scan the surroundings warily and hid in a patch of bushes. After several dozen seconds, certain there was no movement from the great ship, he put his eye patch back on. By now the werewolf was cooked, its body turning to charcoal, emitting plumes of black smoke. The earlier flame radiation had ignited a large area of nearby vegetation. Fortunately, there were no trees around the great ship, and the ground was damp, preventing the fire from spreading. Otherwise, the entire island would have been ablaze, forcing Yang Yi to flee. He approached the charred werewolf, took out a long-handled axe from his stomach pouch, and swung at its head. Ding! The first blow produced a metallic clang, failing to sever the werewolf's neck. This showed just how hard its bones were. He withdrew the axe and struck 3 more times before finally chopping off the blackened wolf head. After extinguishing the flames with soil and allowing sufficient cooling, Yang Yi retrieved his precious short sword. Then he discovered a silver bullet lodged in the wolf's mouth, stuck between the teeth of its lower jaw. White rose. Seeing the silver bullet, Yang Yi naturally recalled the white revolver he had once encountered. Its description mentioned firing silver bullets, which had effects of hindering regeneration and dispelling evil. Yang Yi also obtained information about the werewolf. Name: Gray Wolf Corpse. Transformation description: a gray wolf corpse, reanimated by necromancy, regaining mobility. Its body is covered in hard black-gray wolf fur. It will attack all living things except the caster. Can be placed into the monster gacha machine. Corpse transformation. Caster. Yang Yi noted the keywords. This indicated that some creature had used necromancy to revive the gray wolf's corpse. Another enemy must exist. Yang Yi stored the charred, still steaming ferocious wolf head into his stomach pouch, planning to take it back for the gacha machine. Since it was already burnt and apparently worthless for dissection research, Yang Yi also decided not to tell Suna to avoid her complaining about him not leaving a complete corpse. As for the wolf's body, it was nearly burned to ashes. Yang Yi did not rush into the great ship. Instead, he lurked nearby, drinking a bottle of holy water to restore his condition. Only when the fire subsided did he stand up again. So much time had passed, yet there was no movement from the great ship. This suggested the enemy was likely not inside. He checked the time. There were still 4 hours until nightfall, which was ample. 2 hours for exploration and 2 hours for return would be more than enough. Moreover, his condition was decent. After drinking the holy water, his energy had recovered somewhat and his blood vitality was above 85. Apart from the sea serpent's fang skill being depleted, he had almost no other losses. Having made up his mind, Yang Yi approached the great ship and climbed up using his spiderweb gloves. He planned to choose a suitable entry point, such as that deliberately cleaned window. A few minutes later, he reached the window. First, he casually tossed a long-legged sardine inside. After confirming there was no movement, he peered in. Something's wrong. This ship had clearly suffered a shipwreck and been stranded here, so its interior should have been in chaos. Yet in this room there were neatly arranged tables, chairs, and shelves, just moved to different positions because the original floor had become a wall. But a thick layer of dust still covered them. This suggested that when the ship was stranded on the deserted island, there might have been survivors on board. He did not rush to jump in recklessly. Instead, he switched to his left eye for observation. The interior of the ship was dim, requiring the third eye to see clearly. He soon spotted a row of unusual objects. They were glass jars, very familiar to Yang Yi as he had seen many in Suna's laboratory. Inside them, preserved, was a row of human heads. No more, no less, exactly 5. They were placed on a shelf that had been noticeably cleaned. Yang Yi's gaze swept over the 5 severed heads, and he noticed a commonality among them. The cuts at the necks were exceptionally smooth, as if cleaved by a sharp blade in a single stroke. He stared for a few seconds, quickly connecting this to the remains in the werewolf camp. He had found a large number of human bones there, but the number of skulls was strikingly scarce. Initially, he thought the werewolves had misplaced the heads, but now it seemed the bodies had never had heads at all. The heads had been deliberately collected by some creature. He swept his third eye across every corner of the room, sensing no danger, only discovering a few messy footprints likely left not long ago. This indicated that those players had entered this colossal ship, and the sacred casket was probably found here. Yang Yi, using his web gloves, climbed into the room without causing much commotion. Upon landing, he immediately assumed a defensive stance, holding a gun in his left hand, and the sea serpent's fang in his right, his body taut, ready to counter any potential ambush. But he was overthinking, or the room was silent, not even a bug in sight. He promptly began his exploration, knowing his third eye's duration was limited, and he needed to understand the ship's layout within 8 minutes. Name: head jar. Description: a head preserved using a certain technique allowing long-term storage, especially the brain, which remains frozen at the moment of preservation. Brain in a jar. Yang Yi shuddered. Aside from the head jars, there was nothing else suspicious in the room. He didn't linger and immediately moved to explore the adjacent chamber. Due to the ship's tilt, the room was inaccessible through normal means, forcing him to climb into the next one. After confirming the adjacent room was safe, Yang Yi crawled inside. This room differed from the previous one. The floor was littered with glass shards and stains, marks that persisted even after so much time. He surveyed the area, determining that the glass remnants were broken vessels and tools. A few glass jars remained intact, containing unknown objects submerged in liquid. But perhaps due to age, the liquid inside had turned murky. Yang Yi attempted to inspect a few. Name melted and rotten human heart. Description contaminated by prolonged storage. This heart is utterly worthless. Name melted and rotten human eyeball. Description contaminated by prolonged storage. This eyeball is utterly worthless. Name melted and rotten human brain. Description contaminated by prolonged storage. This brain is utterly worthless. Name rotten human right foot. Description contaminated by prolonged storage. This right foot has begun to. These jars were filled with human organs. Yang Yi found them increasingly familiar, recalling the witch's laboratory, which also had jars, though those contained demonic organs. He suddenly understood. Is there a witch on this ship? One with a particular fascination for studying human bodies. He frowned, deciding not to linger as time was limited. He climbed out of the room and entered the ship's interior. Though only half a hull remained, its spaciousness even surpassed that of the Nightmare Star. Below, 3 rooms stood side by side, the middle one with a larger door flanked by smaller chambers. Yang Yi descended along the ship's deck. Midway he spotted a fixed white platform. Despite the passage of time, the platform showed no signs of fading or decay, only covered in a thick layer of dust. Yang Yi touched it. The material felt similar to the sacred casket, likely where the casket had once rested. He continued downward to the bottom rooms, entering the largest one first. It was somewhat damp, with 2 rows of weapon racks and the floor strewn with armor and weapons, all heavily rusted. These weapons and armor seemed to be sets, each piece of armor bearing a spherical pattern with radiating protrusions at the center resembling a ball of light. Name: Holy Knight. Armor damaged. Description: standard armor used by the radiant holy knights, emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece, neglected for too long, has rusted and is beyond recovery. Name: Holy Knight. Sword damaged. Description: standard longsword used by the radiant holy knights, emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece, neglected for too long, has rusted and is beyond recovery. Name: Holy Knight. Shield damaged. Description: standard shield, used by the radiant holy knights, emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece, neglected for too long, has rusted and is beyond recovery. Yang Yi gave them a cursory glance. All were deemed worthless, so he left the room and moved to the next. This room was vastly different, furnished with a bed and other items suggesting someone had lived here. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, and the furniture was decayed, indicating the occupant had not returned for a long time. The fresher footprints were left by players, including a trail stained with blood that stopped by the bed, as if someone had lain there for a while. Yang Yi carefully examined the bed and found a severely damaged parchment beneath it. The script on it was blurred, written in a special language he did not recognize. Human common language discovered. Can be learned for 500 conch coins. The log instantly displayed the message. Without a second thought, Yang Yi spent the coins to learn the language, and then he could read the text. Thanks be to the Radiant Guide. A few days ago, we received a report of a massacre in. A raving one-eyed man killed his adulterous wife and her lover along with everyone nearby. His strength was extraordinary, his left eye alone covering half his face. We purified him with holy fire. Following the clues, we found a hidden witch. To capture her, we sacrificed 1 knight and 2 squires. They were brave, we buried them. Now only this ugly, evil, and terrifying witch remains. We will escort her back to the holy city, where she will realize the depth of her sins, but the gods will not forgive her. The middle part was obscured by stains unreadable. Unfortunately, we encountered a sea spout. It followed our ship all the way. Damn it! This is surely a curse summoned by the witch. The ship was torn apart and fell from the sky. Oh, most of us died. We buried them, praying they return to the embrace of the radiant goddess after death. Damn it, the witch's evil container hid a disease. Some of us started to develop fevers and fuzz grew on their faces. Holy water could not cure this vile illness. They went mad, tearing at everything in sight. Commander Will and I killed these frenzied ones, leaving only the 2 of us. This damned witch should be tied to the stake. Before all the citizens of the holy city, her soul should be redeemed with the harshest holy instruments, then purified with holy fire. 7 days have passed. This island is too barren. Will and I alone cannot repair this ship. Commander Will decided to take the spare boat out to sea to seek rescue, and I agreed. The Radiant Guide will lead him. He will surely succeed. My task is to guard the sacred casket, ensuring the evil within cannot escape. I have all the time. Fuzz is growing on my face, my teeth are sharpening, and I even crave to dig up my comrades' corpses to eat. Perhaps I already have. My waking hours grow shorter, but I will not forget my duty. I will ensure this ship remains undisturbed and the sacred casket stays sealed. The Holy Night Order will surely come. Then I shall find eternal rest, eternal radiance, eternal order. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic, a testament to the writer's deteriorating mental state. After reading this, Yang Yi's brow furrowed deeply. He had misjudged. This ship did not belong to a witch but to the Holy Night Order. The Order's duty was to hunt heretics, and they had merely encountered a shipwreck while escorting a witch back. But the sacred casket. Could it hold a living person? Yang Yi found it impossible. The casket was inconvenient to carry, so he hadn't brought it, leaving it instead in a bush outside the giant ship. Just then a female voice came from behind Yang Yi. I only stepped out for a meal and I find a thief has sneaked in and killed my watchdog. Yang Yi's scalp tingled. Though his back was to her, he saw clearly. Half a head peered out from the door frame behind him. A woman with her eyes tightly shut. Without turning around, Yang Yi aimed backward, pulling the trigger of his flintlock pistol. The shot did not misfire, the bullet struck the doorframe with precision, cracking it open and sending splinters flying. How can you shoot so accurately with your back turned? Do you have eyes in the back of your head? A voice of puzzlement came from above Yang Yi. The previous shot had missed, the creature seemed to anticipate the gun's trajectory and dodge preemptively. So just before he aimed and pulled the trigger, she darted in, crawling swiftly across the wooden planks overhead. You set the fire outside, didn't you? Quite resourceful. The unknown entity above praised him, brimming with confidence. Yang Yi's scalp tingled and goosebumps rose all over his skin. He saw a human head crawling up there. Indeed, just a head. Its features suggested a beautiful woman with a well-proportioned face and a head of lustrous, curly, long hair. Though her eyes were closed, she could still see in the dark by unknown means. Moreover, she moved with incredible speed, her head borne by slender tentacles extending from below her neck. At the tips of these tentacles were sickle-like blades. Yang Yi had no doubt about their sharpness. 5 players had already tested it with their own heads. A flash of cold light streaked as a sickle slashed toward Yang Yi's nape at lightning speed. An ordinary person could never dodge. Their eyes couldn't even track it. But Yang Yi was different. At the last moment, he turned and barely parried the strike with the blade of Sea Serpent's fang. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, even sparking. Sea Serpent's fang nearly slipped from his hand, and a deflected sickle cut a gash across his face, blood gushing forth. Oh! The woman's voice sounded surprised. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to withstand the blow. But soon she found her answer. It was because of Yang Yi's special left eye, a tricomposite eyeball slowly rotating. What a beautiful eye! She exclaimed excitedly. What's the matter with your left eye? Let me have a look. With that, she lunged at Yang Yi faster than the Grey Wolfman. Though he could see her, he couldn't evade. Because the space was too narrow, only 7 or 8 meters from front to back. One of the head's tentacles alone stretched 3 meters. Nearly half the room was within her striking range, let alone her swift mobility. Under the crisis, Yang Yi dared not hold back and immediately unleashed the cannon mode. Even if this blow might collapse the giant ship, he would not hesitate. Bang! The trigger was pulled, the flintlocks roar deafening. This shot was aimed at the monster, piercing through the ceiling planks and exiting the hull. The already decayed giant ship, struck by this impact, immediately crumbled by a third, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Yang Yi was blasted backward by the immense recoil, crashing through the wall and landing outside the ship. Even Yang Yi himself hadn't expected to escape the giant ship's ruins in this manner. It seemed the vessel was more brittle than he had anticipated. But then, give me your body. The damned woman's voice echoed in Yang Yi's ear. Though the last shot was powerful, it had missed. Given their close proximity and the womanhead's high intelligence, she recognized firearms and dodged based on the gun's aim. She evaded the strike as before. Yet the shot's power exceeded her expectations, severing most of her tentacles. Now the womanhead had crawled onto Yang Yi's left shoulder with only 6 tentacles left, trying to entangle him. Damn it! Yang Yi cursed. This was more tormenting than a spider crawling on him. He wrestled with the womanhead on his left shoulder. His left hand grabbed her hair, while his right hand thrust Sea Serpent's fang at her. But the woman saw through it and clamped the blade with her sharp teeth. The standoff was deadlocked, neither able to prevail. Yet in truth, the monster's physical prowess far exceeded Yang Yi's. She secured herself with a single tentacle clinging tightly to his left shoulder. The remaining 5 tentacles burrowed into Yang Yi's neck, writhing beneath his skin and causing immense agony. But soon, Yang Yi felt no more pain. His sanity dropped by 20. He was losing control of his body. Yang Yi was shocked after reading the messages. At last he learned the creature's name. This brain-eating demon was attempting to invade and seize control of Yang Yi's body. He could even feel the tentacles moving inside him. They were heading toward his spine, burrowing in, trying to replace his central nervous system and command his limbs. How could he let her succeed? You damned parasite! Yang Yi roared. He released the short sword, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard toward the head. But the blow never landed. His left hand, now out of control, had turned back to restrain his right wrist. The standoff resumed. Ignoring the head on his shoulder, Yang Yi looked like a madman fighting his own hands, neither side gaining ground. Seizing the moment, the brain-eating demon spat out Sea Serpent's fang, a trickle of viscous purple blood oozing from her mouth. It seemed she hadn't escaped unscathed from the earlier strike. But now confident of victory, she burst into laughter, her face brimming with expression, lips curled in a sneer. Haha, stop resisting. It only brings you more pain. Submit to me and I promise not to kill you. I'll let you dwell forever in blissful dreams. Go to hell. Yang Yi refused to yield, fighting back with all his might. When his hands failed, he used his head. Bang! The brain-eating demon was caught off guard, struck by Yang Yi's headbutt, seeing stars. Though agile, she was pinned to his left shoulder and couldn't dodge. Landing the blow, Yang Yi felt the turmoil inside him pause for a second. Delighted, he slammed into her with even greater force. He seemed willing to bash himself bloody. Bang! 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 Are you insane? The brain-eating demon cursed. She had never faced such a tenacious opponent. Unable to bear the battering, she withdrew a tentacle, coiled it like a spring, and pressed it against Yang Yi's head to stop his assault. To her, this man was a madman, seemingly impervious to pain. In the end, Yang Yi's headbutts were halted, but he had achieved considerable results. Though his head bore several lumps, her nose was crooked, streaming 2 rivulets of deep purple blood, and tear stains marked her eyes. She seemed to have cried from pain. But Yang Yi showed no mercy. He was fighting for his life. When headbutts failed, he quickly sought other means. He tried to control his limbs, finding his right leg fully regained while his right hand and left leg were barely manageable. He struggled to his feet at a nearby tree, and with a forceful push charged straight into it. The target was naturally the brain-eating demon's occiput, with enough force to crush her skull. The brain-eating demon was startled by Yang Yi's frenzied move. She hastily used his left hand to cushion her head, but still suffered a bump on the back of her skull. Seizing the chance, Yang Yi freed his right hand from the left's grip. Are you crazy? This is your own body, and my tentacles are inside you now. If something goes wrong and severs something vital, you'll become a cripple instantly. The brain-eating demon warned, but she had warned the wrong person. Yang Yi did not hesitate. He clenched his right fist and punched her square in the eye socket, giving her a black eye. Then he replied, I'd rather be a cripple than give you my body. Fearless, he continued to strike. Then he replied, I'd rather be a cripple than give you my body. Fearless, he continued to strike. Near the colossal ship, the battle between Yang Yi and the brain-devouring demon continued, though its fury was diminishing, gradually fading into stillness. At the outset, Yang Yi had caused the brain-devouring demon considerable trouble with his reckless strategy of trading injuries and self-mutilation. However, as he progressively lost control of his body, he found himself utterly defenseless. Now only his right leg remained under his command. He lay sprawled on the ground, utterly powerless against the brain-devouring demon. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he only practiced his high kicks more diligently, he could have surely shattered the demon's head. On the other side, the brain-devouring demon was not faring much better. Her face had swollen into a grotesque pig's head from Yang Yi's relentless beating. If you'd just surrendered earlier, none of this would have happened. She cursed, though her words came out with a lisp, for several of her teeth had been knocked out by Yang Yi. Her eyes were also swollen shut like overripe peaches, making it impossible for her to open them even if she tried. Yet she was the victor without a doubt. Though she appeared far more battered than Yang Yi, that did not change the fact of her triumph. What's that look supposed to mean? The brain-devouring demon continued her complaint, for Yang Yi was glaring at her sideways with 2 distinctly different eyes filled with malice. In truth, however, he was merely bluffing. He had gone completely blind. The time limit for his third eye had expired, and his brain had once again severed the transmission of visual signals. But Yang Yi refused to let the brain-devouring demon know of his blindness. So he continued to glare at her fiercely, his eyes wide with rage, pretending he could still see. 2 streams of bright red blood trickled from his nostrils, adding to his ferocious appearance. Time ticked by second by second. Yang Yi could feel a tentacle creeping up from the nape of his neck, following his spine, trying to burrow into his brain. Strangely, he felt no pain, only a soothing comfort, even a hint of anticipation for the tentacle to enter. This was likely an effect of the secretions from the brain-devouring demon's tentacles, designed to weaken the host's will to resist. In another minute, perhaps even less, the tentacle would pierce Yang Yi's brain. At that point, whether it replaced the host's brain to send signals and take over the body, or destroyed and devoured the brain entirely, it would be an irreversible and desperate scenario. Moreover, judging by the brain-devouring demon's words, she did not intend to kill Yang Yi. Instead, she wanted to trap him in a meticulously crafted, beautiful dream, causing him to sink into oblivion and lose all perception of the outside world. You're quite tenacious, holding out for so long. That woman only lasted a dozen seconds. The brain-devouring demon remarked, her tone condescending, whether in praise or mockery of Yang Yi. You think you've won? Yang Yi asked coldly. Of course. Do you think you can turn the tables? Yang Yi offered no explanation, for a bold plan was forming in his mind. To use sorcery. First, the limb restoration spell. Its target, the brain-devouring demon. As any avid reader of the Book of Limbs and Spiders knows, all creatures comprise 3 parts: the entity, the vessel, and the limbs. The entity is the seat of self-awareness, For humans it is the brain. The vessel is the torso serving to connect and support the entity and limbs. The limbs encompass all other tissues and organs which may belong to the creature itself or to others. This includes the heads of others. Thus Yang Yi could use the limb restoration spell to attach the brain-devouring demon to his left shoulder. Just like in the dream, it seemed that nightmare was not entirely an ill omen, it might also be a path to survival. Having made up his mind, a wild grin spread across Yang Yi's face as he laughed menacingly. You want my body, don't you? Then let us become even more intimately united. What? Yang Yi's expression sent a shiver of panic through the brain-devouring demon. The next moment the limb restoration spell was activated. Having thoroughly read the Book of Limbs and Spiders, Yang Yi needed no incantation to cast it. Soon strange symbols emerged from his left shoulder, the very script found in that book. These symbols spread rapidly, crawling across the brain-devouring demon's face. What is this? The demon exclaimed in terror, desperate to flee. But she could not. While she had trapped Yang Yi, she had also ensnared herself. Her 4 tentacles were now deeply embedded in Yang Yi's body, impossible to withdraw in an instant. Moreover, she was reluctant to damage this experimental subject. So the brain-devouring demon could only watch helplessly as the spell took effect, the runes morphing sprouting limbs and transforming into tiny spiders. She then watched as these minuscule spiders worked in unison, spinning silk threads like master tailors, meticulously stitching the brain-devouring demon to Yang Yi's left shoulder. Even the chainmail was dismantled by these spiders. Dozens of seconds later, the symbols vanished. The brain-devouring demon's head was now fused with Yang Yi's left shoulder, their flesh melded together indistinguishable. At the same time, Yang Yi gained dominion over the brain-devouring demon's body, including her tentacles. A new struggle then commenced. The brain-devouring demon was horrified to discover that her own tentacles had gone rogue, as if they had suddenly developed a will of their own and gained freedom. In reality, it was Yang Yi controlling them from behind the scenes. The two began vying for control of the tentacles, each winning some and losing some. What have you done? The brain-devouring demon cried, panic-stricken, experiencing for the first time the feeling of being dominated. The tentacles that remained outside her body had gone out of control, lashing back at her several times, leaving deep purple welts. This was the result of her strenuous efforts to contain them. Otherwise, she would have been severed by her own tentacle scythes. The two continued this silent battle, though to an outsider it might have seemed incomprehensible. But only they knew the true peril involved. Minutes later, Yang Yi found himself at a disadvantage once more. He was growing weary. He realized that his neural reflexes, or perhaps his speed of thought, could not match the brain-devouring demon's. Once she had calmed down, he began to lose ground steadily. Now he had lost almost all control again. The tentacle at the nape of his neck resumed its ascent. Damn it! If I had enough demonic energy, I'd blow us both up with the limb explosion spell. Yang Yi thought viciously. His thoughts, transmitted via neural signals, reached the brain-devouring demon. Limb explosion spell. Are you a heretic of the limb spider cult? The brain-devouring demon cursed. The limb spider cult was a secret sect that worshipped a deity known as the Mother of 10,000 Limbs and Spiders. Its followers were fanatical about limbs, habitually attaching all sorts of grotesque appendages to their bodies, making themselves look monstrous, yet brazenly claiming it was a form of metamorphosis and evolution. The brain-devouring demon had heard of this cult, but never expected to encounter one of its members here. Fortunately, she had the upper hand. She could win. She would win. He had no demonic energy left and couldn't use the limb explosion spell. But Yang Yi's next thought sent a chill down her spine. Damn! I really can't hold out much longer. If it comes to it. If it comes to it. If it comes to it, I'll have no choice but to resort to the prayer to the Mother of 10,000 Limbs and Spiders. I'll offer this monster to the Mother of 10,000 Limbs and Spiders. You're insane. This signal terrified the brain-devouring demon, nearly causing her soul to flee her body. Stop! A rapid neural signal surged into Yang Yi's mind. Do you have any idea what summoning a deity entails? It is far more than mere death. If a human stands unprepared before a deity, they will only descend into boundless madness, unable even to maintain their form. The Mind Devourer issued its warning. The two communicated through neural signals. What seemed like lengthy discourse was but a single impulse, transmitted and understood in an instant. Yet to the Mind Devourer's astonishment, Yang Yi ignored the warning. His resolve to employ the myriad-limbed spider matriarch invocation only hardened. This was no bluff of false bravado. It was a neural signal, a deep conscious exchange. Yang Yi's thoughts were transmitted to the Mind Devourer almost synchronously, leaving little room for deception. He was truly intent on it. The Mind Devourer was horrified, regretting its choice to possess this madman's flesh. Could only hurl curses, sending a torrent of signals to disrupt Yang Yi's casting. You lunatic, heretic, incomprehensible psychopath. And you dare call me a monster? I think you're less than a monster. Even a monster wouldn't summon a deity. A deluge of neural signals laced with confusion, fear, shock, and despair flooded Yang Yi's mind, splitting his head with pain. It was as if 10 mouths were screeching inside his skull. He could endure it no longer. Shut up. Yang Yi severed the mind devourer's signal transmission. I am perfectly calm. This is the only way to utterly destroy you, you red-eyed madman. Red? How do you know my eyes are red? Did I tell you? A puzzled signal arrived. Yang Yi replied instantly, do I need to say it? But unbeknownst to him, his thoughts were transmitted as well, even those he wished to withhold. In that moment, the mind devourer glimpsed the scene from Yang Yi's nightmare. You dreamed of this? The mind devourer asked, surprised. I didn't say that. You've seen other red-eyed people. I have not. Someone named Suna. Where is she now? You son of a bitch. Yang Yi was furious. He realized he could hide no secrets. His every thought was captured. This feeling was utterly wretched, akin to being stripped bare before a crowd with everything exposed. Yet Yang Yi quickly found a countermeasure. Cease thinking, stop interpreting the other signals. Tell me where she is now. What is she to you? Yang Yi remained unmoved, preparing to unleash the myriad-limbed spider matriarch invocation to annihilate this blight once and for all. This thought was swiftly seized by the mind devourer. Stop. Let us talk. I bear no hostility now. You must feel it. True to its word, Yang Yi sensed no enmity, only positive emotions, excitement, anticipation, relief. Emotions seldom lie unless one can hypnotize oneself into deceit. And the mind devourer's actions further proved its sincerity. For the tendrils within Yang Yi were retreating, and almost instantly he regained control of his body. What exactly do you want? Yang Yi was bewildered, but he did not let down his guard. He fumbled at his person, intending to retrieve a new weapon from his stomach pouch for defense. But his thoughts were all known to the mind devourer. 2 tendrils bound his hands tight, rendering him immobile. Cease your aggressive actions. I said I only want to talk. But I can't see. What if you flee? I can share my sight with... A peculiar visual signal was transmitted. Only outlines and contours devoid of color. It was like a scene derived from radar scanning the surroundings processed through complex calculations. At the same time, the tendrils released Yang Yi's hands, allowing him to stand. What exactly? Find a place to sit. My face hurts terribly. I don't want to say anything now. Frowning, Yang Yi trudged toward the ruins with a head perched on his left shoulder like a 2-headed demon. He found a fallen plank and sat down. Meanwhile, the mind devourer seemed capable of casting spells. Yang Yi could not understand the intricate incantations, but he felt a warm water-like energy wash over the mind devourer's face, healing most of its wounds. Ah, that feels much better. The mind devourer looked at Yang Yi. But in Yang Yi's perception, it was like looking at himself, a very strange sensation. After all, he shared the mind devourer's vision. Taking the chance, Yang Yi put on his blindfold and asked the mind devourer what it truly wanted to say. Thus began the conversation between the 2 heads, and the mind devourer's speech grew more refined. Greetings, Mr. Yang Yi. You may call me Lady Renette. As you might have guessed, I am indeed a witch of both beauty and wisdom. She began to reveal her identity. Long, long ago she was merely an ordinary, yet strikingly beautiful and exceptionally clever, which she kept a low profile, preferring to hide in corners and pursue her small studies. But her peace was short-lived. She was discovered by the Holy Church's knights, captured as a heretic, and prepared for transport to the Holy City to face the judgment of Holy Light. This was definitely a betrayal. It must have been that Peter. He knelt and begged me to cure his blindness so he could see his newlywed wife. So I agreed. I removed his diseased eyeballs and replaced them with healthy Cyclops eyes. The surgery was a success. He thanked me before leaving. Lady Renette grew indignant. But within half a month, the Holy Church's knights arrived. Fortunately, I was prepared and transformed myself into a mind devourer, so even with only a head I could still move. Otherwise, once separated from the Holy Casket, I would die instantly. Holy Casket. The Holy Casket is a prison used by the Radiant Holy Church to contain the severed heads of heretics. Each has a unique number and is engraved with holy marks. Whenever the Holy Knights capture a heretic, they use a divine technique called Supreme Sanctification to sever the head with a single stroke. This Supreme Sanctification is an exceedingly cruel and malicious spell. It does not kill the victim immediately after decapitation. Then they seal the head in a holy casket for transport to the Holy City. As long as the sinner does not leave the holy casket, they never truly die. Such brutal methods are unheard of. Lady Renette recounted the cruelty of the Holy Knights to Yang Yi, but Yang Yi remained unmoved. In his view, witches were no better. The two were 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. His thoughts were quickly known to Lady Renette. You harbor deep misunderstandings about witches. In truth, I would prefer that people call us scholars. Lady Renette divulged a wealth of hidden information to Yang Yi. The world brands us as forbidden beings, cursing us for defiling the dead and toying with life. But that is all misconception and prejudice. In reality, we are the true guardians of this world, its only hope. Those taboo-breaking, ethics-defying studies are merely the birth pangs of exploring truth. If we persist, we shall one day rekindle the light of truth. We will drive all hidden horrors into the shadows, never daring to emerge before the light of truth. We shall achieve this. We will make it so. For the light of truth has always existed and will forever exist. Lady Ronette's face grew fervent. A look of faith. Unlike faith in deities, what they believed in was truth, the principle of all things. In her excitement, her eyes opened. But there were no eyeballs within, only traces of burning. It seemed her eyes had been torn out with red-hot pincers. What exactly are you trying to say? Yang Yi asked. Surely it's not just that you've been imprisoned too long and want someone to talk to. No, Lady Ronette shook her head. I had planned to infiltrate the Radiant Holy Church to see if I could find and rescue another witch or warlock. But now, that seems unnecessary. She turned her hollow eye sockets toward Yang Yi. Before me stands a witch who can inherit everything I have. She probed into her own mouth with a tendril, rummaging around, and pulled out a crimson gem coated in purple slime, handing it to Yang Yi. This is the Truth Stone. It contains the efforts of countless generations. I am clever, but not enough. I could only inherit a portion. If someone with greater talent were to inherit it, they would directly touch the truth and comprehend the reality of this world. I am beyond that now. I will soon die, but the legacy of truth must not be severed. Yang Yi took the Truth Stone and absorbed its information. Name: Truth Stone. Type: Relic. Quality. Description: swallow the stone to gain vast forbidden knowledge, but failure to withstand it will lead to brain death. Not recommended for use by anyone other than witches or warlocks. If you present this stone to the Radiant Holy Church, you will receive boundless glory. After reading, he understood her intent. She wanted him to give the stone to Su Na. Why do you think I will do as you say? Yang Yi asked, puzzled. You will. Lady Ronette replied with absolute certainty, but Yang Yi was not convinced. What is your view on aberrations? Lady Ronette suddenly posed a strange question. I believe the only good aberration is a dead one. Yang Yi answered. Good. I hope you remember that. Lady Ronette was pleased with the reply, a smile spreading across her face. She produced a wine bottle from some hidden corner, cut off the cap with a tendril, and poured 2 glasses using a dusty measuring cylinder. Come have a drink with me. She handed 1 glass to Yang Yi. I do not drink. Yang Yi refused. Before his transmigration, his body was frail, and he had never touched alcohol. Make an exception. It's just this 1 glass. Lady Ronette insisted, pressing the measuring cylinder against Yang Yi's lips with her tendril. After you drink, I ask you to fulfill your promise. Kill me. You want me to kill you? Yang Yi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected the witch, after all her rambling, to ultimately seek death. Yes. Ronette affirmed once more. From the moment I became a brain-eater, I set a time limit on my own life. Before consuming the 5th human brain, I must end myself. Ronette drank the wine from the measuring cylinder. The liquor, aged for who knows how long, had turned murky, yet its aroma remained rich and mellow. She continued her explanation. In truth, not all creatures possess the courage to commit suicide, especially some intelligent, long-lived species. They are in fact extremely fearful of death. The brain-eater is one such creature. It is a powerful and cunning being with virtually no concept of age. They typically prefer to lodge within a host's cranium, using the host's appearance to approach prey, then seizing the opportunity to devour their brains or to reproduce. Ronette spoke from an objective standpoint, as if describing a creature utterly unrelated to herself. Yet she herself was the brain-eater. But Yang Yi had already grasped her meaning. She was terrified of death, yet too embarrassed to say it outright, wanting Yang Yi to lend her a hand. I am a scholar and a human. At least for now, I still consider myself human. Even though I desperately want to devour your brain. As Ronette spoke, her tentacles twitched uneasily. One tentacle shaped like a straw was presumably used for sucking out brains. Not long ago, it must have been this very tentacle attempting to bore into Yang Yi's mind. Ronette seemed oblivious to her tentacle's agitation and continued. In a year or a decade, as I consume more and more brains, my mindset will shift. I will come to believe I am a noble brain-eater, and humans mere lowly livestock. This is an inevitable, insidious process. By then I will stand against the very truth and that I cannot tolerate. So I set a time limit on my life. Ronette's thoughts transmitted into Yang Yi's mind. He hesitated for a moment, then took the cylinder and drained the wine in 1 gulp. Then he stood up. This small action caused all of Ronette's tentacles to tense up, scythe-like blades flailing before Yang Yi's face, even the straw-like one among them seemingly eager to pierce his temple. My apologies, this is a physiological reflex of the brain-eater beyond my control, Ronette apologized. Due to the neural connection, Yang Yi sensed all of Ronit's emotions: tension, panic, fear, hesitation, and the rationality that overrode them all. Ignoring the tentacles thrashing menacingly at him, Yang Yi began searching the ground, quickly retrieving the flintlock pistol and the sea serpent's fang that had fallen among the trees. While retrieving the weapons, he was nicked by the scythes of several tentacles. The wounds were shallow, but a row of blood beads formed. "Where do you want to be buried?" Yang Yi suddenly asked. "The holy casket. There's no finer coffin than that. Hand it over to the Radiant Church afterward, and it might calm those religious fanatics down a bit," Ronit said calmly. "Are you ready then?" Yang Yi looked at Ronit, a weapon in each hand held close to her head. "There are 2 ways to die here. Which do you choose?" "The firearm that." "Oi." The neural signal suddenly went haywire, dissolving into a mess of nonsensical gibberish. Ronit's hollow eye sockets widened in what seemed like surprise, for Yang Yi had acted. His right hand drove the sea serpent's fang through her temple with lightning speed, burying it to the hilt. The strike was so sudden, occurring in the gap of their conversation, that Ronit hadn't even had time to feel fear. A deep purple viscous fluid oozed from her nasal cavity. Several tentacles thrashed wildly, like a drowning person, tightly coiling around Yang Yi's head, leaving bloody welts across his face. After a dozen seconds, the tentacles lost their strength and drooped. Yang Yi pulled out the sea serpent's fang. Earlier, while retrieving his weapons, he had deliberately ceased all thought, letting his mind become as still as an ancient well. Only at the very last moment did he reveal his killing intent, crafting a strike of utter surprise. In just over 10 minutes, Yang Yi had learned how to conceal his true thoughts within the realm of consciousness. Simply don't think. Thus, by the time Ronit realized Yang Yi was about to act, there was no time left to be afraid. The dust settled and Yang Yi received Ronit's information. Name: Ronit. Brain-eater. Description: the witch Ronit transformed into a brain-eater is a heretic on the run from the Radiant Church. Can be fed into the monster gacha or handed over to the Radiant Church for a substantial reward. She bears the mark of heavy sin within her, which will be sensed by nearby church knights and clergy. Brain-eater: an extremely dangerous creature that delights in consuming brains for parasitism and reproduction. If it goes without a brain for an extended period, it becomes weak and ravenous, particularly adept at mental magic. Yang Yi's face was expressionless as he began the work of severance. After Ronit's death, he became blind once more, unable to see anything. Relying solely on memory, he roughly cut away the head attached to his left shoulder. After cutting for nearly a minute or two, Yang Yi finally separated Ronit from his left shoulder. The effect of this limb regeneration spell was truly indescribable. The entire spell took about a minute to take effect, costing 10 points of sanity, making it unsuitable for use in combat. Moreover, strictly speaking, it should be considered a logistical spell. Yang Yi used the long-legged sardine in his pocket to open the stomach pouch, retrieved the regeneration potion inside and drank it. An intense itch gave Yang Yi the urge to rub himself against a wall. Fortunately, he managed to resist, but the commotion he caused was considerable. He checked his attribute panel, especially his sanity value, and found it was still at 32. Good, no further contamination. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier invasion and the use of the spell to alter his body had cost him a fair amount of sanity. But as long as it didn't drop below 10, it was still within the safety margin and nothing to worry about. Yet just as Yang Yi was calming down, ready to contact Suna to come pick him up, another sound came from the giant ship ruins. "Who's there?" A gentle female voice rang out. "Someone else." Yang Yi's heart leaped, but he quickly thought of the missing Zhou Dai. If there was another survivor, it could only be Zhou Dai. However, the fact that she had survived the collapse of the giant ship was simply a stroke of incredible luck. Yet her appearance might not be a good thing, because Yang Yi was blind, unable to see anything. If Zhou Dai saw him as an enemy, things could turn very bad. In a moment of urgency, Yang Yi weighed his options carefully, deciding to minimize the possibility of conflict and ease the tense atmosphere. So he boldly confessed his true identity. "I am Yang Yi, captain of the Nightmare Star," he replied. "Yang Yi?" Zhou Dai repeated. "That's right. Who are you?" Yang Yi asked. Zhou Dai frowned. The name was familiar. After all, they had conducted 2 transactions and added each other as friends. In her perception, Yang Yi was a ruthless man, frequently injured, fond of killing aberrations, and would sell some use. But Zhou Dai did not believe him immediately. Instead, she opened her chat interface and tried to privately message Yang Yi, seeing his earlier messages. There were 2 messages in total. One from a few days ago where Yang Yi asked if she wanted to buy a fire-retaining wool sweater. Another from this morning asking if she needed stone and timber. After reading them, Zhou Dai sent a reply. "Are you on the island? I've met someone here who claims to be Yang Yi, captain of the Nightmare Star. Is that you?" "Of course it's me." Yang Yi's voice came through. From then on, both parties confirmed each other's identities and the tension dropped by half. Several days earlier, Zhou Dai organized a team of 14 to raid this island. They had prepared, thoroughly purchasing an array of equipment. Zhou Dai in particular spared no expense acquiring a revolver named White Rose that could suppress regeneration specifically to counter the werewolf's healing abilities. The others also bought suitable weapons and armor according to their roles. Those with shields, plate armor, and chainmail were tasked with drawing and withstanding the werewolf's attacks. The rest used repeating crossbows and bows for ranged attacks. If unfortunate enough to be engaged in close combat, there were warriors specialized for melee fights. In short, they were well prepared. Their willingness to cooperate in raiding this island stemmed from a shared mission. It was a mission tempting enough to risk adventure. Its name was the Covenant Prelude Quest. Zhou Dai was the first to receive it from a peculiar undead. This undead climbed up from the hull of the Radiant Goddess ship on its own. Like a pilgrim, it ignored Zhou Dai, rushed into the ship's prayer room, knelt to pray, and then burst into flames in the radiance of the Radiant Goddess, leaving only ashes and a sealed letter. Zhou Dai retrieved the letter and opened it. Covenant Prelude Quest triggered. Retrieve the lost sacred casket for the Radiant Holy Church. The casket is located at coordinates. This is a prelude quest. Upon completion, you will have the opportunity to join the Radiant Holy Church, formally establish a covenant in the next sea, and gain extraordinary power. This quest can be completed by up to 15 people. Zhou Dai was stunned, her heart filled with ecstasy. She was a person of faith, and upon first entering this world, she was captivated by the holy demeanor of the Radiant Goddess. After several prayers, she became a devotee of the Radiant Goddess. With this chance to join the Radiant Holy Church, she would never let it slip away. Thus Zhou Dai rushed to the coordinates and discovered this island upon which lay a damaged giant ship. According to the letter, the sacred casket was stored within this vessel. However, as she approached, she also spotted a werewolf foraging on the shore. She intended to use the ship's cannons against it, but the werewolf seemed aware of their danger. Before the cannons of the Radiant Goddess could aim at it, the werewolf fled into the woods. Zhou Dai dared not land and circled the island for 2 days, spotting only this single werewolf. She then began recruiting teammates, assembling a group to raid the island. After careful selection, she enlisted 13 companions. Together they accepted this Covenant Prelude Quest, determined to complete it, join the Radiant Holy Church, and obtain supernatural power. As the original initiator captain of the special ship, and a gifted individual, Zhou Dai naturally became the leader of. After preparations, they landed on the island. Sacrificing 3 lives, they succeeded in killing the werewolf. What followed was largely as Yang Yi had speculated. Time returned to the present. Yang Yi and Zhou Dai did not rush to meet, but instead exchanged information about the island situation. Yang Yi claimed he had stumbled upon the island by chance, intending to gather supplies. But he encountered half-werewolves and a reanimated werewolf on the island, swiftly dispatching them. Finally, he entered the giant ship, faced a brain-eater fiend, and after considerable effort succeeded in eliminating it. Zhou Dai was speechless with shock. Their team of 14 had surrounded the werewolf, losing 3 members before killing it. Later they were wiped out by the brain-eater fiend inside the casket. Yet Yang Yi alone had surpassed the entire team's achievements. Zhou Dai found it hard to believe, but Yang Yi's account was too detailed, covering specifics like the names of those killed on the island, the werewolf's missing finger, and the brain-eater fiend's parasitic nature. Thus Zhou Dai had to believe him. After all, it was all true, flawless. Yang Yi merely simplified and omitted his interaction with Ronit, replacing it with his own heroic display of ignoring the invasion and counter-killing the brain-eater fiend. After the exchange, the tension mostly dissipated. Zhou Dai realized Yang Yi was an incredibly powerful player obsessed with exterminating aberrant beings. Moreover, he seemed to harbor little hostility toward her, or else he would have acted already. So she attempted to ask for help as she was trapped. The giant ship had collapsed at the time. She was still unconscious, lying on a metal table, when a falling plank unfortunately pinned her left ankle. The plank had fallen, diagonally pinning her left ankle, while also forming a narrow safe space that saved Zhou. It was a blessing in disguise. However, she couldn't escape the space on her own, as she couldn't get up. She didn't even know the condition of her ankle, and could only seek Yang Yi's help. Yang Yi, am stuck under a plank. Come help me, Zhou Dai pleaded. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow. He thought Zhou Dai was fine, but it turned out she was trapped. But was she truly trapped? Yang Yi had no eyes to confirm. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, I just used my talent and can't see for a while, I'm afraid. You're blind. Just temporarily. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Dai called Yang Yi over. He was the only one she could ask for help. Under her guidance, Yang Yi approached a tilted plank. Inside that plank was the trapped Zhou Dai. At this moment, she held the white rose in her right hand, aiming at Yang Yi's head. She was testing whether Yang Yi was truly blind. If he was faking it, meant ill intentions. But in reality, she was overthinking. Yang Yi was completely blind, with an eye patch over his left eye, and no vision in his right, his face covered in blood and grime, looking like head just crawled out of a trench. Even if Zhou Dai shoved the gun barrel into Yang Yi's nostril, if he couldn't see, he couldn't see. But what she didn't know was that Yang Yi was secretly gathering strength. If Zhou Dai made any suspicious move, Yang Yi would pounce immediately. He had already sensed through sound that Zhou Dai was right beneath him, With 5 minutes of invincibility, even blind Yang Yi was confident he could kill Zhou Dai. The tension lingered for a few seconds but quickly dissipated. Zhou Dai lowered her gun and asked Yang Yi to help her. Crouch down a bit. I'm right in front of you, stuck in a gap under a plank with my left foot pinned. Zhou Dai said. Hold on. Shouldn't we first agree on something, like the distribution of spoils? Yang Yi didn't rush to help but continued. Remember, the reanimated werewolf and the brain-eater fiend were both killed by me. Zhou Dai was momentarily taken aback by his words. The distribution of spoils was indeed an urgent matter. Zhou Dai could not afford to yield either. She had come to this island for the sacred casket alone. This item was her ticket into the radiant holy church, and she could never abandon it under any circumstances. After a moment of deliberation, she tentatively proposed, how about this? You also take on this oath quest. We could complete the mission together and join the radiant holy. But before she could finish, Yang Yi rejected her outright. No, I have no intention of joining any religious order. Zhou Dai was stunned, unable to comprehend how anyone could refuse the guidance of the radiant goddess. A dozen seconds later, she proposed another plan. Hey, race the deal. I don't care about the rest. Could you let me have the sacred casket and the corpse of the brain-eater demon? I can trade you something valuable. Before Yang Yi could respond, Zhou Dai sent him some item information via private message. There were 3 exquisite equipment pieces in total. The first was the White Rose. Exquisite revolver that fired silver bullets, possessing the effects of suppressing regeneration and vanquishing evil. The second was a ship component, the Twilight Veil, which could render a stationary ship invisible. The third was the Sword of the Holy Knight Commander, an exquisite long sword obtained from the previous undead corpse gacha. After reading the information, especially upon seeing the second item, Yang Yi's breath caught. This was a true treasure. Invisibility for the ship would greatly facilitate exploration. He would no longer have to worry about malicious players raiding his vessel while he was exploring an island. As for the trade conditions, Yang Yi found them entirely acceptable. He had already intended to hand over the sacred casket to Zhou Dai for her to deliver to the radiant holy church. After all, his ship was a ghost vessel. Once the radiant holy church saw it, they would likely attempt to purify him on sight. Moreover, both the sacred casket and Ronit's corpse bore holy seals detectable by nearby holy church soldiers. How far nearby? Extended Yang Yi could not be certain, but carrying these items was unequivocally a hot potato. It was better to hand them over to Zhou Dai. Since she would deliver them anyway, it would also fulfill Ronit's last wish. As for keeping Ronit's corpse for gacha, Yang Yi never even considered it. Having drunk that glass of wine, he had no intention of using her remains for such a purpose. Thus Yang Yi planned to accept Zhou Dai's terms. Yet agreeing outright seemed too abrupt, so he haggled a bit before reluctantly conceding. He also managed to squeeze out an extra 100,000 conch coins. Actually, the collapse of this giant ship was my doing. I didn't know you were inside at the time. Yang Yi voiced his final concern. You can't blame yourself. If you hadn't killed the brain-eater demon, I would have been devoured. Zhou Dai did not dwell on the matter. So Yang Yi lowered himself and began trying to help her free herself. By the way, I can't see so if I offend in any way. This is no time for such formalities. Zhou Dai said urgently. All she wanted now was to escape quickly, as her left ankle had already lost all sensation. All right, Yang Yi said solemnly, beginning the rescue. Guided by Zhou Dai, he squeezed through the wooden planks and crawled to the innermost part. Though he couldn't see, his sense of touch remained, and he discovered that Zhou Dai's left ankle had been crushed. Even if they managed to push the plank away now, it wouldn't save her left foot. In fact, the movement might disrupt the wreckage's balance, causing further collapse. After 2 seconds of silence, Yang Yi spoke. Zhou Dai, I can save you, but the question is, do you trust me? You mean? Yang Yi nodded and said coldly, yes, your ankle is crushed beyond repair. It's not worth keeping. Zhou Dai paused, her body trembling slightly. Unable to sit up, she didn't know the exact condition of her ankle and had been clinging to optimistic thoughts. But the reality was the worst possible outcome. A dozen seconds later, Zhou Dai gradually calmed down, swiftly transitioning from initial panic and fear to composure. The transformation was so rapid that even she herself was surprised, as if losing a left foot was of little consequence. Perhaps this was the result of enduring too much. Once calm, Zhou Dai spoke in a steady voice. Then cut it off. I can't stay trapped here forever. Her words caught Yang Yi off guard. He had already determined that Zhou Dai was a meticulously dressed woman with an impressive figure. Yet such a beauty could decide to amputate her ankle without hesitation. It was almost like a completely different person. Yang Yi no longer underestimated Zhou Dai. Drawing the sea serpent Fong, he sliced through her left ankle in one swift motion, and blood gushed out. Freed from the burden of her left ankle, the two quickly crawled out of the cramped space beneath the tilted planks. Once free, Zhou Dai took a bottle of holy water from her storage pouch and poured it over the severed end of her ankle. Then she drank another bottle of holy water and retrieved bandages to dress the wound. Yang Yi stood by the entire time offering no help as he was completely blind. After finishing, a fine layer of sweat had formed on Zhou Dai's skin and her face was slightly pale. But strangely enough, losing her left foot did not weigh heavily on her spirit, and even the pain was gradually subsiding. It was judged as a minor injury, insignificant. With a calm expression, she completed the bandaging and stopped the bleeding on her left ankle. Yang Yi suddenly spoke up from the side. "Miss Zhou, I actually have a way to give you a new foot, but I'm not sure if you'd be willing." "What method?" "I know a restoration spell. I can attach a foot for you, but your original foot is crushed, so we'll need to replace it." Yang Yi continued. Zhou Dai was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to know healing magic. No wonder he was so formidable. "You could try searching through the wreckage. I found a right foot earlier, but I might have missed a left one. Also, you'd better prepare some flesh for the restoration." "Flesh is needed too." "Exactly." Zhou Dai frowned. She didn't understand why healing magic required flesh. But without a left foot, even walking was extremely difficult. Now that she had a chance at recovery, she didn't want to miss it, and she might never get such an opportunity again. "Fine then, help me up. I'll look around. If you can fix it, I'll give you an extra 100,000 conch coins as medical fees." "No need." Yang Yi refused, because this limb restoration spell was far from pleasant. In fact, after the restoration, Zhou Dai might even choose to amputate again. Also, there are some corpses on the shore, but they're infected with rabies, so it could be risky. Yang Yi added. The two quickly got to work with Zhou Dai giving directions and Yang Yi providing support. Suddenly, a warm current surged through Yang Yi's body. "You have received a blessing purifying body and mind. Sanity limit 20A, energy limit 20, lasting 2 hours. This was Zhou Dai's talent, boosting other stats through blessings. But her action caught Yang Yi off guard, because while the blessing increased the limits, it also restored the corresponding amounts of sanity and energy. This caused Yang Yi to snap out of his frenzied state, and his left shoulder began to throb with excruciating pain. "How do you feel?" "Much better, right?" Zhou Dai asked with a smile. "This is my talent. I can bless up to 5 people at once." It's fine." Yang Yi could only brush it off, feeling that this woman was not compatible with him. Zhou Dai rummaged through the debris and, following Yang Yi's instructions, retrieved the sacred casket from the bushes. The casket appeared to fit into her storage pouch. After about a dozen minutes, Zhou Dai dug out some glass jars. Some well-sealed like the heads of his 5 former teammates. Others were broken, such as a slightly decayed right foot and a pile of mushy tissue. As for the left foot, it was nowhere to be found. "Does the flesh need to be fresh?" Zhou Dai asked. "Not necessarily, but fresh works better. If it's not fresh, you'll need a larger amount." Yang Yi couldn't see and had no idea what Zhou Dai had picked up. "Alright then, this should be enough. What should I do?" "Attach the foot to the stump and align it properly. Place the flesh nearby." Zhou Dai complied and informed Yang Yi she was ready. Then, guided by her instructions, he placed his hand on the severed limb. He cast the spell Limb Restoration. Ancient peculiar runes emerged quickly, transforming into tiny spiders that sewed the severed limb back on. At the same time, they incorporated the nearby flesh into the wound. After about a minute, the spell concluded. Zhou Dai's left foot was now restored, though its shape was odd. It looked like a right foot with a gray-green hue, and embedded in the instep was a cloudy, useless eyeball. She tested it, and it worked perfectly. Though her 2 feet were asymmetrical, they were the same length, allowing her to walk steadily, presumably modified by the spell. She could even wiggle the toes and use this new left foot as her own limb. It was truly miraculous. This healing magic surpassed 21st century medicine. Zhou Dai was extremely satisfied. Though it was ugly, she suddenly realized she no longer cared much about appearances. As long as her face was good-looking. After all, feet are hidden in shoes. No one would ever know. She discreetly took a pair of shoes from her storage pouch and put them on. "Thank you. This spell is incredible," Zhou Dai said gratefully. "I'm glad you're satisfied," Yang Yi replied. Unable to see, he had no idea Zhou Dai now had 2 right feet. If he could see, he would definitely question whether this woman's mind was functioning properly. "Are you sure you want come aboard my ship for a while?" Zhou Dai asked. After having her left foot healed, her spirits had lifted considerably. "No, I have many matters to attend to," Yang Yi refused decisively. "What a pity. How about I help you back to your vessel? You can't see now and walking is quite inconvenient." "No need, my crewmate is already on her way to fetch me," Yang Yi replied. Half an hour ago, he had sent his coordinates to Suna requesting her to rendezvous with him. She should be en route by now. "A fusion card, so that's why your ship's name changed. This must be a rather rare item. I wish I could draw one too," Zhou Dai said enviously. She operated swiftly on her logbook and initiated a trade with Yang Yi. The terms were the brain-eating demon's corpse in exchange for the Twilight Veil and 20,000 conch coins. Although Yang Yi hadn't asked for medical fees, Zhou Dai insisted on paying. There was no reason to refuse further. The two then locked in the trade terms and pressed confirm. This transaction was binding, or defaulting would incur the penalty of the monster gacha machine, and it had to be completed within 8 hours. After finalizing this, Zhou Dai stood up, but before she could fully rise, Yang Yi, who was sitting very close, grasped her arm. Stay a while longer. If I'm left alone here, it might not be safe, Yang Yi replied. Zhou Dai paused for a moment. By now, all the aberrant creatures on the island should be dead, so there shouldn't be any real danger. Yet she didn't dwell on it, nor did she refuse. It was just a little longer. It wouldn't affect anything. Besides, she found Yang Yi incredibly charming. It was hard to describe this fondness. He just looked very pleasing to the eye, especially his head. After another hour had passed, Suna arrived. She was fully armed, wearing a cotton cap, long fleece-lined boots, a newly acquired survival knife at her waist, a pirate longbow in hand, and dozens of triangular armor-piercing arrows on her back. Aside from her down jacket, she had worn almost everything she could. She was rather sensitive to the cold, having always lived in the warm southern coastal regions. About 2 hours ago, she had received a private message from Yang Yi. He said he was blind and asked her to come pick him up quickly. Then he mentioned a strange woman by his side. Strange how? Suna saw Yang Yi sitting with a graceful, dignified woman in white robes. They were chatting and laughing, getting along famously, as if regretting they hadn't met sooner. Moreover, Yang Yi's left hand was still holding the woman's wrist. You don't seem to need help, Suna said flatly, emerging from the woods. Yang Yi knew it was Suna at once. He let out a long sigh of relief and released his grip. My teammate is here. All right then, I'll take my leave. May radiance bless you, Zhou Dai said. Zhou Dai bowed to Yang Yi, crossing her arms over her chest. If one only saw her shadow, it would seem she had no arms. Then she walked away, gradually disappearing towards her own ship, the Goddess of Radiance. Only when the sound of her footsteps faded did Yang Yi run towards Suna's location. Unable to see, he could only rely on his memory of the sound, charging forward until a bough pressed against his cheek. The familiar presence eased his tension. You're finally here. Unable to see, Yang Yi grabbed the bough and leaned in, whispering. Did that woman look back? No, Suna glanced in that direction. Good. Let's go back quickly. Something's off about her. I'll explain on the way, Yang Yi urged, ready to move immediately. But Suna gave a wry smile. Really? It seemed to me you two were having a pretty pleasant chat. That was just to make her let her guard down. Yang Yi's expression turned serious. Do you think a normal person can control their pulse to below 10? Or even stop it briefly, and right after severing her own foot? Suna frowned and glanced once more in the direction Zhou Dai had gone. Well, talk on the way. The two quickly ran towards the Nightmare Star. On the way, Yang Yi explained what he had noticed. When he pulled Zhou Dai out, he had observed that she seemed to have no pulse. Upon further sensing, he discovered her pulse was extremely slow, a condition that appeared after her amputation. No normal person could control their heartbeat to reduce blood loss. And there was a stark contrast in her behavior before and after. I even suspect that if I hadn't rescued her, she would have torn off her own left foot and crawled out. Yang Yi explained. Suna listened quietly, her brow deeply furrowed. If Yang Yi was correct, then some kind of transformation had occurred within Zhou Dai, simultaneously affecting her perception and her physical body. I was blind, and there was a mentally unstable woman beside me. So holding her wrist was the only way I felt safe. That way, even if danger arose, I'd have a chance to fight back. Suna suddenly felt very annoyed. She was right next to Yang Yi now, and she was a woman too. So she abruptly stopped, cutting him off coldly. I feel like you're indirectly insulting me. How could— Aren't you afraid I'll shoot an arrow through your head? No, it wouldn't be the first time I've gone blind. Suna was a bit miffed but didn't continue the topic. They reached the coast about an hour later as dusk was falling. Suna boarded the Nightmare Star first, then used a grappling hook to haul Yang Yi into the cabin. Once on board, Yang Yi instructed Suna to check the sea chart and keep a close eye on the Goddess of Radiance's movements. The ship was now visible on the chart, meaning Zhou Dai had removed the twilight veil, likely to prepare for the transaction. However, her position seemed unchanged. She remained anchored in the same spot. Rewinding time by about 10 minutes, Zhou Dai had just returned to the Goddess of Radiance and headed straight for the church. This was once a prayer room, but after the Goddess of Radiance was upgraded, it had evolved into a church. Inside stood a statue of the Goddess of Radiance. Praying to it brought immense inner peace, dispelled fear, and could even slowly restore one's sanity. Holy water was also produced here. By placing ordinary fresh water before the statue and praying sincerely, one could obtain it. Although the process took 24 hours, the prayer itself only needed to last half an hour. But this time there were additional items before the statue: 5 glass jars containing the heads of Zhou Dai's former teammates. May you all return to the embrace of the Goddess of Radiance. Zhou Dai knelt on the ground, arms crossed, praying to the armless statue before her. These people had all aspired to join the radiant faith. Though they had perished, she still hoped they could bathe in. After praying for about half an hour, Zhou Dai stood up feeling purified in body and mind except for a slight itch on her neck. She scratched it and discovered a very thin slit on her neck, which was secreting a pale purple mucus. What is this? She thought nothing of it, not even bothering to check her status panel. She took out a silk cloth to carefully wipe her neck, avoiding soiling her holy white robe. Then she turned back to the statue, crossed her arms again and prayed. May radiance bless you all. Zhou Dai offered her blessings to the 5 glass jars before the statue, but upon closer inspection one of the 5 heads had changed, appearing somewhat wrinkled and locally dehydrated. Zhou Dai paid it no mind, even as thin elongated tentacles occasionally emerged from the slit on her neck, seeming restless and excited. After finishing, she left the church and went to the deck to prepare for the trade she had agreed upon with Yang Yi. But if she had opened her panel, she would have seen that the information had changed with a new line added. Transcendent Path. Brain-eating demon. On the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi received a private message from Zhou Dai. How about forming a fleet together? Zhou Dai suggested. No, I've gotten used to being a wild man, and other players might not welcome me either. Yang Yi declined. What a pity. Zhou Dai seemed a bit disappointed. Send me the corpse of the brain-eating demon and hurry up to complete the transaction. Because the extreme winter sea is already very close. Yang Yi immediately checked the sea map. He discovered that the spread of the extreme winter sea had accelerated, and it was about to reach this island. Those players who were still preparing were caught off guard by the system's sudden move, and had to hurriedly change their plans to enter the extreme winter sea ahead of time. The chat channel was filled with curses. Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to look, walking up to the deck in the dark. The cold wind raged and the temperature seemed to drop a bit more, with some icy soft objects hitting Yang Yi's cheek. It was snow. It seemed to be snowing and quite heavily, adding a touch of chill to the vast sea. Yang Yi braved the cold wind, feeling along the edge of the ship, arriving at the bow deck and stopping in front of the octopus head gacha machine. Then he rummaged through his clothes and took out the corpse of the brain-eating demon that he had hidden inside. There was no choice, this corpse couldn't be placed in the stomach pouch, so he had kept it hidden in his clothes, creating a noticeable bulge. Perhaps Suna had noticed it too, but Yang Yi didn't mention it, so she didn't ask. The light of truth. Yang Yi cradled the corpse of the brain-eating demon. Or perhaps she could also be called Lady Ronit, a witch who embodied both beauty and wisdom. The content of Ronit's final words flashed through his mind. She wanted Yang Yi to hand over the stone of truth to Suna so she could inherit the knowledge within. But Yang Yi had no intention of doing so, and he hadn't even mentioned Ronit's existence to Suna. In his view, reckless exploration of the unknown and acquisition of forbidden knowledge was as dangerous as worshipping deities. Could very well invite great terror. It was like a moth dancing around a streetlight. It's fine to observe from the outside, but if one attempts to fly into the light, it would only meet with death, or even something worse than death. And after swallowing this stone, would Suna still be herself? Yang Yi took out the stone of truth, hidden in his clothes, weighing it in his hand. It was quite heavy. In the next moment, he suddenly made a throwing motion, intending to toss the stone of truth into the sea. But just before throwing it, he paused, suddenly changing his mind. What if this stone was eaten by some creature in the sea? Would it cause terrifying changes? Yang Yi suddenly had this conjecture. After much deliberation, Yang Yi decided to keep the stone with him. It was safer to have it on himself. Then he tossed Ronit's corpse into the monster gacha machine, preparing to complete the transaction with Zhou Dai. Warning: after trading the otherworldly demon's corpse, it cannot be used for gacha, and the physiological structure may change or be missing. A log message suddenly popped up. Could it be that the gacha machine will sneak a bite during the transmission? Yang Yi was astonished. He was increasingly inclined to believe that the gacha machine was a living being. After the transaction ended, the traded item from Zhou Dai quickly arrived. Yang Yi's account received an additional 20,000 seashell coins, and he held a neatly folded square handkerchief. It felt very much like silk, weightless, folded in many layers, each layer thinner than paper. At the same time, he also received information about the Twilight Veil. Name: Twilight Veil. Type: ship equipment. Quality: rare. Description: must be installed at the top of the mast. When the ship drops anchor and stops sailing, the Twilight Veil can be unfurled, concealing the ship's form. The entire process takes 15 minutes, after which the ship will become optically invisible, blending with the surrounding environment. It cannot be used in dangerous environments, and will also lose its invisibility after taking damage. After reading the information, Yang Yi felt quite satisfied. Although there are limitations, the basic functional effect can still be guaranteed. When exploring islands in the future, as long as he anchored in a remote area, he would not have to worry about harassment from other players. After all, most players rely on binoculars to observe their surroundings, and would not be able to detect the invisible nightmare star. After completing the transaction, Zhou Dai sent another private message. Are you sure you don't want to come over to my ship for a gathering? My ship is quite large. There is a church on it with a statue of the radiant goddess inside. If you pray to the goddess statue, it can speed up the recovery of sanity and even grant some good positive effects. No need. Yang Yi decisively refused. I was never favored by the gods. If I were to pray, I might be identified as a heretic and burned alive on the spot. How could that be? Zhou Dai immediately replied, the radiant goddess is merciful and loving. She will accept every sincere believer who prays to her. Yang Yi did not respond, no longer discussing matters of faith with Zhou Dai. The two exchanged some pleasantries before ending the communication. Soon after, the radiant goddess set sail, leaving the island and heading towards the extreme winter sea. Although Yang Yi couldn't observe it, Suna helped him, so he quickly learned of the other party's movements. After a brief contemplation, Yang Yi made the same decision to leave the island. But he intended to change direction to avoid encountering Zhou Dai again. The feeling this woman gave Yang Yi was not very good. As for the supplies on the island, Yang Yi planned to give them up. Because the extreme winter sea was rapidly spreading, staying here would only waste time and fall behind the main group of players. And being at the back of the line could be the most dangerous position. At least that's how it was in the previous Stormy Sea region. So this time Yang Yi intended to stay a bit further ahead. After having Suna adjust the course and stabilize the speed, Yang Yi approached the gacha machine again, because he still had one gacha left to draw. After rummaging in the stomach pouch for a while, Yang Yi took out a charred werewolf skull. As for the charred flesh, it had all been consumed by the stomach pouch. This action naturally caught Suna's attention. She saw the wolf's head but said nothing, only wrinkling her nose in slight discontent. In contrast, Yang Yi pretended to pray earnestly. He was persuaded by Zhou Dai and sincerely prayed to the gods, hoping for something good from his gacha. After finishing his prayer, he felt around the monster gacha machine and found the tentacle mouth, then tossed the werewolf skull inside. Then he rhythmically began to turn the dial on the front of the octopus head gacha machine. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, hurry as I command. Gurgle, gurgle. A gacha capsule was spat out by the octopus head gacha machine. Yang Yi immediately bent down, feeling around on the ground, and soon his face lit up with joy. It seems my luck isn't bad after all. He attributed the reason for drawing good items this time to his good fortune. What gods? He had already forgotten them at this moment. Perhaps when he drew gacha next time, he would remember to ask them to bless his luck. Yang Yi acquired a piece of premium equipment. Moreover, it was a ship accessory that could exert tremendous effects in the extreme winter sea. Name: Life Hearth. Type: Ship Accessory Relic. Quality: Premium. Description: a special hearth that can be ignited by throwing in living creatures, installable on any room's wall. Occasionally, it emits a radiance of life, enhancing the player's attribute acquisition rate, except for spirit. This hearth can be installed in a room to raise its temperature. In the dead of winter, it would prove immensely effective. Moreover, the ignition condition was relatively simple. Just toss in a living creature. The easiest method was to drop in a live long-legged sardine. Furthermore, the hearth came with a chimney, eliminating concerns about exhaust buildup or the fire spreading to ignite room contents such as the bed. Yang Yi planned to install it as soon as his vision recovered, then catch some long-legged sardines to keep as fuel for the As for where to install it, he needed to discuss it with Suna first, deciding to bring it up the next day. Suna, it's getting late. You should head to your room and rest. Be mentally prepared for the bitter cold, because in the extreme winter sea temperatures will only drop further. Yang Yi instructed. Afterward, he returned to the captain's cabin and lay down to rest. Blind, he could do almost nothing but check logs and browse the world chat channel. The outcry against the system hadn't subsided given the sudden acceleration of the extreme winter sea's spread. Yet by now few players remained unprepared. Most were simply resisting the reality of entering the Yang Yi quickly skimmed through, and while material prices were still stable, he spent 11000 conch coins to purchase 2000 units of timber in batches. Both the hearth and campfires required timber. Hoarding more would come in handy sooner or later, saving the effort of gathering. Next, he dealt with the equipment he had picked up earlier and then acquired some new gear. The wind attribute hunting bow could be left for Suna, while the original pirate longbow could serve as a backup weapon. No rush to sell. As for other weapons, the long sword could be kept. Its weight was suitable and Suna could use it. The poleaxe could also be retained as a tool useful for processing wood and chopping trees. As for the rest of the weapons, Yang Yi planned to sell them for money. For armor, he intended to keep only the chainmail. As for the plate armor, he planned to try repairing it the next day. If he could restore it to a wearable state, it should fetch a good price. After all, it was a full set of plate armor, far more valuable than ordinary gear. As he mused, Yang Yi drifted off to sleep. The next day, Yang Yi woke on time, his vision restored. He tried pushing the door open and felt resistance. With some effort, he managed to shove the door open. Outside on the deck, snow had piled knee-deep and a biting wind howled fiercely. He shrank his neck, now feeling the cold too. He immediately checked the weather info. Today's weather: bone-chilling wind, fish catch will decrease. Remember to wear cold weather clothing when going out or risk hypothermia. Location Origin C Extreme Winter C. Daylight remaining 9 hours. Temperature 4 to 0 C. Wind level 4. So it's already 4 C. Yang Yi frowned. He returned to the captain's cabin, put on a wool sweater, wool pants, a cotton cap, and long fur-lined boots, then stepped out. The deck was thick with snow crunching underfoot. Moreover, snow was still falling seemingly without a pause. He planned to clear the deck's snow, otherwise it posed a safety hazard and hindered movement. But this snow, is it fresh water? Yang Yi grabbed a handful, sniffed it, then licked it. The snowflake melted tasteless. It's fresh water. So the snow could be collected and melted as a freshwater source. Yang Yi commanded the bone arm to pile the deck's snow in a designated area of the courtyard and sweep the excess into the sea. After all, there was too much snow. Yang Yi couldn't melt and boil it all in time. If it piled too high, affecting the ship's stability and movement, that would defeat the purpose. He decided to install the hearth and boil water in the room to obtain fresh water. The campfire outside likely couldn't be lit. Yang Yi went to the bow and observed the sea surface. In the distance, small patches of thin ice had appeared on the sea. These ice floes were fragile and flaky, posing virtually no threat to the Nightmare Star. But as they ventured deeper, the ice floes would likely grow larger and collisions would become inevitable. This could damage the hull. However, the Nightmare Star was special, able to ignore such minor damage since its durability regenerated automatically. They just needed to avoid large ice floes or icebergs. Just as he was thinking, Suna's door opened. She stepped out, huddled, seemingly hesitating whether to put on her, but after moving around a bit, she adapted. The thermal effect of her fire velvet sweater was better than she had expected. The reason she had curled up was merely a reflexive reaction to the sight of so much snow. Suna, I was just about to look for you. I drew a hearth yesterday. Let's see how to install it best. Yang Yi sent her the hearth's information. If installed in the captain's cabin, it would only affect that room. Conversely, if installed in Suna's room, it wouldn't affect the adjacent captain's cabin. After a brief discussion, they decided to cut a hole in the wall and install the hearth in the middle like a shared wall-mounted air conditioner in a rental. Half for each. But the hole had to be larger given the hearth size. Once agreed, Yang Yi got to work hacking at the wooden wall. After cutting a suitable hole, he trimmed it with the sharper sea serpent fong. Once done, he installed the life hearth and the entire room structure transformed. Between the two rooms appeared a large hearth, antique in design, built from black bricks. It had a lid that could be closed to extinguish the fire. The ceiling also changed, gaining a chimney connected to the hearth, which bent rightward at the top to effectively prevent rain and snow from pouring in. As for the hole he had cut, Yang Yi couldn't crawl through it anyway, as the lit hearth would surely burn him. Let's test its effect. Yang Yi crossed his arms, wary of the hearth. After all, it was a relic. Unlit, the hearth exuded a chilling aura like a black beast with its maw wide open. Suna, do you still have any live spiders? Bring one over to test the effect. Yang Yi suggested. After all, there were no other living creatures on the ship to ignite the fire, and he certainly wasn't going to crawl in himself. Fishing on the spot would be too slow. So Yang Yi thought of the spiders Suna kept. A few minutes later, Suna made a trip to the witch's lab and brought back a juvenile fire velvet spider. I only have 8 left. I can give you at most 1. I need the others. She handed the spider to Yang Yi. Don't worry, I'll raise some long-legged sardines later specifically for starting the fire. He took the spider from Suna, carefully pinching its back to avoid being bitten, then tossed it into the life hearth, which had been prepared with timber. The moment the fire velvet spider was thrown into the fireplace, its body erupted in brilliant white flames, emitting a piercing shriek. Hearing the soul's wail, your sanity decreases by 5. This ignited spider did not die instantly. Instead, it struggled to leap out of the fireplace, its body ablaze with white fire as if trying to escape. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared. He grabbed the long-handled axe beside him and struck it back into the flames. The fire velvet spider returned to the fireplace and no longer moved. Soon its body began to melt, acting like a kindling agent that ignited the wood inside, roaring into a fierce blaze. I never expected it to jump out. It nearly set the house on fire, Yang Yi said, setting down the long-handled axe. He had now understood the fireplace's nature. Any living creature thrown inside would indeed be ignited, but they would not perish immediately and could still resist. If they escaped, they might ignite other objects in the room, causing a conflagration. Thus, before using it, it was best to incapacitate the creature intended for the fire. For a spider, remove all its legs. For a long-legged sardine, likewise, remove its legs. This would prevent any accidents. A warm glow emanated from the fireplace, and the temperature inside the room began to rise slowly. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from the blazing fire. Bathed in the light of life, all attribute experience growth rates except spirit increase by 25 for 1 hour. Yang Yi saw the message and his eyes lit up. This effect came at just the right time. Yang Yi had been fretting over his slow attribute growth, unable to wield the iron-breaking greatsword. With this life light enhancement, if he persisted in training, he believed he could soon raise his strength to 6 points. Then by triggering the Berserk state and drinking the Crimson Potion he would be able to use the Greatsword. After installing the fireplace and understanding its use, the two returned to their respective tasks. According to Suna, she was developing a new potion using the Frenzy Wolf virus culture fluid. For now, however, she had yet to find an effective way to inactivate the virus. Although high temperatures could kill the virus, they would also render the culture fluid useless, so it would take more time. Yang Yi listened and expressed no urgency, telling her to take her time. After all, even holy water couldn't cure this virus, and he feared turning into a werewolf if he drank it. Leaving the captain's quarters, Yang Yi began preparing to sell the weapons and armor. He first tried to repair the deformed plate armor with a stone hammer. After nearly 2 hours of effort, he actually succeeded. Name: ugly iron plate armor. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a metal plate armor crudely repaired by an unskilled craftsman with brute force. Though unsightly, its protective capabilities are not lacking. It provides excellent full body protection, but wearing it increases energy consumption, restricts joint movement, and limits vision due to the helmet. Yang Yi read the information and found it acceptable. After all, equipment appearance held little value on this vast sea. At least Yang Yi never judged an item by its looks. In the end, the ugly plate armor sold for 16,000 conch coins. Being a full set from head to toe, it was worth a considerable sum. After the transaction, he moved on to sell other items. First, he sold 7 crude crossbows at 2,000 conch coins, each earning 14,000 conch coins. Objectively speaking, these weapons were passable, but several players could craft them, leading to intense competition and a plummeting price, so they sold very cheaply. Next were the quick heal band-aids. Similar medical items were common in the market, and their quality was low, so they only sold for 700 conch coins. The hand axes were too cheap, of ordinary quality, fetching only 500 conch coins. The spiked flail, a fine-quality melee weapon, sold for 15,000 conch coins. In total, the earnings amounted to 46,200 conch coins. Adding the remaining balance, Yang Yi's conch coin account stood at 57500. This was nearly as lucrative as the previous sweater sale. No wonder some players were keen on robbing and becoming pirates. Though Yang Yi had never encountered them, he had seen players cursing pirates in the chat channel several times. The language was too vulgar to describe. These pirates did not actively kill, but would surround target ships and extort exorbitant tolls. If payment was refused and the stance was firm, disaster would follow. Thus many players chose to pay to avoid trouble, only to fume later and vent in the chat channel. After selling the second-hand equipment, Yang Yi began considering what to buy. Food had already been procured, so he decided to invest all the money into upgrading his gear. First, he bought a shield for Suna to complement her longsword, balancing offense and defense. Name: light steel small shield. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a lightweight and sturdy small shield that can be strapped to the arm. The shield's surface has a convex, smooth mirror that effectively blocks blades, but is less effective against blunt weapons. Yang Yi chose this shield himself, priced at 11,000 conch coins, and it suited Suna well. The shield was light and strapped to the arm. It would not significantly hinder archery. In close combat, there would be no need to hastily draw a shield, and it could deflect some attacks while shooting. After buying the shield, Yang Yi transferred 16,500 conch coins to Suna as research funds. She was always pressing for money, and since her potions were effective, he granted her the funds. With all this done, only 3,000 conch coins remained. Yang Yi hadn't decided what to buy yet, and planned to wait until he recalled what was needed. Alternatively, he could save up for a treasure-grade item, as fine-quality equipment could no longer provide a substantial upgrade for him. After delivering the new small shield to Suna's room, he began physical training, striving to raise his strength to 6 as soon as possible. 3 days passed. The Nightmare Star sailed steadily through the extreme winter sea without encountering any. Yang Yi was grateful for this and devoted most of his energy to training. With the Life Light enhancement, he trained relentlessly. Without the enhancement, he would boil snow to collect fresh water, and only in his spare time would he fish. Fishing in the extreme winter sea often yielded no catch. In 3 days, he caught only 4 long-legged sardines, which he kept in a wooden bucket. To prevent them from freezing, Yang Yi placed them in the warm captain's quarters, covering the bucket with a perforated lid. However, fishing was not entirely fruitless. Yang Yi caught a new species large in size, over 1 meter in diameter, shaped like a ball. At first, he couldn't tell what it was, but when it surfaced, he recognized it as an adorable seal covered in fluff. Yang Yi naturally assumed it was a fluffy seal. After all, Chi had mentioned this creature. Killing it and using its gacha could yield a fluffy seal fur coat. So Yang Yi shot without hesitation, and the seal exploded before his eyes, turning into a cloud of blood mist with considerable force. The blast directly reduced the Nightmare Star's durability by 200 points. Had Yang Yi not been on the ship and at a distance, he might have been severely injured, leaving him with a lingering fear. He then scooped up some fragments of flesh to learn the seal's information. Name: adorably explosive seal. Description: a special seal tainted by the abyss, cute in appearance, but extremely dangerous exploding when stimulated. It seems that when I catch something big in the future, I must kill it before bringing it aboard to stay safe, Yang Yi muttered to himself. On the morning of the fourth day, the snow ceased. After Yang Chen's morning exercises, his base strength finally reached 6 points. Moreover, his physique had bulked up a full circle, likely due to the appetite-stimulating potion, as his increased consumption had accelerated his constitution experience gain, pushing it past 6 long ago. Taking advantage of the snowy days, he melted and boiled snow water, collecting over 300 liters of fresh water. Additionally, Yang Chen and Suna seized the opportunity to take a hot bath, emerging completely refreshed. In the afternoon, all the snow on the deck had been cleared, leaving only the snow mountain piled in the courtyard. If melted, it could yield another 100 liters of fresh water. Yang Chen sat in the courtyard fishing. He had been at it for nearly a day without a single bite, not even a long-legged sardine in sight. Fortunately, others were in the same boat. A glance at the chat channel was enough to restore his peace of mind. Everyone was coming up empty-handed. Those who managed to catch anything were few and far between, and catching large fish was almost unheard of. Yang Chen stopped fishing, deciding to devote the rest of his energy to training. He returned to the captain's cabin, picked up the crystal ball, and searched for the location of Suda, the captain of the Gale. By pinpointing Suda's coordinates, he could roughly gauge his own distance from the white mist. Suda was stationed at the edge of the mist, and its shadow was even visible in the image. It was a streak of white fog, its interior likely offering extremely low visibility. Suda dared not venture inside, lingering at the periphery, perhaps waiting for his crew members to rendezvous. Yang Chen closed the image. About 5 more days of sailing and well reached the white mist area. He sent the information to Suna, urging her to prepare mentally. At night, after finishing his training, Yang Chen noticed a new issue of the weekly had been released. He purchased a copy and sold the intelligence about the werewolf to a major newspaper. As for the information on the brain-eating monster Ronnet, since it involved a witch, Yang Chen decided not to sell it. However, this time he didn't receive the payment for a long while. Just as Yang Chen thought he had been exploited, he received a private message. Would you like to become a VIP client of my major newspaper? VIP. Yes, you took down the werewolf on that island, right? That shows you're highly skilled at hunting monsters. So I'd like to enlist your help also to improve the quality of the newspaper. The person rambled on, but the gist was that they wanted Yang Chen to take photos whenever he killed a demon in the future and provide more detailed information, making it more valuable for publication in the weekly. How about it? If you agree, the weekly will be free from now on, and it'll pay you a higher reward. Yang Chen hesitated for a few minutes before deciding to accept. It was a long-term profitable deal, and refusing would be a loss. Moreover, whether to sell the intelligence or not was still his decision. The initiative remained in his hands. Having thought it through, he agreed to the collaboration, officially became a VIP client, and received a friend request. Captain Song Ingwen of the newspaper ship requests to add you as a friend, Captain. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the person he had been trading intelligence with all along to be the leader of the major newspaper's fleet. Alright, from now on just message me privately if you need the weekly. Also remember to take photos after killing monsters. That way I can give you a higher intelligence fee. Deal. Yang Chen agreed. Shortly after, he received 2 payments, 2,500 and 100 conch coins, covering the intelligence fee and the cost of this week's issue. By the way, I'll credit the intelligence source in the weekly. If you don't want to use your real name, you can give me a code name. Song Ingwen sent another private message. Yang Chen thought for a moment and replied, just call me One Eye. One Eye. Deal. After ending the communication, Yang Chen picked up the latest issue and began to read. The cover headline read, "This weekly is not strictly published weekly, but according to maritime conditions. Thus early or even consecutive releases may occur." Yang Chen skimmed over these trivial details and started browsing the maritime news section, mainly about intelligence on the extreme winter sea. However, after a couple of glances, his interest waned. The content was largely similar to what Suda had said, only more detailed. Yang Chen suspected that this intelligence had been purchased from Suda, but reading through it all, there was still some valuable information. For instance, players dropped light orbs upon death, containing their personal conch coins and recipes, but these orbs only lasted for 2 hours. Ships would disappear 48 hours after a player's death, but ships confiscated by players would not. Although it was unclear who had tested this intelligence and by what means, it was certain that someone must have paid with their life for this information. So far, apart from ice flows and low temperatures, no other risk factors have emerged. As for the white mist, no player has ventured in to explore it yet. Yang Chen summarized, then began checking the monster intelligence. His main goal was to find clues about the ever-generating flesh. This substance, as the name suggested, came from a demon one with powerful regenerative abilities. Thus Yang Chen focused on browsing demons with regenerative capabilities, finding only one type after a thorough search. Name: lesser vampire. Description: a twisted creature, that feeds on the blood of other organisms possessing a certain regenerative ability. It fears strong light, especially ultraviolet rays, and is usually active at night. Below this entry was an image, but it was thoughtfully sealed with tape, bearing a warning. Viewing this image carries a risk of sanity loss. Ensure your sanity is healthy before looking. Yang Chun tore it off directly, a look of surprise crossing his face. Ugly creature, your sanity decreases by 3. This was a hideous, grotesque humanoid creature that bore no resemblance to the vampires in Yang Chen's memory. It had limbs and could presumably walk upright, but its body was devoid of skin, replaced instead by a wrinkled mucosa and a distended belly. It was like a person severely burned all over and then bloated with water. Its mouth could open like a flower, splitting into 4 petals with serrated edges along the rim. In the center of the oral cavity was a hollow tongue. According to the description, it used this tongue to suck blood with enough force to pierce good quality leather armor and drain a victim's bodily fluids like a suction pump. The vampire in the picture was already dead, cleaved in 2 at the waist by a sharp weapon. The information provider was identified as Righteous Knight. This was likely a code name used by another VIP of the major newspaper. Cut in 2 and it dies. Not as tough as a glutton. Probably not a strong regenerator. Maybe I should look for a higher vampire. Its body might contain the ever-generating flesh, Yang Chun speculated. After reading this, Yang Chun flipped to the trading section. He mostly skimmed through it. Typically, the advertisements in the newspaper were from sellers who had recipes and could craft items. They could use this platform to expand their sales. There were also some hard-to-sell relics. Yang Chun didn't have much money on hand and hadn't planned to buy anything, but he happened to spot a weapon suitable for him. Name: willow leaf dart, type treasure, quality fine, description shaped like a willow leaf, a short blade designed specifically for throwing. Made of steel with an adjusted center of gravity, it always keeps the tip forward. This weapon was perfect for Yang Chun as he was very accurate with thrown weapons, especially after using the third eye. The only drawback was the price, and they were sold as a set 10 darts for 25000. Yang Chun privately messaged the seller, and after some haggling bought the set for 23000 conch coins. The effect was excellent. The darts felt superb in hand. From now on, during the flintlock's cooldown, he could use darts to compensate for his lack of ranged capability. Moreover, these were particularly effective against small creatures. After finishing these tasks, Yang Chun went to the bow deck and used the third eye to survey the surrounding sea. There were only a few thin ice floes, posing almost no hindrance to the nightmare. After confirming it was safe, he turned and returned to the captain's cabin to rest. He pulled a bottle of appetite-stimulating potion from his stomach pouch, downed it in 1 gulp, and then devoured 3 loaves of dark bread, 2 dried long-legged sardines, and a liter of fresh water at an astonishing speed. Afterward, he ate 2 shriveled eyeball fruits, patted his belly with satisfaction, and lay down on the bed, falling. The nightmare sailed silently across the cold, desolate sea. At its bow was the skeleton of a captain embraced by countless bone arms. Beneath the captain's skeleton lay the head of a giant bobbit worm. After sailing silently for 3 hours, a large ice floe drifted in front of the nightmare. Its above-water height was about 2 meters, and its width about 4 meters, but its underwater volume was likely several times greater. Thus, calling this large ice floe an iceberg was not an exaggeration. The iceberg was drifting towards the nightmare, its target being the ship's bow. Behind this ice floe, more ice floes were approaching in succession. Yang Yi was having a nightmare, an excruciatingly painful one. In the dream, he was engulfed in flames, turning into a human torch, and could even smell the acrid stench of his own flesh burning. A thunderous boom echoed deafeningly loud. The Nightmare Star vessel lurched violently, tilting precariously. Yang Yi jolted awake, tumbling entirely off the bed. Yet he was alert, awakening the instant he hit the floor. He sprang up swiftly, grabbing the flintlock pistol from his bedside and aiming it at the captain's cabin door. The fireplace flames flickered, casting a warm orange glow. There was no aberrant creature intruding. Thus, it was highly likely that the Nightmare Star had collided with a large ice floe or a submerged reef. Boom! Boom! Consecutive impacts resounded, and the Nightmare Star's speed dwindled until it finally came to a halt. Yang Yi immediately checked the ship's interface. The chain of collisions had cost the Nightmare Star over 1500 durability points. Fortunately, the vessel was sturdy, its hull constructed in 2 layers, a bone armor exterior and a wooden body. Thus, the impact did not severely breach the Nightmare Star's hull, causing no leaks. After assessing the situation, Yang Yi attempted to contact Su Na. Her cabin was right next door, separated only by a thin broken wooden partition, so communication was effortless without needing to shout. Su Na, how are things on your end? It seems the Nightmare Star has struck something. Fine. Su Na replied quickly, seemingly in the middle of dressing. All right, they'll head out to check. Keep an eye on the door, or something might have boarded the ship. Yang Yi instructed. He dressed in a flash, grabbed his weapons, and approached the captain's cabin window. Yang Yi had long since modified this window, adding steel bars to prevent intruders from entering. Through the gaps in the bars, He surveyed the deck where only eerie green ghost fires drifted with no trace of any other living creature. He verified once more with his third eye before slowly opening the cabin door and stepping out. Was I overthinking it? Yang Yi frowned, glancing around. There was nothing. He was alone on the entire deck. Yet he did not let his guard down, gripping his two trusty companions, the sea serpent's fang and the flintlock pistol, as he advanced toward the bow deck. He wanted to see what exactly the Nightmare Star had collided with. Hiss! Yang Yi inhaled sharply, suddenly feeling a chill. He checked the log and found the temperature was 11°C, several degrees lower than before, dropping so quickly. With this question in mind, Yang Yi crouched low and moved forward, speculating on possible scenarios. If it had hit a reef or an iceberg, simply steering the Nightmare Star in another direction would suffice. But if it had struck something alive, then it would be a massive predicament. Yang Yi stepped onto the bow deck and suddenly halted. He heard an extremely peculiar sound, especially given the circumstances. Slurp, slurp. It sounded like a sucking noise, the kind made when forcefully drawing air through the mouth against an object. He pressed his ear to the deck for a few seconds, then his brow furrowed deeply. The sound came from below the ship's outer hull, many mouths sucking in a chaotic, disorderly manner. This was the worst-case scenario. The Nightmare Star had collided with some living creatures, and in large numbers. They might even be surrounded. Yang Yi's vigilance peaked. He crouched and crept to the edge of the bow. In his line of sight, large ice floes appeared, drifting slowly toward the Nightmare Star. These ice floes must have been blocking the Nightmare Star's path. The sucking sounds, now quite loud, originated from beneath the bow. Yang Yi peered down and gasped. 5 icebergs were piled together, varying in size with unequal gaps. They obstructed the Nightmare Star's way. From beneath these icebergs, numerous plump white worms emerged. Their bodies were segmented, resembling rings of flotation devices of differing thicknesses. The thinnest measured about 10 centimeters in diameter, while the thickest was nearly a meter across. Enough to swallow. They clustered and piled together, using their sucker-like mouths to attach to the head of a giant bobbit worm, emitting slurping sounds as they writhed. They looked like a mass of soft, plump, fleshy straws pressed together. You have encountered an unknown creature. Your sanity decreases by 10. What the hell is that? Yang Yi had never seen such worms before. His scalp tingled. Those floating icebergs might be the worms. From beneath each iceberg, over a dozen worms of various thicknesses emerged. Their sheer number had already covered the head of the giant bobbit worm. Those unable to reach the worm's head began sucking on the Nightmare Star's hull. As Yang Yi pondered a countermeasure, he noticed a change in the worms. The petal-like tentacles around the worm's mouthparts moved. These were not mere decorations. At their tips were small spheres emitting a faint white glow, likely the worm's sensory organs akin to eyes. These spheres slowly rotated, all converging on Yang Yi. Damn, I've been spotted. Yang Yi reacted instantly, tore off his left eye patch, and sprinted backward. The next second, the sucking sounds ceased one after another. They were likely coming up. Without hesitation, Yang Yi grabbed the ship's while controlling the head of the giant bobbit worm to snap shut its 4 sharp jaw blades. Crack! The sound of severing and splattering fluid rang out. Many pursuing worms were cut in half, falling onto the deck. But they did not die immediately, writhing and rolling across the deck, spilling copious white mucus. Yang Yi tried to reverse the Nightmare Star, but it wouldn't budge, as if something was pulling it. No doubt the worms were clinging to the ship, linking the icebergs and the Nightmare Star together, immobilizing it. Suna, the Nightmare Star has hit giant worms. They're huge. Watch the door. Yang Yi shouted, attempting again to manipulate the giant bobbit worm's head to sever the worms ahead. But this time the jaw blades wouldn't move, seemingly entangled by something, rendering them useless. A swarm of worms began crawling onto the bow, slithering toward Yang Yi. Left with no choice, Yang Yi abandoned the wheel and fled. Faced with so many pursuers, he had 2 options. First, use the sea serpent's fang's ability to spew flames and ignite the worms. Second, employ the flintlock pistol's cannon mode. He initially favored the sea serpent's fang due to its wider attack range. But the vivid nightmare still haunted him, dissuading him from using fire, so he switched to the flintlock. He aimed backward at the advancing mass of worms. Leading the charge was a massive worm a meter thick. It opened its sucker-like mouth, revealing a ring of sharp teeth within, and deeper still hook-like fangs, ensuring that anything drawn in could not escape. This mouth reminded Yang Yi of a lamprey, but far larger. It also possessed immense suction power, like an ultra-high-powered vacuum cleaner, creating an illusion that he was being pulled backward. Bang! At the critical moment, Yang Yi pulled the trigger, blasting the lead worm's head apart and shattering the bodies of those. Using the recoil, he rolled forward several times, reached the captain's cabin door, pushed it open and locked it behind. The pursuing worms quickly caught up. Just as Yang Yi considered scrambling over to Suna's side, he noticed the worms hesitated for a moment before retreating. Not long enough. Yang Yi speculated, thinking the worms might have given up the chase due to insufficient length. Then he was surprised to find Suna in his own cabin. Did you crawl through? Yang Yi asked. Su-na did not reply, her face deadly serious. She was fully armed with a bow on her back, a newly purchased small round shield strapped to her left arm, and a long sword in her right hand, staring intently at Yang Yi, her gaze directed downward. What's up? Why are you staring at me? Yang Yi asked. This mucus on me is all worm blood. Don't you feel any pain? Su-na suddenly interrupted him. Pain? I'm not injured. Yang Yi said nonchalantly. But there's a worm biting your butt. Huh? Yang Yi shifted his attention downward and found a worm with only its head left clamped onto his rear, sucking vigorously. He erupted in fury and yanked the half-dead worm off. Damn! No wonder it felt weird. He checked and found himself unharmed. The chainmail had blocked the attack, preventing his rear from being. The small half of the worm had already been taken by Su-na. Yang Yi was inspecting his chainmail, noticing that the area where he had been bitten was now deformed. If he hadn't pulled the worm off in time, or if it hadn't snapped in two, the chainmail would likely have been punctured, and a bite from that creature would have left his flesh mangled and bloody. After checking his body and glancing at his status values to confirm everything was fine, Yang Yi began to examine the interface of the Nightmare Star. The ship's hull durability was slowly decreasing, indicating that the worm's suction was causing damage. If this continued, the hull of the Nightmare Star would inevitably develop a breach. Even if the worm stopped attaching itself, the ship would face great peril. Thus he had to seize the opportunity, while the hull was still intact, to break free from the worm's entanglement as quickly as possible. For Yang Yi had previously seen other icebergs drawing near. Those icebergs were certainly not ordinary. They were undoubtedly packed full of worms. On the other side, Su-na was engrossed in dissecting the worm carcass before her. She slit open the worm with a knife, examining its internal structure and organs, her brow slightly furrowed, uncertain whether it was due to the foul odor or sheer disgust. Once cut open, the worm finally ceased its struggle, lying like a spread of soft fatty flesh adorned with sharp teeth and hook-like barbs that twitched occasionally. Moreover, the worm's body contained a large amount of white oily fluid that emitted a pungent, irritating smell. Su-na made 2 more cuts, her frown deepening. This creature was abnormal. Its internal structure was far too simple, essentially nothing more than a straw for sucking in prey. It had no vital organs whatsoever. The only organ with an additional function was the tentacle at the tip, connected to a sensory organ that could perceive its surroundings. How long is this worm? Su-na asked. Very long. From the sea surface to here it must be about 20 meters. Su-na gestured with her hands. This worm was about 10 centimeters in diameter but 20 meters long. Such an elongated esophagus was a waste. Unless this thing wasn't a worm at all, but a tentacle specialized for feeding on prey. The cluster of tentacles likely belonged to a single entity, which would also explain why their movements were so synchronized. The more Su-na thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and she explained her reasoning to Yang Yi. I think this thing isn't a worm. It only looks like one on the surface. Its structure is simple, like a tentacle specialized for feeding, similar to an elephant's trunk used for sucking in prey. So this mass of worms likely comes from a single individual. Su-na explained. I see. So cutting off these worms is just like cutting off its limbs. It might not kill it, right? Yang Yi summarized. You could put it that way. Su-na replied, a bit exasperated. She dipped her dagger into the worm's bodily fluid and brought it close to sniff. This smell gave her a familiar sensation, like the flammable organic solvents in a laboratory. So she tried igniting it with the fireplace, and indeed it caught fire instantly. Yang Yi, this monster's bodily fluid is flammable. Su-na exclaimed excitedly, turning to look at Yang Yi, only to freeze in place. There stood Yang Yi, who had somehow changed into a waterproof sharkskin swimsuit, wearing his wool sweater and pants inside it with the chainmail over that, and spiderweb gloves on his hands. The overall look was absurd and mismatched. What are you doing? Su-na asked. Seizing the moment to kill these monsters, Yang Yi replied. He took out a stomach pouch and pulled out a colossal sword of immense size. The long sealed broken steel wrapped in linen cloth. And now it was time to use it. With a clang, broken steel landed on the floor of the captain's quarters, creating a deep dent. Yang Yi quickly began to undo the linen binding it. You're using this as a weapon? Su-na asked in surprise, staring at the enormous blade. Exactly. Yang Yi replied decisively. To deal with a giant monster, you need a weapon of a larger scale, or you won't be able to kill it. He gripped broken steel with one hand, urging the spirit of fear to drain his sanity, while holding the crimson potion in the other, ready to drink it at any moment. Once he gained the dual enhancement of frenzy and the crimson potion, he would be able to wield this massive sword. And Yang Yi was also excited, eager to try it out. Su-na was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. I'll go cut off these worm tentacles, and you take the chance to move the Nightmare Star away, then pull me up. Yang Yi began to outline his battle plan, concise and to the point. But Su-na did not favor this bold and crude plan. These worms might be afraid of fire. They probably retreated earlier because they saw the flames burning in the fireplace. So we could try using fire to drive them away. However, her plan was dismissed. It will catch fire. I've dreamed about it. The entire ship could ignite and I would be set ablaze too, Yang Yi explained. And he was grateful that he hadn't used the sea serpent's fang to start a fire earlier, or otherwise he might have already turned into a human torch. Su Na did not press further, knowing she couldn't sway him. Yang Yi was quite stubborn. A few minutes later Yang Yi entered a state of frenzy, the whites of his eyes tinged with red. He immediately drank the crimson potion, and his skin began to flush red as his attributes surged across the board, each approaching the absolute limit of mortal capability. Then he attempted to lift the colossal sword from the ground. Creak, creak. Yang Yi strained with all his might, his face flushed bright red, his teeth clenched, and every muscle in his body taut. Finally, after the bones in his body emitted groans of unbearable friction, he hoisted the heavy sword, inadvertently punching a hole in the ceiling. Immediately after, broken steel began to tremble slightly, whether from excitement or something else, emitting a resonance. Moreover, the weight in his hands lessened, as if he had passed some trial and earned the sword's acknowledgement, allowing it to no longer overburden its wielder's body. Hehe, what a fine sword! Yang Yi rejoiced, brimming with excitement. He cleaved straight through the captain's quarters, opening a hole at the bow, and then wielding the enormous blade he dashed out. After all, carrying such a massive sword made it difficult to exit through a normal door. Su Na stood behind, watching Yang Yi's every move, lost in thought. A dozen seconds later, she picked up a piece of wood, dipped it in the worm's bodily fluid, and set it alight. Then, holding this makeshift torch, she followed after him. Elsewhere, Yang Yi, gripping the great sword with both hands, strode briskly toward the foredeck. His pace was not fast, but each step was immensely heavy, landing on the deck with a tremendous thud. Even the hard bone arm guards cracked under the immense pressure of his steps. Such a massive commotion naturally drew the attention of the cluster of white worms gathered at the bow. The sucking sound ceased, and a swarm of worms surged forward, lunging at Yang Yi, with the lead worm being a full meter thick. But this time Yang Yi did not dodge. He swung the colossal, otherworldly sword in his hands, sweeping it back at them.